Introduction asterisk. This is a world both surreal and tangible, staggering amidst controversy, gasping under manipulation. The individuals of that time either returned to the mainstream or distanced themselves from the clamor. Indisputably, the marks they left in this realm still radiate with brilliant smiles through the currents of time. Hero, may your journey forever be filled with tears of joy. Volume 1, The House of Dusk. Chapter 1, The Eternal Sun. The realm of dawn welcomes not the illegitimate, not even if he bears the dawn emblem. New scum, welcome to hell. I eagerly anticipate how you will conclude your original sin. Wake up, Corey, pull yourself together. We're taking you home. Water. A feeble voice startled the figure sobbing by the fire. After a moment of panic, a low sound of drinking finally emerged. My name is Liadeline. Your wounds have been bandaged, but the toxin within. She knelt beside the groaning figure on the ground, speaking softly. The man lying there let out a pained groan, then asked in a hoarse voice, "Where are we? Are we safe now?" The trolls have been pursuing us relentlessly. The scene was chaotic. A black light struck you, and you fainted. I used radiant light to temporarily blind them and managed to escape with you to this cave. I did not know what to do now. As she spoke, Liadeline's voice gradually dwindled, her eyes misting over once more. My name is Norman of the House of Dusk. Norman paused and continued, Miss Liadeline. Struggling to sit up, Norman insisted, we must depart immediately. The troll's cursed sorcery will follow our trail. No, your wound at the waist is severe, and there is a new energy dwelling in your chest wound. It is exceedingly malevolent, an evil we have never encountered before. You will perish if you continue like this. Liadeline hastily pressed her hand against Norman. No, we cannot afford to wait. We must set off at once, or our sacrifice will be in vain. I have a potion of blood thistle concealed within my lining. Please retrieve it for me. As for the malevolent energy you mentioned, burn it with concentrated holy light. That will sustain us until we reach the Silver Moon Forest. Ignoring her objections, Norman sat upright, allowing her to extract the potion from his lining. He took the potion and downed it in one gulp, removing his upper leather armor. Let's commence, miss. The concentration of holy light is too high. Seeing the priestess hesitate to continue, Norman interrupted her. Please proceed. Miss, we are out of time. I can already smell the troll's foul stench. Norman gazed at her with determination. Very well. May the eternal sun bless you. Liadeline pressed her lips together, and her hands began to shimmer with golden light. Simultaneously, distant sounds of trolls' shouts mingled with the chaos in the forest, creating an unutterable sense of oppression that seemed to thicken the air within the small cave. Hurry, Liadeline. You can do it. You're more than capable. Sweat beads rolled down Liadeline's forehead as she watched the golden energy in her hands coalesce. Urging herself, she pressed the energy against Norman's wound. Norman gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaws and the veins on his forehead bulging at the moment the energy made contact with the wound. His hands clutched the leather armor tightly, producing a series of rasping sound between his fingers and the leather. Almost done, Norman, just a bit longer. Liadeline gently reassured him, her light sphere gradually diminishing. Sweat streamed down from Norman's hair, soaking his entire body within moments. The light sphere shrank along with Norman's loosening grip until it vanished completely. Norman exhaled a long, pin-up breath. I feel much better now, Mississippi. Now we must set forth. Norman donned his leather armor, gathered his weapons, and stood before Liadeline. Aren't you going to rest for a moment? You could die. No, there is no time. Danger is imminent. Move. Norman seized Liadeline's hand and dashed toward the cave's exit. Outside the cave, a band of troll hunters was tracking the footprints. I can smell the stench of these elves from across the entire Zul'Aman. It's this way. They are here. A troll, marked with mysterious symbols on his skin, adorned with a necklace of unknown creature skulls, bearing a spear and covered in moss, spoke to his subordinates. Here, the spirits of our ancestors have revealed it to me. The foul elves are right here. Capture them, torment them, crush them. With a wave of his hand, the troll leader commanded his squad, which erupted into roars, violently parting the underbrush and vines, charging toward the indicated direction. The trolls are closing in. Run forward and do not look back. I will catch up to you. Norman urgently called to Liadeline before drawing his curved dagger and disappearing into the thicket. Liadeline hesitated for a moment, tears streaming as she watched the spot where Norman had vanished. Clenching her teeth, she wiped away her tears and turned to run towards the Silver Moon Forest. The sounds of battle faded into the distance as she pushed through the tangled vines, avoiding the dense underbrush. Casting one last glance at the forest, she silently wished, "May the eternal sun protect us." Chapter 2. Escape. Buzz used his spear to push aside the tangled branches before him, vowing that once he captured the two foul elves, he would sacrifice them to the blood god, seeking to appease him and revel in their anguished cries amidst an endless sea of blood. At that moment, the blood god would surely grant me boundless power. Just as Buzz was lost in his fantasies, a gentle breeze brushed against him, startling him into exclaiming, "Foul." Buffed. A white light flashed across his throat, and a sharp pain silenced the remainder of his words, drowned by the spattering of blood. That way, the scent of blood. "The foul elf is there. Surround them," roared the leading troll, directing his subordinates towards Norman's direction. "You cannot escape, foul elf. I will find you, shatter your bones, and feast upon your flesh. Great falcon, grant me your strength. With your keen eyes, unearth our enemy." After uttering these words, the troll leader began chanting an obscure incantation, and a green mountain hawk ascended into the sky. Shadow Hunter. Norman, stealthily maneuvering through the underbrush, saw the hawk's spirit soaring into the heavens. His pupils dilated as he pressed himself closer to the ground. He silently calculated, and in an instant, he made a decision. Eliminate it. At the very least, he could not allow it to continue the pursuit. With that thought, he stealthily approached the Shadow Hunter's position. What Norman did not know was that this decision bought him a fleeting moment of time. The other trolls were converging on the location where he had just made his stand, precisely where the Shadow Hunter had no other guards. This was his best chance, yet also his worst, for it was a path of stark contradiction. "Ah, this is your trail. I have found you, ha ha ha. How dare you face the warrior of Sebulba alone? Truly remarkable." The Shadow Hunter, perceiving Norman's presence through the spirit of the mountain hawk, chuckled rather than seethed with anger. "Come forth, foul elf, and witness who the true prey is." With that, he flung a spear in the direction where Norman had stealthily moved. The spear whistled through the air with a swift whoosh, cutting directly through the branches towards Norman. "Oh no, I've been spotted." Norman barely had time to roll sideways. The spear grazed him, its tip leaving a trail of blood as it vanished into the thicket behind. As he flipped over, not even pausing to wipe the blood from his face, Norman drew his bow and unleashed a rapid succession of 3 arrows towards the Shadow Hunter. Instinctively slinging the bow behind him and drawing his curved dagger, he lunged at the Shadow Hunter. The clash of steel echoed as the dagger met the spear. Norman retracted his right hand, drawing an arrow from his quiver with his left, and aimed it forward. The Shadow Hunter, however, relinquished his spear and evaded, retreating to dodge the incoming arrow, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick. Thud! Norman felt a tremendous force strike his left abdomen, a muffled groan escaping his lips as he was hurled backwards, the dagger slicing through the air, accompanied by the Shadow Hunter's furious roar. In that fleeting encounter between elf and troll, it was a moment of life and death, leaving both grievously wounded. Norman crashed against a tree, a gasp escaping him as he coughed up blood, while the troll priest clutched his chest, where a long, bleeding gash marred his skin. "You are a worthy adversary, but this is where it ends. Foul elf, I am Kale, a warrior of Sebulba," the Shadow Hunter Kale proclaimed, retrieving his spear and addressing the elf not far away. "That wound means nothing to me, foul elf," Norman coldly replied, observing the troll's injury gradually ceasing to bleed. "Ogre, let us see who can escape this forest." Regaining his composure, Norman charged once more. "Take this." Kale wiped his hands along the spear, and the silhouette of a venomous serpent flashed at the tip before he thrust the spear towards Norman's approaching figure. Norman quickly halted, sidestepping to evade. A glance back revealed the small trees behind him withering instantly, their leaves turning a sickly yellow, a dark blotch spreading across the trunk. "Ah, what enviable agility. It is rare to find an elf who can evade my strike," Kale taunted, watching as Norman nimbly maneuvered, all the while thrusting his spear. "Is fleeing all you can do, foul elf? I shall capture you, torment you, and I promise I will relish your anguished cries." Ignoring Kale's mockery, Norman drew a fiery red arrow, seizing an opportunity as he leapt sideways. Holding his breath, he knocked the arrow to his bowstring. This is the moment. Whoosh! The blazing arrow soared towards the troll. The markings on Kale's body flared wildly, and he barely managed to swing his spear upward. Boom! A massive conflagration enveloped him in an instant. Ah, Aya! Kale's enraged screams echoed amidst the flames. Foul elf, I shall extract your soul and torment it for eternity. From a distance, the trolls beneath him heard Kale's furious cries and rushed back, staring in bewilderment at their priest, who was engulfed in flames. You incompetent fools, put out the fire at once. Amidst the frantic efforts of his minions, Kale's fury intensified. The charged shadow hunter surveyed his dimmed markings, then glared at the three trolls before him, his rage surging. Kicking one of his subordinates aside, he roared, "Which of you incompetent fools can tell me where that foul elf has gone?" Seeing them remain silent, his wrath grew fiercer. Fools, what are you waiting for? Go pursue him. You, return and bring more hunters. Capture that elf for me. I shall shatter his bones piece by piece. As you command, Chief, the chosen troll bowed, hastening down the path they had come from. Chief, we have lost his trail. We need the guidance of the falcon spirit. The remaining two trolls exchanged glances, one gathering his resolve to timidly address Kale. Bang! Kale kicked again. Without me, what can you do? Observing his trembling subordinates, a sickly flush spread across Kale's face as he enunciated, "This is your final warning. If you do not bring back the foul elf, I shall offer you all to the Lord of Blood." With that proclamation, the ghastly hue on Kale's face deepened, and he began to chant an obscure incantation, one that his underlings had never heard before. It instilled a chilling terror within them, yet also ignited an impulse to plunge into madness, to tear the world asunder. A shadow, dark as night, began to peel away from Kale's body. This shadow, resembling Kale, twisted and writhed, laughing maniacally and murmuring in a disorienting tone. Now, follow the shadow and bring back those two elves. If you fail, Kale's fury had transformed into a ghastly pallor as he weakly sank to the ground, pulling out a lump of unidentifiable meat and voraciously chewing, blood dripping from his mouth as he muttered, "I shall hunt you down. Move out, you useless wretches." The shadow burst into a maniacal laugh, leaping forward to pursue the path Norman had taken, while the remaining two trolls exchanged glances, tightened their grips on their weapons, inhaled deeply, and followed the shadow into the fray. Chapter 3. The arena of carnage. At the very moment the explosive arrow was unleashed, Noan dashed towards a nearby tree before he could even steady himself. With a swift grasp and leap, he ascended to the treetops, skillfully navigating among the dense foliage, pursuing the direction in which Liadrin had fled. As he heard the enraged roar of the troll chieftain behind him, Noan dared not glance back at the devastation wrought by the arrow, fully aware that, given the troll's extraordinary regenerative abilities, the injury was not fatal. Yet, it afforded him precious time. Beyond this grove lay the Saldo River, and crossing it would lead him to the shimmering arcane barrier, beyond which lay the Silver Moon Forest. As Noan maneuvered through the treetops, a sudden pain pierced his chest, causing him to plummet downward. He instinctively reached for a nearby branch, but his limbs felt utterly powerless. With a resounding thud, he landed amidst the underbrush. There was no time to assess his injuries. He felt a wave of agonizing, bone-deep pain surging from his chest, a searing itch that compelled him to scratch at the wound in a futile attempt to find relief. However, his hands were numb, leaving him no choice but to curl up in agony, desperately rubbing against the source of his torment. As time trickled by, enveloped in excruciating pain, Noan perceived the once blue sky and green forest gradually morphing into a crimson hue, as if something were peeling away at his consciousness, staining his entire world in a sanguine shade. Perhaps this was my destined abode, the House of Dusk. In this intense torment, a slideshow of countless memories flickered through Noan's mind, indelible, forgotten, even conversations vividly resurfacing. Yet all these people and events were slowly and irrevocably tinged with red, as if some force were consuming these images. Strangely, as the red overtook more of the scene, the sharp pain in his wound began to diminish, and the itching sensation faded, replaced by a peculiar power gradually filling his being, a ravenous thirst for blood and a desire for destruction. Whispers surrounded him, countless voices murmuring in ecstasy. Though their words were indecipherable, any attempt to grasp their meaning accelerated the erosion of his consciousness. Noan's curled form began to flatten. Yet his awareness endured a torturous struggle in the chaos, as that insatiable yearning and those voices gnawed at his will, striving to obliterate his past. The House of Dusk. I can never return, Lady Ophiuchia. Noan, with vacant eyes gazing at the sky, felt his spirit dissipating, murmuring, "Mother, your trust. I have disappointed you. My child. You have done enough. They can now fend for themselves." The pampered drake cannot soar high. Afukia's words echoed in his mind, gentle as they once were. Yet that wretched crimson tore at her soothing voice. There's that filthy elf. Seize him. A shout shattered the eerie atmosphere, as two trolls burst forth from the thicket. The shadowy figure lingered at the edge, silently observing no one, its murmurs growing more frenzied and deranged. The two trolls leapt past the shadow, brandishing their spears as they lunged towards the prone Noan. Sensing the imminent danger, Noan's previously scattered mind surged with fury, coalescing into an unprecedented clarity. Get away. He managed to force out, rising from the ground in an unimaginable stance and seizing the spear aimed at him. The leading troll felt an overwhelming force emanating from the spear, instinctively attempting to release his grip. Yet, the strength was too immense and abrupt, pulling both him and the spear closer, until Noan's hand clutched his throat. At that moment, the troll seemed to awaken to its plight. Frantically struggling as it exerted all its might to pry free Noan's iron grip, but the more it fought, the deeper its despair grew. For those hands were as unyielding as iron. The other troll, witnessing its companion's throat gripped in the elf's hand, wasted no time lunging its spear toward Noan's abdomen. Die, you filthy elf. It seethed, eyes gleaming with malice. This strike would surely spell doom for the elf. In a heartbeat, Noan hurled the troll in his grasp towards the spear's trajectory. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the troll's flank, while Noan deftly leaped backwards, evading the deadly thrust with ease. Standing sideways, his visage obscured by a shroud of dark crimson mist, his expression remained inscrutable, as though he were appraising the two trolls. The troll, ensnared by Noan's grip, disregarding the pain in its side, hastily seized a handful of moss and pressed it against the gushing wound. You are no elf. What manner of monster are you? The other troll finally discerned, realizing the creature before it bore little resemblance to any elf. Its limbs appeared somewhat normal, yet its face was shrouded in a twisting, dark crimson haze, and a mass of ominous energy radiated from its chest, identical to that of the shadowy figure at the battlefield's periphery. With this realization, dread crept into the troll's heart, and it instinctively glanced back at the looming silhouette, understanding that this was no mere coincidence. Before it could ponder further, Noan unleashed a primal roar, leaping forward with hands aglow in dark energy, delivering a powerful blow toward the standing troll. The troll, witnessing the oncoming elf, screamed internally, I cannot withstand this. I must evade. Yet, despite its frantic thoughts, its hand moved as if in a trance, meeting Noan's strike head-on. With a resounding crack, the grotesque visage of the troll contorted in agony, its other hand clutching the shattered arm, a wretched scream threatening to escape its throat. Yet before the cry could emerge, the elf's other fist struck swiftly, landing squarely against the troll's chest with a dull thud. The impact caused a deep indentation in the troll's torso, a spurt of crimson erupting from its mouth, cascading over the elf like a felled tree as it collapsed to the ground. The relentless sound of fists meeting flesh and bone echoed through the air. The injured troll gazing in terror as the elf pounded mercilessly upon its comrade, hands pressed against its own wounded side, feet frantically scrambling backward. Paralyzed by the horrific scene before it, it yearned only to flee, to escape far from this place, for what stood before it was no elf, but a beast. A monster. The cacophony of blows persisted, the wounded troll nearing the edge of the dense forest, urging itself onward, faster, lighter, convinced that survival hinged upon reaching safety. Leaving both troll and elf to their fates, the troll's thoughts raced as its body propelled itself toward the sanctuary of the woods. A twig snapped beneath the weight of the massive troll, beads of sweat trickling down its furrowed brow. The ominous sounds of combat ceased, leaving only the faint sound of the troll's labored breaths and the frenzied whispers of shadows on the periphery. The elf rose slowly, turning toward the fleeing troll, its hands and body smeared with indescribable substances. A cruel smile twisted upon its lips, proclaiming, Die, wretch. Rejoice, for the great arrival is nigh. With that pronouncement, the elf lunged at the troll, now rendered senseless upon the ground. A piercing scream erupted from the depths of the forest, startling countless birds into flight. At the moment the troll's cry echoed, Liadriel had already reached a nearby stream, disregarding the purity of the water as she cupped her hands to drink deeply. After quenching her thirst, a searing sensation ignited in her lungs. Weary, she leaned against a sturdy tree, retrieving provisions from her satchel to nibble upon. It was only then that the ache in her limbs and the stinging wounds across her face and arms reminded her that she had not yet escaped peril. She tore a strip from the hem of her robe, crafting makeshift bandages for the gashes inflicted by branches and ropes. Her gaze fell upon the treacherous path ahead. overgrown with thorns and brambles, and suddenly, a flood of memories surged forth, tears spilling from her eyes once more. Time rewound to the harrowing moments before her escape began. She recalled the despair of being captured by the troll, the grim sight of scattered bones in the troll's lair, the desiccated bloodstains on the high altar, winding downward. As her hope dwindled, faced with a troll she had never encountered before, her despair deepened. Is this what elves have become? It seemed so different from those of another realm. The troll's filthy hands grasped her hair, wrenching her head upward. The mingled stench of blood and foul energy nearly overwhelming her senses. Ah, such a repugnant force, akin to that of certain brutish beings. How revolting. Yet, I suspect my master will find this gift pleasing. The troll released her hair, turning to speak to another seated in the central chamber. The Sindaro tribe is immensely powerful. My lord, the troll exclaimed, Sindaro shall reveal to our master our unparalleled strength. When shall the sacrifice commence? I am eager. Before dawn tomorrow, great chief, replied the troll known as the Bloodseeker, turning toward the elf with a hushed addition. We are all eager. The ancient, eerie voice of the troll chief compelled Liadriel to squint at his visage. His gray-white hair and elongated tusks stood out. Devoid of the thick moss that adorned the forest trolls, his upper body covered in an array of bizarre runes. He was encircled by a dense array of symbols, a thick layer of dark red light enveloping his lower half, emanating an energy reminiscent of the previous trolls. Yet it was unlike any sorcery she had ever witnessed, a new and malevolent force. Sensing Liadriel's astonishment, the Bloodseeker turned, a grotesque smile spreading across his face, his dark tusks glinting with malevolence. Do you feel the master's power, elf? Offer your blood and flesh to our lord. You should feel the utmost honor. Ignoring the despair in her eyes, he commanded, the ritual shall be conducted before dawn tomorrow. Prepare the materials. Confine this elf with the other offerings. Ensure she remains alive. After issuing his orders, the Bloodseeker retreated into his chamber. Within a colossal wooden cage, various animals stirred, salivating and pounding against the bars as the trolls shoved Liadriel closer. The creatures roared in protest, rattling the enclosure. A wooden spear struck the cage, causing the animals to recoil momentarily, only to resume their frantic cries. Huh. Beasts will be beasts. One troll laughed heartily at the frightened creatures. Enough of this, Harlow. The Bloodseeker demands this filthy elf be kept alive. Do not cage her with these animals. Isolate her, barked the escorting troll to Harlow, the cagekeeper. Harlow opened an empty cage, seized Liadriel, and unceremoniously threw her inside. Slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, Harlow gazed at the delicate elf curled up in the cage, lamenting, such tender flesh. It must be exceedingly delectable. Suddenly, a hefty foot landed squarely on his backside, and the troll escorting him warned, keep your thoughts to yourself, unless you wish to invoke the wrath of the Bloodseeker. Harlow, contemplating the Bloodseeker's sinister and terrifying methods, licked his lips and declared, by my long fangs, I swear I shall not touch her. You had better not. The troll retorted with a grunt, before turning to walk toward the village, listening to the roars of beasts echoing in the air. Liadrin buried her head deep in her arms, as if this act could temporarily shield her from the dreadful fate that awaited her. The golden dome of the chapel, the stern yet kind mentor, and the benevolent kin, all had become fleeting memories due to her reckless decisions. She murmured a prayer towards the blood-red setting sun, holy light. Grant me strength to break free from this prison and escape this darkness. Liadrin had descended into despair, as the sun set and the pale moonlight trickled through the trees. The anguished howls of the trapped beast grew increasingly mournful. Liadrin, weary and famished, felt the ropes cutting into her skin, gnawing at her wounds, causing her consciousness to fade. She remained oblivious to the shadow lurking before her cage. The figure, dripping saliva from the corners of its mouth, gazed at the elf within, whispering, such succulent meat. It must be quite savory. Once I consume you, I shall depart, and the Bloodseeker will not find Harlow. Yes, yes, the Bloodseeker will be preoccupied with the ritual, and once it concludes, Harlow will be far away. Ha ha ha. This shadow was none other than the jailer Harlow himself. He gently opened the cage door, gripping a dagger in his right hand, while reaching for the elf, who had buried her head between her knees. A soft thud echoed as the dagger clattered against the wooden bars, startling the dazed Liadrin. She looked up to see a troll before her, clutching its neck and emitting raspy gasps. Just as she was about to scream, a hand clasped over her mouth from behind. Chapter 4. A brief respite as Liadrin contemplated biting the fingers, a gentle shriek reached her ears, illuminating her eyes with clarity. This was not a troll. Behind the troll, a head peeked out. Hello, little girl. Have you been crying? As he spoke, he plunged a dagger into Harlow's lung, causing the troll to shudder violently, clutch its throat, and struggle to remove the blade lodged in its side, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a gurgling sound. Costello, I hope next time you can silence the troll instead of prattling on. A calm voice emerged from behind Liadrin. The owner of the voice released her mouth, severed the ropes binding her hands, and helped her to her feet. Wow, Captain, you are always so gentle. I'm nearly moved to tears. Remarked the figure stepping out of the shadows, a high elf clad in ranger attire. If your mouth is of no use, perhaps your sister would be willing to sew it shut, added another voice as someone else approached, softly greeting. I salute you, Miss Priestess. Can you walk? Ignoring the tears in her eyes, Liadrin nodded fervently. Let us depart. We shall tend to your wounds later. The captain nodded in agreement and quietly stepped into the darkness. Little girl, you walk in the middle, Costello chimed in playfully. I still want to leave a little gift for the trolls. I hope they will appreciate it. Liadrin was now indifferent to being called little girl. Wiping her tears, she nodded in gratitude and carefully followed in the captain's footsteps, leaving behind the hell that had filled her with despair. As they moved through the darkness, Liadrin could hardly contain her excitement, ready to exclaim in praise of the great holy light for sending the ranger to rescue her. Yet, she knew this was not the time for celebrations. The rustling sounds from the woods reminded her that danger still lurked nearby. Lost in her thoughts, she was unaware of how long they had traversed the gloom until exhaustion began to engulf her. At last, the figures ahead halted at a modest campsite. Let us rest here. Once my team returns, we shall continue our journey. The captain sighed with relief, turning to Liadrin. Your team? Are there others besides the two of you? Praise the holy light for bringing you here. I have encountered a new breed of trolls, radiating an extraordinarily malevolent power. We must thwart them. The ritual is set to take place before dawn. Grasping the urgency in the captain's tone, Liadrin's eyes brightened, momentarily forgetting her fatigue as she sat beside him, launching into a torrent of questions. Norman rubbed his temples, astounded that just moments ago, this priestess had been sobbing uncontrollably. And now, before they were even safe, she was eager to thwart the troll's inexplicable ritual. There are only 3 of us. First, eat something. When Talia returns, she will tend to your wounds. Please, allow yourself to rest quietly for now, he instructed, pulling out a water flask and some rations from his pack and offering them to the fervently excited priestess. Your mentor is quite worried about your safety, Norman added, urging her to close her eyes and feign rest. As Liadrin accepted the food and water, she studied the captain by the moonlight. Beneath his short hair lay a resolute visage, markedly different from the high elf she had encountered before, less delicate, more robust. A long scar extended from the corner of his eye, trailing down his cheekbone to his jaw, adding an air of ferocity to his strength. Yet, why did he not act to stop the trolls? If they could breach the arcane barrier, surely more lives would be at stake. He could not be unaware of this. Humph, pretending to rest, Liadrin thought, glaring at the captain, who feigned sleep as she munched on her food. Norman, even with his eyes closed, could sense the sharp gaze of the little girl before him. However, he dared not engage in this topic. An overly curious mind could spell doom for everyone present. It was rumored that this very girl had insisted on venturing to the front lines during her initial trial a few days prior, only to be captured by the trolls. Just as Norman was about to succumb to the piercing gaze and speak, a commotion of footsteps echoed around the camp, and 2 figures entered, sitting cross-legged on the ground and immediately commencing their meal. With a sigh of relief, Norman opened his eyes and focused on the smaller of the 2 figures. As if sensing his gaze, the petite figure gently spoke. The trolls are in a deep slumber, and there are no pursuers. However, there are trolls moving around the central altar. I didn't dare to approach for a closer look. Very well, Talia, please assist the priestess in bandaging her wounds. After a brief rest, we must depart. We cannot linger here for too long, Norman instructed softly, his eyes warm as he spoke to his team member. Hey, Captain, why not ask me? I am also part of your team, and I just prepared a delightful surprise for the trolls, chimed in a cheeky voice nearby, brimming with insubordination. As Costello directed his words at Norman, silence. Keep your voice down, or you'll rouse the trolls. Talia interjected before Norman could respond, interrupting Costello's further remarks. Little sister, you are not helping, Costello exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise as he turned to his sibling. I'll sew your mouth shut when we return, Talia retorted sharply, causing Costello to shudder, touch his nose, and sulkily close his mouth, redirecting his attention to the food before him. Liadrin, listening to the banter between the elven siblings and observing their antics, could not suppress a chuckle. However, she winced as her injury throbbed in response. After finishing her meal, Talia approached Liadrin, crouched down, and gently grasped her hands to inspect her wounds, her tone lacking warmth as she remarked, "The wounds are still fresh, showing no signs of infection. They merely require bandaging." With that, she retrieved some bandages from her pack, ready to tend to Lyadlin. Unaware of Talia's brusque demeanor, Lyadlin looked at her, softly saying, "Praise the holy light for sending you to save me. My name is..." "All done, priestess. Do not speak. Conserve your strength," Talia instructed, patting Lyadlin's injury before rising and returning to her place. A sting of tears welled in Lyadlin's eyes. Talia's pat had been intentional. No one had ever treated her this way. Never. She glared at Talia, only to find her not mocking, unlike others who had tormented her. Instead, Talia sat there, fiddling with a small plaque, her demeanor tinged with sadness. What an odd person. Observing Talia's melancholy, Lyadlin resolved to graciously overlook the earlier slight. She then shifted her gaze to the captain, saying, "I am grateful to the holy light for sending you to rescue me. However, what I stated earlier is true. The trolls will commence their ritual before dawn, and we must thwart them." The scent of coin. "Thwart whom?" "Little girl." "Costello is at your service," Costello exclaimed, his mouth full of food as he abruptly raised his head, food remnants clinging to his lips. "Some of those trolls are unlike any I have ever seen. Their power is profoundly malevolent. I overheard them discussing the ritual to commence before dawn." Lyadlin urgently turned to Costello, her tone serious. Costello gaped at Lyadlin, pointing first at the captain, then at himself, and finally at his sister. "Do you truly believe that the three of us, along with you, the weeping little girl, can halt the troll's ritual? I would not even dream of such madness. Come along quietly. Your mentor has offered a handsome reward." Costello resumed devouring his food, ignoring Lyadlin's impending retort, when a voice interrupted her. "Enough. Priestess, do you not realize that your stubbornness has cost the lives of your protectors? Are you now prepared to endanger us all?" Talia glared at Lyadlin, her voice dripping with scorn. "Not everyone is fortunate enough to have a high-ranking priest as a mentor. Your foolishness is already excessive. Please refrain from compounding it." Lyadlin sat on the ground, dumbfounded by Talia's fury, momentarily forgetting her rebuttal. As a realization struck her, she slowly bowed her head, a quiet sob beginning to ripple through the camp. "Enough with the pointless accusations. There has been enough tragedy already, Talia." Norman shot Talia a warning glance. At his stern look, Talia opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately sat back down in frustration, drawing out a dagger and plunging it into the ground repeatedly, creating a chaotic mess. Norman observed Talia, hesitating before turning to Lyadlin. "Miss Priestess." Talia's emotions were running high. Among those lost were her friends. He paused before continuing. "Your mentor has made significant promises for your rescue. Thus, do not dwell on the troll's ritual. Upon your return, inform your mentor to send more aid. This is the prudent course of action. The four of us stand no chance against a vast troll tribe. Conserve your strength. We shall depart shortly." After speaking, Norman retrieved a portion of food from his pack and offered it to Lyadlin, saying, "This is for the journey ahead. We may not evade the looming danger." With her head bowed, Lyadlin accepted the food from Norman, saying nothing, merely placing it silently into her small satchel. With a knowing cluck of the tongue, one might appreciate the remarkable qualities of our captain, so considerate. "Little girl, upon your return, do ensure to speak kindly to your mentor. We hail from the Twilight House, nestled in a small corner of the slums of Silvermoon City, where information flows easily." At some point, Costello had finished his meal and began to make cheeky gestures towards Lyadlin. A sudden splatter of mud struck Costello's face, and turning his head, he glimpsed his sister's flushed eyes. Embarrassed, he wiped the dirt from his face, pleading, "Don't give me that look. I merely sought a bit more reward." It seemed the group had rested sufficiently, and thus, it was time to set forth on our lengthy journey. Norman rose, beginning to organize his equipment, while the Talia siblings followed suit, packing their belongings. "Leave the baggage. We shan't have time to rest on the road. Costello, set the traps. Once completed, we shall depart." As Norman arranged his gear, he strode toward the forest, with Lyadlin and Talia quietly trailing behind. Just as they approached the forest's edge, Costello hurried up, exclaiming, "Captain, the traps are set, but I lack materials." Norman nodded, responding, "We can replenish them upon our return. Now, let us be off. Good fortune to us." He led the way into the perilous thicket. Chapter 5. The hunt under the moonlight's gentle glow, the four traversed the dense forest in silence. As the moon dipped toward the horizon, a tremendous roar erupted from the direction of the troll encampment, flames leaping into the night sky, accompanied by the troll's howls carried by the evening breeze. Norman furrowed his brow, noting the urgency. "We must quicken our pace." With that, he accelerated. and the three behind him hastened to keep up, the sounds of rustling bushes growing louder in the woods. As they pressed on, another resounding crash echoed, prompting Norman to halt and scrutinize the night sky. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a green mountain hawk. Pursing his lips, he hastened to Talia, retrieving a cherished talisman from his chest pocket and presenting it to her. Talia, take this talisman and head west. We shall rendezvous at the waterfall of the Elandir River. Talia's eyes widened in disbelief before anger surged within her. No, I will not go. I will stay with you. Listen to me, Talia. This is not an order to flee. You have a more crucial task. Take this. The trolls won't be able to trace you. There are windrunners nearby. They will carry our message. Norman's tone was laced with urgency and reluctance. Let Costello go. He knows that path. Talia retorted, refusing to accept the talisman. Her gaze fixed intently on Norman. You are the fastest among us. This talisman is unique. It will aid you in concealing your tracks. We have no time. Norman's eyes bore into Talia's. Yes, sister, you possess the speed we need. Go fetch help. Costello added earnestly. With a fierce stomp of her foot and a voice tinged with tears, Talia exclaimed, You always do this. I will bring back support. You must return alive. After seizing the talisman, she turned and sprinted northward, tears trailing behind her in the air. Watching Talia's silhouette vanish into the forest, Norman turned to Lyderlin, Miss Priestess. Please bless us with your enhancements. We are about to put forth our utmost effort. Lyderlin nodded, her hands shimmering with golden light as restoration spells and endurance enhancements enveloped the three in golden runes. Just as Lyderlin fortified her companions, a troop of troll hunters at the makeshift camp observed the hunters ahead with deference. The troll shadow hunter stood silently, a green mountain hawk circling in the pale sky above. At the sound of the hawk's cry resonating within, the shadow hunter turned to the troll hunters, declaring, There are 4 filthy elves just over there. Pointing toward Norman and his companions, he continued, One has fled north. Carrig, take your men and capture that filthy elf. A robust troll named Carrig stepped forward, rallying his squad and bowing to the shadow hunter before charging toward Talia's direction with a roar. Reflecting on the promise made by the Bloodseeker at the outset, bring back those elves, no matter the cost, and you shall be bestowed with boundless power. Power surpassing that of our ancestors. Of course, I will pay you some interest first. Feeling the surge of blood power coursing through him, the shadow hunter's lips curled into a cruel smile as he addressed the remaining trolls. The rest of you, follow the hawk. Capture the remaining elves. Whoever brings them back shall be rewarded with meat. Upon hearing their leader's proclamation, the troll hunters erupted in deafening roars, and one troll, unable to contain himself, gripped his spear tightly and charged toward Norman and the others. With the first troll charging, the others followed suit, racing along the hawk's flight path. The hunt had begun. At noon, sunlight pierced through the forest, casting dappled shadows. Though Norman and his companions were rangers of the woods, and the thicket was their ally, how could they hope to match the speed of the jungle trolls with a priestess in tow? As the distance between the two groups dwindled, Norman and his companions reached a small hill, densely wrapped in trees and vines. Before us lies the Antadron Mountain. We must split our efforts. Costellos, attract the trolls' attention. Lead them away from here, while I take her over the hill. We shall meet on the other side. Norman gestured toward the hill, his expression grave as he spoke to Costellos. Costellos nodded resolutely, climbing a nearby tree, readying his bow and arrows for the impending confrontation. Norman observed as Katoros ascended the towering tree, seizing Lyadline's hand, parting the vines, and sprinting desperately towards the hill. The roars of the trolls grew ever closer, and their silhouettes began to flicker through the gaps in the forest. With bow drawn and arrow nocked, Kataros muttered repeatedly, Calm, calm, a better opportunity shall arise. Suddenly, a troll named Estingo burst forth, clearing the underbrush with a roar. Before it could land, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, piercing directly into its face. Thud! The troll was propelled backward by the arrow's tremendous force, collapsing into the very thicket it had just emerged from. Vengeance for man. More trolls howled, launching themselves from the dense foliage, brandishing their spears towards Kataros in the tree. The spears whizzed past him without effect, while arrows continued to rain down from above. Each one met with a troll's agonized scream. Under the astonishing accuracy of the arrows, the troll pursuers had retreated behind the tree trunks, too fearful to show themselves. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, the sounds of insects amplified, mingling with the cries of fallen trolls, casting an unsettling pall over the battlefield. Kataros, perched upon the great trunk, surveyed the scene below. Although the trolls were numerous, their weaponry was woefully outdated. He nodded in satisfaction, preparing to retreat into the dense thicket when suddenly, a A chill ran down his spine. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Slowly, he leaned back against the trunk, but before he could settle, a piercing cry of a hawk erupted above, jolting him. A green falcon swooped down, its talons glowing with a sinister green light. Kataros barely managed to lunge forward, feeling a sharp pain in his back as a malevolent force coursed through him, the word voodoo flashing in his mind. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he clung to the trunk, sliding sideways as waves of dizziness washed over him. A sharp bite of his tongue brought clarity, and with a powerful push, he leapt into the dense branches, the rustling of leaves fading as he distanced himself. At that moment, the trolls below dared to emerge from their hiding spots, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they beheld the approaching shadow hunter. He won't escape far. Woga, take 3 hunters and bring him back to me. Follow that blood servant. It will lead you to the stench of the elf. Bring him back here, and wait for me. Carly produced a black dagger from his side, slicing it across his palm, blood gushing forth. Strangely, as the blood dripped to the ground, it began to coalesce into a small, 2-legged crimson creature. Upon its formation, it opened its exaggerated maw and shrieked at the astonished trolls. Carly uttered a series of arcane syllables, pointing his bleeding hand towards Kataros's fleeing direction, and the blood servant darted after him. Woga, accompanied by 3 trolls, hastily followed suit, disregarding their astonishment. Watching the trolls charge after Kataros, the shadow hunter's expression grew increasingly feral. Gugong, take those injured weaklings back. When I return, I will teach them an unforgettable lesson. The troll named Gugong bowed to the shadow hunter before turning to pummel the groaning trolls on the ground, demanding, "Get up. You're only slightly injured. Come with me. You useless fools." The shadow hunter paid no heed to the fallen trolls, sheathing his dagger and applying a handful of herbs to his palm, instantly staunching the bleeding. "Now it is your turn, foul elf. Ha ha ha. Bringing you back will please my master and grant me greater power." The shadow hunter gazed at the hill before him, his smile growing more sinister. "The rest, follow me." With a command, the remaining trolls trailed behind him to the hill's base. As Carly's runes shimmered softly, they drifted towards the trolls following him. He shouted, "Souls, go forth. The wild is with you." Upon contact with the runes, the trolls writhed in agony, as if seared by flames, unleashing horrific wails. Only the strong deserve the power to dominate all. Carly sneered inwardly at the sight of the writhing trolls. As their cries subsided, some trolls began to rise, while others fell silent, never to rise again. The standing trolls, feeling a surge of power, gazed in awe at the shadow hunter before them. One bravely inquired, "My lord, is this your power? Will you lose it?" "No matter. I have no need for these anymore." Carly interrupted, his face growing increasingly deranged. "Lynxes, those 2 foul elves are atop this hill. Find them." With a maniacal laugh, he plunged into the hill, followed by the other trolls, who let out low growls as they followed him inside. Norman and Lyadeline stumbled through the dark thicket, the rustling sounds penetrating the layers of trees, clear and unmistakable. They knew the trolls were in pursuit. "Faster, miss," Norman urged, gripping Lyadeline's hand as they ran. Suddenly, a strange noise interrupted him, halting his forward momentum and causing him to roll on the ground with Lyadeline. Thud, thud. 2 wooden spears struck their previous position, the immense force causing the spear shafts to tremble ominously. "They are here. Find a place to hide. Even if I perish, do not emerge," Norman hastily commanded, drawing his ranger's curved blade before leaping into the nearby thicket. "Filthy elf, capture him," a troll bellowed, its voice echoing as several figures swiftly converged on Norman's position. Lyadeline crouched amidst the underbrush, inching her way towards safety, her mind racing in frantic desperation. What should I do? What should I do? The very thought of her dire predicament sent her thoughts spiraling. Suddenly, a pair of massive feet crushed the grass before her, freezing her in place. Beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she held her breath, striving to remain silent. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from nearby, a troll's anguished cry, prompting the owner of those enormous feet to rush toward the sound. Lyadeline exhaled deeply, silently thanking the shadows for their concealment. "Wait, shadows." A spark of inspiration ignited within her. "Yes, I can do this." Her eyes lit up with fervent determination as her breathing quickened. "This is it. This is it." She crouched low, her gaze fixed on the distant battlefield, gathering her energy. At that moment, Norman clashed with several trolls in close combat. The shadow hunter, Kale, arrived at the scene, observing the unfolding chaos with a sense of calm. A mere ranger, stripped of his distance advantage and now devoid of concealment, was destined for failure. He crossed his arms, patiently awaiting Norman's downfall. Norman surveyed the trolls before him, sensing a difference compared to those he had faced before. There was no time for contemplation as he sidestepped a spear and leaped, grasping a branch overhead to evade a charging troll. The creature lunged and missed, enraged. It turned to leap at Norman's feet. Seizing the opportunity, Norman utilized the momentum of the branch to swing around, thrusting his blade toward the troll's face. Ah! The troll howled in pain, its body collapsing to the ground. Norman stepped on it and propelled himself toward the approaching troll wielding a spear. The first troll managed only to grasp its fallen comrade, helplessly watching as Norman leaped out of its reach. Enraged, it glanced down at the unfortunate fate of its companion before flinging the lifeless body aside and hurling its spear at Norman. Now facing the second troll, Norman brought his blade down with force, the wooden spear clashing against the steel of his weapon. Discarding the blade, he seized the spear with his left hand, while his right drew an arrow from his quiver, thrusting it diagonally into the troll's chest. The arrow penetrated deeply, and Norman pressed the shaft against the troll's chest, using his legs to push off its thigh, releasing the grip on his dagger to leap away. Just then, a whistling sound sliced through the air. Norman felt a chill run down his spine. Without a moment's thought, he twisted away, narrowly evading the spear that shot past him, embedding itself in the troll behind him, which fell in disbelief. Upon landing, Norman noticed a warm liquid seeping from his side, a searing pain radiating throughout his body. With no time to inspect his wound, he charged toward the troll that had thrown the spear. Kale observed the elf ranger slaying 2 enhanced trolls in mere moments, a shadow of concern crossing his mind as he resolved not to wait any longer. He rallied the remaining trolls into battle, retrieving a black dagger from his belt, kneeling, and muttering an obscure incantation. Norman found himself surrounded by trolls, struggling against one while another swiftly took its place. The fluid from his wound had ceased, but the pain was accompanied by a swelling sensation that hindered his movements. He silently hoped that she would return safely to her mentor. In a fleeting moment, he drew a crimson arrow from his quiver. "Move aside," Kale roared, conjuring a sphere of dark crimson energy aimed at Norman. With a swift motion, he hurled it forward. Hearing the thunderous shout, Norman sensed the impending danger and hastily returned the arrow to his quiver, preparing to evade. A flicker caught his eye as the dark energy struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward with excruciating force. As Norman flew through the air, Kale smirked with satisfaction, striding toward the fallen elf, more specifically, the black dagger embedded in his chest. The dagger emanated an ominous red-black glow, tendrils of energy snaking toward Norman's heart. With a swift motion, Kale withdrew the dagger, gazing at the unconscious elf and uttering a disdainful, pathetic. He commanded, "Bind him and take him back." Just as the trolls retrieved ropes to restrain Norman, a female elf emerged from the thicket, her voice ringing out, "Dirty beasts, repent under the holy light. Command, detonate." A radiant sphere materialized before the trolls, exploding with a resounding boom, unleashing a blinding burst of golden light. "Ah, my eyes. I can't see." The troll named Blugga cried out. In the chaos of the explosion, the trolls dropped their weapons, clutching their eyes and fleeing in panic. Kale, momentarily blinded, rolled on the ground, clutching the dagger, seeking refuge in the underbrush, his heart igniting with boundless fury. After a long, interminable time, a glimmer of light finally returned to the scene. Kale squinted at his scattered subordinates, searching for any trace of the elves on the ground. He let out a furious roar to the heavens. "Ah!" Chapter 6, Reinforcements. "Ah!" Norman clutched his head, rolling frantically on the chaotic ground. As the whispers in his ears grew increasingly frenzied and clear, threatening to pull him into the abyss of this dark, crimson world, his consciousness freezing in that very moment. At the edge of the battlefield, a black shadow knelt on the ground, hands raised high, face contorted with agony, and the murmurs grew ever more fervent. "Brother Norman, you will come back to us, won't you?" He beheld a group of small children surrounding him, their voices overlapping in eager inquiry. "Norman, my child, pursuing those who have forsaken you will never lead to joy." He saw Lady Afukia gently sewing while imparting her wisdom. "I am Murder Randall Rashel. Wretches, this is your hell. Survive or perish." He witnessed the haughty noble from the first day in the blazing sun, disdainfully addressing them. In his days, he glimpsed vast deserts, lush primal jungles, and towering pyramid-like structures. From that pyramid emanated a black-red glow, shrouded beneath a gray sky, the decaying earth littered with withered trees, while torrents of blood surged forth, new monsters coalescing within. After a brief gestation, they birthed indescribable horrors. At the altar's edge, countless trolls chanted and cried out something indistinct. "I cannot hear. I cannot hear. Closer, closer." Norman clutched his head, mumbling wildly. A monstrous creature, resembling a velociraptor with a gaping maw, dripped black slime from its hide. It seemed to spot Norman and charged towards him, mouth agape, revealing rows of jagged teeth, snapping and gnashing as it began to devour his memories. Silvermoon City, Elder's Walk. One building after another crumbled under that monstrous bite. High elves fell powerless beneath its onslaught. Norman sensed the entire world shifting towards the colors he had glimpsed in his days. Closer, closer, as the great maw continued its feast. Only the small isle of Twilight Home remained, and that monstrous mouth, devoid of compassion, clamped down on its walls, causing the structure to collapse. Children inside, panicked, were revealed. Lady Ophiuchia stood defiantly before the maw, arms outstretched, determined to shield the children from the impending terror. With a crunch, the great mouth mercilessly swallowed her. A shattering sound echoed, and a chilling wave enveloped his world, encasing it in frost. Monster! How dare you! How dare you! A profound, indescribable fury surged from the depths of his heart, transforming into a colossal hand that seized the creature within its grasp. Die, monster! The hand clenched violently, and he heard a cracking sound as the entire realm of consciousness began to shatter with the monstrous form crumbling within his palm. At the edge of the arena, the black shadow suddenly rose, its face contorted in a beastly howl, filled with desperation, as it charged directly at Norman's prostrate form. Norman, sensing the tranquility following the fragmentation of the scene, was suddenly struck by an ominous black light descending from the heavens, barreling towards the colossal hand. With a resounding boom in his mind, Norman felt as if his brain might explode. Blood began to seep from his nostrils, ears, and mouth as he discerned the meaning of the voice. Go Horn, you are mine. Lying amidst the wreckage, Norman felt as though an eternity had passed. Waves of dizziness lingered, blood oozing from his mouth, ears, and nose. He gazed at the cerulean sky, grimaced, and slowly rose to inspect his injuries. Removing his leather armor, Norman stared at the wound on his chest, previously scorched by holy light, now replaced with ominous black and red skin, adorned with various patterns that induced dizziness at a mere glance. The spot previously struck by the troll bore no pain. While old injuries were now enveloped beneath a layer of black-red skin, Norman was uncertain of their significance, but he knew they were far from good. Especially the last thing he had heard. What was Go Horn? The more he pondered that voice, the more his thoughts spiraled into chaos, so he resolved to dismiss it. He surveyed the scattered remnants of limbs, a wave of silence washing over him. After gathering the scattered equipment and donning them, he took a swig from his water flask, relieved that matters had not worsened. Twilight Home, I will return. Everyone, wait for me, Norman declared resolutely to himself. Then, orienting himself, he swiftly disappeared into the forest. Ah! Was that the wail of a troll? Ledrin, struggling to rise while leaning against a tree, heard the distant cries behind her. She had not yet escaped danger. What had become of Norman and the others? She thought silently, laboriously making her way into the dense woods. Estingo, capture the stinky elf. The trolls are closing in. Talia, hearing the rustling in the jungle behind her, felt a surge of urgency. Hurry, faster. Ahead lies the Windrunner camp. Brother, you must wait for me. With a clenched jaw, she tore through the vines before her, her weary steps suddenly quickening as she raced forward. In her single-minded dash, Talia failed to notice a pair of eyes observing her from the shadows. The owner of those eyes knocked an arrow, drew back the bowstring, and loosed a long arrow straight towards Talia's path. As Talia sprinted through the forest, she was suddenly halted by the unmistakable sound of a whistling arrow slicing through the air. Stumbling, she caught sight of the long arrow embedded in a tree trunk. Buzzing ominously, a surge of exhilaration washed over her, and she called out urgently into the desolate woods, I am Talia of Dusk, a ranger of the Sunfire Alliance. I am pursued by trolls. Fellow kin, I implore you to assist me. In response, a low, urgent horn echoed through the trees. The three trolls, upon hearing the call, immediately froze, their senses heightened. Carrick, this is a trap. We are to become prey. One troll exclaimed in panic. Silence your foul mouth. Do you wish to attract the wretched elves? Carrick reprimanded sternly, his voice a low hiss. We must retreat slowly now. Clutching his spear tightly, he scanned the surroundings and began to back away cautiously. Just as the trolls were about to meld back into the thicket, a flurry of arrows whistled down upon them. Dodge! Carrick bellowed, propelling himself backward with all his might, his spear raised defensively. The sickening sounds of arrows piercing flesh mingled with the trolls' anguished cries. Two of them collapsed to the ground, wailing, Carrick, help me. Carrick, take me home. As more arrows rained down from above, Carrick fought desperately. his heart heavy as he witnessed his fallen comrades succumbing to the onslaught. Carrig, tell my wife. One troll, pinned to the earth by an arrow, raised a trembling hand toward him, murmuring, "I." Before he could finish, another arrow pierced his skull, and his hand fell limply to the ground. Carrig, witnessing the brutal demise of his companions, let out a furious roar. "Cowardly, stinking elves, do you only strike from the shadows? Is this how you wish to challenge the Windrunner?" A clear female voice rang above him. "Is it not you who craves an honorable duel?" A curved blade sliced through the air silently, aiming for Carrick's neck. Startled, he fell back, thrusting his spear upward. However, the blade traced an impossible arc, like a serpent, plunging directly into his side. A sharp pain shot through him as his strength ebbed away rapidly. "I thought you were formidable, but you are merely mediocre." The chilling voice echoed behind him. With a sudden searing pain in his neck, he collapsed, his lifeless body hitting the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. "General, we have only these 3 trolls. The others are searching the path we came from," a ranger reported to the woman observing the trolls intently. "These trolls do not belong to this region. Where did they come from? Bring that ranger to me. I have questions for her." The general rose, striding towards a clearing in the forest, commanding, "Burn the bodies of these trolls." With a heart full of trepidation and doubt, Talia followed a ranger to the Windrunner general, who stood aloof, emanating an icy aura. "Speak your purpose, ranger," the general said coldly. "I am Talia of Dusk, having fled from the mountains of Antedolin. My brothers are being hunted by a band of trolls. I beseech you, please save them." Talia implored urgently. "Antedolin? Nonsense. This is the coast of the Sea of Dusk. How would you know of this place? Who sent you as a scout?" Before the general could continue, her lieutenant began to scold her loudly. Upon hearing the lieutenant's rebuke, Talia, filled with righteous indignation, produced a talisman from her cloak and knelt in the dirt. "It is this concealed talisman. Without it, I would have been captured by trolls long ago. It was given to me by my brother. I hail from House Dusk, and we are tasked with rescuing the disciple of Lord Vondeller, Liadrin. I implore you, General, save them." Her voice trembled with barely suppressed emotion. "Step back, Lieutenant," the general commanded, her tone unyielding as she dismissed the rude officer. "Liadrin, the priestess? I am familiar with her." She raised an eyebrow, observing the distraught ranger. "As for how you came to know of this camp, we shall discuss that later. But you would do well to accompany us. Can you still walk, ranger?" "I can still walk. I can still walk." A tide of joy surged within Talia, nearly overwhelming her senses. She had not anticipated receiving aid so swiftly. "Brother, wait for me. I bring reinforcements." Her heart brimmed with hope. "Ressal, prepare the griffin. Double mounts, prepare for battle, windrunners," the general commanded, and the sound of a horn echoed in response, followed by the distant calls of griffins taking flight. "Rise, ranger, and tell me your destination." "Our destination is the waterfall upstream of the Elendil River, near the direction of the Bindle runestone. The waterfall is quite conspicuous," Talia replied eagerly. "General, we require a healer. There are injured in our ranks, still pursued by the trolls." "Ranger, focus on your own safety. The griffin is not gentle," the general replied, her gaze softening as she regarded the anxious ranger. Just as Talia opened her mouth to speak again, the general interrupted. "They are here. Prepare to depart." No sooner had she spoken than a gust of wind, accompanied by piercing cries, interrupted Talia's words. A crimson griffin, clad in armor, descended before the general. "Follow me." The general mounted the griffin first, and Talia timidly approached. The beast turned its fierce gaze upon her, causing her to freeze in place, paralyzed by fear. "Huh." The general chuckled at the ranger's apprehension, then pulled the reins, addressing the griffin. "Leah, be calm. I was merely jesting with the young ranger." The dragon hawk named Leah finally retracted its fierce gaze, casting a disdainful glance at the diminutive ranger before turning its head aside. Observing that contemptuous look, Talia stamped her foot and climbed onto Leah's back, gripping tightly. "Hold on, little ranger," the general gently instructed before inquiring. "Do you not yet have an animal companion?" Perched atop the dragon hawk, Talia grasped the handholds tightly, and upon hearing the general's question, anxiety washed over her, her face flushing crimson as she replied. "I do not have an animal companion. Sustaining one is quite costly. Besides our own military subsidies, we must undertake numerous commissions to maintain our livelihoods." The general fell silent, recalling the nearly depleted amulet, and sighed softly. "It is time for us to depart." With that, she pulled the reins, and the dragon hawk let out a resounding cry as it soared into the sky. At that moment, the horizon was ablaze with crimson hues. With 7 or 8 dragon hawks already circling overhead, Talia gazed down at the verdant jungle beneath her, now bathed in a warm red glow. extending towards the distant azure mountains that seemed to stretch endlessly to the horizon. She widened her eyes, straining to discern the direction of the Silver Moon Forest, where a shimmering arcane barrier flickered in the distance. We shall follow the Elendar River upstream to seek the waterfall. Let us set forth. As she listened to the knight's rallying cries and felt the fierce wind rush past her ears, the little ranger whispered to herself, Talia has returned. Chapter 7. Reunion. Costello found himself hoisted upon the shoulder of a troll, gradually regaining consciousness amidst the jarring movements and the pungent stench emanating from the troll's skin. His head throbbed, his back ached, and his entire body itched fiercely while exuding an unpleasant odor, making him feel as though he were transforming into a putrid pile of discarded flesh. Filthy voodoo, he muttered inwardly, his mind racing to devise a means of escape from his current predicament. Yet, the relentless pain and itchiness served as a constant reminder that his journey had reached its conclusion. Amidst the jolting, he would awaken only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Time lost all meaning until he felt the sensation of weightlessness, followed by a harsh impact as he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. A groan escaped his lips as he regained consciousness again. His condition had worsened. He could feel fluid sloshing within him, akin to a half-filled kettle making a gurgling sound as he moved. Boss, as per your command, I have brought the stinking elf, a troll's voice echoed. Costello forced his swollen eyes open, and in the dim evening light, he saw one troll respectfully addressing another, charred troll. Haha, Norman's explosive arrows did quite well. This troll is indeed fortunate to still be alive, Costello thought, glancing at the scorched troll and suddenly recalling a chocobo hanging over a grill. He wanted to laugh, but was met instead with a fit of harsh coughing. Am I destined to die? I hope that greedy Mir Duran does not withhold too much from this commission. As he coughed violently, thoughts of the siblings at Dusk home flashed in his mind. As he realized how long it had been since he had seen their joyful faces, his coughing fit drew the attention of the two conversing trolls. Kale approached, delivering a swift kick to Costello, erupting into laughter. Shadra's venom is not meant for any long-eared creature to endure. He must be suffering terribly right now. Haha, boss. It looks like he is on the brink of death. Will he attract the beast's attention? A concerned troll inquired. Fear not, for I am the merciful Kale. I shall not grant him an easy death. I intend for him to wail in agony until the beast appears. Kale's gaze turned cruel as he looked upon Costello. I had planned to crush his bones inch by inch, but, here, Kale let out a chilling laugh akin to a night owl's screech. Given his state, that may no longer be necessary. I have learned many new tricks recently, and I eagerly anticipate how this long-eared stinking elf will wail as he meets his end. Hee hee. Haha. As the sound of that deranged laughter filled the air, Costello fell back into unconsciousness. Bring him, Woga. Hang him from the highest tree on the mountain. His cries will surely summon the beast, Kale commanded, pointing to the tallest tree in the direction Norman had fled. As you wish, boss, Woga nodded. Yet his feet remained firmly planted. He surveyed the ground, resembling a slaughterhouse, and uneasily asked, What shall we do if that beast returns, Master Priest? Humph. Are you more afraid of it than I am? Kale scoffed, seizing Woga by the neck and coldly interrogating him. I shall grant you powers surpassing our ancestors. I hope this is the last time. His grip tightened on the troll's throat as he enunciated each word with deliberation before shoving Woga to the ground. Yes. Woga looked up at the meditating priest, rubbing his throat with one hand while hastily regaining his footing with the other, grabbing the elf secured at his waist, and hurriedly making his way up the mountain. At this moment, the setting sun bled crimson. Lyad Darren buried the painful memories, navigating the forest with uncertain steps in the dimming twilight, unaware of how much longer it would take to escape this perilous jungle. The dark thicket ahead loomed like a monstrous maw poised to swallow her whole. Silence enveloped the woods, as if all creatures were watching her, waiting for her to willingly step into the beast's gaping mouth. This is not right. Lyad Darren slowly crouched, concealing her hand imbued with holy light beneath her body, patiently awaiting the appearance of her prey. Exhausted and parched, the once gentle holy light seemed to have turned defiant, no longer heeding her calls. Come forth, monsters. Let us perish together. Lyad Darren's thoughts wandered to the rangers who perished due to her stubbornness, and to those who now faced uncertain fates in their quest to save her. Talia's words echoed once more in her ears. I am sorry. I did not wish to do so. I am sorry. In the depths of Ledrin's heart lay an overwhelming sense of regret, yet at this moment, she felt utterly powerless. No, she could still accompany these monsters into the abyss. With this thought, her gaze grew resolute, dispelling her chaotic musings, and she focused entirely on consolidating her energy. Norman, beside the stream, hastily washed away the bloodstains from his body. He followed the traces left by Ledrin as she departed, a task not difficult for a ranger. Likewise, the trolls dwelling in the jungle easily discerned the blatant signs. However, there was no time to conceal them now. The furious shadow hunter was in pursuit, and they had to reach the Bindle rune stone with utmost haste. Norman ascended through the forest, silently attuning himself to the changes occurring within his body. And the fleeting visions he glimpsed, scattered limbs and remnants of battle. Was this truly me? The light in the forest gradually dimmed as night approached. Wait, what is that ahead? As Norman leapt from the tree, he spotted a dark figure motionless in the distance. He slowed his pace, cautiously inching closer. Ledrin heard it, a presence drawing near, a scrutinizing gaze sending shivers down her spine. Closer, just a bit closer now, Ledrin shouted, "Die, monster!" as she turned and unleashed a burst of holy light. Norman cautiously approached the shadow on the ground, illuminated by the faint light, realizing it was the priestess Ledrin. He sighed in relief, preparing to speak her name, Leah. But to his astonishment, the priestess suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "Command, banish evil," and hurled a concentrated orb of holy energy towards him. "Die, monster!" Norman's eyelids fluttered, his muscles quivering as he beheld the perilous holy energy sphere hurtling toward him. His first instinct was, has she discovered my abnormality? Despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, his body reacted swiftly. He rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the dangerously radiant orb, and propelled himself forward towards the priestess. The priestess was no feeble opponent. "Ah, monster!" Ledrin saw a shadow lunging at her, managing only a pained cry before being tackled back. With a thud, her body crashed to the ground, the wretched shadow clinging to her, its hot breath fanning her face. "Let me go, monster! Release me!" Ledrin shouted. Eyes shut tight, struggling fiercely, pushing with all her might. "Miss Ledrin, please, calm down. It's me, Norman. It's me." The priestess's frantic struggles left Norman in a dire predicament, compelling him to pin her hands down, urgently calling out to the wild-eyed priestess. "Open your eyes and look at me. I am Norman. I am Norman." In the midst of the chaos, Ledrin heard him clearly. She suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the ranger captain, her struggles gradually subsiding. Seeing the priestess regain her composure, Norman exhaled deeply, instinctively releasing her hands, silently recalling the words of the elders, the strength of a priestess. Ledrin rubbed her wrists, staring blankly at the ranger, when suddenly a realization seemed to strike her, and she began to struggle anew. "Miss Ledrin, listen to me. Let go of me, you shameless rogue." Upon hearing the indignant reproach, Norman thought, "A rogue? I came to save you, didn't I?" Smack! A loud slap echoed through the forest. "Ouch! That really hurt. Get off me, brute ranger." Norman covered his face, glancing at the priestess beneath him. Ah, no, a strength-based priestess. Suddenly, he recalled the source of the misalignment, his face contorting in distress as he awkwardly sat up. One hand pressed against his cheek while the other explored his mouth for loose teeth. Thankfully, nothing had fallen out. A metallic taste lingered in his mouth, and he spat out a mixture of blood and saliva onto the ground, cursing under his breath as he realized the inside of his mouth was severely injured. Stealing a glance at the silent priestess sitting on the ground, rubbing her hands in silence, he felt even more troubled. The two remained in silence amidst the forest, the darkness deepening as night enveloped them. A rumbling from Norman's stomach shattered the awkward stillness, resonating loudly in the quiet atmosphere. Since the troll's haven tea caught up yet, would you like something to eat?" He retrieved rations from his pocket and offered them to Ledrin, his tone unexpectedly gentle. A promise he made to himself. "Humph." Ledrin huffed, snatching the food without further ado and turning away to take small bites. Hearing her munching, a hint of relief washed over Norman's face, hoping fervently that his actions would diminish their rewards. "Cough, cough, cough. I seem to have choked on my food," Norman exclaimed, quickly unscrewing his water flask and hastily handing it to the priestess. "I filled it with water from the stream, purified with green leaves." Without a word, Ledrin accepted the flask, drinking quietly. "This is not good." Norman returned to his spot, hand pressed against his swollen cheek, silently pondering his next move. "Thank you." A gentle voice broke the silence. "Huh." Norman looked up, bewildered. Thank you. Without you, I." Her voice grew slightly louder and more hurried. "Haha, it's nothing, Miss Ledrin. It's our duty. Because of my stubbornness, many were lost. I hope Talia and the others are safe. Don't underestimate them. Costello is very strong. He dedicates extensive hours to archery practice, trap setting, and agility drills. He's an expert at escaping." Norman paused, proud of his companion Talia, whose agility was unmatched and speed the swiftest among us. "Once we return, you will see." Perhaps they are already waiting for us at our destination, he exclaimed. Listening to Norman's words, filled with pride for his comrade, she nodded firmly, rekindling her confidence. The House of Dusk, it must be a refuge for warriors, akin to the place I once resided. She mused silently while savoring her food. Let us rest for a moment before we set forth. Observing the rejuvenated cleric before him, Norman gently addressed Liadeline. The danger still lurks behind us. Chapter 8. Despair damn those foul elves. Woga grumbled as he clambered up the tree, gripping the rope tightly. All right, find that wretched elf, he shouted to the ogres below. The ogres responded from the ground. It's secure. Pull him up. Heave-ho, Shadra. 1, 2, with all your might. Heave-ho, you're the greatest. 1, 2, Woga, 1, 2. Put your strength into it. Several ogres stood among the trees, chanting as they hoisted the elf towards the treetops. Ugh, this foul elf reeks, even from this distance. I can smell his putrid stench. One ogre complained, pinching his nose as he observed the elf nearing the top. Fool, forget about the stench. We're down to just a few of us now. Let us finish this and await that beast's arrival to capture and slay it. Another ogre chided, eyeing his nose-holding companion. You wouldn't want to die looking so grotesque, would you? The ogre with his nose covered shivered. Indeed, that would not be a pleasant fate. Bind him securely. Quickly chop those branches down and pile them up. You fools, don't burden Woga. Woga, standing atop the tree, was incensed by his comrade's idle chatter. As the branches fell one by one, accumulating beneath the great tree, Kale concluded his meditation and approached. Well done, Woga. Upon our return, I shall reward you with meat. Kale casually tore a piece of charred skin and tossed it to the ogres. Thank you for your generosity, boss. Woga beamed with delight. Shall we ignite the fire now? Boss. No, wait until nightfall. For now, eat and conserve your strength. Prepare for battle, Kale advised, squatting and gazing into the dense forest, his voice steady. Eat well. I shall empower you, granting you unparalleled strength. As the moon ascended, illuminating the treetops and casting light upon Costello's swollen form, Kale commanded, ignite the fire. Then gather within the magic circle. Yes, my lord. A torch was tossed onto the pile of branches, and flames erupted, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. Watching the ogres settle into the magic circle, Kale's eyes flickered with a cruel glint, hoping the spells bestowed upon him by the Bloodseeker would prove effective. He then closed his eyes and began reciting the arcane incantation. As Kale's chant swelled, a thin veil of red mist enveloped the clearing, extending outward until the moon appeared to be stained crimson. The incantation grew increasingly frenzied, and the ogre's skin began to seep droplets of blood, which levitated and coalesced into a blood sphere. Kale pointed towards Costello, and the sphere shot forth, merging with the elf's body. Huh. Costello awakened as the blood sphere entered him, feeling his bodily fluids boiling, temperature rising as if he were being baked like iron in a furnace. His consciousness blurred amidst the relentless heat, leaving only an endless burning sensation to provoke him. Each time he felt on the verge of being scorched, an eerie vitality surged within him, pulling his awareness back from this infernal torment. Ah! Costello screamed in agony through the crucible of suffering. Hearing the elf's cries, Kale nodded in satisfaction, then closed his eyes once more, continuing his incantation with an increasingly sinister demeanor. The blood of the ogres began to seep and gather anew. At that moment, Kale's skin also started to ooze blood, but unlike the red blood of the ogres, his flowed black. As the blood continued to seep, Kale's form became more emaciated, and the red mist transformed into a black shroud, causing the surrounding trees to wither, turn yellow, and eventually gray. The blood sphere grew larger and darker, exuding a potent aura of malevolence. The incantation slowed to a deliberate pace. Huh, Kale bellowed. And the blood sphere shattered into countless blood arrows, shooting towards the surrounding ogres, the largest aimed directly at Kale. As the blood arrows struck the ogres, they instantly merged with their bodies, their bones and muscles writhing and swelling with the infusion of the blood. Amidst these transformations, Norman and Liadeline traversed swiftly through the dimly lit forest, the distant roar of water echoing in their ears. Look behind us. Smoke and flames. Liadeline called out to Norman, who was clearing the path ahead. Norman glanced back at the fiery spectacle atop the hill. It's nothing. Perhaps just the ogre's makeshift camp. No, in the trees. Something is there. He focused intently on the treetops in the distance. It was Costello. Cursed ogres have captured him. Fury surged within Norman. I must return to rescue him. You keep moving forward. Beyond the waterfall lies the barrier. Take this. He thrust a runed stone, resembling a key, into Liadeline's hand. This is a temporary key for the barrier. It can only be used once. Hold on to it. and do not look back. With urgency, Norman declared and turned to sprint back towards the hill. Norman, wait. I'm coming with you. Liadeline grasped the rune stone in her hand and called out to Norman. I have been fleeing for too long, sacrificing so many in the process. Today, I refuse to run any longer. Nonsense. You must return to your master, Norman admonished sternly. Taking a deep breath, he continued, if we do not return, I beg of you, look after the children of the Twilight House. Enough. I have said I will not flee again. She was like a furious wildcat. With each word, she declared, I will accompany you to rescue him. But I am a priest. I will be of no use. Norman gazed at the enraged yet resolute priestess and slowly nodded. Let us go. In the midst of this unending torment, Costello, if not bound, would have torn open his chest to find even a sliver of relief. But now he could only unleash his agony through relentless screams. Amidst his howls, he caught a glimpse through the black mist of the trolls below. Their swollen bodies and muscles writhing beneath their skin, sitting there oblivious as the dark mist washed over them. Is this hell? In this purgatorial suffering, he wished for something to end his pain. Oh, eternal sun, anything would suffice to bring this torment to a close. Norman, Talia, do not come closer. Go far away. A hand emerged from behind Costello, gently resting on his shoulder. Ah, who is it? Kill me, please, kill me. Costello cried out desperately. It is I, Norman. Hold on, I will cut your bonds soon. Norman, stifling his sobs, reassured Costello. With a sharp crack, his hands were freed. Ah! Costello began to pound his head with his fists. Costello, do not strike your head. Embrace the tree, hold it tight. I will free your feet now. All right. I am holding the tree, ah. With another crack, Norman said, All right, let us descend, we are going home. Tears glistened in his tiger-like eyes as he spoke softly. Yes, yes, kill me. Yes, yes, we are going home. Costello clung to the tree trunk, repeatedly butting his head against it, his consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion. But upon hearing the words going home, a spark of light ignited in his eyes. As they reached the base of the tree, the mist had inexplicably dispersed. Ah, poor mouse, you almost escaped. A mocking voice rang out just as Norman and the others reached the tree's base. Norman, cradling Costello, looked around to find themselves surrounded by towering shadows within the forest. What a splendid friendship. Though one mouse is missing, it is of no consequence. 3 of you will suffice. Cale sauntered into the light of the fire. At that moment, Norman and the others beheld the shadowy hunter that had relentlessly pursued them, and the creature's appearance was far more fearsome than before. With jet-black fangs, blood-red eyes, and skin of a dark crimson hue, something writhed beneath its flesh, exuding an overwhelming stench of blood that made one want to retch. Abominable creature, what monstrosity are you? Liadeline, sensing the overwhelming aura of malevolence, could not help but shout, her fingers dancing as she prepared to harness her energy. The plan has changed. Take care of Costello, dear priestess, and guide him home. I shall hold them off. Norman halted Liadeline's movements, speaking in a grave tone. He gently placed the struggling Costello into Liadeline's arms, then drew his longbow, knocking 3 arrows and taking aim at the shadowy hunter before them. I intended to crush your bones and drain your blood, but you may yet serve a greater purpose, so capture them. Cale waved his arms, and the shadows in the forest roared and surged towards the trio, towards the waterfall. Run! Norman turned and fired at the shadows heading towards the waterfall. Without waiting to see the outcome, he tossed aside his longbow, unsheathed his curved dagger, and turned to slash at Cale. As his words fell, Liadeline immediately embraced Costello and sprinted towards the waterfall. 3 arrows whistled through the air, soaring past her and embedding themselves into the skull of a troll that had just emerged from the shadows. The troll, struck by the arrows, continued its forward charge for 2 steps before collapsing, kicking up a cloud of dust. Darting past the fallen body, they fled into the woods. The sounds of battle and Costello's pained cries echoing behind them, blurring Liadeline's vision with tears. In a fleeting moment of distraction, move aside. Costello suddenly collided with her, shoving her down the slope, just as a charging troll barreled into him, tumbling them both into darkness. We promised to stop fleeing. Liadeline rose, wiping her tears, and knelt, beginning to pray. A pursuing troll spotted her, howling as it charged forward. With a swift strike, Norman cleaved through the intercepting troll, its black blood splattering onto him, yet he pressed on toward Cale. Very brave. I can smell your essence, akin to ours. Join us, and you shall be spared. Cale taunted as he sidestepped a slashing blow from the advancing elf. Norman paid no heed to the troll's incessant chatter, focusing solely on his relentless assault. Each strike faster than the last. Ugh, you have angered me. Now perish, you wretch. Cale glanced down at the wound on his chest. the memory of yesterday's battle vivid in his mind. His body, like those of the other trolls, began to swell, a dark light enveloping his hands. Meanwhile, Norman continued his furious assault, consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood, oblivious to the black light emanating from his own chest. As a layer of dark energy began to manifest upon his face, Kale deftly evaded, the dark aura enveloping his hands dissipating, replaced by a pair of colossal bone blades. "Come forth, kill he." Kale raised his arm to block a curved dagger, retaliating with a thrust. Observing the elven figure leap back, he emitted a shrill, mocking laughter before lunging at the elf once more. "Ah, the pain, I shall return it to you." Custellar, leveraging his slender physique, clung tenaciously to the massive form of the berserk troll, viciously gnawing at its neck, indifferent to the pain inflicted by the troll's colossal hands slapping against him. "Ah!" The troll, tormented by the incessant biting, rolled and flailed, attempting to crush the elf as one might swat a fly. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struck or tossed, the elf continued to gnaw at it, resulting in a cacophony of howls and frantic movements. Gradually, the troll ceased its struggles, only the sound of labored breathing remaining as its raised hand fell weakly to the ground. The forest fell silent, save for the continued creaking of flesh being torn apart. "O radiant holy light, grant me strength to vanquish the evil before me. Disperse this endless darkness." Lyerlin rose, pointing directly at the charging troll. "Command, exorcism." A beam of light surged towards the troll, and with a resounding thud, the swiftly approaching creature was enveloped in a golden energy, propelled backward at an even greater speed, exploding into a heap of charred remains before it even touched the ground. Yet another threat emerged, two massive figures crashing through the trees, rushing towards this very spot. This was the end. Lyerlin thought fleetingly, summoning the energy of the holy light once more. Wah! The two trolls roared as they charged, their excitement intensifying at the sight of the elven maiden. Time was running out. As the trolls approached with alarming speed, Lyerlin silently calculated the distance, only to be surprised as a figure leapt from the shadows, pouncing onto one of the trolls. Custellar was still alive. "Command, bind." Lyerlin raised her hand, ensnaring the other troll in golden chains that bound it immovably in place, the chains hissing against its skin, an unmistakable manifestation of malevolent energy. She glanced at the trapped troll before focusing her energy once again, preparing to aid Custellar in defeating the remaining beast. "Is this all you are capable of? Is this your true strength?" Kale licked the blood from the edge of his bone blade, eyeing the elf before him. A long gash extended from his left shoulder to his right chest, flesh grotesquely torn. "You may perish now, long-eared wretch," Kale bellowed, swinging his arms to strike at the elf. Norman, just before being struck, found his consciousness slipping back into the visions he had previously encountered. This time, he traversed the towering spire, entering the pyramid's interior, where he beheld the thunderous, rotating gears, black viscous fluid surging between them. In a vast chamber, a multitude of twisted beings writhed as his awareness sank deeper. He witnessed, Chapter 9, before dawn. He beheld a massive cocoon radiating chaotic energy, filling the space with its frenzied whispers. The moment he laid eyes upon it, his entire consciousness felt frozen, as if the universe revolved solely around this magnificent entity, compelling him to prostrate in worship. The cocoon seemed to perceive him as well, its words growing more fervent, the chaotic energy surging violently. "We are the masters of this world. How dare the filthy blood slaves harm us?" No sooner had the words left its mouth than a mass of chaotic energy surged toward Norman, enveloping his consciousness. What a powerful and pure force. Just as Norman reveled in this realization, a jolt of pain yanked him back to reality, where he found a grotesque wound gaping on his chest. "Ah! How dare you disrupt my energy?" Norman roared, deflecting Kale's bone blade with his curved dagger, re-engaging in battle. Kale sensed that the elf before him appeared impervious to pain and fatigue, growing stronger with each passing moment, while defending against him became increasingly arduous. "Minions, I command you to join me. Together, we shall eliminate him." Kale could not contain his command as the remaining trolls howled and charged toward Norman. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, crack! Custellar leapt onto the troll's massive frame, his hands firmly gripping its shifting skin, which offered ample points for his grasp. He bit into the troll's neck, which quickly lowered its head, feeling a sharp pain in its ear. "Ah, my ear!" The troll howled madly, its hands swatting at the elf clinging to it, spinning wildly in an attempt to dislodge the irritating creature. Crush him! This single thought consumed the troll's mind. But its massive hands could not seize the elf now clambering upon its back. It resorted to slamming its back against trees, creating a cacophony of crashing wood that echoed throughout the forest. With each bite Custellar took from the troll, he spat out blood, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. The searing heat within him slowly fading. He understood, his time was running short. Command, exorcism. A ray of divine light surged toward the troll beneath Custellar, who felt an immense energy emanating from the creature below, colliding with the searing energy within him. He uncontrollably released the troll, which tumbled to the ground, rolling and howling as the two energies clashed violently within its body, blood streaming from its orifices, red, black, and green, as if a dying workshop had burst forth. Lyerlin paid no heed to the struck troll, her heavy steps carrying her to Custellar's side, where she placed a soft glow of holy light directly upon him. Command, heal. Custello felt as though he might explode. At that moment, a gentle energy surged into his body, granting him a fleeting sense of tranquility. He slowly opened his eyes, blinking several times before realizing that it was the little girl they had rescued, her face awash with tears and worry, gazing at him. He endeavored to smile, to part his lips, but the muscles of his face would not respond. Healing. Another wave of energy surged into him, suppressing the restless energy once more. Gazing at the little girl before him, her nostrils and the corners of her eyes seeping blood, he gently shook his head, summoning every ounce of strength. He tore the insignia from around his neck and offered it to her. Delyn, upon seeing the insignia, instantly understood its significance. With tears mingling with the blood at the corners of her eyes, she cried out, Custello, no. We still have a chance, hold on. She prepared to channel her energy for another healing attempt. As the sacred light energy coalesced, blood began to drip from her nostrils, each drop falling onto the priest's robe. Yet, in the next moment, as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, the sacred light energy flickered erratically before extinguishing completely. Custello pressed the hand holding the insignia gently onto Delyn's hand, his lips quivering as he regarded her with hopeful eyes. Delyn sobbed softly, nodding in understanding, taking the insignia from his hand and clenching it tightly in her palm. In that instant, joy flickered in Custello's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a profound darkness. No. Crumpled over Custello's increasingly cold body, Delyn let out a heart-wrenching wail. Monster, what are you? Kale observed the elf before him, surrounded by an indistinguishable mass of energy. The approaching trolls struck at him, but before they could reach him, a barrier of light repelled them. However, the curved blade in his hand, a weapon that consumed and exhaled energy, was lethal. A wave of terror engulfed Kale, and he retreated frantically, sacrificing his blood thralls to the onslaught. I refuse to believe your energy is limitless. He seethed, retreating with malice. As the slaughter continued, the layer of energy enveloping Norman visibly diminished. Kale smirked at the sight of the elf still battling against several blood trolls. It's almost over. Wait for it, elf. Your power will be mine. Come forth, my blood thralls. Your supreme master grants you greater strength. With that, he drew the black dagger from his waist, slashing it across his chest, dark blood spraying into the air. Kale wiped the wound with his right hand, staunching the bleeding. Raising his hands to form a blood sphere, he began to chant incantations. Amid the dwindling energy, Norman struggled to detach himself from the intoxicating thrill of slaughter, feeling overwhelmed as the trolls kept coming. Having driven one away, another would immediately take its place. A troll struck Norman from behind, knocking him to the ground, and he realized that the protective barrier had vanished without a trace. Kale, witnessing the first elf to fall, was filled with frenzied excitement. Now is the time. Forward, my thralls. He thrust his hands toward the blood sphere, which split into 5 parts, hurtling toward the trolls. Upon contact, the trolls began to swell, their eyes glowing with a more terrifying intensity, their roars growing ever more frenzied as they charged toward Norman. In anguish, Delyn, hearing the trolls' roars from the hilltop, gradually straightened her body, wiped away her tears, and donned Custello's insignia around her neck. Rising, she set her sights on the hilltop, repeating to herself, I will not flee again, as she trudged forward with heavy steps. Water, Talia exclaimed, pointing urgently. Over there, she called out to the Windrunner General ahead. I heard you, little ranger, it's right in front of you. Your sense of distance leaves much to be desired. Who is your teacher? The Windrunner General's voice remained crisp, but Talia felt her face flush with embarrassment. We have arrived. Just as Talia's cheeks burned, the general lightly spoke, urging the dragon hawk to descend near the waterfall. It seems your brother is not here. Do you have anything to say, Ranger? The general stood at the waterfall's edge, not looking at Talia, yet she could sense an aura of chilling authority enveloping them. General, the dragon hawk has detected something unusual in the direction of Mount Antedolin. Smoke is clearly visible. At that moment, a dragon hawk landed, delivering a report that contradicted Talia's earlier claims. My brother is over there. We were fleeing along Mount Antedolin. They must have engaged the trolls. Talia, disregarding the general's oppressive presence, spoke hastily. Silence, you brutish ranger. A soldier rebuked. Do not disturb the general's judgment. Since there is a discovery, her words cannot be entirely dismissed, the general remarked coldly, casting a glance at Talia. Advanced towards the smoke. Meanwhile, Norman, besieged by the trolls, found himself at a disadvantage. His curved blade was stuck in the shoulder of an even larger troll, leaving him to rely on a dagger and a handful of arrows. Ha ha ha, long ears. Are you ready to meet your demise? Kale cackled, pushing the blood thralls back before shouting, Here I come. He swung his bone blades and leapt toward Norman, eager to claim his final prize. Norman felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Consciousness had broken free from the madness of battle. Looking at the trolls joining the fray, he taunted. A shadow hunter relying on numbers for victory. Where is your hunteress honor? Bah, you are no elf, merely an unknown monstrosity. Carly spat, her voice dripping with disdain. Since you crave glory, allow me to grant it to you. Oh, behold, a delightful surprise awaits. As Carly spoke, her gaze suddenly shifted to Norman's rear, her expression transforming into one of exaggerated astonishment. Such petty tricks are futile, troll. Norman paid no heed to Carly's theatrics, remaining vigilant to every move she made. How dull. Carly grinned, her hands outstretched. Very well, prepare yourself. With that, she lunged forward, twin blades in hand. Norman, encumbered by the weight of his own steps, evaded Carly's assault with measured caution. Thoughts of Costello, Corey, Talia, and the House of Dusk flooded his mind. For Costello and Talia, he must vanquish this troll. Blood spattered as a blade found its mark on Norman's back. Daring to be distracted in battle, elf? Are you contemplating how to meet your demise? Carly taunted. Watching Norman gasp for breath. Ignoring her mockery, Norman immersed himself in the visions that danced before him. Closer, closer, the immense chrysalis of transcendent existence. Grant me strength. Even if it leads to utter madness. He prayed silently to the chrysalis. I am the sovereign. You shall be the spear that pierces this world. The immense chrysalis relished Norman's plea, bestowing upon him a surge of double energy. I am Gohorn, the sovereign of this realm. With those words, Norman plunged into a vortex of insatiable desire. Ah! He roared, his presence swelling. His once pale golden hair, ignited by the rush of blood, began to tarnish into a deep crimson, matching the hue of his wheat-colored skin. Black-red tendrils unfurled from his hair and shoulders, stretching and solidifying from transparency into form. Yet the trolls were unwilling to permit his transformation to continue. Carly observed the elf's ongoing metamorphosis, dread enveloping her once more. Up, 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 blood thralls, she commanded, gesturing for her minions to charge while she circled the battlefield, seeking an opportunity to strike. With a ferocious growl, Norman seized a troll's hand, wrenching it free with a violent tug. As the troll stumbled, he leapt onto its back, fists clenched, and struck down upon its head. Thud! The troll collapsed, and Norman leapt towards another. Seizing the opportunity, Carly swung her arms, leaping forward, her blades slicing. Ah! The elf cried, delivering a swift punch to Carly's shoulder. Bang! Crunch! Carly was propelled backward by the force, crashing to the ground. She rolled to a crouch, emitting a pained growl. Upon closer inspection, her shoulder was caved in, blood streaming from her mouth and nose. Meanwhile, Norman lay crumpled, writhing in agony, deep wounds visible on his chest and back. Bah! Carly spat, rising unsteadily. One hand pressed against her injured shoulder as she attempted to heal herself, all while commanding her blood thralls to mercilessly batter the fallen Norman. Pummel him into a pulp. Thud, thud, thud. The remaining blood thralls rained down punches upon Norman, clouds of dust rising as the earth trembled beneath them. Carly's expression darkened as she observed the swirling dust. The absence of cracking bones and anguished cries was abnormal. Very abnormal indeed. Liadeline struggled up the mountainside, hearing the thuds that were not typical of battle. What has happened to Norman? She clenched her teeth, quickening her pace. Upon reaching the summit, she glimpsed several larger trolls relentlessly pounding the ground. A depression had formed, within which a black-red luminescent cocoon flickered under the trolls' assault. Pulsating with an energy akin to their own, malevolent. Liadeline watched the cocoon, feeling dizzy, and instinctively averted her gaze, deducing something was amiss. Where's Norman? She searched frantically for his silhouette, but found none. Could it be? Battling through her dizziness, she returned her focus to the black-red cocoon. Is that Norman? At that moment, not only dizziness enveloped her, but also a cacophony of maddening whispers echoed in her ears. She clasped her head, feeling as though it might explode. Carly, observing the elf in distress at the mountain's edge, felt her grim expression ease. If she could capture her, the task of the Bloodseeker would be complete. Resolute in abandoning her blood thralls, she decided they could amuse themselves with the monster while she approached the elf. Then, suddenly, boom, the cocoon erupted. Earth and debris soared into the air, chaos ensued on the battlefield, and a blood-red figure flickered amidst the swirling dirt. The figure seized a blood thrall by the throat and slammed it into the ground, causing the earth to tremble once more. The thrall lay still, devoid of struggle. The blood-red figure unleashed a primal roar, clenched its fists, and leapt high, descending upon another blood thrall that searched for its master amidst the turmoil. Crack! The thrall's facial bones shattered with a crisp sound, its visage caving inward while black blood sprayed outward. Before it even hit the ground, the blood-red figure relentlessly pummeled the thrall with a flurry of blows. The dull thuds mingled with the sounds of breaking bones, resonating like a heartbeat among all beings present, instilling fear in their hearts. At that moment, the splattered mud and dust gradually settled, revealing a blood-red figure, Norman. He was relentlessly pummeling the blood slave before him, which staggered backward under the immense force of his blows, producing a series of thunderous impacts as flesh met flesh. The remaining two blood slaves, witnessing the monstrous sight before them, displayed a flicker of fear in their bloodthirsty eyes. They refrained from charging again, instead retreating cautiously, ready to flee at any moment. Karai, having barely taken 2 steps, heard the commotion and turned to escape into the dense forest behind him. To hell with the mission. To hell with the Bloodseekers. May these monsters be damned. Karai's heart raced with dread, and he resolved to flee far away, wishing to become invisible to all. Ledrin caught sight of Norman, but he was no longer the gentle ranger she once knew. With a cry of despair, she called out, "Norman." Upon hearing his name, the blood-red figure paused, turning its head toward her, tilting it as if pondering the familiarity of the name. "Norman, can you hear me? Come back." Ledrin's heart was already consumed by grief. The kind soul she cherished had vanished, replaced by a twisted, malevolent form radiating dark energy. She continued to call his name, hoping to summon back the gentle Norman. Suddenly, the blood-red figure, panting heavily, seemed to have an epiphany. One hand pressed against its head while the other began to pound it furiously. After several futile blows, it raised its gaze, glaring furiously at Ledrin. With a furious roar, it propelled itself towards her like a cannonball. At that very moment, a piercing eagle's cry echoed through the air. A barrage of feathered arrows cascaded from the skies, raining down upon the bewildered blood slaves still retreating. The sound of arrows piercing flesh filled the air, and the 2 remaining blood slaves trembled violently, their bodies riddled with arrows. They stretched their arms skyward, gazing at the soaring dragon eagles, releasing a long sigh as their massive forms crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Karai, witnessing the demise of the monsters, felt a surge of elation and dashed toward the forest. Just then, a loud eagle's cry reverberated above him, causing his heart to race as he summoned all his strength to sprint into the dark woods, oblivious to the icy blue arrow silently approaching his back. Crack! The arrow pierced his back with a soft snap. "Huh," Karai managed to utter in confusion before he felt a rapid chill enveloping him. He realized he was still in mid-run, yet his feet could no longer move. Command, suppress. At that moment, as Norman launched toward him, Ledrin suppressed her instinct to flee, summoning her last vestige of strength to push forth a beam of azure energy toward Norman. However, blood began to pour from her mouth and nose as she slumped to the ground, the medallion around her neck swirling in the air alongside her blood, descending with her as she resigned herself to fate. In that instant, the azure energy struck Norman. Roar! Norman, one hand gripping Ledrin's neck while the other raised in a fist, hesitated to bring it down. Beneath his skin, the blue and dark red energies intertwined, struggling for dominance. His fist remained suspended, his gaze flickering between clarity and madness. He focused intently on the elven woman beneath him, not just on her, but on the medallion at her neck, which ignited a profound sorrow within him, enveloping his entire being. "Norman, don't!" Talia cried as she leaped from her dragon eagle, rushing toward him. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past Talia's ear, striking Norman in the shoulder. She stood frozen, staring at the arrow that had pierced him, propelling him away from Ledrin before vanishing into the darkness. "Don't!" Talia screamed, her heart shattered, as she rushed forward, cradling the unconscious Norman in her arms, pressing against his bleeding wound as tears streamed down her cheeks, murmuring, "Don't leave me, don't abandon Talia." Ledrin, on the brink of death, Faintly heard the echo of the eagle's cry, followed by Talia's heart-wrenching plea before she succumbed to darkness. Chapter 10. A day in the cursed Lyra's. Her wounds are not severe. However, I am more concerned about the potential aftereffects of her excessive energy use. Her spirit has suffered significant trauma. Please forgive my inadequacy. Enough, Orgia, this does not concern you. As for the matter of her mental distress, I believe Lord Fondler is on his way here. My greater interest lies with the ranger. How is he faring? The voice was calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Yet a hint of eagerness lingered in the last sentence. His condition is more precarious. However, while tending to his wounds, I made a startling discovery. Ledrin, drifting in and out of consciousness, faintly heard two voices conversing. She struggled to open her eyes, but a sharp pain pierced her mind, eliciting a soft groan before she sank back into oblivion. My lord, it seems she has just awakened, exclaimed the voice referred to as Orgia in astonishment. Observing the still unconscious female elf on the bed, the lord's tone remained calm. I have encountered countless mage apprentices who, like her, have suffered severe mental trauma. It is her fortune not to have succumbed to madness. Urja. After a brief pause, he continued, let us speak of you. A series of knocks interrupted him. My lord. His Excellency Vonderler has arrived, announced the guard from outside. Ah, what a commendable mentor he is he not? The lord chuckled lightly. And as his footsteps led him outward, he added, take good care of them, Urja. The room fell silent once more, save for the gentle sound of the injured's breathing. Similarly, the young Lyras, standing before the Windrunner territory, was filled with trepidation. This was his first time hosting esteemed guests since his birth, and he endeavored to calm his anxious heart. Standing at the welcoming entrance, he felt his cheeks flush under the scrutinizing gazes around him. Bitterness welled up within him as he thought of his elder sister who had rushed back with her subordinates, leaving two injured and a captured troll behind before soaring away again. His second sister had claimed she would check on the injured, though he was uncertain whether they still lived, and his third sister had vanished, returning only to scold him if he dared to inquire about her whereabouts. As he watched a dragonhawk approach from afar, Lyras adjusted his attire once more, determined not to let any imperfections bring shame to the Windrunner family. Soon, a white-haired high priest descended from the back of the dragonhawk, and Lyras hastily went to greet him, saying, welcome, Your Excellency Vonderler. Your presence makes today's atmosphere exceptionally gentle. Ha ha ha, your ancestors certainly did not possess such charm, Vonderler jested, eyeing the overly reserved young man before him. In the blink of an eye, the little boy who had once trailed behind his third sister had matured into the face of the Windrunner family. One could only wonder which blossoms adorned his breast. Lyras, momentarily taken aback by the priest's words, had anticipated him to be as solemn as the legend suggested, but instead, he found him to be so exuberant. Noticing the young elf's dazed expression, Vonderler laughed heartily and teased, are you not going to invite me in for a moment's respite? It is not the Windrunner way to leave a guest standing outside. Realizing his lapse, Lyras quickly regained his composure, his face flushed, and led the way inside. Observing his flustered demeanor, Vonderler chuckled again, following Lyras with a warm smile. Should every elder behave as you do, I would allow Lyras to focus solely on his music. Just as they approached the high tower, a female elf approached them, playfully mocking, you are not bringing me in to rest? Vonderler's eyes brightened upon seeing the approaching female elf. She wore soft leather armor adorned with blue patterns, her movements graceful and captivating. A blue ribbon held her flowing hair. Swaying like a ponytail, a delicate chain of amethyst graced her smooth neck, enhancing her ethereal beauty. What a remarkable and valiant ranger of the Windrunner. Good day, Your Excellency Vonderler. As he admired her, she had already reached him, offering a respectful greeting. Good day, Lady Sylvanas. The Windrunner family truly abounds with talent. Vonderler returned the gesture, gazing appreciatively at the two Windrunners before him. Your Excellency, your disciple has not tarnished your esteemed reputation. Please, follow me, Sylvanas replied, disregarding his praise as she gestured for him to proceed. Haha, quite direct. Let us go? Vonderler chuckled heartily, unperturbed by the minor breach of etiquette, for he had just teased her beloved brother. As Sylvanas led the way, she remarked nonchalantly, before your arrival, I checked on her condition. It is rather dire. My healer indicates her mental state has been severely compromised due to excessive spellcasting. Upon hearing this, Vonderler's smile faded, and he responded gravely. I commissioned the most accomplished ranger to rescue her. How could she have overexerted herself? When she awakens, she will recount the events. Now is not the time for such inquiries, Your Excellency, Sylvanas replied without turning back. If it were not for their efforts, you would have lost your disciple by now. We have arrived, Your Excellency. She halted before the room door and turned to Vonderler, continuing, I mean no offense, but this situation is truly perilous. Forces we have never encountered are involved. Vonderler nodded solemnly, inhaling deeply as he spoke. Let us uncover the truth of the matter. He pushed the door open and entered first. Inside the brightly lit room, a magical tome maintaining a cleansing spell floated silently, while a healer bustled between two beds placed by the window and wall. His disciple lay in agony on the bed near the window, a stark contrast to her usual playful self. Remembering the words of her parents before they perished in battle, sorrow filled his heart. He quickly approached her bedside, reaching out to check the temperature of Liadri's forehead. Fortunately, it felt normal. Whispering an incantation, he retrieved a vial of azure potion and some herbs from his magic pouch, instructing the healer softly. Divide this potion into 3 doses and administer it to Liadri at 3-hour intervals. Grind these herbs, collect the juice in an alchemical vial, and bring it to me. The healer nodded but did not take the potion or herbs. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Sylvanas. Urja, follow the instructions as directed. His Excellency Vonderler is here. There will be no issues, Sylvanas assured, casting a commendatory glance at Urja before permitting her to proceed with Vonderler's directives. Only then did the healer accept the herbs and potion, bowing to the two before exiting to prepare the necessary materials. Humph. Vonderler let out a slight huff, but refrained from saying anything further. He had little energy to be angered by the obedient healer, merely shifting his gaze to another bed. He unexpectedly found his attention captivated, unable to divert his eyes. What is this? Findeller inquired, regarding the elven figure on the bed. The ranger you commissioned has suffered grievous injuries, Sylvanas remarked, approaching the bedside and lightly tracing his fingers across the elf's face, continuing. It seems he harbors many secrets within him. I know he is a ranger. I am asking about the dark essence surging within him, a pure amalgamation of malevolence. So sinister. Findeller hastened forward, his hands weaving through the air as a sphere of azure energy coalesced in his grasp. Pressing firmly against the chest of the figure on the bed, a fetid spray of blood erupted from the elf's mouth. I suspect I can deduce some truths now. Leah employed pain suppression, leading to his profound psychological trauma. Findeller meticulously observed the blood staining his hands, the crimson liquid seemingly possessing mouths of its own, consuming and merging with one another. The energy surging within this ranger evokes unsettling memories. Sylvanas, prepare a chamber to contain forbidden magic. I must validate my suspicions. A flash of holy light illuminated his hands, incinerating the blood to ash, faintly echoing a scream. Very well, Lyras will escort you. Moreover, Your Highness, there is no need for you to engage in such menial tasks. The physician will attend to it. Sylvanas frowned at Findeller, who was busy cleaning the stains. Feeling a mix of discomfort and newfound respect, not every priest would undertake such duties. The physician? Has she also been tainted by this blood? Findeller lifted his gaze, his expression stern as he fixed his eyes on Sylvanas, continuing, if that is the case, I believe you should prepare 3 chambers for the containment of magic, and arrange for another physician to join us. Observing the fierce countenance of the high priest, Sylvanas opened her mouth to retort, but ultimately remained silent, merely nodding. She approached Lyras and whispered a few words, to which he solemnly nodded before hastily departing. Shortly after Lyras left, a new physician followed him to the entrance, awaiting instructions. Findeller gathered the blood-stained garments and linens, securing them neatly before addressing Sylvanas. Take me to the chamber for forbidden magic. Upon concluding, he retrieved a large vial of golden solution from his magical satchel, instructing the new physician to cleanse every corner of the room after transferring Leah and the ranger, including himself. Lyras, you may return. I shall escort His Highness to the chamber for forbidden magic. Serta, take this and proceed as His Highness instructed. Sylvanas then realized the gravity of the situation, casting a sharp glance at her seemingly reluctant brother, handing the large vial to the new physician. We shall depart now. Your Highness. After receiving a fierce glare from his sister, Lyras reluctantly exited the room, one hand stroking his chin, pondering what could have rendered his sister and the others so serious, aimlessly wandering along the corridor. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic sound of arrows striking would interrupted Lyras's contemplation. He looked up to find himself unknowingly at the archery practice range. The eldest sister had already taken her subordinates away. The second sister was currently addressing matters with Findeller, and the whereabouts of the third sister remained unknown. Who could be training here? He resolved to investigate. Thud, thud, thud. The sound persisted unchanged as Lyras quietly approached the training area, peering over the railing to see a girl of similar stature to his own, tirelessly drawing and releasing arrows. Completely unaware of his presence, he crossed the railing, seated himself in his usual spot, resting his chin on his hands as he watched the seemingly tireless elf. From the rhythm of her actions, he sensed a profound sorrow within her, an emotion that could only be channeled through the arrows she sent flying towards the targets. In that space, Lyras observed her retrieve arrows, releasing them again, her hands bloodied and raw from the bowstring, yet remaining oblivious to her pain. As he watched, he silently plucked a green leaf, bringing it to his lips to produce a soothing melody that enveloped the archery range, also encasing the relentless elf in its embrace. Talia's mind wandered back to cherished memories, her childhood antics with her brother Costello, who had never distanced himself from her despite her mischief, always returning from his outings with delightful gifts for her and her siblings, tart wild apples, fragrant chestnuts, or peculiar berries whose names she could not recall. Those memories of hunger. She could never seem to eat her fill. And gentle Norman, always warm and encouraging, patiently correcting her clumsy archery skills, despite the ridicule she faced. She remembered standing before the display case, yearning for the longbow that soon graced her window. He always saved the finest treasures for her. The taciturn Corey, unwaveringly standing at the forefront during crises, shielding her from all dangers with his sword and shield. But why must you all be this way? Talia was no longer that little girl who merely trailed behind you. The dangers and wounds were meant for me to bear. Tears streamed down her face as she mechanically drew her bow, allowing the string to lacerate her right hand. A wave of soothing music broke through her reverie, pulling her back to reality as she felt a sharp pain coursing through her hands. Who? She spun around in fury, searching for the source of the music, and caught sight of the elf playing on the sidelines, a striking young male. She silently stored the long arrows into her quiver and slung the longbow across her back, stepping towards the handsome male elf who was diligently playing music by the edge of the field. As she approached, Lyras ceased his playing, smiling as he stood up, ready to greet her. Get away. Lyras was suddenly pushed to the ground, his forehead colliding with the wooden bench, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He clenched his fists, standing up in anger, prepared to argue, but upon seeing the tears welling in her red eyes, the words caught in his throat. With a soft sigh, he rubbed his bruised forehead and turned to walk away, silently lamenting the peculiar events of the day. First, the only lewd high priest shattered his preconceived notions. Then he was sternly ushered away by a fearsome sister, and now he had been knocked down by a peculiar little girl. What a massive bump on his head. After taking a couple of steps, his heart softened, and he turned back to the little girl, saying, "It seems both of the healers at home have been summoned away. The medical room is just beneath the tallest red maple tree. You will find it easily. Get lost." Humph, so rude. Lyras turned away, quietly judging her demeanor. Chapter 11. The wild girl and the little moon Sylvanas stood by the railing in front of the anti-magic room, gazing ahead. The golden sunset cast its slanted rays upon the distant mountains, where large, white clouds adorned the azure sky with gilded edges. Beneath this celestial canopy, the undulating red maple forest glowed with a fiery crimson in the twilight, the evening breeze stirring the flames into a surging tide, rolling and tumbling until it vanished from sight. A cacophony of sounds, resembling a howl yet hinting at some language, emanated from within the house, inducing a wave of nausea. How many times had this been? With a pop, the sound abruptly ceased. It bore a resemblance to what was recorded in the family archives. Yet it felt strangely off. What could it be? The creaking of a door interrupted her contemplation, and as she turned, she beheld an elderly elf, weariness etched upon his face, emerging with a magic crystal vial in hand. "Your healer is not in serious condition, my lady." Vondalor's voice was laden with fatigue. "Thank you, your highness. Without you, I cannot fathom what might have occurred." Sylvanas regarded the weary old elf before her. Indeed, he had traversed many long years and was undeniably aged. "Do not regard me with that pitying gaze, young lord. I am not as fragile as you might imagine." Sensing the concern reflected in Sylvanas's eyes, Vondalor approached the railing, gazing at the breathtaking sunset, continuing, "When King Dathmar the Daybreaker led our kin from Kalimdor to this continent, I was but a child, settling in a vast woodland with my elders, believing I would spend my life there." Observing the old elf's incessant chatter, a smile graced Sylvanas's lips as she turned to stand alongside him. Out of respect, she chose to listen quietly. Even the high priest could indulge in the nostalgic ramblings of the elderly. It seemed that both humans and elves alike cherished recollections and chatter. "I recall it was about a year later, in the woodland where we dwelled, when certain mages began to act strangely. At first, no one paid heed to this issue, for the madness of mages was a commonplace occurrence, until one day, a long-missing mage reappeared before us, his body adorned with writhing, azure tendrils, bloodthirsty in demeanor, his eyes ablaze with madness and destruction, chaos and malevolence. He was no longer the person we once knew. Vandelor slapped the railing forcefully, adding, "Every call to him by our kin met with his merciless slaughter. From that moment onwards, each day saw our people descend into insanity, engulfed in endless panic, not knowing who would succumb to madness next." By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and Vandelor's account imbued the night with a chilling aura, causing Sylvanas to involuntarily place her right hand on her left arm, soothing the raised hairs. The gentle chime of the magical lamp echoed, illuminating the darkness once more, dispelling the lingering fear. "Oh, the family records do not recount it this way, Your Highness." Sylvanas gathered her thoughts and inquired further. "Oh, that was to prevent you reckless descendants from seeking the buried truths that could lead to your demise," Vandelor scoffed, as if dismissing her skepticism as mere folly. Sylvanas slightly inclined her head in apology. "Your Highness, what happened next?" Next, more and more of our kin began to hear that maddening whisper echoing in their ears. Under Dathmar's leadership, we abandoned that encampment and settled in what is now Quel'Thalas. It was a journey fraught with blood and tears, as the maddened kin exuded azure energy, their delirious murmurs and the countless tendrils ensnaring me in this nightmare for an eternity. "I am truly sorry, Your Highness, but I still wish to understand. The sounds today seem somewhat different from those you experienced before." Sylvanas licked her lips, recalling the records stating that King Dathmar perished shortly after arriving in Quel'Thalas. Perhaps this was the reason. Humph, a king who cannot uncover the truth, only capable of fleeing. "No, young lord, they are fundamentally the same. It is merely that today we encounter a purer form of malevolence, infectious as a plague, akin to the gathering of desires." Vandelor turned to gaze into Sylvanas's eyes, stating sternly, "This is not a pursuit for us. Suppress your curiosity, child. It will consume you." Sylvanas, intimidated by his fierce gaze, slightly averted her own. "I shall not pursue it, Your Highness." "Humph, it is best that way." Vandelor observed the lord, unwilling to meet his gaze, and scoffed, continuing, "Prepare me a place to rest, my lady. Furthermore, expedite this letter to the Tower of Sun's Wrath and deliver it to the esteemed Archmage Solarian, informing her that I await her presence here." "As you wish, Your Majesty." Sylvanas performed a bow and accepted the letter, then clapped her hands. A servant emerged from the shadows. "Myron, you shall personally journey to the Tower of Sun's Wrath. Depart at once." Sylvanas solemnly handed the vial to the servant named Myron, observing as he hurried away. Turning back, she addressed the monarch. "Your Majesty, Myron is the most reliable young man in the realm. He will convey your message with utmost swiftness. Now, allow me to escort you to rest. Please, follow me." With that, she led the way. As they stood before the door, the weariness etched on Vandelor's face deepened, as if this brief passage had drained him of considerable energy. He spoke slowly. "Inform me upon the arrival of the esteemed Archmage. Go now, child." He then stepped into the chamber. Sylvanas regarded the slowly closing door, anxiety simmering beneath her calm facade. What more was needed? A high priest was insufficient. The assistance of the Archmage was imperative, yet this royal Archmage seldom made an appearance. In a fit of frustration, she waved her hand and turned toward the library. Equally agitated was Lyris, who rubbed the swelling on his forehead as he made his way to the infirmary, retrieving a salve to apply to his wound. Just then, a commotion interrupted his actions. Lyris, I just saw you. Come and see what delightful treasure I have brought back." A lively elven maiden, clad in a simple ranger's attire, shouted his name as she burst into the infirmary. The whirlwind of dust trailing behind her attested to her speed. "Oh dear, Sister Moon, grant me a moment of peace," Lyris groaned, covering his forehead, reluctant to turn around. "Quick, turn around and see what I have for you." With a firm grip on Lyris's shoulder, Wenressa spun him back. "Who did this to you?" Her eyes widened in shock at the large bump on his forehead, her previously bright demeanor now turned icy. "Tell me, who dared to hurt you like this?" Here we go again. He had anticipated this reaction from his sisters. One hand pressed against his forehead, the other shielding his face. Lyris mumbled, "Sister Moon, I fell by accident. I feel embarrassed enough as it is. Could you lower your voice?" "Humph. Come here, sit down." Wenressa dragged the unwilling Lyris to a chair. "Now, let me see. Take your hand away. I will apply the ointment." With determination, she pushed his hand aside and carefully applied the salve. The pressure was somewhat harsh, causing Lyris to instinctively gasp. "A little pain is inconsequential, Lyris. There, all done." Wenressa gently blew on his forehead and added, "This was not from a fall, was it? Did you forego your music practice today?" "No," Lyris exclaimed. "Eldest sister swooped in and out, and then second sister had me entertain Lord Vandelor. I got this bump while training," he declared, full of indignation, before leaning over the table, wishing to retreat from the conversation. You cannot deceive me, Lyris. There are bloodstains on your clothing. When Ressa, pinching his ear, spoke through clenched teeth, I shall investigate this matter immediately. Ah, please spare me, Sister Moon. Lyris jumped up, tears welling in his eyes as he shouted. Upon seeing her brother on the verge of tears, when Ressa quickly reassured him, all right, I want to investigate. Just calm down. Once he sat back down, she winked at him, her curiosity piqued. I bet it was a girl, wasn't he it? Absolutely not. Lyris roared, shoving past her and dashing out of the infirmary, ignoring her melodic laughter, vowing never to speak to Sister Moon again. As fate would have it, he collided with Talia at the corner, their eyes locking. Humph. Talia sidestepped, heading in the opposite direction while Lyris, turning on his heel, sprinted to his room and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Norman, too, was seething, though within the confines of his mind. You damned monsters, begone. All of you, get out of here. In his consciousness, he wielded a curved blade, standing at the entrance of Duskwood, facing a relentless tide of creatures, humans, trolls, and an assortment of bizarre beings, endlessly surging forth. A monstrous howl echoed, signaling another wave of assaults upon Duskwood, as the sounds of weeping emanated from behind him. His fury intensified, and he swung his weapon with fervor, yet the cursed creatures showed no sign of diminishing. For every one he felled, another took its place. The rhythm of his strikes slowed, fatigue weighing heavily upon him when a gentle voice reached his ears. Norman, hold on, I shall grant you boundless strength. As her words faded, a crimson light enveloped him, reinvigorating his weary body, allowing him to wield the blade with renewed vigor. Thus, whenever Norman felt himself nearing exhaustion, a red light would surge into him, restoring his strength, while Lady Ephiria's voice grew ever more soothing. The monsters are dwindling. Norman exclaimed, I have not squandered your efforts. Lady Ephiria, as he beheld the diminishing horde, he yearned to share this exhilarating news with her. Suddenly, a creature unleashed a golden blue beam that struck him with blinding speed. A cracking sound echoed, and Norman's entire consciousness began to crumble into shards. He struggled to turn and catch a final glimpse of Lady Ephiria, but what did he see? This was not Lady Ephiria. Instead, he was confronted by a colossal cocoon surrounded by a menagerie of grotesque, twisted beings. In the face of a collapsing world, they emitted piercing screams of terror. This is not the House of Dusk. Norman observed the world shattering, a singular thought flashing through his mind as darkness enveloped everything once more. Who are you? Talia, just entering the medical room, heard a melodious inquiry. She widened her eyes, striving to adjust to the dim light within, searching for the owner of the question. How rude, little sprite, answer my question. Although the voice remained enchanting, it bore an unmistakably unfriendly tone. Only then did she discern the source of that dulcet voice. A strikingly beautiful female elf perched on a table, deftly toying with an exquisite harmonica. At that moment, she replied, I am Talia of the House of Dusk. The House of Dusk? Never heard of it. Just a wild girl who appeared from nowhere. Upon hearing this mocking remark, Talia's face flushed crimson, her gaze brimming with hostility. Haha, hitting someone is hardly befitting of a young girl. Shouldn't I call you a wild girl? The elf leaped down from the table, approaching her while adding, You did push Lyris, didn't you? Talia recalled indeed having nudged a little boy today, and as this thought crossed her mind, she silently lowered her head. If caught by someone's family, who would be courteous? Lift your head, little girl. Observing the girl before her, head bowed in submission, Wincessa found herself at a loss, wondering if she had frightened her. Quite delicate, though you seem to have been crying for quite some time. It's truly heart-wrenching. Wincessa gazed down at the stubborn little sprite, who finally met her gaze, and couldn't help but reach out to caress her cheek, commenting all the while. As she noticed Talia's cheeks redden further, she playfully pinched her face and said, All right, let's attend to the injury on your hand first, little girl. Talia angrily turned her head aside, sidestepping the annoying old elf to scrutinize the labels on a cabinet. Just then, a voice came from behind. We'll discuss your incident with Lyris later. I won't let you off so easily. After the elf's footsteps faded, Talia remained rooted to the spot, her expression shifting until she muttered to herself, Humph, who's afraid of whom? Chapter 12, Awakening, Part 1. Sylvanas was certainly untroubled by the terrifying horrors described by Vondelor. She was in the library poring over documents, determined to uncover the nature of the threat to be adequately prepared. Beneath the gentle glow of light, she diligently flipped through the pages of books. Finally found it. The text revealed, I can ascertain that the source of the maddening whispers lies at the bottom of this lake. The deeper we dive, the clearer the whispers become. And one by one, My companions have succumbed to madness. The remaining pages had been torn away. What were they concealing? Sylvanas furrowed her brows, continuing to scrutinize the fragments of text. After the stars, the void, beneath the earth. What could these be? She rested her chin on her hand, reflecting deeply on Vandalor's words when suddenly a spark ignited in her mind. The stars, the void. Of course, the Grand Astromancer. It must be. She sprang to her feet, joyfully twirling around, relieved to have found a lead. The occurrences surrounding Officer Orja were indeed beyond imagination. She needed to summon her sister to inquire who in their party had been tainted by that blood. With the shadows in her heart dissipating, Sylvanas stepped out of the library with a lightened heart. Talia sat on the steps of the courtyard, her longbow resting on her lap. She gazed forlornly at the weapon Norman had gifted her. The little boy in the training grounds had said the officer had been called in to assist. Surely her brother's injury must be particularly severe? Corey had left, Costello had departed, and now, would you also abandon me? With a wistful sigh, she withdrew a piece of silk cloth from her pocket, gently polishing the longbow with focus and confusion. A light, brisk footfall approached. Who? Talia lifted her gaze towards the corridor, and there stood the Lord. She quickly tidied herself and rose to greet him. Good evening, Lord. Observing the eager ranger rushing to offer her greetings, Sylvanas found herself puzzled. Who was this girl? Sensing the Lord's bewilderment, Talia continued, I returned with General Ranger yesterday. I am Norman's companion. Only then did Sylvanas recall that a member of the rescue team had stayed behind. Stopping the inquisitive ranger, she smiled, saying, You are quite fortunate. But you should come to the anti-magic chamber tomorrow morning. Yes, my lord, but I still wish to inquire about my brother's condition. Talia summoned her courage to voice her most pressing question. I cannot provide specific details, Ranger, but Lord Vandalor is here, and answers will come tomorrow. For now, it is best you return to rest. You will be very busy tomorrow. Sylvanas smiled as she finished speaking, lifting her foot to depart. Suddenly recalling that this ranger might not know the location of the anti-magic chamber, and added, Oh, by the way, if you don't know where the anti-magic chamber is, you may ask others. Relax, the Windrunner household is not so strict. Yes, my lord. As her footsteps faded into the distance, the courtyard returned to silence. Though a ripple stirred within Liadrin's anti-magic chamber. My head aches terribly. Liadrin felt as if a spoon were incessantly stirring within her brain. The intense pain accompanied by a profound dizziness. Struggling, she opened her eyes, greeted by a myriad of overlapping shadows, twinkling golden stars flickering in her vision. You're awake? Don't move, relax. The healer, noticing Liadrin had regained consciousness, promptly approached, gently restraining her attempts to move. She groaned softly, striving to focus her attention to clearly discern her surroundings. After a considerable time, the shadows finally coalesced. The warm yellow glow of magical lamps illuminated the obsidian-adorned ceiling and walls, revealing a concerned healer standing before her. Where am I? As she posed her question, her mind felt as if it were boiling over with confusion, akin to the sting of needles or the pounding of a hammer, tumultuous waves crashing within. Unable to contain the agony, she raised her hand to shield her head and closed her eyes, letting out a low moan of distress. Do not agitate yourself. Your mind has suffered a grievous injury and you have been unconscious for quite some time. Here, this may provide you with some comfort. The physician gently placed a warm cloth upon her brow, continuing, Your mentor, His Excellency von Deller, has just retired for some rest. During your unconsciousness, certain events transpired which I shall detail once you are feeling better. Liadrin felt the soothing warmth on her forehead, and her turbulent mind found a modicum of tranquility. Hearing that her mentor was present, she immediately opened her eyes and inquired, Where's my mentor? I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Observing her anxious expression, the physician offered a gentle smile, replying, Nothing is more pressing than your recovery, my lady. You must rest now, and by tomorrow, you shall see your mentor. The physician turned to retrieve a small bowl from the table. This is the calming elixir your mentor left for you. It is exceedingly rare and precious. You must heal before discussing any urgent matters. Do you not agree? Liadrin, assisted by the physician, sipped the potion slowly. As it entered her mouth, it transformed into a refreshing essence, continuously soothing her mind and granting her a rare sense of peace. After consuming the potion, she lay in bed, staring blankly at the dark ceiling as scenes from her recent journey flickered through her mind. A single tear slipped from the corner of her eye, shattering upon the pillow. In contemplation, a wave of coolness washed over her psyche, and she drifted back into slumber. The physician sighed softly, wiping away the lingering tear from her eye, tucking her in again with a new towel before returning to the work table to record his notes. Meanwhile, the Grand Astrologer Solarian was also engrossed in her writings. The recent celestial phenomena had become increasingly obscure. The once clear patterns were now in disarray, eluding any semblance of previous order. What had transpired? She sighed, setting down her pen, and rubbed her temples as she approached the window, noting how the brilliance of the stars obscured the hidden truths behind them. Grand Astrologer. There is an urgent matter awaiting your attention. A voice interrupted her reverie from outside the door. Come in. The guard, upon hearing the curt response, exchanged a helpless glance with the messenger before ushering him into the stargazing chamber. I have told you before, do not disturb me while I am working. Speak. But if it is not of utmost importance, prepare yourself for combat with the trolls at the front lines. Zul'Aman stated without turning her head as she heard the footsteps of the newcomer. I apologize for the interruption, Grand Astrologer. His Excellency Von Deller instructed me to deliver this urgent missive to you post-haste. The messenger, Malin, knelt before Zul'Aman, presenting a letter with both hands. Oh, Zul'Aman turned, raising an eyebrow as she approached to take the letter. An urgent missive from Von Deller. How intriguing. Let me see. She tore open the envelope and began to scan its contents. Yet, after just a few lines, a spark ignited in her eyes, her breath quickening. She paced back and forth, instructing, Guard, prepare the Dragonhawk swiftly. And you? She glanced at the messenger. Can you make it back in time? Absolutely, Grand Astrologer. Very well. Rest for a moment, and once the Dragonhawk is ready, we shall depart together. Outside, the pristine night sky illuminated the figures of the White Lady and the Blue Child descending in the west. Chapter 13, Awakening, Part 2, as dawn's light began to break. Sylvanas was awakened by her attendant. My lord, the Grand Astrologer has arrived and is waiting in the reception hall for you. Good, inform His Excellency Von Deller. Zul'Aman pressed her hand to her forehead, scrutinizing the letter from Von Deller, hastening her arrival without the opportunity to study its contents thoroughly. While reading, she incessantly asked the attendant, Has Von Deller arrived yet? I did not anticipate your arrival would be so swift. It is rather impolite, the attendant stammered, just as Sylvanas entered the reception hall, offering her respects. Grand Astrologer, spare me the trivial formalities. Has Von Deller come? Zul'Aman queried impatiently, cutting straight to the point. Taken aback by the immediate inquiry, Sylvanas found herself in an awkward position. Please, have this dedicated scholar seated in the guest chair and wait a moment. It seems that His Excellency Von Deller was rather overexerted yesterday, and the attendants have gone to inform him. I have a question I wish to consult you about, which is why I arrived in haste. Is there a connection between the stars and the void? Upon hearing this question, the Grand Astrologer, who had appeared anxious, suddenly adopted a vigilant demeanor, exclaiming, This is not a matter for the youth to pursue. My lord, I stumbled upon this inquiry while perusing my family's library yesterday. The subsequent records were intentionally damaged, which piqued my curiosity. This was the decision of all involved, my lord. It is a taboo. An insatiable curiosity is never a commendable virtue, Zul'Aman remarked with a knowing glance at Sylvanas, who was brimming with curiosity. Sylvanas refrained from further questioning and lowered her head in contemplation. The reception hall fell into a momentary silence. Zul'Aman, come swiftly. I have uncovered something extraordinary. Von Deller strode into the reception hall, shattering the stillness. He scanned the two silent figures before seizing Zul'Aman's hand and leading her outside. Sylvanas silently followed as they arrived at Norman's anti-magic chamber. What is this? Where did you find him? The Grand Astrologer rushed to Norman's bedside, observing him briefly before turning to inquire. This is the ranger who went to rescue my disciple. Upon his return, he was left in this state. Von Deller summarized her question before asking, What have you discovered? I cannot be certain. I need to validate some hypotheses. Now, you both must leave. Remaining here is unwise. The Great Astrologer turned around and gazed at Norman lying on the bed, decisively issuing an expulsion order. Is it not permissible to observe? Sylvanas inquired, only to be met with stern glares from both Vondral and Zul'Aman. Embarrassed, she touched her nose, conceding to leave the room alongside Vondral. Vondral cast a glance at the displeased Sylvanas and spoke slowly. You shall soon know the answer, young lady. Patience is a virtue. This concerns us all, but it must remain confidential. Now let us see how my disciple fares. Upon hearing Vondral's words, Sylvanas's expression softened, and she followed him into the adjacent room. Your Highness, there is another surviving ranger who has been tainted by the blood, and I have sent a messenger to inform my sisters, she relayed, observing the solemn expression of the elder priest seated beside her disciple's bed. Sylvanas resolved to confide in him, for they could only rely on these two. Where's that ranger? Have the ranger generals returned? Vondral continued to fixate on his disciple, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The ranger will arrive shortly. My sister should return by afternoon, she replied. Vondral sighed lightly, smoothing out the disheveled strands of Liadrin's hair before rising to exit. Talia anxiously followed the maid, dreading the moment she would confront Norman. Strangely, the maid led her to a door, gesturing for her to enter before turning away. Is something awaiting me? She pondered, taking a deep breath as she pushed the door open. Inside, only the Lord and an elderly elf clad in priestly robes sat in silence. This elder must be the mentor of the female priest, she mused. Come here, child, the old priest beckoned, his voice imbued with authority that brooked no dissent. As Talia approached and stood before him, he raised his hand, and a golden light enveloped her, prompting her to shut her eyes in fright. Nothing is amiss. Talia sensed the benign nature of the golden light, allowing her to relax. She had feared the old priest might be seeking retribution for her disciple. She is unscathed. Talia cautiously opened her eyes, only to see the old priest convey this to the Lord. He then turned to her, saying, Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. Please, sit and recount the events of your journey in detail. Talia timidly settled onto a nearby stool and began narrating her experiences. When she recounted the rescue of Liadrin and the ensuing conversation at the camp, she cautiously glanced at the old priest. Noticing his lack of reaction, she continued, The nobility of Silvermoon has become increasingly outrageous. Vondral interjected, unable to contain his thoughts upon hearing Talia's account of their escape. Noticing the startled expression on the young ranger's face, he gestured for her to proceed. After Talia concluded her tale, Vondral sat in contemplation, reflecting on the details. Talia fidgeted anxiously on the stool, glancing at Vondral's expression, then at the ground, and occasionally tracing the wounds on her hands. Sylvanas, observing the young ranger who appeared to be caught in wrongdoing, couldn't help but chuckle, interrupting Vondral's thoughts. Vondral looked up at Sylvanas, then reassured Talia, It is quite all right. This was indeed Liadrin's recklessness. I empathize with your feelings. It is of little consequence. As the young ranger began to settle down, he turned to Sylvanas, stating, What a fortunate little one. Liadrin's anguish has purified that blood. It is evident she was well protected by her brothers along the way. Vondral's words struck a chord with Talia, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she slumped on the stool, silently sobbing. Vondral found himself taken aback, never expecting such a profound reaction from the young ranger. How could Liadrin possibly be like this? He looked toward Sylvanas, seeking her assistance. Sylvanas, returning Vondral's gaze with a bemused expression, replied, You wish for me to devise a solution? I can only administer punishment, you know? Just as the two exchanged glances, the sobs continued. When suddenly a medic arrived from the next room, announcing, The priestess has awakened. Both Vondral and Sylvanas exhaled in relief. Vondral quickly rose and exited, with Sylvanas trailing behind, giving a reassuring pat to the young ranger immersed in sorrow, signaling her to follow. Meanwhile, the bizarrely spirited Lillis, who had regained consciousness, clutched his blanket defiantly, shouting towards his sister, You must leave now. Oh dear, our Lillis has grown up, knowing to call for his sister to step outside. When Ressa teased, tugging at her brother's blanket and adding, Yesterday, I saw that girl who struck you. She was quite fair. At this, Lillis yanked the blanket over himself, retreating into silence. Lillis, you are utterly adorable. Do you wish to see that young ranger? I just saw her being taken to the anti-magic chamber. It appears the great priest is quite upset. When Ressa lifted a corner of the blanket, calling out to him, Just go outside, Lillis protested, pulling the blanket back down. Muffled growls emanating from beneath. All right, I shall go first. Hurry up. I await you to join me in the anti-magic chamber. Upon hearing the sound of his sister's departure, Lillis finally emerged from his cocoon of blankets, inhaling deeply. The anti-magic chamber? What is this all about? The anti-magic chamber selectively nullifies energy fluctuations, serving as an ideal containment for various magical creatures, akin to a prison for them. As Liadrin watched her mentor stride into the room with hurried steps, she struggled to rise, but before she could prop herself up, her mentor's hand pressed firmly on her shoulder, halting her movements. Do not rise. Rest well, Leah, he said. But mentor, I have let you down, Liadrin replied, her eyes red with emotion. No, Leah, this is not your fault. I have received some news. This time, mentor, I saw a different kind of troll. One radiating an evil energy we have never encountered before. It is planning a grand blood ritual. We must find a way to stop it. Liadrin interjected, struggling to sit up, her anxiety palpable. Observing his agitated disciple, Vondeller pressed her back down and gazed sternly into her eyes. I have learned some details. This is not your responsibility, Leah. We will handle the issues you mentioned. Now, tell me about your experience. Liadrin, taken aback by the unusual severity of her mentor's expression, ceased her struggles, and recounted her harrowing journey in a weak, hoarse voice. Talia leaned against the wall outside the anti-magic chamber, listening intently to the account within. As she listened, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, stifling any sound that might disturb the narration inside. Trailing behind Sister Luna with a downcast demeanor, Lyras arrived just in time to witness this scene, his lips curling in dismay as he observed her crying, appearing as though tears were her sole expression. However, when Lisa had a different perspective, she approached Talia, pulling her hands away from her mouth, and exclaimed, "Oh, why is this stubborn little girl crying? Tell me, who bullied you? I shall take care of them." With a quivering voice, Talia raised her reddened eyes to glare at Lisa. "Ha ha ha, how amusing." Lisa chuckled, playfully pinching Talia's cheek before turning to Lyras, calling out, "Lyras, come here and comfort her. She seems quite distressed." As the commotion continued outside, Sylvanas emerged from the anti-magic chamber, casting a cold, piercing glare at the trio. "Silence," she commanded. Her gaze softened as it shifted to the dejected Lyras, and she gently beckoned him over, pointing to the silently weeping Talia. "Take this little ranger to play. She does not belong here." She then addressed Talia, saying, "Go with Lyras for now. I will send word if there are any updates." Talia remained stubbornly silent, standing her ground with her head tilted defiantly. Lyras tugged at her sleeve, only to have it swatted away dismissively. Turning back, he glanced at his second sister's serious expression and then at his third sister's playful smile. With determination, he grasped Talia's hand, pulling her towards the garden. Lisa chuckled and prepared to follow when she was abruptly halted by her second sister. "Little Moon, stay here. There are matters you must understand." Lisa regarded her sister's serious demeanor and then glanced at the direction her brother and Talia had taken, shaking her head in regret as she followed her sister into the anti-magic chamber. Chapter 14. The Assessment of the Grand Astrologer, Part 1. Zul'Aman meticulously examined Norman's body, scrutinizing his hair, skin, and every detail, leaving no stone unturned. Regrettably, aside from some dark red spots on his skin, the only remnants were the wounds left from battle. She removed her gloves, shaking her head in disappointment. While those dark red spots could indicate a surge of unknown energy, they did not provide definitive evidence. And the wounds were already beginning to heal, showing no extraordinary transformation. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. "The wounds are healing. Wait, the wounds are healing." This was also noted among the aberrants recorded in the royal archives. Wounds should not heal so quickly nor appear in such a manner. She laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I have found you." Without pausing to don her gloves, she lunged toward Norman, her hands fervently probing as she muttered incantations. These wounds, though artificially stitched together and showing signs of healing, still maintain a freshness, merely ceasing to bleed and showing no signs of infection. It must be the influence of the anti-magic chamber. The energy coursing within is suppressed, she thought, her hands continuing their fervent work as she picked up a suturing knife and made a small incision on his arm. Yes, just like that, just like that. My hypothesis was correct. She beamed with fervor as she observed the fresh, crimson wound on his arm, devoid of any blood. Now, on to the next step. Vondeller, I need your assistance. Come quickly, she called out loudly. The group, previously engrossed in Ledrine's tale, was abruptly jolted back from their desperate escape narrative by her sudden outburst. Vondeller patted Ledrine's hand reassuringly, offering her a calming look before rising to head toward the adjacent room. Ledrine gazed in confusion as her mentor hurried away, seeking reassurance from Sylvanas with a probing look. Sylvanas, sensing the plea laced with unease and uncertainty in her gaze, nodded gently, affirming, "Yes, that ranger is not dead. He has survived." Ledrine's world was instantly filled with ecstatic joy. "He is alive. He did not perish. I did not cause anyone's demise." She overlooked Sylvanas's subsequent remark that his condition had become rather peculiar. Observing the elated priestess lost in her joy, Sylvanas reflected on their perilous journey of near-death escapes. "If it were me, I would have surrendered long ago," she thought, shaking her head slightly as she stepped outside. "Vondeller, come help me," Zul'Aman reiterated as she saw him enter. "Have you made a discovery?" Vondeller inquired, approaching her side. Zul'Aman, her eyes alight with fervor, replied, Yes. Quickly, help me move him out. This wretched anti-magic chamber has severed the energy. I have a bold idea. Move him out." Vondeller exclaimed, astonished. "Are you mad? This malevolence could infect everyone here. In the magic suppression chamber, we were rendered powerless. Enough with the idle chatter. Assist me swiftly." Solarian paid no heed to the dangers articulated by Vondeller, directly lifting Norman's upper body, and continued addressing Vondeller. "Raise his feet, quickly." "No, This is utterly insane. Zul'Aman, I would rather he remain here and perish. What can we possibly do then? Do you not wish to uncover the source of the lingering terror from your era? High Priest, heed my words. This is an opportune moment. Listen to me, Zul'Aman. Let the past remain buried in the annals of history. Do not delve into those taboo matters. Will you assist or not? If not, step aside. I shall manage alone. The Archmage's mind was consumed by the imminent discovery. A mere verification would unravel the enigma of yesteryears. A resounding slap echoed through the chamber as Zul'Aman stood stunned, clutching her face, gazing at the furious High Priest. Vandalor, seething with rage, declared, "In the name of the elders of Quel'Thalas, I command you to cease your research." Zul'Aman, still covering her face, felt a surge of unquenchable fury rising within her as she shouted at the High Priest, "You know nothing. Continue to evade with your holy light. I am the royal Archmage, and I answer only to the king. I shall repeat myself. Step aside." At that moment, Sylvanas entered, having overheard their heated exchange. Astonished at the severity of the situation, which had escalated to the brink of violence. "This is Windrunner territory. There are numerous onlookers nearby, both of you. For the sake of your dignity, please." Sylvanas stood at the entrance, exuding exasperation as she attempted to mediate. "Out of our way." The two turned in unison, shouting at Sylvanas. "Oh." Sylvanas tilted her head, observing the two prominent figures with amusement, remaining motionless, though her expression suddenly turned icy. "Our ancestors, from the moment they boarded the ocean fleet from the continent of Kalimdor, have never allowed anyone to show disrespect towards the Windrunners." Rinna, who had rushed in upon hearing the heated argument, arrived just in time to witness the two's indignation towards her sister. Taking a step forward, she positioned herself beside her sister, her expression frosty as she addressed the two with severity. The room fell into a peculiar silence, thickening with an oppressive atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the garden, the air was equally tense. As Lyriel dragged the stunned Talia into the garden, Talia finally snapped back to reality, forcefully swatting Lyriel's hand away and pushing him aside, making her way to a nearby bench to silently tend to her torn wounds. Lyriel, having been shoved aside, felt his face flush crimson with indignation as he glared at the exceedingly rude girl. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he stomped his foot in frustration, turning to leave. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, he caught sight of her bleeding hand and sighed inwardly, returning to kneel beside her to assist in bandaging her wounds. Talia struggled with the stubborn bandage, and just then, a pair of hands reached out to help tighten it. She stared vacantly as those hands deftly secured the unruly bandages over her wounds. Silently, Talia tucked her injured hand back into her embrace. Watching the boy who was about to leave, tears streamed down her cheeks as she softly uttered, "I'm sorry." "Huh." The boy paused, mouth agape, turning back in shock to gaze at her. I'm sorry." Talia averted her head, raising her voice slightly, then fell silent once more. Lyriel, observing this head-tilted apology from the stubborn girl, broke into a smile and sat beside her, sharing the silence. "Children, I do not wish to hinder any of you in your quest for truth. However, you are unaware of the dangers that lie within. I have seen the malevolence lurking in the shadows through the holy light." Vandalor spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. He paused before continuing. "Beneath this very earth, there exists a malevolence that is twisted and insane, bent on the annihilation of all life. Just moments ago, someone dared to provoke the dignity of the Windrunner family." Sylvanas's cold, husky voice resonated within the room. "I shall report today's events to King Anastarian and inquire whether the kingdom of Quel'Thalas still has a place for the Windrunner family. That is your prerogative. Rather than allowing your kin to perish from the fear of the unknown, let me unveil the mysteries that shroud them." The Archmage addressed Vandalor before turning to Sylvanas and adding, "I trust you would not disregard the existence that could obliterate the Windrunner lineage at any moment. As for your inquiry, I await the king's questions with open arms. Now, step aside. I must continue my research." "Zul'Aman, enough. I will have the magic suppression devices deactivated, and you shall continue your research here." Sylvanas interrupted Vandalor, asserting, "I fear neither you, him, nor the king. I am only concerned with what you just mentioned. The existence that could destroy the Windrunner family." "Huh." Zul'Aman smirked, glancing at Vandalor as she asked, "I trust you can safeguard our interests?" Vandalor, troubled, nodded gravely. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. "Very well, let it be so." Sylvanas nodded, turning to her sister gently, saying, "Little Moon, arrange for personnel to deactivate the magic suppression devices." Rinna nodded, casting a glance at the two without uttering a word before exiting. Chapter 15. The Archmage's Judgment, Part 2. "I truly envy you, Lyriel broke the silence in the garden, oblivious to whether Talia was listening as he spoke. I long for the world beyond the arcane barrier. Every time my sisters venture out, I sit at the highest point in our home, watching the direction they depart, endlessly imagining what wondrous sights await them out there. I have 3 sisters. They never teach me how to be a competent ranger. Instead, they protect me well. Lyriel's voice suddenly grew somber as he continued. But this is not the life I desire. I yearn to see the world beyond. The world outside is not as splendid as you imagine. Talia lowered her head, gazing at the grass beneath her feet, softly echoing Lilith's words. Lilith turned, looking at Talia in surprise. Why? There is no reason. I have 3 brothers. They protect me well. Talia continued to fix her gaze on the grass as she softly remarked, if given a choice, how I wish we could remain in the Twilight Home forever. How wonderful that would be. Twilight Home. I've never heard of it. What kind of place is it? Lilith inquired, puzzled. Talia raised her head, playfully regarding Lilith. Of course, you haven't heard of it. It lies in a small corner of the Silvermoon City slums, a place where nobles never tread. So you are not true siblings? Certainly not. It's a shelter. War orphans? Talia let out a cold laugh, saying, War orphans? We are not worthy of such a title. Observing Talia's sorrow, Lilith suddenly understood the gravity of her words. It was a status even more humble than that of an illegitimate child. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought this up. It's all right. If it weren't for this commission, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to ask. So there is no need for apologies. Though it may be quite impolite, I must inquire why you would accept such a perilous commission. Aren't you wanderers and rangers? Certainly not. Wanderers never accept commissions from individuals of uncertain background. Talia smiled again, her gaze drifting towards the garden filled with vibrant flowers, and continued. We are part of the Sunfire Brigade. We can only go there. Those who survive are rewarded with gold and food. There are many children at home waiting for their meals. Without commissions, we would rely solely on our meager provisions. Lilith comprehended fully. The Sunfire Brigade, a notorious force established by the Delashire family, was infamous for its ruthless extraction and high casualty rates. He refrained from asking further, feeling that each additional question would only inflict more pain upon her. Silence once again enveloped the garden. Lilith's reluctance to inquire did not mirror the curiosity of the Grand Astromancer. She stood beside Norman, observing the technicians dismantling the anti-magic device, incessantly questioning when they would complete the wretched task. Vondeller sat beside her, feeling as though a multitude of crows surrounded him, incessantly cawing. He rubbed his forehead in distress, regretting why he had chosen to sit there instead of in a more secluded corner. Unable to bear it any longer, he finally spoke. Do not rush, Your Excellency Solarian. Once they dismantle the device and sever the shielding lines, we can commence. Look, only a few steps remain. Solarian, finally finding someone willing to respond to her inquiries, swiftly redirected her barrage of complaints towards Vondeller. This is such a waste of time. If we had simply moved him out earlier, we would have already had results. Vondeller merely twitched the corners of his mouth, wisely choosing silence as he slightly lowered his head. Holy light, this is unbearable. My lord, we are ready to sever the energy conduit, a technician reported to the contemplative Sylvanas. Sylvanas opened her eyes and commanded, cut off the conduit only after everyone has exited. Additionally, inform others that unless there is something urgent, they should keep their distance. Yes, my lord. Hearing the promising news that they could finally begin, Solarian graciously spared the unfortunate Vondeller further scrutiny and fell silent, patiently awaiting the next steps. Vondeller sighed in relief. Finally, it was over. He silently resolved that after this, he would take Leah back to the chapel in Silvermoon City and never venture out again. Ren, standing behind her sister, found amusement in watching the 2 high-ranking professionals disrespect the Windrunners, chuckling. This is simply too entertaining. They deserve it. As the door to the anti-magic chamber slowly closed, the room fell into darkness. Sylvanas stood and said, Notify me when you are ready. Once I give the order to sever the conduit, we will begin. Solarian glanced at Vondeller, giving him a subtle nod indicating it was his turn. Vondeller stood, approached Sylvanas, and waved for Ren to come closer. Once the 3 stood together, they nodded towards the Grand Astromancer. Solarian positioned herself before Norman, took a deep breath, and said, My lord, we may sever the conduit now. Sever the conduit. A hum resonated throughout the room, followed by a loud bang as the energy conduit was severed. A surge of golden energy erupted from Vondeller's hands, rising higher and becoming more formidable as he shouted, Edict, Barrier. The holy light dispersed, forming a semicircular protective shield around the 3. Bathed in the faint glow of the holy barrier, Ren witnessed the horrifying transformation occurring on Norman. She let out a dry heave, quickly covering her mouth. her skin prickling with terror. What kind of malevolence is this? She watched as the black and red spots on his body rapidly spread. His hair twisted and writhed like tentacles, and most disturbingly, the wounds began to ooze black-red ichor. Miraculously, as the ichor flowed out, the wounds seemed to heal, not healing, but sprouting countless small mouths that incessantly devoured the foul blood. When these small mouths encountered one another, they voraciously swallowed without hesitation, gradually merging into a larger mouth. Thus, the cycle of merging and devouring continued, stitching the wounds together. Accompanying this grotesque transformation were frenzied, delirious whispers that echoed around the protective barrier, as if a host of malevolent spirits were howling and roaring incessantly. Ren could no longer endure the repulsive spectacle and turned her gaze to the Grand Astromancer. At this moment, Zul'Aman radiated a faint blue glow, as if an unseen force repelled the vile mouths and tainted blood that dared approach her. She pressed her hands upon Norman's chest, her voice low as she intoned an incantation. "You have no power here, servant of Morgoth. You are nameless, faceless, and formless." With a forceful downward motion, a piercing and strange sound erupted from Norman's mouth. A torrent of black-red blood surged forth from his body, enveloping him like a cocoon. The rhythmic thumping echoed within the cocoon, reminiscent of a heartbeat or a drumbeat, resonating deeply with the hearts of all present. The three individuals within the protective barrier clutched their ears, crouching in agony, as the sound seemed to penetrate their very minds, their hearts threatening to leap from their chests. While the barrier itself trembled under the onslaught of sound, outside the barrier, Zul'Aman's plight grew more desperate. Her protective blue glow had vanished, and she lay curled upon the ground, struggling and silently wailing. "Evil, your scheme shall not prevail. You will be buried in the dust of history. You will perish in the void of time." Von Deller rose, roaring fiercely, his hands clasped together in a forceful gesture, invoking the chakra of purity. Then, he collapsed to the ground, spent. As Von Deller's voice faded, a sound akin to the gentle trickle of water filled the ears of those present. This sound crescendoed, and a silver light began to expand from the body of the high priest, gradually spilling over the barrier, through the walls, and beyond the Windrunner Tower, continuously swelling. The elves of the Eversong Forest widened their eyes in astonishment as they witnessed the silver orb emanating from the tower, growing larger, expanding until it seemed to reach its limit, shaking violently before beginning to contract rapidly. The silvery orb returned. Sylvanas, in pain, covered her ears, catching a glimpse of the orb collapsing directly into the black-red cocoon that enveloped the ranger. A distinct crack echoed. The thumping from the cocoon ceased, and a fissure appeared, growing amidst the sound of cracking, multiplying and widening until the entire cocoon shattered silently into fragments. At that moment, the ominous marks upon the ranger began to shrink rapidly, fading away until they converged upon his heart, coming to a halt. The Grand Astromancer, having risen at some point, formed a spell with his hands, unleashing a ghostly blue light that he pressed directly against Norman's heart. Yuvsh Thyz Quaz. A mournful utterance flickered through the minds of all present, as the black-red markings were forcefully dispersed, merging with the ethereal blue energy that integrated into Norman's body. Yet, unbeknownst to all, numerous fragments of that dispersed black-red essence infiltrated the Grand Astromancer's hands. "It is finished," the Grand Astromancer murmured, his body slumping to the ground, gasping for breath. "Is it truly over?" Sylvanas and Vernessa lowered their hands from their ears, rising to wipe the sweat from their brows, their hearts racing with trepidation. "Has it ended?" Von Deller slowly opened his eyes, weak and questioning. Chapter 16. Turbulence. The silver orb shattered the tranquil stillness of the Eversong Forest like a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples in all directions. Aurelia, rushing back on her dragonhawk, witnessed the phenomenon. The court spies, closely monitoring the movements of the families, beheld it. The mages in the tower perceived it, and Lyra's and Talia, seated silently in the garden, also saw it. As the orb expanded, Talia and Lyra's gazed blankly towards the direction of the anti-magic room, realizing that this energy emanated from there. The commotion of the collapse jolted the two from their stupor. "Brother Norman, sister," they both exclaimed in unison, springing to their feet and racing towards the anti-magic room. In the Sunstrider court, the chief spy presented a vision rune stone to King Anasterion before taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, within the royal council chamber, the projections of 5 counselors began to solidify amid the flickering arcane light. The king, seated upon the central throne, waited for the projections to stabilize before stating, "I have received intelligence of a strong energy fluctuation emanating from the Windrunner Tower. Please observe." The attendant beside him swiftly activated the vision rune stone. As they observed the energy fluctuations in the image, one figure exclaimed in astonishment, "This is not arcane energy." "What is it?" "Calm down, old friend. This is a fluctuation of holy energy," another figure interjected. "Are you certain, Archmage Belovar?" another inquired. "I am quite certain. Only a high priest could achieve such a feat," the figure named Belovar affirmed. At that moment, a somber voice interrupted. "Let us not jump to conclusions, Lord Belovar. Only after investigation will we discern the truth. I believe a delegation should be dispatched for inquiry." "Dalkon, are you questioning me?" Belovar's projection trembled with evident fury. "Do not be agitated. It is merely an investigation. We are responsible for all of Quel'Thalas, are we not?" Dalkon replied darkly, then turned to the king, saying, "Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, I believe an investigation is necessary. The Windrunner family will not accept an inquiry. They are also a part of the council, my lords." A previously silent figure interjected. "What if there is a danger to the barrier?" "Dalkon, what do you intend?" "The Windrunner family is not only a council member, but has also lost 18 members in service to Quel'Thalas." "I agree to the investigation," the king remarked. Observing the cacophony within the council, recalling the report from the guards at the Tower of Sun's Fury regarding the Grand Astromancer's visit to the Windrunner Tower. Formulating his own plans, he tapped a small bell upon the table, calling for calm among the members. The contributions of the Windrunner family are beyond dispute, and the sanctity of the council members must not be trampled upon. In the absence of the Ranger General and the High Priest, I propose that Councillor Belovar and Solorian proceed to the Windrunner Tower to discuss the deployment of forces to eradicate the trolls. A chorus of support followed, but the dissenting voice of Dalkon stood out sharply. "I believe it would be more prudent for me to lead the expedition, as Councillor Belovar's earlier comments seemed somewhat biased." Dalkon's grim voice echoed once more. "Oh." King Asterion cast a glance at Dalkon before stating, "Very well. Let Councillor Belovar and Councillor Dalkon join Solorian at the royal court and head to the Windrunner Tower." The support echoed again, and with 2 votes absent. The Silver Moon Assembly passed this resolution, which was duly recorded by the scribe, and the meeting was adjourned. The king rang a small bell to signal the end of the assembly. As the figures of the councillors faded from sight, King Asterion pondered a pressing question. What does Dalkon intend to do? Dalkon Dalarian toyed with an arcane orb, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he summoned an arcane servant. "Go inform Mirdaran to accompany me to the Windrunner Tower." Watching the servant depart, he felt a surge of triumph. Discussing the eradication of trolls? Why should the Windrunner family have dominion over the Ranger forces? Soon, it will be you who seeks the counsel of the Dalarian family. Haha. When Aurelia perceived the shimmering silver light emanating from the direction of the Windrunner Tower, she nearly lost her balance atop her griffin, recalling the warning from her sister. She urged her griffin companion to hasten homeward. Lilith and Talia raced desperately toward the anti-magic chamber. Talia, the swiftest, reached the chamber of Liedrin first. She pushed open the door and peeked inside, only to find Liedrin lying peacefully on the bed, seemingly unperturbed by any events. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Hastily closing the door, she moved on to the next chamber. Lilith arrived, breathless, and upon seeing Talia in a flurry, he too became anxious and inquired, "Have you seen my sister?" Talia merely shook her head, continuing her hurried pace toward the next anti-magic chamber. Just as they were about to push open the door to the next chamber, it creaked open to reveal Sylvanas and Velan, each supporting an elf as they exited. "Sister!" Lilith exclaimed with joy. Sylvanas and Velan looked up at their anxious brother, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. "My lord." Talia's voice was laden with question. "Sister, let me help you," Lilith offered as he assisted Velan. He then asked, "Sister, how is Talia's brother faring?" Before Sylvanas could respond, Velan burst into laughter. "Moon sister," Lilith called out, somewhat displeased. All right, I won't laugh," Velan replied, though her laughter continued. "Enough, little moon, do not tease Lilith," Sylvanas said, stretching her arms before turning back to Velan. She then gazed at the puzzled young ranger and assured her, "Do not worry, your brother will awaken soon. For now, let the Archmage and Lord Vondel rest properly. Do not rush." Talia felt a sense of relief and graciously accepted Velan's assistance with the Archmage, ensuring he was comfortable against her. Velan playfully pinched Talia's cheek, exclaiming, "Very nice." Her delight grew. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Since Norman's consciousness was shattered by that blue light, he had lingered in a state of chaos, surrounded by viscous black liquid. Fragments of memory surged alongside this sticky substance, causing him to nearly forget his identity, save for a recurring voice echoing, "Go Horn, go Horn." Time became an enigma, and the tumultuous chaos began to swell. The call for Gohorn intensified, transforming into a rhythmic thumping that resonated throughout the void. Memory fragments pulsated in unison, drawn together as they merged with the black liquid. Perhaps it was in that fleeting moment, or the next, that a silver lightning bolt sliced through the pure darkness like a dagger, shattering it. As the silver lightning cleaved through the chaos, beams of light began to penetrate, illuminating the world and delineating the sky from the earth. Under the radiance of these beams, the black liquid dissolved, and the amalgamated memories gradually shed their chaotic shroud, only to be rearranged once more. The rhythmic thumping transformed back into the call for Gohorn, as the black liquid contracted, ultimately converging beneath the largest memory fragment, refusing to yield an inch. With a crack, another azure lightning bolt struck down from the heavens, targeting the last bastion of the black liquid. Norman felt the world tremble beneath that bolt as the black liquid finally erupted, splattering with a shade of azure, scattering into the corners of his consciousness. Those memory fragments swiftly reassembled, piecing together a complete mirror, devoid of any ripple. The entirety of his awareness settled into tranquility. He finally realized, I am Norman of the House of Twilight. Chapter 17. The calm before the storm. Talia gasped, feeling as if her bandages had adhered to her flesh. She seemed to finally grasp the essence of pain. It was about time. Lilith offered a reassuring smile. Talia caught a glimpse of Lilith's smile from the corner of her eye, turned her head away, and scoffed, such an ignorant young master. Once the medic concluded the dressing, she softly thanked him and made her way toward the anti-magic chamber. Lilith followed closely, asking, Hey, aren't you hungry? Talia glanced back at Lilith, retrieved a piece of dry rations from her pocket, waved it in the air, and turned to continue on her way. Lilith gazed at the little girl with a bemused expression. Goodness, could she have been subsisting solely on this dry rations for the past couple of days? Eating such fare at home, how could she manage it? With that thought, Lilith hurriedly positioned himself in front of her, saying, It's futile for you to go over there now. Just moments ago, my second sister informed me that everything will be explained in detail once they have rested. That's fine. I shall wait for them to recuperate before my brother's door, Talia replied, attempting to sidestep Lilith. There's no need to rush. We are friends, are we not? I invite you to dine at my home, and you need not pay a single coin, Lilith said, retreating as he spoke. Put away your mischievous schemes, young master. Talia halted, casting a sideways glance at Lilith. Once my brother has recovered, we will depart. If we return late, we shall receive no remuneration for our commission. Why is that? Lilith inquired. Returning late means no reward? You have already completed the task, haven't you? There are no further questions to ponder. The pact made with the vampire Miljuin is quite clear on this matter. Talia seemed to recall something, shaking her injured hand as she continued. As for the treatment we received, the cost will be delivered once we receive our payment. Lilith felt a surge of frustration, despite his many contemplations. He had never anticipated that this little girl would hold such views. Let us not rush into discussing treatment costs. I am rather intrigued by the contract you mentioned. To not host guests with a meal when they visit one's home is not the mark of a proper host, Lilith quickly asserted. He raised a finger and added, I shall treat you to a meal, and when you return, you can treat me at the Twilight House. How does that sound? Talia tilted her head, seemingly considering the proposition. With a half-smile, she glanced at the young master and replied, Deal? Transaction? Solorian arrived at the royal reception room, quietly pondering this perplexing decree. When had there ever been a precedent for two counselors to embark on a journey together? Solorian noticed that Merzelin, standing beside Darkan, appeared to understand something. Yet he refrained from speaking, waiting patiently for the two counselors. The Herald of Dawn has arrived. Let us depart, Lord Beloval. Darkan's tone remained somber. Beloval cast a sideways glance at Darkan and his son, sensing that Darkan might have ulterior motives. He nodded slightly and replied, Let us go. Meanwhile, those within the Windwalker Tower were blissfully unaware that a lavish royal entourage was on its way to discuss the matter of the trolls. They were currently preoccupied with welcoming the returning Ranger General, Aurelia. Where's Hill? Take me to her, Aurelia instructed, stroking the crest of her Dragonhawk companion until it flew to its nest before turning to the attendant who had come to greet her. General, the lady and the two guests have been resting in their room since they emerged from the anti-magic prison. They seem quite fatigued, the attendant answered respectfully. Oh. Aurelia glanced at the attendant. Take care of Leah. Having given her command, she walked directly toward her sister's chamber. Hey, I still don't know your name, Lilith said curiously, watching the little girl who was devouring her third meal. Suddenly, he realized he had yet to learn her name. Talia, of the Twilight House, Talia replied, not lifting her head from her plate, her words muffled as she continued to eat. She was indifferent to any notions of etiquette. This was a meal she intended to enjoy thoroughly, as she would have to repay the favor later. Cough, cough, cough. Slow down, if you run out. We can order another. Here, this is sunlight berry juice. It's made from it, and the flavor is quite unique. Lilith cheerfully pushed a glass of juice toward Talia, bemused by her eager consumption. Yum, this is delicious. After downing a glass of juice, Talia finally felt satisfied and praised it. She set the empty cup aside and turned her gaze toward a large fried egg, which seemed to be made from a chocobo egg, something she rarely had the chance to eat. How intriguing. Lilith slowly tore off a piece of bread, then suddenly recalled the dry rations in Talia's pocket, asking, "May I taste your rations?" Upon hearing this, Talia looked up at him with a puzzled expression, wondering if he was unwell. Lilith felt slightly embarrassed under her gaze, rubbing his nose as he explained, "I'm merely curious. I have never tasted the food of long-distance rangers." What a peculiar preference, Talia muttered under her breath, but she generously pulled out the dry rations from her pocket, breaking off a large piece to offer him. "Here, try it. If it's not enough, there's more." She watched him with eager anticipation, her eyes brimming with encouragement. Lilith took the rations, examining them closely. The golden brown exterior looked decent, and it even smelled quite fragrant. It seemed there were some unidentifiable nut fragments mixed in. Noticing Talia's expectant gaze, he reconfirmed the rations in his hand. To taste or not? He pondered, then promptly took a bite. He was momentarily stunned, and then his entire face contorted in a grimace, as if donning a mask of agony. He shook his head vigorously and leaned over the table, exclaiming, "Pooh, pooh, pooh. What is this? Ha ha ha. Talia laughed uncontrollably, doubling over with mirth as tears of laughter formed at the corners of her eyes. She poured a glass of juice from the table and handed it to Lilith, still clutching her stomach as she guffawed. "What is this? Is this what you all eat?" Lilith tossed aside the dry rations, raising the juice glass for a hearty drink, only feeling somewhat relieved before asking Talia, "This is what we eat regularly. I made that dry ration myself." Talia could hardly contain her laughter. Her stomach was in stitches. "You made it yourself? I thought the food of those long-distance rangers was prepared by specialists." Lilith gazed at Talia in disbelief. "Dry rations made by oneself? What on earth?" Of course. We cannot compare to the regular army of the Sunfire Legion. And as for the rangers, well, they are a different story entirely. Surely you didn't add honey or sugar into it. And that oily flavor, it smells good, but tastes both fishy and gamey." At this, Talia's mouth fell open in shock as she stared at Lilith. "Honey? Isn't that meant for selling? Who makes dry rations with honey? Sugar? We can't afford that." Observing Talia's expression, one might sense a hint of disdain directed at oneself. "Have I erred in my remarks?" Lyris tapped the table and asserted. "Hey, don't look at me with that gaze. I am aware of your thoughts." Talia, noticing his apparent displeasure, quickly adorned her face with a pleasing smile. "He is a wealthy young master, not someone to offend. I must tread carefully. Where, pray tell, did I go wrong? Is it not thus?" Lyris dismissed Talia's feigned amiability and pressed on with his inquiry. "It is not so," Talia replied, weariness etched across her features. "For commoners, indulging in honey bread thrice a week is already a luxury. As for candied treats, they are the exclusive indulgence of the esteemed mages." With a sigh of resignation, she attempted to enlighten him. "Oh, I see," Lyris responded, a dawning comprehension illuminating his face. "And what of oil? Good heavens, I should not have come here. This is my fault," Talia exclaimed, shaking her head in exasperation. "This sustenance is merely the remnants we gather after delivering food home, which I then sauté with wildcat oil. The dried fruit within is collected during our excursions. This is our regular fare." "My sincere apologies," Lyris said, realizing he had overstepped. "No matter. When you find the time to visit Dusk home, do inform me in advance. I shall prepare wildcat steaks paired with wild apples for you," Talia replied, gesturing towards the plate of uneaten chocobo eggs with a sense of regret over waste. She reached for the plate, resuming her meal. "Do you not find this labor arduous?" Lyris inquired gently. "Not at all. Ever since Lady Ophiuchia passed, Norman has assumed the role of guardian. Since then, we seldom go hungry, and everyone is quite content," Talia declared, her eyes sparkling with joy, a remnant of egg clinging to her lip. "Your brother is quite remarkable. Indeed, all my skills were imparted by him." Talia mumbled through her meal. Lyris fell silent, shifting into a more comfortable position in his chair, quietly observing the dry rations and the small ranger diligently working to secure her meal. A bold notion began to unfurl within him. Chapter 18. Convergence. "Wake up, Sylvanas. I have returned." Aurelia softly beckoned her sister, seated by Sylvanas's bedside. Sister." Sylvanas rubbed her eyes, murmuring, and as if struck by a sudden revelation. Her eyes flew open to find Aurelia before her. I deemed you too fatigued to be disturbed, so I refrained from alerting you, Aurelia said, her smile illuminating her sister's bashful countenance. Sister, have all the rangers returned? What transpired today was beyond imagination. Please wait a moment, Sylvanas said, hastily dressing as she spoke. Aurelia's smile faded, replaced by a serious frost at Sylvanas's grave tone. Beyond imagination? Very well, sister, let us proceed to the library. I shall recount everything that has transpired. Agreed. The sisters walked side by side towards the library, one lost in contemplation of what could be so extraordinary, while the other pondered how to convey the horrors of recent events. Silence enveloped them. Lyras, return my rations. Nay, I have consumed them. They are mine now, and I shall not part with them. Why keep them if you do not intend to eat? Do not waste them. Return them to me. Ha ha, I refuse to relent. This shall infuriate you. At that moment, the sounds of playful scuffles drew the sisters from their reveries. Aurelia raised an eyebrow at Sylvanas, her expression one of curiosity. It seems the little ranger you brought back is also a member of the rescue team, Sylvanas explained, smiling at the unexpected display of intrigue from her elder sister. The raucous laughter grew closer, compelling Aurelia to stifle her remaining words. The sisters stood still, awaiting the commotion to unfold. Ah, General! Lord! Talia exclaimed, pushing Lyras while reaching for the rations he held aloft. Their playful tussle halted abruptly as they rounded a corner, only to find the General and the Lord standing before them. Talia was startled. Greetings, General. Greetings, Lord. Her face paled as she quickly withdrew her hands, hastily bowing to the General and the Lord. Ha ha, Talia, your performance was utterly lacking in finesse. You cannot deceive me. Lyras laughed mockingly, holding the rations high as he observed Talia, who was bowing while casting furtive glances at him, a triumphant smirk on his face. Thud! Ouch! Who struck me? Lyras exclaimed, turning angrily, demanding to know who dared to hit him. Elder sister? Younger sister? Lyras turned to find his elder sister, her face like ice, and his younger sister, eager to witness the unfolding drama, standing right behind him. He was taken aback. Greetings, elder sister. Greetings, younger sister. Lyras greeted them with a furrowed brow, realizing he was in deep trouble. His indulgence had gone too far, while the younger sister might be forgiving. The elder sister was another matter entirely. Lyras, who taught you to tease a girl in such a manner? Aurelia confronted him, delivering a sharp reprimand. She then turned to Talia, observing the pale-faced young ranger, and recalling the earlier rescue, she sighed softly, gently patting Talia's head. If Lyras bullies you, do inform me. I shall take care of him. With that, she waved goodbye to Talia and departed. Sylvanas approached with a bemused expression, ruffling Lyras's dejected hair before patting Talia's shoulder. Do not worry. Go play, she said, chasing after Aurelia. Lyras exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. He turned to Talia and whispered, You frightened me. I thought we were doomed today. Talia stared blankly at the ground, her face alternating between red and pale. Upon hearing Lyras's words, she lifted her foot and stomped down on his instep. Ah, why did you step on me? Lyras hopped on one foot, baring his teeth in anger at Talia. Ouch, that truly hurts. Humph. Talia ignored him and dashed away in an instant. Hey, why are you running? Come back. Listening to the commotion behind her, Aurelia turned to her sister with a smile, exclaiming, Time flies. In the blink of an eye, our Lyras has grown up. Indeed. Time passes swiftly. I still remember the little boy who would blush while dancing in the garden. Now he has matured so quickly. I measured just now, and he's almost as tall as I am, Sylvanas added cheerfully, gesturing animatedly. Ha ha, here we are. Upon entering the library, Sylvanas retrieved a book that had been deliberately damaged and handed it to her sister. This has been intentionally torn. What are they trying to conceal? Aurelia said, flipping through the pages, coming across the torn ones, and asked her sister in confusion. This is where the trouble began. Sylvanas took the book back and set it aside, beginning to recount the events of recent times to her sister. As she spoke, gasps of surprise echoed throughout the library. At this very moment, within Norman's consciousness, a grand fireworks display was unfolding. Phoenixes, castles, sailing ships, and various patterns burst forth in the sky. This year's Flame Festival was truly lively. Wow. Costello and Talia stood at the front of a group of children, dancing and shouting excitedly at the sky. Norman stood at the back, remembering that this was the Flame Festival from the year he first became a parent. By the way, where's Corey? Norman looked around, but couldn't spot the typically quiet elf. Ah, over there. Following Norman's gaze, one could see the elf with chestnut hair performing energetically on stage, wiping his mouth and unleashing a plume of crimson flame. then twisting to release a jet of azure flame, eliciting cheers from the audience below. He flashed a smile at Norman, bowed to the audience, and, with a final breath of black, red, and azure flames, gradually retreated behind the curtain, disappearing from view. Norman applauded alongside the crowd, bidding farewell to the performer. But as he gazed at the descending curtain, tears began to well in his eyes. Drops of dark, purple rain fell from the heavens, and Norman helplessly watched as the surroundings rapidly transformed, replaced by a canopy of trees obscuring the sun. In the distance, he could hear the shouts of elves and trolls. The sounds of battle, cries of pain, and struggles mingled together, informing him that this was the battlefield. Talia rushed over, supporting Costello, and shouted in a tearful voice, "Brother Norman, Merzelin has deceived us. It's a trap. Brother Corey is holding off the pursuing trolls ahead. He told us to escape quickly." Corey? Corey? Norman's body trembled. This was in Sebnua. Seeing that Norman stood frozen in place, Talia set down the severely injured Costello and ran over, grabbing his hand and pulling him back. "Hurry, Brother Norman. There are too many trolls. If we stay here, Brother Corey won't be able to retreat." Suppressing his tears, Norman reached out to stroke Talia's head and said, "Talia, you take Costello and go first. The boat is by Lake Darlinbu. I'll go bring Corey back." With that, he shook off Talia's hand and dashed toward the battle. "Corey, wait for me." As he ran, flames of two colors ignited in Norman's hands. The black-red flame in his left hand transformed into a shield, while the azure flame in his right became a curved blade. He was getting closer, closer, and he saw Corey. Those damn trolls surrounded him. "Corey!" Norman shouted, smashing the shield against a troll blocking his way and slashing another's throat with the curved blade. There were too many trolls. Norman struggled through the horde toward Corey, whose chestnut hair had been stained black with troll blood. Nevertheless, he wielded his sword and shield, shouting out commands as he fought fiercely. At that moment, a treacherous spear silently lunged toward Corey from the side. "Watch out." Norman's eyes widened in horror as the spear pierced him. More spears struck him. "Ah!" Norman roared. And with that, the shield and curved blade transformed into two bursts of flame. His hands collided, igniting a new violet flame that blazed fiercely between them. Norman hurled this flame to the ground. The earth trembled violently, and all sound ceased. In the next instant, with a resounding boom, dirt, branches, and the severed limbs of trolls soared into the sky, a shockwave expanding outward from the epicenter of the explosion. Whether trees or stones, trolls or Loa, all were reduced to dust in the face of this shockwave. After what felt like an eternity, Norman approached the lifeless form of Corey lying on the ground. Crouching down to cradle his head, tears streaming down his face. Blood poured from Corey's mouth as he gazed at Norman, his lips quivering, and then his head drooped. Resting on Norman's knee, Norman sat on the ground, Corey's head on his thigh, appearing as if he were sleeping. Ugh! A ghastly wail shook the very fabric of reality. The world trembled, rapidly fading and then reconstituting itself. Corey, resting on Norman's thigh, vanished without a trace, and Norman found himself back in the forest. Once again facing the shadow hunter, with Costello hanging high in the trees, wailing incessantly. Costello lay on the ground, his body swollen, violently retching toxic blood, murmuring, "Norman, save Talia, before falling silent. In the Eversong forest, surrounded by countless undead, Norman witnessed Talia being pierced through the chest by a skeletal magic sword. The world continued to shift and reorganize, and Norman became entirely numb, mechanically walking forward into the profound darkness ahead. It seemed there was nothing left worth remembering. So be it. Clink. Plaques dropped to the ground, and Norman mechanically picked them up, staring blankly at the inscriptions. Home of Dusk, Corey. Home of Dusk, Costello. Home of Dusk, Norman. Who am I? Am I Corey? A silhouette with chestnut hair appeared beside him. No, you are Norman. Who am I? I am Costello. A mischievous figure materialized next to him. No, you are Norman. Who am I? I am Norman. At that moment, countless figures emerged around him, affirming, yes, you are Norman. These figures gradually converged, transforming into a silvery light, murmuring, save Talia. They approached and merged with him. Chapter 19. The method of the little moon. As Norman sought his identity within the realm of consciousness, Talia had rushed to his door. She pushed against it, only to find it locked, and sat down against the wall, staring vacantly at the distant forest and the clouds on the horizon, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. The despair recounted by Liadrin, the sacrifice of her brother Costello, the solemn caution of the eminent figures, and the innocent naivety of that kind-hearted youth flooded her mind. The sunlight warmed her, enveloping her in a sense of peace. Her eyelids grew heavier as she whispered, Brother Norman, let us return home. She surrendered to sleep. In the study, the conversation between the two sisters had reached its conclusion. This encapsulated the entirety of the recent events. Aurelia crossed her arms, leaning back in her chair, deeply contemplating her sister's accounts. She recalled the peculiar giant troll encased in ice. It likely did not wield voodoo, did it? Sil, how is the troll I brought back? Sister, are you referring to? Sylvanas looked at her sister in astonishment. Aurelia nodded, stating, the aberrant characteristics are unmistakable. It is certainly not the power of those trolls, merely lacking the eccentricity of that ranger. Sylvanas exhaled, relieved. If today's events were to repeat, they would indeed have to relocate. Do not worry, sister. That troll should still be alive. Mere freezing cannot kill them. Well, that is good. We shall verify it later, and then all will be understood. To whom much is given, much is expected, is it not? Aurelia winked at her sister. Haha, you are always so considerate, sister. Let us see how the eminent figures are recovering. Otherwise, how can we invite them? Sylvanas laughed, taking her sister's hand. You are such a rascal. Come. We mustn't be overly rude. Recently awakened, Liadrin stared blankly at the ceiling. If only I had not insisted, how much better it would be. Those who sacrificed themselves to protect me, how can I repay the debt of their lives? Tears streamed down like a torrential flood. Why are you crying? Olga sat at her bedside, using a towel to wipe her tears. Liadrin turned her head to ask, if I had not gone to the front lines, would so many not have sacrificed themselves? Olga continued to wipe her tears, saying, there are no ifs. Healing the wounded is your duty, and protecting you is their fate. This is your first time on the front line, is it not? Duty? Fate. Liadrin did not respond to her question, instead gazing at her in confusion. You will come to understand that sacrifice is also a shackle. Liadrin felt even more perplexed by the physician's words. Haha. Observing Liadrin's bewildered expression, Olga chuckled. When I was very young, I fought alongside General Aurelia. The trolls killed our parents, our kin, our friends. On the battlefield, you save them, and they protect you. It is a natural order. Those who survive carry the wishes of those who have perished for the living. Liadrin was taken aback. She had never considered such things. She merely wished to save more lives. The pleading gaze of Costello resurfaced in her mind. Observing the dazed patient, Olga sighed softly and prepared to leave. Physician, I would like to bask in the sunlight. Olga smiled gently. All right. A sudden, urgent knocking on the door jolted Vandalor from his meditation. Outside, a voice called Vandalor. Are you still alive? What do you mean, still alive? Vandalor's eye twitched. Where is your basic decorum as a high-ranking practitioner? He rose in indignation and flung open the door, shouting, Zul'Aman, are you provoking an elder? Ah, you are finally awake. Splendid. Zul'Aman disregarded his anger. Striding directly to his desk and clattering a pile of black and red fragments onto the surface. Turning back, he exclaimed, what are you standing there for? Come, look at this. Vandalor pointed at Zul'Aman, his lips quivering, but his words were interrupted by the Grand Astromancer's next actions. Seeing Vandalor still standing there, finger pointed. The Grand Astromancer rushed forward, seizing his hand and dragging him to the desk. Come, I have made new discoveries. Look at these cocoons that just wrapped around him. Why are you not speaking? Enough. Vandalor took a deep breath, enunciating each word. Is this your so-called discovery? Of course. Look how they have transformed into a crystal-like material. I wish to ascertain their properties. Zul'Aman gazed at the Grand Priest with confusion. What was he so irate about? Seeing the bewildered expression, Vandalor's forehead twitched. By the light, I cannot endure this any longer. I shall. Grand Astromancer, I hear you have made new discoveries? The Aurelia sisters happened upon the scene, having just arrived, and upon hearing the Grand Astromancer's words, they hurried over. Ah, the Ranger General has returned. Splendid. Come here. The Grand Astromancer's eyes lit up as he bypassed Vandalor to welcome the sisters, and the three gathered around the pile of black-red shards, murmuring excitedly. Vandalor stood there with a sullen expression, feeling quite pitiful. Equally discontent was our poor little Lyris, who was now being gently tended to by his third sister. When Leysa indulged in a deep slumber, and upon awakening, she ambled through the courtyard, her mind awash with the unsettling sights she had encountered in that room. She resolved that these matters must remain undisclosed to Lyris. As she stroked her chin, she contemplated the little rogue who had played with him. Perhaps she could keep her at home as a companion. Just then, she spotted her brother Lyris limping and sneaking into the medical room. What could be troubling him now? She decided to follow him quietly. Lyris, having struggled to remove his shoes, was about to rest his foot on the stool when their sister burst through the door with a leap. Startled, he inadvertently kicked the stool with his injured foot. Ah! Sister Moon, step away, he exclaimed. Ha ha ha, Lyris, have you been beaten again? When Lisa stood at the doorway, clutching her abdomen, laughing until she could hardly breathe. Get lost. If I say one more word to you, I'll be a pig. All right, let me take a look, she chuckled. You truly are a pig. Just look at this pig's trotter. Noticing Lyris's face darkening, she hurried to comfort him, crouching to examine his injury. Unable to restrain herself, she made another remark. Lyris turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge Sister Moon. Haha, look at your petty demeanor. Your foot is so swollen, the ointment won't be of much help. When Lisa teased, and then produced a vial of alchemical healing potion from her magical bag. Upon seeing Sister Moon retrieve a healing potion, Lyris quickly retracted his foot. Sister Moon, that potion is too precious. I can manage with just the ointment. When Lisa held onto his foot firmly. Haha, this is precisely when the potion should be used. It's all right, Lyris. As Lyris felt the coolness of the potion on his foot, he watched Sister Moon apply it carefully, fearful of causing him pain. A warm sensation surged toward his eyes, and he felt the sting of tears threatening to spill. Oh dear, Lyris, how did you injure your foot? When Lisa asked without lifting her gaze. Upon hearing the question, Lyris gritted his teeth and recounted the misfortune of his good intentions being met with ingratitude. That little girl was simply too rude. I was only trying to help her. Oh, when Lisa exclaimed, suddenly looking up at him in disbelief. Isn't that just what she deserves? Isn't it? Her laughter erupted, and she doubled over, clutching Lyris's foot as she laughed uncontrollably. Ouch, ouch, Sister Moon, it hurts. Lyris genuinely cried out, the pain overwhelming. Seeing her brother's tears finally calmed when Lisa, and she returned to her unfinished task. All right, Lyris, she said, patting his calf, signaling him to place his foot on the stool. So, what do you think of that little girl? When Lisa leaned in to ask Lyris. Rude, disrespectful, barbaric. Lyris huffed, turning his head away. Really? When Lisa drawled, gently turning Lyris's head back to face her. Indeed, Lyris replied, meeting her gaze with a determined nod. Very well. Then I shall go give her a thrashing and toss her out for daring to bully our Lyris. When Lisa feigned anger and turned to stride outside, silently counting to herself, 1, 2. Wait, Sister Moon. Before she could reach 2, Lyris called out. Ha ha ha. When Lisa turned back with a mischievous grin. Sister Moon. Lyris blushed under her gaze and mumbled. Talia is quite pitiful. Look at this. He pulled out the piece of dry rations Talia had given him and presented it to Sister Moon. This is what she usually eats. When Lisa took the rations, examining them as she listened to Lyris recount Talia's situation. What do you plan to do? She winked at him. I wish to ask eldest sister to take her in. If she stays with the Sunfire Legion, she will perish. I've heard of Zul'Aman. He is both wicked and greedy. When Lisa burst into laughter. Sister Moon, I'm serious. Why are you laughing? Lyris was quite displeased with her demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just happy that Lyris is such a kind-hearted person. However, the Wanderers have strict requirements regarding identity. She cannot prove hers, can she? Upon hearing this, Lyris's expression fell. Haha. When Lisa noted his despondence and thought to herself how much he had grown, ruffling his hair, she said with a smile, no worries, I will handle this. If she cannot be a wanderer, she can still be your bodyguard. A bodyguard? No way. I'm not going out. Why would I need a bodyguard? Lyris shook his head vigorously at the suggestion. That's fine. You're about to go to Silver Moon City to study music anyway. She can train at home for a while, and then accompany you. Sensing Lyris's reluctance, when Lisa patted his shoulder and continued, she is not some clueless child. She will be of assistance to you. This matter is settled. You rest now. I'll talk to eldest and second sister. As Lyris watched Sister Moon leave with a mischievous smile, he felt increasingly troubled, pondering the absurdity of her suggestion for a bodyguard. Chapter 20. All of this is your doing. The journey felt interminable. Norman traversed the corridors of his consciousness, revisiting the long path he had traveled. With each recollection, fragments of memory surged forth, merging with him until Costello, spewing toxic blood, murmured, Norman, save Talia. Save Talia? What happened to her? Norman's mind raced back through the memories, and he saw Talia pierced through the chest by a sword adorned with a skull. No, Talia. His anguished cry jolted Talia from her slumber, and she groggily pondered who was calling her. Wait, it's coming from the room. Brother Norman is awake. Brother Norman. Talia rose with a shout, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Who locked this damn door? Anxious and frantic, Talia received no response from within the room. After pacing around outside twice, she suddenly smacked her forehead in realization. How foolish of me. I should call the Lord. She dashed towards the courtyard. Was someone knocking? Was someone calling for me? That voice, it is Talia. Norman's eyes flew open. Lying in bed, he pinched his thigh and felt pain. This is not a dream. Where am I? Norman struggled to recall. his head throbbing painfully. "Hurry and tell the Lord, my brother has awakened." Talia tugged at a maid's sleeve, panting heavily. She had run too fast and was out of breath. Watching the maid rush to report, Talia crouched down, gasping for air. Thank goodness, her brother Norman had finally awakened. "My lord, the ranger brought back by that general just informed me that her brother has awakened." The three individuals engrossed in discussion immediately halted upon hearing this announcement, exchanging glances before putting away their chips and departing in unison. Furiously seated with a dark expression, Vandeleur leapt up at the news and pursued them. Angry? Why should I be angry? As Teresa reached the courtyard, she spotted Talia crouched down, gasping for breath. "Huh, I was just thinking about where to find you. And here you are?" Teresa approached and squatted down in front of Talia, saying, "Oh, stubborn little ranger, what are you doing crouched here? My brother has awakened." Talia managed to gasp out, "What?" Teresa sprang up, seizing the little ranger and heading towards the magic restraining room. Wait, I can't catch my breath," Talia protested, clutching her stomach. "Who told you to eat so much?" "Huh, what do you mean by that?" "Lyra's told me everything. Stop talking nonsense and hurry." The physician, supporting the weak Liadeline, pushed open the door and, upon stepping into the corridor, spotted a strikingly beautiful elf dragging a squawking little ranger along. Liadeline recalled that this was the peculiar little ranger from the rescue team. What had she done to deserve such treatment? "I'm telling the truth. I just heard my brother's voice. He has awakened," Talia insisted loudly, clarifying that she was not lying despite Teresa's skepticism. "You're too talkative, hurry up." The two of them brushed past Liadeline without acknowledging her. Hearing Talia's words, Liadeline felt as if she had been struck by a hammer, buzzing with the realization. She quickly asked the physician, "Did that little girl just say her brother has awakened?" Receiving confirmation, she signaled the physician to assist her as she followed closely behind. "You see, the door was locked, so I came to call you," Talia insisted, pushing against the door vigorously, then turned to Teresa. Teresa, crossing her arms, observed the anxious little ranger with amusement. "Oh, how delightful. I think I shall tease you a bit more. If you are deceiving us, you better consider the consequences. I shall have you thrown to Zul'Aman by a dragon hawk." At this moment, Talia suddenly recalled that, indeed, there had been no sound from within the room where Norman lay. As this thought crossed her mind, beads of sweat began to roll down her forehead. "I've never heard of anyone tossing guests to Zul'Aman." Just then, a soft voice broke the silence between Teresa and Talia, causing both to glare at the speaker. Teresa was angered because her intimidation had been thwarted, while Talia recognized the speaker as the priest they had rescued. She was the reason for all this trouble. With the physician's help, Liadeline approached Talia, laboriously bowing her head, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Talia turned her head away, initially ignoring her. After a moment's thought, she reconsidered, feeling it might be impolite, given the significance of their benefactor. Reluctantly, she faced Liadeline and returned the courtesy, replying, "I'm glad you're all right. You look so weak. Shouldn't you be resting?" Teresa watched Talia's entire reaction with keen interest, increasingly finding it amusing. Once she received her reward, she feared Talia might act out violently. At that moment, Sylvanas and her entourage approached. Vandeleur, seeing his disciple standing there, was taken aback. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd, asking, "Leah, how did you get out? You are still very weak, and your spirit sea is unstable. You must return to rest." As he spoke, he waved for the physician to quickly escort Liadeline back, even lending her one arm as they turned to leave. "Master, I want to go back. I heard Norman has awakened, so I came here." Liadeline gently protested. "Nonsense. You need to rest. What if something happens? What will I do?" "Master, I want to leave. I promised myself in that jungle that I would not run away again," Liadeline shouted, struggling even more fiercely. Seeing his disciple's determined stance, Vandeleur's brow furrowed with concern. And he relented, saying, all right, we want to go. Leah, please drink this potion." He quickly retrieved a vial of golden liquid and handed it to Liadeline. Watching her drink it, he finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. TCH. A crowd gathered to witness the commotion between the master and disciple. Understanding why his disciple was so willful, he had spoiled her. The Grand Astromancer, having witnessed the farce, clicked his tongue as if still unsatisfied, and said to Sylvanas, "My lord, please open the door. I can hardly wait." Sylvanas nodded solemnly at her sister, approached the door, placed her hand on it, and softly began to chant a spell. Talia attempted to push forward, but Teresa firmly seized her, turning to shout for her to let go. She was met with Teresa's stern gaze and, after struggling a bit, ceased her movements. With a creak, the door swung open, bathed in sunlight. The darkened interior of the door loomed like a gaping maw, ready to devour those who entered. Chapter 21. Vandaler, your time is up. Sylvanas took a deep breath, preparing to step inside. Wait. Findelor called out to her, striding past the crowd and entering first. Upon hearing the door open, Norman glanced towards it, and soon after, the archbishop who had issued the commission walked in. He approached the bedside and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Coughing, Norman replied in a hoarse tone, "I am Norman, of the House of Dusk." The archbishop's hand glimmered with a flash of gold as he struck down towards Norman's chest. With confusion, Norman looked at the old man, remarking, "I merely coughed a few times. There was no need for such a blow." Seeing that Norman appeared unfazed, Findelor let out a sigh of relief and nodded at the Grand Sorcerer who had followed him in. "Brother Norman." Talia, upon seeing Norman awake, broke free from Vanessa's grasp and attempted to rush towards him. "Do not go over there. Stay here." Vanessa swiftly cradled her in her arms. "Let me go? Hurry. Let me go." "Brother Norman." Talia struggled desperately to escape Vanessa's hold. Hearing Talia's cries, Norman shifted his gaze from the old man to his sister. "Talia?" he asked in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is it truly you? Are you alive? Could it be that what I witnessed was merely an illusion?" He pondered as he nodded at his sister, gesturing for her to calm down. Unfazed by his indication, Talia struggled even harder. Vanessa, holding her, felt her forehead throb. This little ranger was quite the handful. "If you do not quiet down, I shall throw you out. I mean it." At this, Talia finally began to settle down. The frail Liadeline entered last, and, upon seeing Norman smile at her, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "He truly is alive. Ranger, tell me, what did you see?" The Grand Sorcerer scrutinized Norman from beside the bed. Norman coldly met the Grand Sorcerer's gaze, remaining silent. "Who are you? I am not your prisoner." "Norman, is it?" The old elf began, sensing Norman's emotional shift. "The Grand Sorcerer means no harm. She is also your savior. I witnessed many things, yet I cannot discern what is real." Norman finally spoke, pausing before continuing. "My mind is in complete disarray. You may ask your questions, but allow me a moment to gather myself. May I have some water?" "Algia, fetch him water." "Goodness." Vanessa sighed softly, observing the tear-streaked little ranger with the water jug, and released her hold. "Brother, drink slowly. There is more after you finish." Norman drank the last drop of water with a smile, reaching out to wipe the tears from his sister's eyes. However, the more he wiped, the more tears flowed, until Talia finally collapsed against his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. "Enough, Talia, there are so many watching. You are a brave jungle ranger." "I do not care, Brother Norman. Do not leave me." Talia stammered through her tears. "All right, I promise I will not leave you. I do not believe you. It was you and Costello who sent me to deliver messages. You are both great deceivers." Talia cried even harder. Findelor rubbed his forehead, exasperated by the girl's endless tears. He turned to Liadeline, saying, "Leah, you should return to rest. There are matters I still need to verify with this ranger." "I will not go. I will stay here," Liadeline stated, weak yet resolute. Suddenly, Findelor felt a sharp pain in his teeth. The others could not help but chuckle at Findelor, with Vanessa letting out a light laugh. Norman, too, was bemused. The archbishop did not seem quite so imposing after all. He leaned in close to Talia's ear and whispered a few words. Talia, still sniffling, looked up and asked, "Really?" Norman replied earnestly, "To deceive you would be beneath me." Talia then stood, wiped her tears, and, still sniffling, walked over to assist Liadeline, guiding her towards the door. "What are you doing?" "I said I am not going anywhere," Liadeline gently protested, until Talia whispered a few words in her ear. Turning her face, she asked Talia, "Is it true?" "Indeed." With Talia's confirmation, Liadeline slowly made her way outside with her support. "Algia, you should assist as well." Sylvanas instructed the medic with a smile. "Ha, Archbishop, you are finished." With a creak, the room darkened again. "Tell me, what did you see?" The Grand Sorcerer asked Norman eagerly. Norman raised an eyebrow, responding, "What do you mean?" "Start from when you encountered that troll tribe." Zul'Aman, no interruptions. The imposing Findelor returned to his authoritative stance. "After we split our forces that day." As Norman recounted his tale, the 5 listeners grew increasingly serious. "Wait, did you just say you saw a horde of putrid blood trolls surrounding a massive pyramid-shaped structure and worship?" The Grand Sorcerer could not contain his curiosity. "Humph. Let him finish." Findelor huffed heavily. "Ah, my apologies. Please continue," the Grand Sorcerer replied, waving a hand at Norman. Once they settled down, Norman carried on until he reached the part about consciousness restructuring. "Are you saying that cocoon is called Gohorn?" Findelor inquired after a lengthy contemplation. "I cannot be certain, but that cocoon repeatedly claimed to be the sovereign, and the sovereign's name was Gohorn. Let us not dwell on names for now. You mentioned your entire consciousness was shattered, and blue energy fused with dark red energy? The Grand Sorcerer asked with excitement. Yes, I am certain they fused together, Norman affirmed. Excellent. Just as I suspected. This Gohorn must be related to the void. The Grand Sorcerer's excitement grew. Many things could now be explained. Fong Deller cast a glance at the Great Astrologer, remaining silent. So what are you now? Is that energy still tainted? Aurelia's sole concern was whether it would unleash greater devastation. Upon hearing this question, Norman offered a wry smile and replied, I suppose I still qualify as an elf. I no longer hear that whisper. Nor do I harbor the desire to obliterate and consume everything. He paused briefly before adding, after the consciousness realm was shattered, I fell into despair for a long time before I managed to return. What lies beyond the stars? Sylvanas inquired. An ever-expanding void, chaos, extreme cold, and profound terror. Had it not been for the bonds formed with Talia and the others, I would have traversed into it, Norman stated resolutely. Are you suggesting there are void creatures? The Great Astrologer asked. Indeed, endless, annihilating void entities. Sylvanas understood why those tomes had been deliberately destroyed. This was indeed a forbidden pursuit not to be ventured into. Let us allow this ranger some respite. Today's events must remain confidential. It is imperative. Fong Deller rose, addressing the Great Astrologer. We shall maintain discretion, Your Majesty. Such matters could spell doom for us all. Aurelia comprehended why Fong Deller directed that remark towards the Great Astrologer. She was indeed the greatest concern. Fret not. I merely utilize it for interpreting celestial phenomena. I am not so deranged. The Great Astrologer seemed to sense the collective scrutiny upon her and chuckled. I harbor doubts about that. Fong Deller's tone conveyed clear mistrust. Unless you swear an oath against your inner demons. Are you insulting me, Your Majesty? The Great Astrologer rose, glaring angrily at Fong Deller. No, Your Excellency. I doubt anyone wishes to relive such events, Aurelia interjected, her two sisters stepping forward to stand alongside her. Very well. It appears this is your will. I shall swear. However, I shall remember what you have done today. Listening to the Great Astrologer grind out her oath through clenched teeth, the group finally felt a sense of relief. Sylvanas cheerfully suggested, let us retire to the reception room. There is another matter requiring your assistance. One that may pique your interest. She glanced at Norman and continued, since you are unharmed, a physician will soon come to transfer you to the guest quarters. As a ranger, you have proven commendable. When the esteemed individuals departed, Norman extended his hands before his eyes and mused, am I still a ranger now? Chapter 22. I oppose what a distant journey this is, Lord Dalcon. He remarked, pushing open the carriage window to address the opposing carriage. Lord Dalcon. We shall arrive before nightfall. It is not far, replied Belovar, grinning as he opened his own window. Then let us wish for a smooth journey, Dalcon said, nodding in farewell before closing the window, muttering to himself, indeed, may wishes be fulfilled. After Talia returned Liadrin to her chamber, she sat silently at the bedside. What could have transpired that her brother would wish to conceal from her? This question incessantly occupied her thoughts. You are Talia, are you not? Liadrin inquired, gazing at the quiet young ranger, recalling the hopeful look in Costello's eyes before his passing. Talia, startled by the sudden question, looked blankly at Liadrin. Liadrin smiled gently and repeated her question. Yes, I am Talia. May I ask where the Twilight Home is located in Silvermoon City? I wish to pay a visit. What do you intend to do? Talia regarded Liadrin warily. You saved me. I wish to see if there is something I may assist with, Liadrin replied, exasperated yet amused. Oh, Talia suddenly understood, assist? I like that word, especially as it pertains to the great golden pig. Certainly, we are in dire need. We lack food and medicine. Talia eagerly approached Liadrin, chattering about their difficulties. Observing the excited young ranger continuously speaking, Liadrin felt her previously stabilized mental state begin to fray once more. She quickly interrupted Talia, saying, Stop. Let's take it one step at a time. Where were we just now? Talia, sensing an opportunity, grew even more animated as she enthusiastically discussed matters with Liadrin. At the same time, an intense discussion was unfolding in the reception room. I believe these crystals possess immense research value. Allow me to study them, and I shall share the findings with all present. What do you think of my proposal? The Great Astrologer proposed while seated at the conference table, pointing at the pile of crystals before them. That proposal is lacking. To ensure fairness, we can distribute the crystals equally among those present, including the ranger, with each receiving a share. Furthermore, as a scholar, your research results must also be shared with all of us. What say you, Your Excellency, the High Priestess? When Risa dismissed the Great Astrologer's proposal, cheerfully presenting her own plan, which garnered strong approval from her sister, Foam Deller regarded Wenrisa with a playful expression of disbelief. Dividing by head count? How can you even suggest such a thing? He gathered his thoughts and continued. I can surmise some properties of these crystals. They likely possess a degree of resistance to mental attacks. As for the distribution, why not entrust the entire matter to me? I shall create protective gear for everyone. How does that sound? Humph, crafting gear? Such precious new materials are one of a kind. You would use them for equipment? The great astrologer exploded at this remark, exclaiming, knowledge is priceless. You know, regarding the understanding of the protective capabilities of equipment, who could surpass the prowess of my family's equipment manufacturer? It would be prudent to entrust everything to me, as we can accomplish it all in-house, thereby sparing everyone the hassle of seeking external assistance. Who am I, Wenlatia? A bird of the Eversong forest. Even the sight of me compels them to cover their feathers. The knowledge we have uncovered is invaluable. Equipment must not only be practical, but also aesthetically pleasing. Distributing it per capita is the fairest approach. Aurelia, covering her face, lamented, Oh dear, why have I returned? If this were to leak, we would become the laughingstock of all Quel'Thalas. Enough. Let us maintain some dignity, shall we? Aurelia struck the table and continued. I propose that these crystals be divided into 3 portions. One for Lord Solarian to study, one for Lord Vondelor to forge protective gear, ensuring each individual receives one, and the remainder shall be evenly distributed among us. Thus, it was decided. Opposed. Research will deplete our resources. Opposed. The materials are too scant to fashion anything beyond mere earrings. I support my sister's proposal. Just as the debate intensified, a servant's voice rang out from the hall, bringing a momentary hush to the gathering. My lord, a missive from the royal court has arrived, requiring your personal attention. Bring it in. Sylvanas remained seated. And once the servant exited, she opened the letter and swiftly scanned its contents before passing it to her sister. Observing Vondelor and the Grand Astromancer, she quipped. Are you two not going to explain? Such a grand honor, and a first in the annals of Quel'Thalas. Vondelor and the Grand Astromancer exchanged bewildered glances. Grand? What nonsense? We are utterly in the dark. After reading the letter, Aurelia handed it to Vondelor, saying, It seems you are both unaware. Take a look. I suspect the energy fluctuations from yesterday have stirred this. Vondelor took the letter, his expression one of disbelief. The Grand Astromancer, unable to contain her curiosity, seized it from him and, upon reading, sat there in stunned silence. 2 members of Parliament, along with the Dawn's messenger. What is the purpose of this? Are we merely to discuss how to combat the trolls? Has the king lost his senses? Do you not wish to comment? Sylvanas observed the astonishment of the 2 and began to piece together the situation, concluding that they were not behind this. Has the king finally succumbed to senility? The Grand Astromancer, still in shock, finally managed to utter a sentence. I believe we should hear their reasoning. I am not concerned about Belovar, for he is a man of integrity. As for Dalkon, I hold no fondness for him. His desire for power is excessive. Only Vondelor appeared to analyze the intentions seriously. Oh, how shall we address this matter? Sylvanas indicated the crystals on the table. Humph, I am only accountable to the Sunstrider court, the Grand Astromancer replied with a snort. Adding, I have sworn an oath against the demons. A fractured kingdom inflicts deep wounds upon its citizens, my friends. Yet, in this matter, I shall remain tight-lipped. I do not wish for anyone to delve into this malevolent power. Vondelor remarked with significance, Very well, let us first ascertain their intentions. Sylvanas concurred with Vondelor's assessment. Regardless, this pursuit of dark power by the troll tribe must be eradicated. Please follow me. I shall show you something that may pique your interest. Aurelia declared as she rose and headed towards the door. Little Moon, gather these crystals and allocate them as my sister suggested, Sylvanas instructed, bowing to the 2 high-ranking individuals. I must prepare for the arrival of the royal envoy. We cannot afford to neglect the king's goodwill. Sighing softly, Vondelor lamented. These nobles are only ever embroiled in power struggles. Wenlatia, however, was indifferent to such matters, as her sister had already secured the family's relocation site. Did you not hear the second sister instructing me to gather these crystals? At this moment, the sun outside blazed fiercely. Chapter 23, Leah Darren. Setting sail, is this the shadow hunter you captured? Vondelor scrutinized the ice sculpture before him, even reaching out to sense the malevolent energy emanating from the troll. The Grand Astromancer waved her hands, enveloping the troll's ice figure in a swirling azure light. Her eyes closed as she attuned to the energy feedback. The energy of this troll, while not as pure as that of the ranger, could be verified as of the same nature, albeit lacking something essential. The Grand Astromancer opened her eyes and stated, What is it that is missing? Regardless of what it might be, this troll tribe must be annihilated. This wicked power must surely be the calamity described by Leah Darren, the troll we have yet to encounter. Aurelia regarded the ice sculpture with disdain. Yes, the desire for destruction. The Grand Astromancer involuntarily voiced her conclusion. Excitedly, she addressed the two, so they are indeed classified by rank. This troll lacks the desire for destruction. It is incomplete. Aurelia and Vondalor exchanged exasperated glances at the Grand Astromancer. We are discussing how to eliminate the potential spread of evil, not what drives its desires. Seeing the Grand Astromancer wholly consumed by her fervor for research, Vondalor seized her hand and began to drag her toward the exit. Let me go? I need to study how their ranks are determined. The Grand Astromancer protested, struggling to return. Aurelia stepped in front of her, asserting, "My lady, this research should not occur here. Reckless inquiry could endanger the home of the Windrunners." The Grand Astromancer gazed at the irate Ranger General and finally regained her composure. Research should not occur here? Huh. A glimmer of inspiration struck her, and she exclaimed, "If you assist me, I shall assist you." Upon hearing this, Vondalor flung the Grand Astromancer's hand away as if discarding refuse, storming out. "What a futile game of power. I shall find my obedient apprentice, Leah, and waste no more breath on you. Lord Vondalor, I still require your assistance with my subordinates," Aurelia called out, hastily catching a large vial of golden liquid that was thrown her way, pondering its use. The voice of Findaler reached them, after dilution. Both people and equipment should soak for a while. Flustered, Findaler waved his hand dismissively, allowing the maid to busy herself, and darkly entered Liedrin's sick room. Liedrin, who was seated on the bed in an animated discussion with Talia, cast a quick glance at her mentor as he entered, clearly displeased. Talia turned to see the main character had arrived, and immediately greeted him with a sweet smile, saying, "Your Excellency Findaler, you must be weary. Who has caused you such discontent? Tell Talia, and I shall deal with him." Findaler merely grunted in response, ignoring Talia's inquiry, and walked directly to Liedrin's bedside. At that moment, the ever-obliging Talia had already moved a chair over for him. "Ah, what a dutiful child," Findaler thought, nodding in satisfaction as he sat down. Just as he leaned back, Talia handed him a glass of water, further enhancing his contentment. Liedrin watched with a bemused expression as Talia, her devoted admirer, busied herself. "Hey, you're going a bit overboard," she thought. Findaler noticed Liedrin's small ranger seated beside him, gazing up at him with admiration, and he felt a sense of pride welling within him. "See, this is my charisma at work." Liedrin sighed inwardly, wishing she could simply pretend to be asleep to avoid the situation. She quickly spoke up, "Mentor, who has upset you?" "Ah, it's nothing. I simply detest the machinations of power games," Findaler replied after taking a sip of water. "Ha. Mentor, once this matter is resolved, let us return to the chapel in Silver Moon and abstain from those tiresome antics," Liedrin consoled, gently stroking his hand. "You are right, Liedrin. Once this is over, we shall return to the chapel and never re-emerge," Findaler stated, his resolve firm, likely due to the vexations he had endured in recent days. Liedrin smiled and said, "Indeed. We owe much to Talia and the others this time. Upon our return, I shall diligently study the path of the holy light under your guidance." Findaler glanced at Talia, remarking, "She and her brothers are indeed commendable. I shall increase the remuneration for this commission. But the increased remuneration will not reach us. Why not just give it to us directly, Your Excellency Findaler?" Talia interjected eagerly. "Oh." Findaler observed Talia, who was desperately attempting to signal to the small ranger. It dawned on him that she had been waiting for this moment. "Mentor, the situation is as follows," Liedrin began, her tone filled with resignation as she recounted the plight of the House of Dusk. "Humph, these nobles have lived in comfort for far too long. Have they forgotten the plight of their kin when they first set foot on this land?" Findaler exclaimed angrily upon hearing of the House of Dusk's situation. He turned to Talia, stating, "As the foremost mercenary group, can the House of Dusk not sustain those children?" Talia's eyes brimmed with tears as she sobbed. "The vampire Merzelin has demanded that we surrender 80% of our commission as a condition for us to take on any tasks. Is there no one who will advocate for us?" "Why is that?" Liedrin asked, astonished. "Liedrin," Findaler interjected, halting her questions, and turned to Talia, "Do not worry. They have gone too far. I shall seek an explanation from the king. Will the king even care about us?" Talia retorted, "Humph, if he does not, I shall take matters into my own hands. Now, go wash your face. I shall handle this," he commanded. "Thank you, Your Excellency Findaler," Talia said, rising with a sniffle to express her gratitude, recognizing him as a truly benevolent elder. "Ah, go on, child," he replied. After watching Talia leave, Liedrin quickly asked her mentor, "Why did she say no one is willing to help them?" Findaler contemplated for a moment, unwilling to let his disciple harbor doubts about the path of the holy light. They are all forsaken children, of lowly status. Mentor, are you saying their parents? Liadrin exclaimed in astonishment. Findalar nodded, affirming, indeed. This is the very reason the path of the holy light exists. Quel'Dorii has fallen for far too long. Seeing his disciple lost in thought, Findalar nodded in satisfaction and began to prepare a potion from his satchel. Mentor, Liadrin gently called, snapping back to reality. What is it? Are you unwell? Findalar inquired, noticing she had never addressed him in such a tone before. It's nothing. I merely wish to help them, she replied earnestly. Liadrin, if you wish to act, then do so. Yes. Chapter 24. The long-awaited delegation from the royal court. Hello there, Ranger. A cheerful greeting pulled Norman from his reverie, and two elven medics, clad in their official garb, stood before him, smiling. Hello. I apologize. I was lost in thought, Norman responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had overlooked their presence. We are here to escort you to your guest room, Ranger, Algia announced, waving to her companion, who then entered with a stretcher. Norman's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I really that weak? He quickly scanned his body, confident that he bore no injuries. Algia laughed at Norman's expression, unable to contain herself. Though you may be brave, you are still quite young. Medic, I am in good health. There's no need for that, Norman protested, trembling as he attempted to rise from the bed, raising his hands in a show of strength. That is not permissible. You have just recovered, Algia insisted. But Norman's determined gaze silenced her. I must walk over, Medic. I must. Very well, Algia sighed, recognizing that after every great battle, there are always young individuals eager to prove themselves. Norman stood at the door, taking a deep breath before stepping out. The sunlight was indeed intense. Talia, having just washed her face and still sobbing, looked up to see a tear-streaked figure before her. She reached out, yearning to embrace him, only to touch the cold surface of a mirror. How unappealing, she thought to herself, and decided to return to Liadrin's room. The House of Dusk required the voice of the High Priest. As she turned the corner, she abruptly halted, her gaze fixated on a frail silhouette moving across the garden. Blinking rapidly, she finally confirmed it was him. Yes, it was her brother, Norman. Talia leaped over the railing and crossed the flower bed, closing the distance between them in an instant. Before the echoes of her footsteps had faded, she had thrown herself into Norman's embrace, burying her head deep in his chest, muffled sobs escaping her lips. All right, Talia. I can walk now. You should be happy, Norman gently reassured her, one hand patting her slender back while the other caressed her long hair. The two who had intended to intervene, Olga and her companion, watched the tender moment between the siblings with relief, quietly positioning themselves behind Norman. After a prolonged silence, a muffled voice emerged from Norman's chest. Sister, let us return home. Looking down at the tear-stained face beneath her tousled bangs, he smiled softly. Very well. We shall return home tomorrow. Although I may appear bothersome in saying this, I must mention that his body remains quite fragile, and we have lingered here for too long. My lady. It was only then that Olga found an opportunity to step forward and address the siblings. Upon hearing the physician's words, Talia instinctively released Norman, her eyes widening at the sight of her brother, who looked as though he might collapse at any moment. Her lips quivered, threatening to spill tears once more. Quickly, Norman wrapped his arm around her, saying, Come, Talia, let us speak as we walk. Talia obediently nestled against her brother's arm, supporting him as they moved forward. After nodding his thanks to Olga with a smile, Norman listened to Talia's lively chatter about amusing tales as they progressed. The slanting rays of the setting sun elongated their shadows. Meanwhile, Lyris, having tended to his injured foot, returned to his room and succumbed to a deep slumber. Now, he lay in bed, feeling utterly bored. It was not that he did not wish to get up, but he had already attempted it earlier. And the moment his foot touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through him. Humph, that brutish Ranger. He lifted his injured foot to inspect it. The swelling had subsided. Yet the bruise inflicted by Talia's stomp silently reminded him of the force behind it. He wondered if the Moon Sister's words held any truth. How would she choose? Lyris rubbed his body against the sheets, exclaiming, How frustrating. Struggling to sit up, he reached for his cherished harp, adjusting the strings before playing a soothing melody. The sweet strains of music flowed from his hands like a river, filling the bright afternoon with its charm. Time, like the seasons, came and went. In this tranquil afternoon, life unfolded in myriad forms. Aurelia and the Grand Astrologer were engaged in hushed conversation within their chamber. Vandalar sat at the foot of his disciple's bed, listening intently to Liadrin's experiences, punctuated by light laughter and sighs between the master and student. When Ressa was grappling with the largest crystal shard, If she broke it, it would be rendered useless. If she kept it, she would miss out on shards suitable for crafting earrings. Much to her dismay, Sylvanas sat composed in the administrative hall, directing attendance in preparation for the royal envoy's arrival that evening. At that moment, the silhouette of the royal envoy was becoming visible against the backdrop of the Windwalker Tower. As the sun began its descent, a scout hurried in to report, "My lord, the royal envoy has crossed the Clearwind Forest and should arrive by evening. Inform the general. The royal delegation is on its way," he commanded. Time always seemed to slip away quickly amid the busyness. "Where has Lyris gone?" Aurelia inquired, tilting her head towards Little Moon. "Look, isn't that him coming?" When Ressa gestured towards the screen. "Has Lyris injured his foot?" "Who did this?" Sylvanas asked, noticing her brother limping towards them. "Ha ha ha, here's the story," when Ressa whispered to Sylvanas, sharing the incident involving Talia. "Oh, ha ha ha, he deserves it." Aurelia glanced at her two mischievous sisters, who were pointing and laughing at Lyris. With a raised brow, she approached to support her brother. Lyris was well aware of his older sister's teasing, his face flushed with embarrassment as he trudged towards them. Just as he felt the urge to escape, Aurelia arrived to steady him, thwarting his escape attempt. She guided him to his place, shooting a fierce glare at her two younger sisters. "You think it's funny to mock your brother? Just wait." Sylvanas and Ressa were momentarily taken aback by Aurelia's fierce gaze. The two sisters exchanged glances, and after a whispered conversation, Ressa pulled Aurelia closer. Lyris stared ahead at the path, knowing that his three sisters were still pointing and giggling at him. He silently roared within, "I am the injured party. What have I done to deserve this?" He bit his teeth in secret, vowing never to acknowledge his sisters again. Vandeleur glanced at Lyris, about to call him over when the memory of today's events sent a shiver down his spine, and he swallowed his words. It was best to avoid trouble. This path was pleasant, wide, and straight, adorned by beautiful red maples. As for the Grand Astrologer, well, he was only accountable to the king. Why should he be here? Finally, just as Lyris could no longer bear the tension, 3 carriages emerged from the horizon, their bells jingling as they approached the Windwalker territory. "Welcome, Councillor Belovar, Councillor Dalcon, and the Dawn Messenger." Sylvanas approached to greet the members of the delegation as they arrived. "Ah, the Windrunners remain as warm and hospitable as ever. I truly wish to linger here." Before Belovar could respond, Dalcon's effeminate voice interjected, "If you desire it. The Windrunner family extends a welcome at any time. Please, come in. We apologize for our hasty visit. It is truly rude of us." "Thankfully, your household does not take offense," Belovar expressed with a sincere countenance towards Sylvanas. "Councillor Belovar, you are excessively courteous. Your presence brings great honor to Windrunner Spire. Please, do come in. His Grace, Lord Vandeleur, awaits you," the Dawn Messenger stated, nodding towards Sylvanas before making his way directly to Aurelia. The Ranger General was about to speak when Aurelia silenced him with a glance. "Your Excellency, the matter of the trolls can wait. Let us enter first," Aurelia said softly. After the customary pleasantries were exchanged, the group was guided by attendants to the reception room. Belovar walked beside his old friend Vandeleur and discreetly inquired, "Old chap, have you uncovered anything?" "A tedious charade of politicians," came the reply. Chapter 25. What you can do, I cannot. Just wait for me, father. I have a bold plan. Merzelin seized the opportunity during a lull in the evening's festivities to propose his idea to Dalcon. We could propose to the Windrunner family. Renlisa is of a marriageable age. If successful, perhaps we could avoid the considerable complications of our scheme, Merzelin suggested, licking his lips at the sight of the enchanting figure known as the Little Moon. "Enough with your gaze. This is not your home," Dalcon chided, casting a sidelong glance at his son before continuing at a measured pace. "Father, the kingdom requires obedience. Who do you think you are? Remember, it is I who is the counselor, not you, my son," Dalcon growled back at his son. Merzelin looked at his father with trepidation, retreating with raised hands to express his respect. Ignoring his son's actions, Dalcon strode past him, leaving a parting remark, "I will consider your suggestion. Now, be silent." He returned to the banquet in the reception room. Left standing there, Merzelin's expression shifted between various emotions before he recalled his father's last words. A sinister smile creeping across his lips. What does the moon taste like? Truly something to anticipate. Recently, the trolls have been stirring at the borders. The king and the council have discussed a plan to seize the entirety of Silvermoon Forest. The king has dispatched us to confer with the Ranger General and the Lord regarding the matter of cleansing the trolls. After a satisfying meal and the reception room being restored, Belovar articulated the purpose of their visit. "I happen to share that sentiment. I recently captured a troll, and it is particularly intriguing," Aurelia remarked, surveying the delegation before continuing. From its behavior, it seems they have discovered a method to breach the arcane barrier. Breaching the arcane barrier? No troll has ever crossed it in centuries. Dalkon questioned ominously. Lord Dalkon. It was Lord Vondelor's student who was abducted by the trolls within the barrier. The Ranger General's words are not without merit, Belovar countered, challenging Dalkon's skepticism. What of your dignity as a counselor? Dalkon rose and bowed to Vondelor. Ah, Lord Vondelor, I apologize. I was unaware of your student's predicament. However, the Ranger General's statements are shockingly incredulous. Vondelor replied with a grave expression, by the light, my student has been rescued and is now within Windrunner's spire. He then glanced at Merzelin and continued, the ranger who saved my student happens to be from the Sunstrider line. It appears your information is indeed lacking. Dalkon turned to his son, sternly stating, you did not inform me of such a serious matter regarding Lord Vondelor's student being captured by trolls. Merzelin hurriedly responded, Father. There were indeed rumors circulating from the commission, though unverified. They dispatched the most skilled mercenary team from the Sunstrider line to undertake this task. The rescue of Lord Vondelor's student is the best proof. Dalkon nodded, then turned back to Vondelor, expressing gratitude. Thank the Eternal Sun, your student is safe. I have been engrossed in magical studies during this time. Vondelor merely smirked and remained silent. Are we not discussing the extermination of the trolls? The Dawn Messenger interjected. The trolls pose a common threat to us all, especially now that they possess a means to breach the barrier. Those trolls aware of this method must be eradicated. Is this energy fluctuation emanating from Windrunner's spire indicative of a breach in the barrier? Dalkon mused, raising his cup to sip the sunberry juice, which was indeed delightful, worthy of its origin in the eternal song forest. Just as Dalkon was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by a figure emerging from behind the screen. Allow me to address this matter, the Grand Astromancer proclaimed as he took a seat opposite Dalkon. Dalkon raised an eyebrow, watching the sudden appearance of the Grand Astromancer, a flicker of unease washing over him. The Grand Astromancer adjusted himself comfortably, lazily addressing Dalkon. This fluctuation was created through the combined efforts of myself and Lord Vondelor. As for the reasons why, you may inquire with His Majesty the King. Humph. Do not be so arrogant, Grand Astromancer, Dalkon said darkly, his displeasure evident. Who can attest that the energy fluctuation is of your making? Ha ha ha, ignorant Dalkon. You know nothing of power, the Grand Astromancer taunted mockingly. Merzelin abruptly rose, only to be restrained by Dalkon's hand. Grand Astromancer, if you wish to witness what true power is, I would gladly oblige. Darkin finally shed his somber tone, and everyone present could feel the flames of his fury igniting. Now, I simply wish to know, what is that energy? The Grand Astrologer would not yield. Oh? Are you commanding me, 7th Senator? You are not yet a king. Be mindful of your status. Gentlemen, should we not investigate the troll General Aurelius spoke of before continuing this quarrel? Belovar, with a headache from the chaotic scene, decided to play the peacemaker. Vondelor rose and strode ahead, thinking, Solanian has come to disrupt. If she can do it, why can't I? Wait for me, ignorant Darkan. Others, seeing Vondelor leave, hurried to follow. The last to emerge, the Grand Astrologer playfully winked at Aurelia. Merzelin walked closely behind Wenlesha, fixated on her silhouette. Just wait. As a host, how dare you allow others to shamelessly insult your guests? Watch how I will craft your downfall. He thought with malice. Wenlesha seemed to sense a sinister gaze upon her, turning to seek its source, yet found nothing but Darkin's son smiling at her with remarkable courtesy. She rolled her eyes, dismissing him as nothing of consequence. The journey was short, and soon they reached the prison's lower level. Upon seeing the ice sculpture of the troll, Darkin quickened his pace, passing Vondelor and pressing his hand, shimmering with arcane light, against it. Crack! Darkin's hand was rebuffed, and the ice on the troll showed signs of melting. 7th Senator, is this your cultivation? The Grand Astrologer seized the opportunity to taunt him, stepping forward to reconstitute the melting ice with a wave of his hand. Darkin ignored her, staring in shock at Vondelor, asking, what kind of magic is this? Vondelor replied gravely, this is the troll that can break barriers. Their numbers may be even greater now. Dawn's Herald, Solorian, circled the troll twice, assessing its combat prowess, focusing particularly on its arms, now mere bone blades. General, this is not the work of the so-called lowest spirits of those trolls. Indeed, as you said, this is an entirely new breed of evil trolls. Darkin realized that no one was paying him any heed, and resolved to seek allies. Spotting Belovar, he swiftly proposed, Lord Belovar, I believe we must alert the council. We should take this troll back for thorough study. It would greatly assist us in patching the vulnerabilities of our magical barrier. Belovar, observing the troll, nodded in agreement with Darkin's assertion. Humph, this is my research subject. Is the council preparing to act as thieves? The Grand Astrologer interjected indignantly. Belovar turned to confront the Grand Astrologer, his countenance serious. Grand Astrologer, I respect your academic pursuits, but this troll concerns the safety of our magical barrier. Please maintain your reason. This request cannot be denied, even by His Majesty. Humph. As she watched her ally falter, Aurelia began to speak. We must eradicate this troll tribe swiftly. From Miss Lydron, we learned it is a substantial tribe, with a new troll she has never encountered. Belovar looked at Von Deller for confirmation, and upon seeing his old friend's solemn nod, he continued to listen to Aurelia's words. It is this troll that has brought forth such malevolent energy. At all costs, it must be eliminated. High Priest, does your disciple know the location of that troll tribe? Darkin suddenly became intrigued. This power, seemingly corrosive to arcane magic, was splendid. Lydron does not know, but someone does. Someone has survived. Where are my hounds? Merzalin interjected abruptly. Hearing this, Solorian approached him, gripping his collar, speaking sternly. Are you insulting a warrior? Are you insulting all those who fight valiantly on the front lines? Dawn's Herald. My son may have misspoken, but he does not deserve such treatment. Hounds are loyal, are they not? Darkin pressed down Solorian's hand, his expression rife with displeasure. Consider yourself fortunate, Senator Darkin. Your son does not belong to the Wayfarers. Aurelia's voice froze everyone present. Merzalin felt a jolt of realization, understanding the gravity of his blunder. He quickly bowed his head to apologize. I am sorry, everyone. I merely expressed myself poorly. This exemplary task force embodies loyalty, courage, and steadfastness. I apologize for my words. Solorian released Darkin's hand, casting a cold glance at the senator before turning to Sylvanas, saying, My lord, please lead us to that warrior. I wish to know the location of that troll tribe. Such malevolent trolls should not exist in this world. Sylvanas nodded and walked ahead to guide them. The prominent figures followed behind, their expressions shifting between apprehension and determination, while only Relas remained fixated on the troll, pondering how Talia and her companions had once faced such a pure killing machine. When Lesha, noticing her brother still gazing in a daze at the troll-eye sculpture, swiftly pulled him away. Relas, stop staring, come with me. At that moment, a dark cloud drifted in, obscuring the bright moon above. Chapter 26. The cursed Merzalin Norman extended his hand to smooth Talia's disheveled hair. She had already fallen asleep with her head resting on the edge of the bed. Suddenly, Talia murmured, Don't leave me, clutching her hands tightly. Alarmed, Norman gently patted her back, soothing her with promises that he would not abandon her, continuing until his sister smacked her lips and fell back into a deep slumber. Watching his frail sister, Norman's gaze grew colder. This could not continue. He must find a way to send Talia away. While Norman pondered who could protect Talia, many had already gathered outside his door. He gently shook his sister awake, signaling her to be quiet. Knock, knock, knock. Ranger, the Lord wishes to see you. Come in. Ah, Talia exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Merzalin. Merzalin raised an eyebrow, realizing she was also present. Quite the startled little ranger. Sylvanas exchanged a glance with Lyris. Reluctantly, Lyris approached, limping slightly, and took Talia's hand to lead her out. What are you doing? Let go of me. Though Talia was unwilling. Considering the presence of so many people and the fact that Lyris had just stepped on her foot, she had no choice but to refrain from shaking off his grasp. Talia, you go outside first. The Lord has matters to discuss with me, Norman said to the awkwardly fidgeting Talia. Only then did Talia pout and allow Lyris to pull her away. Warrior, please tell me, where's that troll tribe? Solorian halted Norman's attempt to rise. Your Excellency, the Dawnbringer, it is a pleasure to meet you. That troll tribe is located just south of the Antidaran Mountains, built against the hillside. It is quite easy to find. Norman was taken aback. This was a warrior from Silvermoon City, fighting on the front lines against the trolls. Have you seen the troll that Miss Lydron spoke of? No. We entered under the cover of darkness, but the stench of blood there was overwhelming. Multiple blood sacrifices must have been conducted. Hearing Norman's response to Solorian's inquiry, the Grand Astrologer rolled his eyes at his dismissive attitude. Is your manner of speaking always so poor? Norman was too excited to notice. He could hardly believe he was meeting his idol. He had heard tales of the Dawnbringer since he first became a ranger, a warrior born of humble beginnings. Wielder of Queldella, a symbol of valor. Calm down. Your health is still fragile. We can speak slowly, Solorian said, perplexed by the ranger's unexpected enthusiasm. I am not a beauty. Tell me, can you still move? Dalkon could no longer bear to watch. His dog wagging its tail at others was unacceptable. Norman looked towards the source of the voice, realizing it was Dalkon, Merzalin's father. This was intolerable. He lay back down, weakly stating, I cannot. I have no strength left. Cough, cough. Norman, you had better speak the truth. You are a member of the Sunstrider, and honesty is the foundation of our order. Do not forget that. Merzalin was infuriated. Today, they were targeting his family, and now even a dog dared to act pretentious. However, recalling Solorian and Aurelia's reactions earlier, he moderated his tone. He would certainly teach that dog a lesson upon returning. Von Deller approached Norman's bedside, feigning to check his pulse, and casually remarked, "Weakness of the body has nothing to do with honesty, young man." Very well. Dalcon finally understood. He had offended the esteemed priest during the meeting. He waved his hand, indicating that Solorian should continue the questioning, as he prepared to hide in the shadows to investigate where things had gone awry. Under Solorian's inquiries, the process of understanding the troll tribe proceeded smoothly. However, the atmosphere outside the room was anything but relaxed. Lyra's and Talia sat in the small courtyard at the door, and he recalled Talia's earlier exclamation, asking her, "Talia, are you afraid of Merzalin?" Hearing that name, Talia involuntarily shuddered before replying, "Yes, he is very wicked." "Why? Why must there always be reasons?" Talia irritably raked her hair, pondering how that vampire had come to be here. Observing Talia's evident distraction, Lyris felt a flicker of melancholy. "I heard you call him a vampire. I had only known that the Sunstrider had a particularly high casualty rate. With so many prominent figures here today, perhaps we can address your concerns." "Oh, what do you know? We signed a contract with him." "A contract? A contract lacking fairness can be disregarded." This left Lyris astonished. Who would comply with an unfair contract? Talia widened her eyes at the naive young lord, finally snapping back to reality, ready to enlighten him. "That is a contract above the common folk. It is not our concern. Each time we complete a commission, we must pay him 80%. Otherwise, we would be forced to fight on the front lines continuously." Upon hearing this, Lyris immediately stood up. 80%. You agreed to that? What choice did we have? The remainder, though small, still allows us to buy some food to take back. Plus, we can occasionally return to care for my younger siblings. Lyris was incredulous. If such a situation arose among the Farstriders, his older sister would have killed him long ago. Tentatively, he asked, "Is there no other way?" Talia detected the hesitation in his tone, grinning slyly as she pointed to herself. "Well, Merzalin wants me to be his servant. If I go, I would only need to pay 50%. At this revelation, Lyris exploded, shouting, "That is outrageous." "Lyris, what is outrageous?" When Ressa, overhearing her brother's outburst, pushed the door open to inquire. "Ah, nothing, sister. We were just discussing the cruelty of the trolls." Once when Ressa closed the door again, Lyris let out a sigh of relief. He could not tell her just yet. Turning around, he found Talia watching him with a bemused expression, causing his face to flush as he lowered his head. "Haha, it's nothing. Some in the Sunstrider cannot endure constant combat on the front lines, so they choose this path. Don't you escape? Escape? Does your family have any deserters? Without runestones, we cannot even exit the barrier. On the battlefield, if one person flees, the entire team is treated as deserters." Talia rolled her eyes at Lyris's foolish question. "Young lord, the outside world is quite ruthless." Lyris found himself at a loss for words, silence enveloping them for a moment before he finally said, "I'm sorry, Talia." Upon hearing Lilas's apology, Talia felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart and said softly, "It's nothing. Brother Corey and Brother Norman once warned him that if anything were to happen to me, he would surely meet his end. Thus, I can only fear him. By the way, where has your brother Corey gone? I haven't seen him. He has passed away. A victim of false intelligence from Merzalin. Subsequently, we were dispatched to rescue Lady Liadrin." Bang! Lilas slammed his fist onto the wooden table, cursing, "That bastard." At that moment, Dalcon exchanged a knowing glance with his son, while Merzalin pretended to stretch his legs and moved closer to his father. Dalcon could surmise that these changes among the group were somehow connected to the two rangers. He tucked his hands by his side, gestured toward the ranger on the bed, then pointed outside, running 2 fingers across his lips before remaining still. Merzalin nodded slightly, seizing the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom. "Everyone, it is quite late. We can continue our inquiries tomorrow, lest we be perceived as impolite by the Windrunner family." Sylvanas, noticing Merzalin's movement, suggested ending the meeting for the day. Merzalin bowed his head and hurried outside, a flash of hatred flickering in his eyes. "Plotting against us, isn't he?" Solorian patted Norman's hand and said, "We shall continue our discussion tomorrow on how best to eliminate those trolls. For now, you should rest." Just as Norman was about to speak, a sudden exclamation from Talia pierced the air. Chapter 27. Simple yet effective strategies. Are you foolish? Slamming your hand on the wooden table, Talia grasped Lilas's hand, inspecting it under the moonlight for injuries. Lilas sat beside her, his expression resolute. Humph, someone like Merzelin. What are you doing? Be quiet, Merzelin is coming out. Talia, noticing Merzelin emerging from the room, tightened her grip on Lilas, oblivious to his hissing. Talia, let me go, Lilas struggled to utter. Ah, he is coming. Talia became even more anxious. Talia, the task is complete, yet you do not return. Do I need to summon you? Merzelin stood before them, regarding Talia with a slow, deliberate gaze. Who needs you to summon us? I will return with my brother. Witnessing Talia's weakness under Merzelin's imposing presence, Lilas felt a surge of uncontainable anger rise within him. He abruptly stood and declared, Merzelin, kindly leave. Merzelin appraised Lilas from head to toe, recognizing him as the youngest of the Windrunner family, someone not to be trifled with. Noticing Talia's hand clenched tightly around his, he devised a plan. Adjusting his attire, he bowed slightly, saying, Merzelin Delashiel sends his regards, young Baron. Talia is the finest scout in my Sunstrider faction. It is her honor to gain your favor. Talia, shouldn't you express your gratitude for the Baron's attention? After speaking, he leaned toward Lilas's ear and whispered, Isn't Talia delightful? Her mother is the most renowned flower of Silver Moon. Get away from me. Lilas forcefully shoved Merzelin with his other hand. Lilas, no? Talia exclaimed in alarm. This drew the attention of everyone nearby, and when Ressa rushed into the courtyard, just in time to see Merzelin clutching his chest, collapsing to the ground. Norman, who had been about to respond to Solorian, leapt from his bed, barefoot, and dashed outside, seeing everyone gathered in the courtyard and instinctively pushing his way in. Lilas, what happened? When Ressa glared frostily at the seated Merzelin. Merzelin, what is wrong? Dalcon inquired, supporting his son. What transpired with Lilas? Sylvanas followed closely behind. I was merely having a cordial exchange with Baron Lilas when he suddenly shoved me, Merzelin replied, looking pale as he addressed Dalcon. Humph, is this the Windrunner family's hospitality? Unprovoked assault on a guest. Dalcon turned to Sylvanas, his tone accusatory. You lie? Lilas was about to step forward when he realized Talia's hand remained tightly gripping his, leaving him rooted in place. Dalcon glared at Lilas, asking, What did he just say, Baron? Lilas's face flushed crimson. He could not utter those words, his anxiety causing beads of sweat to cascade down his brow. Dalcon snorted. So, this is the Windrunner family? Truly, the reality is less impressive than the reputation. What the Windrunner family is like is not for you to comment on here, when Ressa's voice was as cold as a winter's day. I believe my brother. He has never initiated violence, while your son bears the mark of provocation. At this moment, Merzelin grasped his father's arm, saying, Father, I am unscathed. Perhaps my manners were lacking, provoking the Baroness' ire. Upon hearing this, Dalcon shrugged off his son's hand, rising to speak with a sinister tone. Very well, very well. It is our Delashiel family that lacks etiquette. Only then did Talia snap back to reality, hastily releasing Lilas's hand and hiding behind Norman. If it is not Talia's fault, then someone must bear the consequences. Am I not correct, Lieutenant Merzelin? Norman, fully aware of the events that unfolded in the courtyard, gently held Talia's hand. Merzelin, rising slowly while still clutching his chest, fixed his gaze on Norman. Mind your status, Ranger. I am your superior. Here. No one is of higher nobility. We are all citizens of Quel'Thalas. If there are grievances, let them be expressed openly. Solarian stood at the edge of the arena with his arms crossed, challenging authority. Are you courting death? Dalcan surveyed the 4 Windrunner siblings before fixing his gaze on Norman. Very well, let it be so. Milzalan, we shall take our leave. As Dalcan and his son turned to exit the courtyard, Sylvanas spoke up. Dalcan, I will uncover the truth of this matter. The honor of the Windrunner family shall not be trampled by anyone. I sincerely hope so. Once the courtyard fell silent again, Talia emerged from behind Norman, gently taking Lyra's hand. Observing the purple marks left by her grip, she inhaled sharply. I am sorry, Lyras, thank you. Lyras held his head high. It is what I should do. In the next moment, ouch. Sister Moon, why did you hit me? Lyras looked at Vanessa with a wounded expression. Aurelia nodded at Norman, taking Lyra's arm. Come with us, we have questions for you. Talia sat quietly in the room, her head bowed in silence, her fingers fidgeting restlessly. After much contemplation, Norman sighed. Talia, it is time for you to leave the House of Dusk. Talia shot her head up, gazing sorrowfully at her brother, her lips quivering, on the verge of tears. Talia, come here. Talia obediently leaned on her brother's shoulder as Norman brushed her long hair. Listen to me, Talia, I am not sending you away. The House of Dusk will forever be your home. You are lying. You want me gone. You have all conspired to drive me out. Tears began to drop from Norman's shoulder, saturating it further. Talia, you must leave. Do you not yearn for revenge for Corey and Costello? I dream of it. I will go with you. Even if it means death, we shall die together. You cannot deceive me into leaving. Norman lifted Talia. Look at my hand, Talia. I won't look. I am going with you. Look at my hand. Do not be willful. Only then did Talia open her eyes, witnessing a cluster of deep purple flames rising from Norman's palm. As the flames expanded, her eyes and mouth grew wider until the flames enveloped his hand. With a sound akin to a pop, the flames erupted into a conflagration, morphing and elongating, ultimately forming a long arrow in Norman's grasp. Talia's eyes widened, her mouth agape, a few tears glistening on her cheeks, rendering her quite comical. Brother Norman, what manner of magic is this? Talia eagerly examined the arrow, which was neither wood nor iron, with a purple liquid swirling around its shaft. Norman clenched his palm, and with a soft pop, the arrow shattered, transforming back into liquid, absorbed back into his hand. He smiled wryly. I do not know what magic it is, but it is indeed useful. Pausing, he wiped away the tears from Talia's face, adding, Talia, if you do not leave, how can I embark on my quest for vengeance? So grow up a little. Talia rested her head again on her brother's shoulder, despondently stating, I will go with you. After we take our revenge, we shall leave far away. No, what will become of the House of Dusk? Brother, Lord Vondelor has promised to assist us. Seeing her brother's skepticism, Talia recounted the entire affair. Chapter 28. Little Moon's temperament speak, my son. Dalcan, having returned to the room, took a commanding seat, his serpent-like eyes fixated on Zul'Aman. Father, it appears these individuals are deliberately targeting us. Today, I witnessed their brother in close proximity to the female ranger in my troop, appearing quite intimate. Zul'Aman noted his father's interest and quickly continued. Thus, an idea formed in my mind. After listening to his son, Dalcan nodded in approval. Windrunner, if I do not tarnish your reputation this time, I shall not bear the name Drahil. Casting a glance at his son, he stood up, preparing to leave. Observing Dalcan's intent to exit, Zul'Aman hastily interjected, Father, where are you off to at this late hour? Would it not be wiser to rest? Dalcan patted his son's shoulder with a smile. Are you not to marry the little moon of their family? I shall seek assistance for you. You are still immature. Do not rush. My position will eventually be yours. With that, Dalcan disregarded his son, who was lost in elation, and strolled off to find Belivarl. Belivarl reflected on how chaotic matters had become since arriving at Windrunner Tower. Starting with Dalcan's rashness, followed by the Grand Astromancer's interference, culminating in the disarray within the courtyard. This is abnormal, quite abnormal. It seems they all harbor their own agendas. What could they be? Belivarl meticulously recalled all the events of the evening. The Grand Astromancer Solarian. She must be aware of the consequences of offending a counselor. What are Vondelor and Solarian concealing? I must seek her out. With this thought, Belivarl pushed open the door to leave, only to nearly collide with Dalcan, who had just reached the threshold. Counselor Belivarl, I was just about to seek you out. Dalcan's voice always carried an unsettling undertone. Are you heading out? Belivarl squinted, stepping aside to usher Dalcan back inside. I had a sudden premonition of an esteemed guest arriving. Yet I did not expect the guest to be you. Please, come in, Counselor Dalcan. I am not so esteemed. Tonight, I was even questioned about the Drahil family's etiquette. Do you take the words of children seriously? In such circumstances, you would make the same choice, old friend. How is Zul'Aman faring? He is not gravely injured, but it appears this push has deeply affected him. Belivarl regarded Dalcan with mild surprise. Please, show some decorum. This situation is rather unusual, don't you think? Dalcan did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he shifted the conversation, remarking that the reputation of the Delashire family was hardly worth mentioning. However, I have come here with a request for your assistance. Belivar let out a sigh of relief. It was about time. He was keen to hear what Dalcan had to say. After observing Belivar nod slightly, Dalcan continued, the Windrunner family is also a vital cornerstone of the Quel'Thala's kingdom. Should news of tonight's events spread, it would bring disgrace upon us as well. My son is quite accomplished for his age, is he not? Coincidentally, I noticed that the lovely Vernessa Windrunner has reached a marriageable age. I intend to approach the Windrunner family tomorrow to seek her hand for my son, and I hope to receive your support in this endeavor. This is no simple task. Senator Dalcan, Belivar mused after a moment of contemplation. Sensing the need for a stronger argument, Dalcan thought to himself, do you value righteousness? Very well, I shall provide it. He cleared his throat and continued. This decision was made after careful consideration. Firstly, it is to uphold the integrity of the Quel'Thala's kingdom. The union of our two families would be beneficial for the realm. Secondly, regarding the troll from earlier, in terms of arcane research within Quel'Thalas, you are the only one capable of addressing this matter. Lastly, the safety of the magical barrier is paramount. if the proposal is successful. The secrets that the Archmage wishes to conceal will no longer pose a problem. After listening to Dalcon's lengthy discourse, Belovar found it quite reasonable, and Dalcon recognized a shift in the atmosphere. He intended to let the humiliation of tonight be known. Indeed, the Windrunner family had overstepped their bounds. However, regarding the troll, if I were to take charge, it might not be unfeasible. Belovar nodded, affirming that the safety of Quel'Thala's took precedence above all else. Thus, the matter of the troll was settled. I shall assist you tomorrow, Senator Dalcon. Wishing you success for tomorrow. I shall take my leave now, Belovar stated. As Dalcon turned to depart, a satisfied smile graced his face. This matter was already halfway toward success. At that moment, Belovar's thoughts were entirely consumed by the troll, to the extent that he failed to notice Dalcon closing the door behind him. Where there is joy, there must also be discontent. For instance, sitting in a chair was Lyris. Lyris, tell me, why did you act in such a manner? The gazes of the three Windrunner sisters bore down upon him, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure. Merzelin subtly conveyed to me. As Sylvanas watched her brother grow increasingly anxious, she spoke soothingly. What was said? Do not rush. Take your time. Alas, those words are simply beyond my capacity to utter. Lyris, in a state of distress, tugged at his cheeks, his face flushed with embarrassment. What was said? Is it truly that difficult to express? Lyris, we shall ensure that those who wronged you pay dearly. Vernessa's words flowed over Lyris like a warm current, reminding him that his sisters still cherished him. Sister Moon, I simply cannot bring myself to say it. I assure you, it is undoubtedly that scoundrel's fault. Aurelia placed her hand gently on her brother's shoulder, speaking softly. Lyris, it is all right. No matter how harsh the words may be, do share with us, and we shall make him understand the meaning of suffering. Oh, Lyris squirmed in his seat for what felt like an eternity before resolutely stomping his foot and declaring, that scoundrel asked me how Talia tasted, and went on to say that her mother was the most renowned flower in Silvermoon. After uttering this, he lowered his head, wishing he could vanish into the ground from sheer disgrace. Ha ha ha, Lyris, is that all? Vernessa laughed until tears streamed down her face. Sister Moon, Lyris exclaimed, clearly displeased, grinding his teeth in frustration. All right, Lyris, do not be angry. Aurelia and Sylvanas each took hold of one of his hands, smiling gently to console him. I do not wish to engage with you. Ha 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 ha, rest assured. Lyris, I will seek retribution for you. No one dares to treat you so. Return and rest. We shall handle the rest. Vernessa playfully rubbed Lyris's face, earning a disgruntled huff in response. Enough of this. Go home. I will take care of this matter. Vernessa's whimsical nature might not bother Lyris, but when the eldest sister spoke, there was no room for negotiation. With a reluctant demeanor, he departed. Once Lyris was out of earshot, the three sisters exchanged glances, with Sylvanas speaking first. Dalcon seems to be devising something. That troll? No, sister, regardless of his plans. I shall not allow him to succeed. Aurelia remained ever composed. Tomorrow, I shall deal with that Merzelin. How dare he speak to Lyris in such a manner? Does he believe everyone is as vile as he is? Vernessa's fiery temper could hardly contain itself, observing the eagerness of Little Moon and Sylvanas. Aurelia felt a flicker of excitement as well, but it was too late in the day for action. Thus, she declared, very well, let us rest for the night. Tomorrow we shall see what he intends to do. Just as Little Moon was about to reach the door, the eldest sister's voice floated back. Do not rush to act tomorrow, Little Moon. Chapter 29. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you your wish. The sun's diligence is unquestionable. It rises each day from the east, tending to its garden before contentedly setting in the west. Norman nudged Talia, who lay beside him, as it seemed the siblings had conversed late into the night and had fallen asleep without realizing. Oh dear brother, let me sleep a little longer, Talia mumbled, rolling over and pulling Norman's hand closer, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. She rubbed against him a few times, adjusting herself before drifting back to sleep. Talia, hurry and rise. Guests will be arriving soon, Norman gently urged near her ear. Ugh, how bothersome. Talia, having finally found some peace in her sleep over the past few days, was continuously disturbed by various interruptions. With a groan, she climbed out of bed, exclaiming, I'm so angry. Brother Norman, wait for me here. I shall fetch you some water. After she had vented her frustration, she gazed at the wooden basin on the shelf and sighed, wishing she were a powerful sorceress. Upon seeing Talia leave, Norman quickly rubbed his sore and swollen arm, surprised that Talia, who often rested her head on his arm as a child, had her own day of discomfort. He thought of how His Majesty Vanderler would lend a hand. Norman recalled what Talia had mentioned the previous night. It wasn't tea enough. His Majesty could only ensure the growth of younger siblings, but Talia's safety remained unguaranteed. That Lyra seemed quite decent, showing much tolerance towards Talia. Yes, let Talia join the Adventurers Brigade. A spark lit up in Norman's eyes. Haha, once she joins the brigade, she will be perfectly safe. Who would dare to trouble Talia amidst the army? Norman quickly began to formulate his plan, deciding to petition General Aurelia shortly. Just then, Talia entered with a basin of water. Brother Norman, what good news has you so cheerful? Well, it is indeed good news. But I must keep it a secret for now, haha. How mysterious. Come, let me help you wash your face. Talia teased as she wrung out a towel and playfully splattered it on Norman's face. Ouch, Talia, be gentle, my skin is peeling. Who told you to be so secretive? Haha. While the siblings engaged in their jovial banter, the reception room also buzzed with a different kind of amusement. Good morning, His Majesty Vanderler. The Grand Astromancer yawned, entering the room with a weary expression. Shortly after sitting down, a servant brought her breakfast. Without you, I think I could have enjoyed a few more years of sunshine. Vanderler remarked after swallowing a mouthful of scrambled eggs and sipping juice contentedly. The Grand Astromancer ignored the old man's jibe and excitedly gazed at him, saying, I meditated all night and made a particularly interesting discovery. Vanderler eyed her warily. What again? I want to be fooled. Don't look at me like that. I refuse to believe you're not curious. Ah, what a lively morning. Darkin entered with his son, still speaking in his signature soft tone. Good morning, Your Majesty Vanderler. Good morning, Grand Astromancer. He cheerfully pulled out a chair and sat down, curiously asking the Grand Astromancer, any new developments? I'm eager to know. The Grand Astromancer rolled her eyes and focused on her breakfast. A flicker of displeasure crossed Darkin's face, but he shrugged and shifted his gaze between the two, attempting to glean some insight, only pausing when breakfast was served. One by one, the prominent figures gathered in the reception room, each lost in their thoughts after breakfast. Their expressions varied. Everyone, we learned the location of the troll tribe from that ranger named Norman yesterday. Today, we shall formulate a plan to eliminate those malevolent trolls at the earliest opportunity. Solorian observed the others wasting time and decided to take the initiative. It's just about exterminating trolls. I'm quite skilled at that. Aurelia cleared her throat, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Darkan. This troll tribe indeed poses a significant threat, but I believe it is not our most pressing issue. Darkan continued, we experienced much unpleasantness yesterday, but that is of little consequence. First, we must ensure the safety of the magical barrier. The details regarding that troll have already been communicated to the court by Councilman Belovar. At this point, Darkin glanced at Belovar, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Solorian attempted to interject, but was silenced by Darkin's gesture. Secondly, regarding the energy surge from yesterday, since both Vanderler and Solanria are unwilling to elaborate, it is of no great concern. We simply wish to know the nature of that energy. Darkin fixed a steady gaze on Vanderler, hoping for an answer. Vanderler straightened, solemnly stating, it is the power of the holy light. The holy light bestows upon us boundless vitality. Thank you for your clarification, Your Majesty Vanderler. Though silver may not be entirely orthodox, it falls within the realm of justice. Vanderler said nothing further, his expression growing more dignified. Darkin stood, elegantly bowing to everyone before continuing. Finally, I have a small personal request. I hope for your understanding. There is no rule against discussing personal matters here, Councilman Darkan. Sylvanas said, watching him with an amused expression, awaiting his performance. Thank you. Darkin nodded to his son, and Merzelin stepped forward, kneeling before Sylvanas. On behalf of my son Merzelin Delariel, I hereby propose to the Windrunner family, Lady Varessa Windrunner. Upon hearing this, Sylvanas was momentarily stunned. She had thought long and hard the previous night, considering every possibility, yet she never expected Darkan to take such a step. The Grand Astromancer, Solorian, and Vanderler looked at Darkan with disbelief, exemplifying what it means to be a shameless, despicable politician. Aurelia clenched her hands under the table, feeling outraged at the audacity of this lowly elf daring to pursue Little Moon. Varessa stared blankly at Darkan and his son, contemplating how she might dismantle them piece by piece. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she broke into a radiant smile, astonishing everyone with her brightness. Upon seeing Varessa's dazzling smile, Merzelin's heart raced, feeling utterly captivated. However, Sylvanas's firm I refuse plunged his heart into despair, leaving him utterly bewildered as he looked to his father, seeking strength from him. Darkin gazed at Belovar, who met his gaze with a resolute stare before rising to speak. The Drasher and Windrunner families have long stood as the bedrock of the Quel'Thala's kingdom. Moreover, Lieutenant Merzelin has proven himself a valiant youth in the face of the trolls, embodying grace, lineage, and composure. Such an exceptional young man deserves the Windrunner family's consideration. The future of the Quel'Thala's kingdom rightfully belongs to outstanding individuals like him. Sylvanas, her countenance stern, reiterated, "I refuse." Darkin stood there, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Suddenly recalling the smile of Wenressa from earlier. Stealing his demeanor, he suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should allow these young souls to interact more. If they find mutual affection, it would indeed be a delightful tale, don't you think?" Before Sylvanas could respond, Wenressa addressed the kneeling Merzelin. "You wish to marry me? I will heed my sister's guidance. However, if you manage to defeat me, then perhaps," she winked at him. A sense of conspiracy fluttered within Darkin's mind, only to be immediately overshadowed by Merzelin's exuberant exclamation. "Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely," Wenressa replied with a beaming smile, igniting Merzelin's excitement. "So when shall we commence?" "Right now? The sooner we establish this, the fewer worries we'll have, won't it be?" "Very well, I shall not be impolite. I will certainly marry you." Wenressa laughed. "Come. Let us head to the training grounds. It is quite spacious there." As they walked, Darkin cautioned the exhilarated Merzelin, "Do not underestimate your opponent. Give it your all. I sense this is not as simple as it appears, my son." Merzelin halted, turning to his father. Though he typically valued his power above all else, at this moment, he felt the concern of a caring father. He bowed respectfully to Darkin, assuring, "Father, do not worry. I am a ranger forged in the fires of battle. I will give my utmost. Await my good news." Despite his son's spirited words, Darkin could not shake the clouds of worry that loomed over him as he walked behind. Deep in thought, upon learning from a servant that Wenressa was to duel Merzelin for the sake of marriage, Talia rushed to Norman's room, shouting, "Brother Norman, Merzelin is to duel Wenressa for marriage. We must hurry to the training grounds." "Calm down, Talia. We can't rush. Merzelin still needs to select his armor and weapons," Norman replied, exasperated. "Oh, take your time then. The training grounds are just at the end of the road. I'll go ahead," Talia declared before darting off, leaving Norman bewildered in the wind. Norman shook his head helplessly at Talia's enthusiasm. Sylvanas fastened the last clasp of Talia's leather armor, while Aurelia equipped her with weapons. Wenressa, with a charming smile, reassured her anxious sisters, "Do not fret. Merzelin is but a fool. Can he truly fight trolls? He merely observes others in combat." Aurelia rolled her eyes at her sister, exuding a mixture of disappointment and determination. Sylvanas, holding Wenressa's hand, laughed. "Even a lynx uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Do not take this lightly. If you lose, it shall trouble your sister greatly." Nodding, Wenressa raised her fist determinedly. "Fear not. I shall not lose." Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the training grounds, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Her flowing golden hair sparkled in the morning sun, and her exquisite blue and white leather armor accentuated her already striking figure. Lilith cheered from the sidelines. "Sister Moon, I believe you will, as always, bring us victory." Wenressa smiled and nodded at her brother. Just then, Talia, breathless from her sprint, arrived beside Lilith, gasping, "Go! Defeat Merzelin." Upon hearing the rallying cry, Wenressa chuckled and approached Talia, ruffling her little face. "Killing him is out of the question. But I shall teach him a painful lesson. By the way, what did you call me? Let go of me. Stop squeezing my face." Talia squealed, unable to escape Wenressa's playful grasp. "What did you call me? Speak, and I shall release you." I won't say." "Oh, that hurts." All right. I'll say it." Hearing Talia's plea, Wenressa released her with a teasing tone. "Now, what did you call me?" "Big sister, good luck," Talia said, pouting while rubbing her face. "Speak louder. I couldn't hear you." "Big sister, good luck," Talia shouted, her voice rising an octave. Amidst their laughter, Norman joined them. "Beware of Merzelin's short arrows. They are specially crafted, enchanted with tracking and lightning effects." Standing beside Talia, Norman shared his meticulously gathered intelligence with Wenressa. Wenressa pinched Talia's cheek again before nodding her thanks to the scarred ranger. He has consumed numerous potions that enhance his strength. Yet the downside is his stamina is rather average, and his reaction time is lacking. Listening to Norman's insights, Wenressa raised an eyebrow. This information was quite comprehensive, sufficient to determine Merzelin's fate. In the end, Darkin would likely administer explosive potions to him. Under such circumstances, one must be cautious. Should you lose, it is of little consequence, for in the end, he shall meet his demise. After absorbing Norman's knowledge, Wenressa bowed solemnly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the information, Ranger. I shall certainly prevail." Wenlacia turned and strode toward the center of the arena. Behind her, the synchronized cheers of Rilas and Talia echoed. "Sister Moon, go for it." She smiled gently at the two little rascals. With each step across the short distance, her presence grew more formidable. By the time she reached the center of the arena, only one figure remained, a cold and ruthless ranger emanating an aura that warned onlookers to keep their distance. At that moment, Merzelin also entered the arena. Donned in sleek black armor adorned with leather, a crescent bow slung across his back, a quiver of featherless arrows at his waist, and a finely crafted iron dagger at his side. He moved with the grace of a mountain cat, exuding the stability of an ancient tree, prompting the crowd to marvel. Each individual who attained the rank of captain was extraordinary. Norman, who do you think will emerge victorious? Talia clung to Norman's arm. While she initially believed Wenlacia would triumph, Merzelin's imposing presence now sowed seeds of doubt in her mind. Fear not, Talia. Regardless of the outcome, Merzelin is destined to fall, Norman reassured her, glancing at the anxious Relis. Your sister is sure to win. It would be newsworthy if the ranger were to lose. A similar exchange unfolded among Solorian and Vondalori. Merzelin is surely doomed, Vondalori remarked, casting a skeptical glance at the Dawn envoy, noting that the son of Darkin was not without his merits. Your Grace, I can detect the potent aroma of potions wafting from him even here. Has age finally dulled your senses? Solorian's confusion was clarified by the Grand Astrologer beside him, though the last remark felt like a taunt. Humph. Vondalori moved closer to the Dawn envoy, choosing to ignore the provocation. Merzelin's gaze was fixed on Wenlacia, who resembled a Valkyrie, his eyes ablaze with fervor, seemingly ready to devour her whole. Such a divine warrior, once captured, would surely be a rare delicacy. He licked his lips, savoring the lingering effects of the potion his father had administered, a potion that enhanced all attributes. There were likely no more than 20 vials of such potency in the entire kingdom of Quel'Thalas. It was worth it to subdue this exquisite beauty. Bang! The duel commenced. Beware! Merzelin shouted, swiftly drawing his bow and loosing 3 arrows in rapid succession toward Wenlacia. Such speed. He had taken something. In an instant, Wenlacia deftly sidestepped, the bow appearing in her grasp. Without even glancing at the arrows whizzing past her, she knocked an arrow and released it toward Merzelin, then bent her body gracefully backward, evading the incoming projectiles. Merzelin effortlessly dodged Wenlacia's retaliatory shot, planning to maintain pressure with a barrage of arrows. When the short arrows returned, that would be her moment of defeat. In that fleeting second of contemplation, Wenlacia had already retrieved 3 feathered arrows, releasing them in quick succession as she pivoted. The arrows formed a pinwheel pattern, completely sealing off his escape route. Merzelin had no choice but to roll to the ground. A chorus of boos erupted from the sidelines, with 2 particularly sharp voices piercing through the crowd. Merzelin, however, paid no heed to the jeers, focused solely on evading the arrows, tumbling and rolling with fervor. Sister, be careful, Talia shouted as the previously launched arrows arced back midair, crackling with electricity, silently targeting Wenlacia's back. In a moment of uncanny awareness, Wenlacia deftly stepped to the right, avoiding the arrows as they zipped past. She could not afford to give him another chance to shoot. With determination, Wenlacia surged toward Merzelin. Come at me. Merzelin, seeing her charge, did not retreat but instead unsheathed his long dagger, ready to meet her head-on. As he swung his weapon, there was no clash of metal. He swiftly slid backward, and a curved blade sliced through the air like a viper. Reflexively, his left hand shot out, seizing Wenlacia's wrist. Come here, beauty, he declared, pulling her toward him, as she stumbled into his embrace. Wenlacia released her dagger with her right hand, and, using the momentum from Merzelin's pull, lunged forward with her left hand. This is bad, Merzelin realized, distracted by the dagger, and it was too late for him to release her. He could only retreat frantically, tossing her hand upward. Who could have predicted that the ranger would let go of her dagger? Seizing the opportunity to grab his leather armor and push off forcefully with her feet against his abdomen, she executed a graceful roll in midair before landing deftly on the ground. Merzelin, propelled backward by her kick, felt a series of arrows pierce his back amid the gasps of the crowd. It was over. The thought flashed through Merzelin's mind, and suddenly, an electric shock coursed through him, causing his body to convulse violently before he lost consciousness. Yes, sister has won. Unlike Relis's elation, Darkin rushed into the arena, shouting Merzelin's name as he ran to his son. Wenlacia slowly straightened, gazing at the twitching Merzelin on the ground, recalling the intelligence Norman had shared with her. Without his insights, the outcome would have been uncertain. A wave of apprehension washed over her. She had underestimated him. As she turned to leave, she noticed Relis with his head down, covering his face, while Talia shot him an angry glare. Norman turned away, unable to bear the sight. Serves you right. Wenlacia hastened into the equipment room, intent on thoroughly reviewing the issues encountered during the battle with her two sisters. Come on. Haven't you seen that the medic has already left? The Grand Sorcerer gestured to Feng Deluo and the others. Humph. Feng Deluo said nothing, striding away with purpose. Feng Deluo, wait for me. Why are you in such a rush? Belovar called out, chasing after him. Solorian shrugged, bemused by the peculiar assortment of professions, finding warriors to be more to his taste. Just then, the ranger was right across from him, chuckling to himself. Lilith was thrilled to witness Sister Moon narrowly triumph over Zul'Aman, especially given the latter's woeful fate. It was simply exhilarating. She jumped and squealed, wrapping her arms around Talia, only to receive a sharp smack in return. Ouch! Fortunately, Talia merely glared at her in silence. Had she acted further, based on the sisters' behavior yesterday, Lilith would surely have suffered even more. Norman quietly counseled his sister Talia, lamenting how their age often led to a multitude of troubles. How are we to appeal to the Ranger General after this? Sigh, what a headache. Luckily, Solorian's appearance momentarily relieved Norman of this burden. If one were to ask whether there exist individuals of noble character in this world, opinions might vary. However, when it comes to Solorian, the Seeker of Dawn, none would doubt his honor, courage, compassion, and self-sacrifice. A warrior from humble beginnings, he earned the unwavering respect of his kin through unparalleled combat prowess, indomitable bravery, and boundless love for his people, affirming his title as the Silvermoon City hero and Dawn's emissary. Solorian had come to invite Norman to the parlor, seeking to gather comprehensive information on the malevolent troll tribe. Upon witnessing the trolls, born solely for slaughter, he resolved to annihilate that tribe. Such wickedness has no place in this world. Norman patted Talia on the shoulder, casting a look of self-preservation at Lilith as he followed Solorian. Leaving behind a heartbroken Lilith and an enraged Talia, Dalcon walked slowly beside his son, embodying the demeanor of a frail elder. His only son, Zul'Aman, lay on a stretcher, lifeless and unresponsive, filling Dalcon's heart with fury toward the Windrunner family. No one had ever rejected the Delashir family. Never. All that you have done today, I shall repay tenfold. I will destroy your reputation, your family, everything that you hold dear. From this day forward, starting now, you wish to hunt down the troll tribe? Let it commence here. I shall surprise you. Chapter 32. The politician's scheme. Though Talia may be a headstrong girl, she has never lacked kindness. Her actions are driven solely by a fierce love for those she cherishes and a deep-seated anger toward those she despises. She would rather endure hardship than bow to anyone. After delivering a slap to Lilith, Talia appeared furious, yet regret had already begun to seep into her heart. It was indeed Lilith's assistance that led to today's predicament. Talia knew all too well who Zul'Aman was. Had it not been for his father, Dalcon, he would have perished long ago in the jungle. Watching Lilith stand there, sulking in silence, Talia's anger morphed into a wave of self-reproach. She felt useless, incapable of handling anything. Overwhelmed by sorrow, tears began to cascade down her cheeks once again. Wait, why are you crying? I'm the one who got slapped. Lilith rushed to her side, despite a whirlwind of questions swirling in his mind. Talia, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. Please don't cry. Go away. Talia wailed, her sobs growing louder. All right, I'll go. Just stop crying. Come sit over here, please. Lilith pleaded, guiding Talia to a nearby bench. My face hurts too, you know. With tears still streaming, Lilith felt utterly exasperated. What is this? Such misfortune. Observing the sobbing girl on the bench, he remembered their first encounter when she had cried incessantly, making him want to shout in frustration. Ah, the first time. Inspiration struck him. Ecstatically, he selected a leaf from a nearby tree and sat at the other end of the bench, beginning to play a tune. As Lilith blew into the leaf, a melodious sound emerged, flowing like a gentle stream, cascading like a waterfall, and whispering like a lover's breath. It carried the essence of the soul, searching for the rose of spirit. At some point, Talia ceased her tears, her ears attuned to the enchanting melody, her spirit captivated by the rhythm, swaying in harmony with the breeze. When Dalcon administered another vial of rejuvenating elixir to Zul'Aman, hatred surged within him, propelling him back to the parlor. He sat in silence, a mask of stoicism on his face, his gaze fixed on the table, shrouded in inscrutable thoughts. Yet, it was clear to all that this senator was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, his heart aflame with boundless rage. Belovar halted his conversation with Feng Deluo, turning to Dalcon. Senator Dalcon, how is Zul'Aman faring? Without lifting his head, Dalcon replied tersely, he won't die. Noticing Dalcon's simmering anger, Belovar harbored a growing resentment toward the Windrunner family. He clapped his hands, summoning a servant to inform the lord that the royal envoy awaited in the parlor. My lord. Counselor Belovar says the royal envoy is waiting in the parlor. The servant's announcement interrupted the conversation among the three sisters. Aurelia smiled at her younger siblings, remarking, "It seems that Counselor Belovar is rather upset. Humph, what right does he have to be angry? If it weren't for that ranger named Norman warning me about Merzelin's poisoned arrows and alchemical potions, I would be the one facing defeat today." Sylvanas chuckled softly. Who can blame him for having a wizard for a father? Such resources are hardly surprising. Today, the little moon displayed remarkable prowess, overcoming Merzelin despite his numerous underhanded tactics. Indeed, I am formidable. Who else could rival me? Sister, that little ranger named Talia seems quite capable. Why not keep her around to serve as Lyra's bodyguard while he studies music in Silvermoon? Serving as Lyra's bodyguard? That is out of the question. She may be swift, but her combat skills are lacking. Aurelia has witnessed Talia's abilities, and, while she possesses speed, her martial prowess is insufficient. Moreover, it is likely that it was this very reason why the ranger named Norman sent her to seek assistance. Truly, he is a diligent brother. Sister Aurelia, she is well versed in the treacherous ways of the outside world, and we lack the time to accompany Lyra's to Silvermoon. So let us consider her as a companion for him. Little Moon, Lyra's may be even more eager than you. Sylvanas's words always managed to strike at the heart of the matter, eliciting the melodic laughter of both sisters. Very well, we must take our leave. The counselors are impatient. Let this little ranger train with the Farstriders for now. My requests are not to be refused. Aurelia spoke as she walked, and let her practice etiquette for a few days. One must not be ignorant of manners when visiting Silvermoon. The three sisters of the Farstriders laughed and chattered as they approached the reception hall, then swiftly donned a facade of icy composure before entering. Let us commence. Now that we are acquainted with the fundamental details of the troll tribe, let us discuss the specific details of our operation. Once everyone was seated, Solorian directly presented the agenda, having grown weary of the foolish antics among these politicians. Aurelia spoke. This operation shall be led by the Farstriders. I will head out with 500 of them. I hope to receive support from at least 100 battle mages. With that, she turned her gaze toward Belovar. Just as Belovar was about to speak, he was once again interrupted by Dalkon. No, Dalkon interjected, I propose, first, that all members of the Sunstrider Battalion participate in this battle, totaling 852 rangers. The Farstrider forces will primarily be responsible for clearing the path and escorting the battle mages into the fray. He finally lifted his head to lock eyes with Norman and continued. Second, that troll must be swiftly delivered to the royal court for analysis of its weaknesses to minimize casualties. Lastly, I request that His Majesty Von Deller and the Grand Astromancer accompany us to the front lines. I am confident that both possess a clear understanding of the new fell energy. Solorian frowned and remarked, I find the latter 2 points necessary, but I remain skeptical of the combat efficacy of the Sunstrider Battalion. I suggest the Farstrider forces assume command of the battle. Furthermore, mobilization of forces requires the consent of the Ranger General, does it not? The Sunstrider Battalion has also undergone trials by fire, my lord the Dawnbringer. I believe the Ranger General will agree with me. Dalkon glared at Solorian, his voice laced with unrestrained fury, and as he concluded, he turned to Aurelia. General Aurelia, I support Dalkon's proposal. How can a young lynx become a competent hunter without enduring the rigors of battle? Belovar felt that Dalkon required sufficient compensation. This time, the Farstrider family has overstepped. No, the fel-infused trolls exist solely for slaughter. Young rangers should not be assigned such combat tasks. Growth requires stages. Solorian stood firm. Dalkon's tone remained unchanged as he stated, we have ample heroes to ensure the growth of young rangers. I wish to invite my lord the Dawnbringer to lead the Sunstrider Battalion, with Merzelin serving as your aide to assist in your command. Moreover, the Farstrider forces can join the battle at any time from the rear. Very well then, let it be so, both of you counselors, my lord the Dawnbringer. Aurelia glanced at Dalkon and addressed Belovar. The Farstrider forces can secure the passage. When shall we depart? And who will be the commander? Belovar pondered for a moment and declared, Counselor Dalkon will serve as the commander, also overseeing the battle mages. The Sunstrider Battalion will be commanded by my lord Solorian, with Merzelin as his aide, while the Farstrider forces maintain a clear route. His Majesty Von Deller and the Grand Astromancer will serve as tactical support. With that, he looked to Von Deller and the Grand Astromancer, awaiting their agreement. I shall go. Von Deller nodded. The Grand Astromancer, however, rolled his eyes and said, I refuse. I would rather pursue my research than engage in battle. I shall appeal to the king. This is war. Belovar's voice turned icy, and he surveyed the room before continuing. I do not wish to hear any more refusals, everyone. If the magical barrier fails, We shall all be deemed guilty of treason against Quel'Thalas. Now, tell me your choices." The entire reception hall seemed to be rendered speechless by the weight of the counselor's presence, with only the sound of breathing discernible. Seeing the silence, Belovar cleared his throat and spoke. "The original defense area of the Sunstrider Battalion will be taken over by the Farstriders. We shall gather at the Elandril Bridge in 10 days' time. Prior to that, General Aurelia must first open the passage." Aurelia cast a glance at Belovar. This plan, laden with political maneuvering, was vastly inferior to one even concocted by trolls. "I cannot allow my rangers to make senseless sacrifices." With that thought, she spoke. "Counselor Belovar, I have no objection to opening the passage, but I cannot take charge of the defense area. The defense of Tol'vir was decided in the council and is the responsibility of the Sunstrider Battalion. The Farstriders know nothing of that place, thus I must refuse." Feeling slapped in the face, Belovar's expression twisted with frustration. "General, please prioritize the greater good. Fear not. I shall mobilize all my mage tower's defenses to that area. I only require the Farstriders to open the passage first." Dalkon, usually stoic, displayed rare generosity. "Humph, who now dares to disagree?" Belovar looked around once more, and silence returned to the room. "It is settled then, with no further alterations. I shall relay this plan to the royal court," Belovar concluded, dismissing himself with a wave of his sleeve. Chapter 33. The most profitable deal. Belovar's furious departure did not stir any ripples. He simply took Dalkon and Solorian with him. The Grand Astrologer gestured rudely at their departing figures, eliciting a furious rebuke from Vondeller. "Is this how you shamelessly live, Solanian?" "Indeed, this is precisely how I live. What can you do about it?" Solanian's retort left Vondeller trembling with rage, his finger pointed at her. Aurelia observed the Grand Astrologer poised to infuriate the High Priest and shook her head. The principled and austere High Priest was no match for Solanian. She swiftly interjected to halt their impending duel. "Gentlemen, Norman the Ranger is present. Let us decide the fate of those chips." "Chips? What do they have to do with me?" Norman replied, bewildered. Upon hearing chips, the Grand Astrologer promptly settled down, realizing that quarreling with an old man was far less entertaining than exploring those new materials. Only Vondeller remained, glaring at the Grand Astrologer. "Little Moon, hurry and bring them out. Can't you see the Grand Astrologer is impatient?" Aurelia approached, smiling as she gently urged the High Priest back into his seat. Not long after, when Renessa returned, she first closed the door and curtains of the parlor, turned on the lights, and then placed several small packages on the table. Norman examined the black and red chips with curiosity, asking, "What are these chips? They seem oddly relevant to me." "Haha, they are indeed relevant to you," Renessa replied with a smile, explaining the origin of the chips before ignoring the bewildered ranger and proceeding to distribute them. As she completed the distribution, a commotion ensued. "Oh, this is far too little, nowhere near enough for my research. It's already quite a lot. You have the larger pieces. Shall I exchange them for smaller ones?" "No exchanges," the Grand Astrologer protested, clutching a small package and accusingly pointing at Norman. "Why does he have the largest piece?" "Oh, that piece is difficult to divide. So it was given to him alone. I want that piece." "Then you must trade what you have." "No trade." The Grand Astrologer grew increasingly agitated as he fixated on the largest chip in Norman's possession, determined to find a way to acquire it. "What can you even do with this?" "Rings and earrings?" "Ah, they can indeed be fashioned into rings, earrings, and necklaces," Renessa retorted, her verbal sparring prowess on full display. "I'm a man. You want me to wear earrings and necklaces?" Vondeller sprang to his feet, ready to give Renessa a stern lesson. Unfazed, Renessa stood her ground, hands on her hips. "But Lyadelli needs them." "Never mind. I'll exchange for a larger one. I'll inform her that your necklace and earrings have been traded away by your mentor." "Ah, you make a valid point. Lyadelli needs them. And I shall craft more for her." The High Priest's words caused the Grand Astrologer to glance sideways, Aurelia to cover her face, and Sylvanas to turn away, her body shaking with suppressed laughter. "Hooray, Renessa has triumphed once more. Is there anyone else?" Norman toyed with the chips, lost in thought. "Ranger, if you take all these chips for yourself, it will lead to monumental trouble. This current division is optimal for you," Renessa advised gently, assuming Norman was being irrational. Norman lifted his gaze to meet Renessa's, asking earnestly, "Are you saying these chips are precious?" "Indeed, they are extremely valuable." "Then can I use them to negotiate a deal with you?" Renessa was taken aback. "A deal? What sort of deal? Do you not see the Grand Astrologer bouncing over here?" "Ranger, I wish to trade with you. What do you desire?" The Grand Astrologer inquired excitedly, thrilled at the prospect of acquiring the chip. Norman, however, did not respond to her enthusiasm. Instead, he stroked his chin, his gaze fixated on Renessa. making her feel distinctly uncomfortable. Hey, if you continue to stare at me like that, I want to be so courteous. Little Moon exclaimed in anger. Though you've helped me, what do you take me for now? Norman, snapping out of his daze, quickly stood to apologize. I'm terribly sorry. I was lost in thought. The Grand Astrologer seized Norman by the collar, pulling him back to face her. Tell me, Ranger, what do you desire? Wealth or beauty? Norman shrugged, replying, I'm sorry, my lady, but what I seek is not found here. Ignoring the Grand Astrologer's mounting fury, he turned to Aurelia, saying, General, I wish to trade it for a spot among the Far Travelers. What do you think? Oh, you wish to join the Far Travelers? Aurelia tilted her head, raising an eyebrow. No, I want Talia to join, Norman stated firmly. I hope she receives the best training. The Grand Astrologer stepped forward, shouting at Norman. I can offer you countless riches and beauties, and I can ensure your sister joins my laboratory, where she will receive the finest education. Talia has no magical talent. My lady, Norman retorted, pushing the Grand Astrologer aside, resolutely focusing on Aurelia. You infuriate me, the Grand Astrologer exclaimed in exasperation. Ranger, Aurelia straightened, her demeanor serious. Have you thought this through? Trading with the Grand Astrologer grants you immense wealth and beauty, and your sister could join her laboratory. The Far Travelers are no pleasant place. I am utterly convinced, Norman affirmed. Very well, the deal is struck. I shall prepare the documents. Aurelia nodded calmly, fearing that remaining any longer would reveal the joy bubbling within her. Renessa was elated, swiftly snatching the chip from Norman's hand and securing it close to her. Exchanging something I intended to do for an invaluable chip is a tremendous bargain. I am indeed a genius in the realm of distribution. Sylvanas beamed with delight, approaching Norman with a smile. Talia is fortunate to have a brother like you, and I am equally fortunate to have a sister like Talia, my lord, Norman replied, bowing to Sylvanas. Since I have no further business here, I shall return to share this wonderful news with Talia. Go on, I believe you will have much to discuss. The vexation consumes me. What is it that you, the Windrunners, desire? I am willing to barter. The Grand Astromancer shot a resentful glance at Norman before turning to Sylvanas, gritting his teeth in inquiry. Beside the Grand Astromancer, Renessa playfully chimed in. I'm afraid we do not engage in trades. This infuriates me. The Grand Astromancer stomped his foot in frustration and turned to leave. As Fandral strolled towards the exit, he leisurely remarked, rescuing this ranger was indeed my wisest choice. Indeed, Your Holiness, Sylvanas solemnly bowed to Fandral's retreating figure. Chapter 34. If doom is inevitable, Lyra's melody had long since concluded, and Talia took a moment to regain her composure. Your performance was truly enchanting, Lyra's. Oh, it is nothing. To receive your affirmation is a privilege, Lyra's replied, pride etched on his countenance. Lyra's, I must apologize for my earlier behavior, Talia said, gesturing for silence before continuing. I harbor a deep-seated fear of Merzelin. Many sisters have succumbed to him, enduring unspeakable torment. I witnessed one sister in her final moments, her body marred by burns and bruises, her eyes vacant as she calmly waded into the lake, never to return. I ponder daily that had it not been for my brothers, I too would meet a similar fate, devoid of hope. Nonsense, Talia. Today, witnessing Sister Moon best Merzelin filled me with immense joy. Finally, someone has given him a sound thrashing. Yet, I find it impossible to rejoice. For it was only yesterday that you advocated for me, leading to today's confrontation. It is my inadequacy that haunts me. I feel utterly powerless. Seeing tears welling in Talia's eyes, Lyra swiftly slid from the bench, grasped her hand, and knelt before her, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Talia, your aspirations are simply too lofty. Consider the provisions, your skill with the bow, the affection of your younger siblings. If you were truly inept, you would lack these blessings. I have faith in you. You shall ultimately realize your dreams. Talia stared, entranced, into Lyra's eyes, which radiated sincerity. They held each other's gaze until Lyra's legs grew weary, causing him to sway. Talia, her cheeks flushed, abruptly released Lyra's hand and bolted away. Wait, Lyra's called out, but by the time he opened his mouth, she had vanished from sight. Alas, fortune seems to elude me. Judging by today's events, it appeared that ill-fated Lyra's would remain unfortunate for some time yet. Norman returned with a cheerful demeanor, finally resolving Talia's predicament. Merzelin, have you contemplated your demise? General, Aurelia greeted Norman, her expression brightening upon encountering his joviality. You seem quite pleased, Ranger. Indeed, I am grateful to you all for alleviating a monumental dilemma, Norman replied with a smile. Aurelia teased. What if? I say if. I had intended to recruit Talia into the Farstriders. My plan was for her to become Lyra's guardian, accompanying him to Silvermoon for further training. In that case, your exchange would have been for naught. Norman straightened, shaking his head. It is not a loss, General. Regardless of the outcome, I would still choose to trade. Though our station is humble, I shall not allow anyone to belittle Talia. This is my resolve. Aurelia raised an eyebrow, lifting the document in her hand. I comprehend your sentiment. I shall now deliver this document to Dalcon. He will acquiesce. Do you wish to join the Farstriders? Norman declined without hesitation. No. Merzelin still owes me a debt, and I intend to collect. Aurelia said little more, patting Norman's shoulder. Very well. A debt? I hope you succeed. Aurelia silently contemplated as she made her way to Dalcon's residence. Counselor Dalcon, I am Aurelia Windrunner. Dalcon, engrossed in applying alchemical ointment to his son, was startled by the unexpected visitor, causing his hand to tremble and spill the potion. He quickly covered his son with a blanket and smoothed his clothing. Come in, General. Dalcon examined the document, his eternally somber face betraying no emotion. Yet his mind was rife with questions. What is so special about this Talia? I must inquire with Merzelin once he awakens. Thus, he spoke well. This requires Merzelin's signature to be effective, does it not? Upon hearing this, Aurelia's previously cold demeanor turned frigid. The document I present requires no one's approval. Counselor, I am here solely out of respect for your position. In other words, I am here to inform you. With that, she departed, inwardly cursing Dalcon. You are merely a counselor. What authority do you possess? Unruly. Arrogant. Dalcon was genuinely enraged this time. He tore the document to shreds, kicked over the table, and smashed the furnishings in the room to pieces. You shall pay for this. Upon returning to his chamber, Norman found Talia with her head submerged in a basin, her body trembling from lack of air. Talia, what is the matter? Norman swiftly lifted her, gripping her shoulders firmly to prevent her from submerging again. Ouch, ouch. Norman, please let go. Talia winced, unable to resist due to the pain. Norman released her, perplexed as to what was troubling her. He turned her around, only to find her face flushed with color. What ails you? Why place your head in the basin? Look at your face. It is red from holding your breath. What if something were to happen? Hearing her brother's concern, Talia's heart eased. Lyris, you nearly caused my demise. She flashed her brother a sweet smile, explaining. I was simply bored and wanted to see how long I could hold my breath. Such mischief. Norman sighed in relief. I have delightful news to share with you. From this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Wayfarers. Someone will come to escort you for training tomorrow. What? Talia's delicate face swiftly drained of color, turning pallid. Are you truly going to abandon me? Norman grasped Talia's hand and said, Talia, I am not abandoning you. I am entrusting the House of Dusk to you. After I depart, you shall be its caretaker. If something were to happen to you, who could I trust? I don't care. We will go together. The House of Dusk has Lord Findler. It will surely be safe. Nonsense. Lord Findler is already old. Have you forgotten Lady Ophiuchia? Only if you are the caretaker can I leave with peace of mind. Talia threw herself into Norman's embrace, exclaiming, I don't care. If I cannot see you, I will perish. Do not abandon me. Let us not seek revenge, all right? Norman gently tousled his sister's hair and took a deep breath, saying, in 10 days, I will accompany Merzelin to eradicate that troll tribe. This is the best opportunity. I will eliminate those trolls and Merzelin, thus bringing closure. As long as Merzelin lives, you will forever dwell in his shadow. No, there must be another way. Talia, seeking help from others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. The House of Dusk is our labor of love. If I succeed, I will return to visit you. You will be a good caretaker. Talia broke free from Norman's embrace and, with red-rimmed eyes, gazed up at her brother, declaring, If you die, I will avenge you. If the House of Dusk is destined to perish, then let it meet its end. Chapter 35. Talia sets sail. Merzelin, after a reckless indulgence in alchemical elixirs, finally awakened in a daze. The disheveled room and his somber father sitting in the corner constituted the entirety of his vision upon opening his eyes. A faint utterance of father jolted Dalcon back to reality. Merzelin, tell me about those two rangers, Dalcon inquired, standing before his son with arms crossed. They are a band of lowly commoners who once threatened me, so I sent them to rescue Findler's student. I intended for them to perish at the hands of the trolls, yet unexpectedly, they succeeded. What are their characteristics? Today, that wretched Aurelia handed me an order to transfer that female ranger. Talia, that little wretch? I saw her last night, using some means to seduce the brother of the Windrunners. It must have been that Lyras who orchestrated it. They are merely ordinary rangers, father. Upon hearing his son's words, Dalcon leaned down, seizing his son's hair with a fierce grip, saying, "Ordinary? If they were ordinary, they would not have returned alive." Merzelin trembled in fear and quickly responded. "Only the priest and the male ranger sustained severe injuries. The issue must lie with them." Dalkon then released his son, finding this explanation more plausible. "One may lose in combat, but one must not be a fool." He adjusted his collar and said, "We shall return this afternoon. That female ranger will be given to the Windrunner family, but you will keep a close watch on that ranger." Unbeknownst to Dalkon, it was precisely this statement that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the troll tribe of Sebulva. Once vibrant skies had become tainted with a murky crimson hue, swirling clouds occasionally illuminated by streaks of blood-red lightning. The lush woodlands had succumbed to corruption, with gnarled branches resembling skeletal hands reaching for the heavens. On the darkened earth, grotesquely deformed creatures frolicked among piles of bones and flesh, rolling and playing in pools of gathered blood. Stout trolls shuffled about the central altar with stiff movements, reminiscent of the undead. A mass of malevolent energy writhed, consuming all in its path, deformed beasts, rigid trolls, bones, and flesh. As it continued to devour, the core within radiated an increasingly intense, dark glow. At the center of the altar sat a towering black figure, beneath which knelt a pale-skinned elder troll in reverent submission. "Master, Sindaro awaits your command." The towering black figure cackled, squatting before the elder troll, pointing at the writhing mass of malevolence, saying, "Ha ha, Sindaro. Do you see that surging energy? Bring me more living beings. Once it completes its consumption, you shall merge with it, and I will grant you eternal life." A flash of crimson light revealed the visage of this black figure, unmistakably that of the new troll known as the Bloodseeker. Sindaro gazed greedily at the malevolent mass, recognizing it as the vessel for his immortality. Licking his lips and baring his sharp white teeth, he declared, "Master, I shall go at once and bring back all living beings I encounter." Rising to his feet amidst the Bloodseeker's raucous laughter, he bellowed, "Blood slaves, follow me." At this command, the rigid trolls, emitting loud cracking sounds from their bodies, swiftly trailed behind him, howling as they marched toward the distant thickets. In a world where misfortune prevails, the inhabitants of Windrunner's Tower remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding within the troll tribe they were soon to confront. Since Talia had uttered those words to her brother, her small face had lost all semblance of joy. She was now occupied with bidding farewell to Norman. The Grand Astrologer, having failed to acquire the largest shard, demanded Norman's visit to her laboratory on their return, asserting that it was unjust to belittle her laboratory and her inability to teach Talia. She watched with satisfaction as Norman said his goodbyes to Talia. "Humph, the shard? I bestow it upon you, as long as this ranger is present. This astrologer can have as many as she desires." Fendaler, assisting his disciple into the carriage, turned to see the self-satisfied Grand Astrologer, fully aware of her ulterior motives. "Zul'Aman, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, do not meddle with those taboos. They will lead to our demise. I am merely conducting research. Do you understand? Those evils that ought not to exist, such as those trolls, must have someone who knows how to confront them, do they not? Darkan is an utter fool, and he will bring ruin upon us all." Fendaler gazed intently at the Archmage, attempting to discern something unusual from her righteous visage. After a long while, he relinquished this impractical notion, muttering a hopeful, "Let's wish so." He boarded the carriage. "Everyone, we must depart," proclaimed Belovar, facing the road. Solorian, who was engaged in discussions regarding military arrangements with Aurelia, cast an irritated glance at the retreating figure and bid farewell to Aurelia, saying, "General, we shall meet again in 10 days. Aurelia languidly observed Belovar's silhouette, remarking, "It seems our esteemed representative is quite vexed. Let it be so. Farewell, harbinger of dawn." The royal envoy finally set forth, and Talia stood rooted, watching her brother's carriage gradually fade into the horizon. With a wistful sigh, she turned only to find General Aurelia standing before her. "You have a good brother, Talia. Thank you for the compliment, General. If I had a choice—" "No, young ranger. You do not have a choice. Only through diligent training and unwavering perseverance can you achieve your goals." Talia remained silent, her gaze cast downward as her foot traced circles in the dirt. Aurelia firmly lifted her chin, sternly admonishing, "Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts, young lady. If you wish to remain a burden forever, I permit you to leave under the guise of a wanderer and pursue your desires." With that, she pushed aside the stubborn little face and turned to depart. "General, I wish to begin training immediately." The words spoken behind her caused Aurelia's steps to falter momentarily. She said nothing but gestured for Talia to follow. As she trailed behind the general, Talia silently vowed, "I shall no longer be the burden that seeks reinforcements, never again." Chapter 36. The majestic fondler Norman, seated in the carriage, was in great distress. If given the choice, he would prefer to run alongside the carriage. Come, remove your jacket. I must conduct a thorough examination. Here we go again. Since entering the carriage, the Archmage's hands had been incessantly probing, and now it escalated to her demanding he disrobe. Heaven help me, someone rescue me. In such a confined space, who could possibly save Norman? Thus, with the impatient Archmage's assistance, his jacket was relinquished. Ranger, since your awakening, have you noticed anything different? Zul'Aman inquired after a thorough inspection. I only feel weak and cold, milady. If you would allow me to wear my jacket again. That would be splendid. Impossible. Do not attempt to be clever. I do not believe you have not changed. Something must be amiss. The Archmage dismissed Norman's impractical request and frowned in contemplation. Observing the Archmage lost in thought, Norman cautiously reached for his clothing. Aha, got it. Do not wake her, yes. Yes, slowly, haha. Success. This is how it should be. The Archmage's sudden interjection caused Norman's heart to sink. He was just a step away. Upon regaining consciousness, Zul'Aman raised an eyebrow at Norman, who was nearly dressed, saying, You had better remove that. What we are about to do cannot be done clothed. With a sigh, Norman reluctantly shed his garment, lamenting, Archmage, please spare me. I truly know nothing. Ha ha ha, know nothing? I do not believe that. Sit up straight, she commanded. And as she finished speaking, her right hand shimmered with a ghostly blue light, pressing against Norman's chest. Zul'Aman gazed at Norman, perplexed. He must have reacted. Perhaps the energy was insufficient. Let us apply more effort. Her right hand erupted into a burst of blue flames, casting a ghostly hue upon Norman's face. What are you doing? Norman exclaimed, gritting his teeth and enunciating each word. The amethyst energy within him surged violently before the Archmage's ghostly blue aura, ravenously devouring the energy and swiftly transforming it into its own kind. Ha ha ha, there is a reaction. My methods never fail. The Archmage, feeling the power being rapidly consumed by Norman, could not help but laugh, then abruptly severed the magical output. Once Norman had calmed, she asked with a smile, Now? Tell me, Ranger, what is it? Norman ignored her, first donning his clothing before adopting a serious demeanor and asking, Archmage, do you truly wish to study this? You saved my life. I do not wish to see you consumed by it. The Archmage regarded Norman's grave countenance, slowly straightening her posture as she replied, When disaster strikes, no one can remain untouched. I have discovered something unusual in the starry sky above us. It approaches swiftly. Norman extended his hand, gathering energy within it, disregarding the Archmage's stunned expression as he transformed the energy into various objects, ultimately crushing them with force, absorbing the fragments back into his being. The Archmage seized Norman's hand, inspecting it repeatedly before lifting her gaze in astonishment. How did you accomplish this? I only saw black and blue. Why is it deep purple? Norman recounted the process of energy fusion he witnessed in his dreams, along with the profound fears he beheld, then began to feast upon the provisions within the carriage. Just as Norman was about to indulge in dessert, the Archmage finally regained her wits and asked, Are you saying that void energy can devour and transform one another? Your fragmented memories were reconstituted by that silver light? Norman set down his cup and replied earnestly, Indeed, Archmage, the ghostly blue energy emanates from you, while the silver energy is undoubtedly linked to His Majesty Fondler. He paused for a moment and continued, I witnessed countless faceless beings and void creatures engaged in battle, consuming one another to grow ever stronger. As for the transformation, you felt it just now. The Grand Astrologer irritably scratched his hair and said, Go fetch His Excellency, Lord Vondeller, and tell him I have an urgent matter to discuss. Hurry. With that, he opened the carriage door and pushed Norman out. Hey, the carriage hasn't stopped yet, Norman exclaimed, shaking his head as he stood on the ground, watching the moving carriage. Is this Grand Astrologer a bit unhinged? How will His Excellency board the carriage later? He sighed, dismissing the thought. It seemed that wizards often had peculiarities. With that in mind, Norman quickened his pace, leapt onto Lord Vondeller's carriage, and knocked on the side. Your Excellency, the Grand Astrologer urgently seeks your presence. Inside, Lord Vondeller was sharing amusing anecdotes with Liadeline and discussing which jewels to use for her jewelry. Just as they were enjoying themselves, the unwelcome news from outside interrupted them. Irritated, he flung open the carriage door and exclaimed, I have no time. Tell him to stay as far away as possible. Without a second thought for the dumbfounded Norman, he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Norman was taken aback. Was this truly Lord Vondeller? Where had the stern high priest gone? He slapped himself twice, convincing himself that it must have been an illusion. The high priest he knew would never act this way. Determined to give it another try, He resolutely extended his hand and knocked on the carriage again. How many times must I say it? I have no time. Tell him to get lost, as far away as possible. Vondeller's head poked out again, and his demeanor suggested that if Norman had not come to report, the outcome for the visitor would have been dire. Norman rubbed his nose, realizing that this was the kind of high priest he had to deal with. Frustrated, he jumped down from the carriage and hurried back to the Grand Astrologer. Was that Norman the Ranger? Liadeline asked, gently patting her mentor's back. The mentor was visibly upset, declaring that the Grand Astrologer was surely up to no good. It's him. If it weren't for him, I would have, Vondeller fumed, the consequences of this encounter weighing heavily on him. Please, do not be angry. Look at this piece. You could use it to make a ring. That way, mental magic will have little effect on you, Liadeline chimed in, playfully holding up a crystal shard. No, Liadeline, this shard is only enough for your necklace, earrings, and ring. I shall not use it. Who could possibly defeat your mentor? Well then, it's decided, mentor. Fine, since it is your wish. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as something struck the carriage. Who dares to offend the dignity of His Excellency Vondeller? Furious, Vondeller halted the magical carriage. Before he could step out, Solarian's voice rang out with a scolding. Vondeller, you old fool. How dare you claim you have no time? You've provoked me, Solarian. Today, you shall learn what it means to respect your elders. Vondeller roared, leaping down from the carriage, summoning holy light. Mentor, do you need a weapon? Liadeline called from the window. Vondeller quickly extinguished the holy light and turned back with a smile. No need. He is merely a Grand Astrologer. Liadeline, shut the windows tightly and do not come out. The Grand Astrologer, witnessing the scene, dropped the stone he was holding and laughed heartily. Norman pinched his thigh, gazing skyward. The sky truly was a brilliant blue today. After Liadeline secured the windows, Vondeller turned back and bellowed, Enough! Tell me, what do you truly want? Relax, it's not about those forbidden matters, but rather about consumption and transformation, Solarian replied, walking closer to Vondeller and whispering something in his ear. After listening, Vondeller turned, his face filled with curiosity. Indeed. Hence I seek your validation. The Grand Astrologer nodded solemnly. Very well, I shall accompany you to your carriage. But what about Liadeline? Let Norman go. They should have plenty to discuss. Vondeller scrutinized the earnest Norman, his expression revealing skepticism. The Grand Astrologer seized Vondeller's hand and, as they walked, remarked, Come now. Your disciple was saved by him. There is no need for concern. Enough of this. I will walk on my own, Vondeller declared, shaking off the Grand Astrologer's grip. Approaching Norman with a stern expression. Listen well, lad. If you disrespect Liadeline, I shall break your legs. Norman quickly replied, Rest assured, Your Excellency Vondeller. I would never lay a finger on Miss Liadeline. I promise. How unreasonable. Before even making contact, my legs are threatened. He thought, You are more unreasonable than a troll. Ah, you know Norman's character well enough, don't you? Let us go, Solarian urged, pulling Vondeller toward the carriage. Even as he was being dragged away, Vondeller glanced back. Warning, remember your promise, lad. Norman watched the two esteemed figures depart, silently wiping the sweat from his brow. Were all high-ranking professionals and Quel'Thas like them? Surely, he thought. His prolonged weakness had conjured illusions. Standing before the carriage, Norman took 3 deep breaths before knocking on the door. There was no other reason. If you were threatened by a max-level high priest, you would be fearful as well. Miss Liadeline, it is Norman. Norman, come in. Liadeline exclaimed excitedly, pulling him by the hand into the carriage. Seizing the opportunity while bending down, Norman discreetly withdrew his hand from Liadeline's grasp. Once seated, Liadeline asked, Norman, would you like something to drink? Tea, please. Thank you, he replied, sitting upright and maintaining his composure. Seeing Norman's performance, Liadeline burst into laughter, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to him. Norman, you needn't be so anxious. The mentor is a wonderful person. Miss Liadeline, I have no doubt about Lord Vondeller's character. I find that hard to believe. Did you not see how he threatened me? It's easy for you to say. My leg has been broken, and to whom shall I weep? Ha ha. Come now, the mentor is not truly like that. He merely speaks in jest. By the way, could you tell me about the House of Dusk? Liadeline clasped Norman's hands together, smiling as she inquired. The House of Dusk is located in the slums of Silver Moon. A place rife with danger, not suitable for you, Miss Liadeline. Call me Leah. Very well, Miss Liadeline. Humph, call me Leah. Or I shall inform the mentor of your bullying. Yes, Leah. Liadeline chuckled uncontrollably. It was amusing to see the once gentle and resolute ranger become so stiff after the mentor's reprimand. Norman, I wish to assist the House of Dusk. Talia informed me that you are a guardian and require your consent. Finally, Liadeline's laughter subsided as she spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Norman's expression changed, and he asked with confusion, Miss Lydron, why? Call me Leah, and there is no reason. I merely wish to return this to you. Lydron produced Costello's nameplate and handed it to Norman. As he gazed at the nameplate, an overwhelming sorrow washed over Norman like a tsunami, and he turned his face towards the carriage, calmly saying, You needn't give it to me. Keep it for yourself. I possess another one. I am sorry, Norman. Lydron silently hung the nameplate around her neck, softly proclaiming, I shall never forget how you and Costello fought for me. It was my honor, Leah, Norman replied without turning back. At that moment, I was in despair. Knowing you were alive brought me immeasurable joy. The Minter never allowed me to visit the slums, but now that I know of the House of Dusk, I must go. Lydron noticed a teardrop fall from Norman's chin and hurriedly offered him a handkerchief. Ah, no need, Leah. Norman turned back, smiling at Lydron. That was merely sweat. Oh, very well. Lydron returned the handkerchief to her pocket and asked, Why do you say I am unsuited for the slums? Leah, it is filled with drug addicts, thieves, robbers, and all manner of ne'er-do-wells. You are no match for such people. If something were to happen to you, Lord Vondeller would indeed break my legs. Norman earnestly cautioned Lydron, noting that she had donned the nameplate, which boded ill. Lydron gazed at Norman with amusement until his face turned crimson, then declared, You protect me. That is not feasible. Leah, my return to Silvermoon is for the purpose of participating in the Archmage's experiment, and I lack the time to safeguard you. Moreover, I shall depart for the front lines in 10 days. Sister, please spare me. Once my business is concluded, I shall leave. Is that not agreeable? Norman's heart ached. Lydron observed Norman's suddenly slumped shoulders and, smiling, said, I shall visit the House of Dusk tomorrow. I do not believe they would dare harm me. I have slain 2 trolls. Norman's already troubled expression grew even more so upon hearing this. It was wise to heed the words of the priest. She would indeed act on them. Very well, when we enter the city, I shall guide you to familiarize yourself with the route. Tomorrow, await my return, and we shall proceed together. Lydron then joyfully exclaimed, Splendid, it is settled. Alas, I hope you ruffians do not provoke her, Norman thought, gazing at the swiftly retreating scenery outside the carriage. Chapter 38. The depths of Norman's sorrow. Time flew by as Norman and Lydron engaged in idle chatter. As the sunset painted the clouds in hues of crimson, the enchanted carriage glided into Silvermoon, adorned with the mesmerizing twilight. In the realm of Azeroth, if one speaks of grandeur, it must surely be the capital of Lord Darren. If one mentions antiquity, Darnassus is irrefutably the epitome, and if one considers magnificence, Ironforge stands unparalleled. Yet, when it comes to resplendence and splendor, Silvermoon undoubtedly claims its rightful place. Within Silvermoon, the towering spires and expansive promenades, adorned with golden domes, white walls, and red accents, glimmered under the sunlight, radiating brilliance and beauty, as if erected upon the clouds. With the heavens and earth serving as mere accompaniments, truly a magnificent sight to behold. The enchanted carriage swiftly traversed the broad elder path, weaving through the throngs of the royal trade district, arriving before the royal court. After a prolonged silence, Councilman Bellovar, waiting for the dignitaries to disembark, inhaled deeply and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed. The king must be eagerly awaiting our arrival. The Archmage, having waited for Lord Vondeller and the 2 counselors to enter the royal court, approached Norman, stating, Come, Ranger, we shall proceed to the laboratory. Lydron interjected, No, esteemed Archmage, he has a personal matter to attend to at home first. The Archmage regarded Lydron, then turned to Norman, tilting his head slightly. What if I say no? Lydron stepped forward, whispering, Then I shall inform the Minter that you are bullying me, threatening me with that old coot. Am I to be afraid? However, I am magnanimous and shall grant you some time alone. I shall observe the old fellow's expression, ha. Upon this thought, the Archmage tilted his head again, saying, Very well. Attending to personal matters is paramount. Thus, Ranger, I expect to see you here before the 21st bell tolls. Without lingering further, he took 2 steps away, then returned, tossing a runestone to Norman. Oh, take this. When you arrive, activate it, and I shall be aware. Once the Archmage departed, Lydron beamed at Norman. Where's the House of Dusk? Let us hurry. Norman gazed at the sweetly smiling priest, his mind buzzing with thoughts. Was he truly going to confront the Grand Star Mage? Leah, the impoverished district lies on the far side of Silvermoon City. It's too distant. Let us take a carriage instead. Leah Dellen paused for a moment, realizing the city's other side was the reason for her ignorance. While she was lost in thought, Norman had already summoned a magical carriage, awaiting her ascent. As Leah settled into the carriage, she immediately felt it was less comfortable than the previous one. she inquired. Why isn't this magical carriage as comfortable as the last one? At this, Norman was taken aback. You've never ridden a magical carriage before? After Leah shook her head, he continued, this is a convenience carriage from Silvermoon City, vastly different from those designated for the royal court and noble families. You could purchase at least 30 of these for the price of one of those. Realization dawned upon Leah, and she sheepishly remarked, I usually walk. A priest must endure hardships. Norman found her tongue-out expression endearing and chuckled. From the royal district's chapel, a carriage is essential. Walking is simply too far. Leah raised an eyebrow. No worries. I'll have my mentor think of a solution. Norman replied, well, you have a mentor. That makes you remarkable. Soon, the carriage halted at the entrance of the impoverished district. Leah leaped down, observing the somber atmosphere that contrasted with the outside world. Norman discreetly pinched his thigh, suppressing the urge to comment. After all, this is the impoverished district. The king seldom attends to matters here, unless they fail to pay taxes. Let's move on. There is still a distance to cover. As Leah walked into the narrow main street of the district, watching the comings and goings of people, she turned to Norman, saying, it's not as dreadful as you described. Each person she encountered was courteous and harmonious, and some even approached her to greet her, a rarity outside these walls. Norman, astonished, queried, how do you perceive harmony here? That person who came to greet you clearly had ulterior motives. Had I not pulled you back, who knows what mischief he would have wrought? Just look at the disappointment in his eyes when I intervened. He is no good. And those smiling at you? Staring at a stranger with such smiles? Please, out there, one could be beaten for less. Noticing Leah's skeptical expression, Norman raised an eyebrow. Don't believe me? Then go ask those two at the tavern across the street where the Dusk House is. Leah responded cheerfully, bouncing over to inquire for directions, her joy evident. In a sweet voice, Leah asked, excuse me, gentlemen, where is the Dusk? Suddenly, she was bumped by a young man rushing past, who said nothing as he continued on his way. Puzzled, Leah watched the increasingly hurried youth, then quickly checked her wallet, realizing it was gone. She shouted, stop right there. Norman, my wallet. The urgency of her tone suggested she was ready to confront the young man. Norman sighed, massaging his temples before leaping to seize the thief, who struggled violently. When Leah saw Norman apprehend the pickpocket, she hurried over, demanding, return my wallet. To her shock, the thief brandished a dagger, lunging at her. Just as Leah was about to be harmed, Norman swiftly restrained the assailant's weapon-bearing hand, twisting it until the sound of cracking bones echoed, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. The thief lay on the ground, clutching his hand and wailing, while Norman retrieved Leah's wallet from him and placed it in her stunned hands. He patted her shoulder, saying, let us go, Leah, assistance will arrive. Leah ignored Norman, securely stashing her wallet before gripping his waist tightly, twisting him around in a playful manner, exclaiming, this is all your fault. You made me ask for directions, and it's your fault I almost lost my wallet. Norman, appearing contrite, replied, Leah, it's entirely my fault. I shouldn't have allowed you to act alone. Unless he were mad, he would argue with a woman over right and wrong. Truthfully, I too share the blame. Did I hurt you? Leah, having twisted enough, felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she shouldn't dismiss the thief entirely. No, it's fine. We shouldn't concern ourselves with them. They are part of a gang. Let us proceed to the Dusk House. Norman took Leah's hand, confidently striding toward their destination. At this moment, a river of sorrow flowed within him. Her playful twisting had genuinely pained him. Chapter 39. The king who seemed not so foolish as this. The Dusk House, in Leah's imagination, an orphanage, no matter how humble, would not appear as dismal as this. Before her stood a grim sight, a dark red wooden door, its texture marred by the ravages of time, the white paint barely concealing the black and yellow beneath. An unadorned wooden sign hung crookedly above, inscribed with the words, Dusk House. A few withered leaves danced in the wind, further accentuating the desolation. Ah, this is the Dusk House. Welcome, Miss Leah Dellen. Please, come in. Norman cheerfully laughed as he pushed open the door and stepped inside first. Before Leah could enter, she was greeted by a chorus of children exclaiming, Brother Norman is back. The sound of scrambling footsteps and a cacophony of greetings mingled with Norman's bright laughter burst forth. Upon entering, Leah found Norman surrounded by 7 or 8 children. As soon as the children noticed her, they fell silent and shy. The smallest girl hid behind Norman, cautiously peeking out at Leah, as if she would retreat at the slightest sound. This is Priest Leah Dellen, my companion. Don't be shy. Quickly greet Sister Leah Dellen. Norman clapped his hands, introducing the unexpected priestess to the children. The eldest boy glanced at Leah, finally mustering the courage to ask, Brother Norman, have you completed your task? Haha, Elvis. Who am I? The task is, of course, accomplished. Norman brought forth the little girl hidden behind him and urged her to greet politely. After the excited greetings from the children, Leodrine, Elvis glanced behind her and inquired, "What about Sister Talia and Brother Costello? Haven't they returned?" Norman bent down, ruffling Elvis's unruly hair, and replied, "Your sister Talia is currently undergoing training with the Wanderers. She has been called to serve. She will return to see you soon." Wow. Cool. Sister Talia is amazing. She is a Wanderer. After the children's astonished exclamations subsided, Norman continued. Amidst their eager gazes, Costello is protecting the royal envoy at Rapids Fortress. He is responsible for ensuring the envoy's safety, and he is the best at it. Wow. The children looked at Norman with bright eyes. When will he return? Ha ha ha. Didn't I tell you in the stories? Rapids Fortress is very far away. It will be quite some time before he returns. If you are not well behaved, he will certainly be quite troubled upon his return. Norman laughed heartily. Elvis, beaming with pride, responded, "Of course, we are the best behaved. Even Sylvia ate her meals obediently today." Listening to their conversation, Leodrine, who was merely a bystander, felt a lump in her throat and turned her head away. "Sister, please don't cry. Sylvia has candy for you." The timid little girl tugged at Leodrine's skirt and offered her a piece of candy. Leodrine wiped her tears and knelt down to gently stroke Sylvia's hair, saying, "I am not crying. I am happy for Talia and Costello. I was saved by your brothers and sisters." Elvis excitedly ran over and asked, "Huh? Are you the sister priest that Brother Norman mentioned?" Leodrine calmed Sylvia's hand holding the candy and replied, "Yes, after they rescued me, we lived in Windrunner Spire. And it was then that they were called to duty." She then lovingly caressed Sylvia's little face. "Sister has grown up. She doesn't eat candy. You can have it, Sylvia." "Oh." Sylvia nodded eagerly, carefully placing the candy back into her pocket and patting it to feel its presence. "Leodrine, could you share your experiences with us?" Elvis looked at Leodrine with anticipation. Of course, Leodrine sniffed, cradling Sylvia as she sat on the stone steps, beginning to recount her modified experiences to the circle of children. As her story unfolded, gasps of astonishment erupted from the children. Norman leaned against a pillar, gazing at the sky above the courtyard, his thoughts drifting further and further with the shifting twilight. This world is never short of such individuals. They bask in the legacy of their ancestors while indulging themselves, yet do not hesitate to elegantly criticize the actions of others, condemning their laziness and seeking every possible way to bind the actions of others. Before Vondeller stood such a person. Dalcon was sorrowfully recounting the insults he had suffered before the king and the council, reproaching the Windrunner family's arrogance and the collusion between the Grand Astromancer and Vondeller, as if he alone embodied loyalty and righteousness in the entire kingdom of Quel'Thalas. Councilman Dalcon, the contributions you have made to the kingdom of Quel'Thalas are etched in the hearts of each council member. I will, in the name of the king, inquire whether Sylvanas still holds the interests of the Quel'Dorii in her heart. King Astalorian consoled, rubbing his brow. All right, everyone, since the expedition plan has been finalized, let us conclude this meeting. It is getting late. Your Grace Vondeller, is this your first attendance at the council? The king asked, once everyone had departed, addressing the venerable archbishop seated with an air of calm. Vondeller nodded, maintaining his serious demeanor. Your Majesty, what you wish to know will be revealed by Solarian. I remain here with a question I wish to pose to you. Ah, a question? No need for formality. Please proceed. The king chuckled, gesturing for the archbishop to speak freely. I wish to inquire whether the vow made by King Dathramar at the establishment of the kingdom of Quel'Thalas to cherish every single life of our kin still holds weight. Vondeller's voice grew increasingly agitated, culminating in an outburst. Listening to Vondeller's fervent outcry, the king's previously murky eyes sparkled with clarity. All oaths remain inscribed upon the foundation of our kingdom, your grace the archbishop. Pray, tell me, what have you witnessed? Vondeller calmed down and recounted all that Talia had conveyed to him. The king squinted, asking, when did a slum emerge in Silvermoon? That question I cannot answer, your majesty. I will rectify the Church of the Holy Light, and I shall inquire whether they remember the vows they once uttered under the light. Vondeller stated, rising slowly, bowing to the king before departing the palace with his head held high. A slum? Astalorian pondered the term. Summoning a spy, conduct a thorough investigation into the veracity of what Vondeller has mentioned, uncover who is behind this. Chapter 40. The world of the arcane master. As the 20th bell tolled, the sky had completely darkened. Leodrine, amidst the eager and expectant gazes of the children, ceased her storytelling, earning a unanimous critique from them. Sister Leodrine, I beg you, please tell us more. What happened to that giant troll? Elvis, feeling a sense of brotherly duty, bravely stepped forward to plead. Leodrine gently stroked Sylvia's hair, smiling. It is quite late today, Elvis. I will come back to see you tomorrow. Shall we listen then? As the children seemed unwilling to relent, the villainous Norman intervened. All right, that will be all for today. Elvis, please take everyone to bed. Remember to extinguish all the candles before you sleep. Oh, Elvis sighed, dejectedly accepting Sylvia from Leodrine's arms, turning back toward the room with lingering glances. Ha ha ha, Norman, they are truly delightful. Liadeline gazed at their reluctant expressions and smiled at Norman. He shook his head with a bittersweet smile, wishing Talia were present. With just a furrow of her brow, those mischievous souls would immediately comply. Let us go, guardian. With her hands clasped behind her back, Liadeline's eyes sparkled as she looked at Norman and said, We shall return tomorrow. Norman felt somewhat unnerved by her gaze, hastily touching his nose to mask his embarrassment, muttering, No rush. I will escort you back to the chapel first. As they walked through the dimly lit slums, despite knowing that Norman had grown up in this very place, Liadeline could not shake the feeling that countless eyes were watching her from the darkness. Each hurried passerby seemed to harbor an insidious intent, lying in wait for her to let her guard down. After all, the tale of the fierce thief had unfolded not long ago. Norman, are you cold? Liadeline asked, trembling slightly with one hand clasped to her chest. Norman turned to glance at the shivering priestess, chuckling softly as he took her hand and continued forward. A sense of protection enveloped Liadeline's heart. Following Norman down the shadowy alleyways of the slum, she observed that the hurried pedestrians were merely racing towards their own destinations, and the eyes lurking in the darkness were nothing more than the reflections of distant lights. The gentle night breeze swept past, bringing with it the distant clamor. As she gazed toward the radiant lights on the other side, realizing she was walking toward the light. Ah, so this is the path I yearn to pursue. Lialia. As they approached the thoroughfare, Norman waved his hand in front of Liadeline's eyes. What was wrong with this priestess? With a peculiar smile, she stared blankly ahead. Was she? Panic surged within Norman. Please don't have a fit. The Grand Priest would truly come to break my legs. Lia, wake up. Weavie arrived. Unable to contain himself, Norman poked her arm. Are you still with us? Have we arrived? Yes, Lia, we are on the thoroughfare. With a sigh of relief, Norman exhaled deeply. Hearing the sound of his breath, Liadeline's cheeks flushed crimson. I was lost in thought for a moment. I apologize. Norman, with a serious demeanor, replied, That is quite normal. I often find myself lost in thought as well. Come, I shall escort you back to the chapel. Please do not inquire why. Those unfortunate warriors who met a tragic fate could circle the entire Silvermoon City 10 times. I shall await you here before the 11th bell tolls tomorrow. If you do not come. Liadeline smiled sweetly at Norman in front of the chapel. A bead of sweat trickled down Norman's forehead, which he dared not wipe away. I often remind myself that time is life. Rest assured, Lia, I will be here on time. Then, farewell, Ranger Norman. With the answer she desired, Liadeline hummed a prayerful tune, stepping lightly through the hall. Just as she was about to turn into the loft, Lia, where have you gone? Minter. Liadeline quickly halted, peering into the dim hall, where Vondelor sat with his back to her in the front row. Moonlight streamed through the glass above, casting an eerie glow upon him. She stuck out her tongue and dashed over to crouch beside her mentor. Guess what I realized today? Vondelor looked at his disciple with an expression that suggested he expected nonsense. She had gone to the slums with that ranger. What if something had happened? I shall break his legs tomorrow. Oh, mentor, when have I ever deceived you? Liadeline clutched Vondelor's sleeve, adopting a pleading demeanor. Stop, Lia. You are no longer a child. What if something happens? Vondelor felt a headache coming on from her antics and repeatedly urged her to cease. Only then did Liadeline release her beleaguered mentor, excitedly sharing her insights. Vondelor, upon hearing her, looked at his disciple in astonishment. Had she truly found her own path to the holy light so swiftly? Lia, congratulations on discovering your own way. In light of helping you find your path, I shall generously let him go this time, but if there is a next time, I shall break both his legs. Liadeline was unperturbed by her mentor's threats. With a playful smile, she said, Mentor, why are you here all alone? You haven't even lit a candle. You startled me just now. Upon hearing this, Vondelor's authority surged. He recounted the happenings at the palace and then slammed his hand on the bench. Those priests who betrayed their oaths have all told me that Quell the Loss is harmonious and beautiful. If it weren't for that girl named Talia, I would have remained deceived for much longer. I almost lost the favor of the holy light. Mentor, please do not be angry. Liadeline gently took Vondelor's hand that had struck the bench, massaging it with care. They were merely misled. priests are already few in number. If you hadn't noticed before, how could you expect them to? Humph, do not speak well of them. Tomorrow, I shall, Minter, if not for this matter, I would not have gained such insights. They spend all their time praying in the chapel. How could they have time to experience and reflect, right? It's late. Let me assist you back to rest. Liadline helped Vondalor toward his residence. Tomorrow, you will see for yourself, so why be so vexed? Vondalor, weakly, said, your parents entrusted you to me. What would I do if something happened to you there? Leah, from now on, that place is my responsibility. With tearful eyes, Liadline softly replied, Minter, you possess more responsibility than my parents, but this is my path. All right, it seems I am getting old. If you wish to go, then go. Upon hearing his disciple's intention to continue, Vondalor quickly surrendered. At the door, Vondalor looked at his excited disciple and firmly rapped on the doorframe. You may go, but that ranger cannot. If he appears near you again, I will break his legs, both of them. All right, I understand. I won't accompany him. You need not worry. Good night. My mentor. Feng de Luo gazed at Leah Dreen's retreating figure, shaking his head. Leah, he is but a harbinger of destruction. At that moment, Norman remained oblivious to the fact that he had been labeled as a bearer of ruin by the high priest, and that his legs were soon to be shattered. He stood idly before the Tower of Sun Fury, awaiting the Grand Astromancer. When the 21st bell was supposed to toll, he found himself abandoned. How intolerable! I shall wait for you another 15 minutes. Just as impatience began to take hold, a servant finally emerged. Are you the Ranger Norman? Please, follow me. Norman trailed behind the servant through the Tower of Sun Fury. Greetings, esteemed mage, he mused, recalling the numerous high-ranking mages he had encountered in recent days. Yet, this was his first visit to a mage's tower. The rumored terrors seemed non-existent. The vastness was indeed impressive, as it unfolded into a realm of its own. Floating magical quills inscribed upon tomes, each completed work soaring to its designated shelf. Mischievous chairs often obstructed the path of sweeping brooms, while a playful kitten, seemingly having exhausted itself in its antics, emerged from the shelves, leaped onto a table, and promptly fell asleep, transforming into an adorable cat figurine. A steaming teapot chased after errant teacups. Was this truly the realm of mages? Norman gazed in awe, filled with envy. I too wish to become a mage. Chapter 41. We are just friends, Ranger Norman. You have arrived. The Grand Astromancer is awaiting you. Unbeknownst to him, the servant had led him to a door. Norman turned to the servant, who nodded and bowed before departing. What on earth? Shouldn't you announce my arrival first? Norman pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating the odd behavior. After much deliberation, he decided to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Did I not instruct you? Do not disturb me while I am working, unless there is something of utmost importance. Prepare yourself for a brawl with trolls. The tirade from within prompted Norman to hastily retract his hand. Why does every high-ranking mage possess such a temper? Brawl with trolls? He shook his head vigorously, the imagery far too gruesome to entertain. I have no urgent matters. Farewell, Grand Astromancer. As Norman turned to leave, the door swung open with a resounding crash. The Grand Astromancer stood there, fury etched across her features. Who dares to disturb? Ah, it's you, Norman. Come in. I've been waiting. She rushed forward, seizing the bewildered Norman and dragging him into the room. I can hardly contain myself. The king just summoned me. What a waste of time. Norman glanced at the small door through which he had entered, then at the expansive observatory before him, lost in thought. I truly desire to become a mage. The Grand Astromancer, donning gloves, approached him. What are you dawdling for? Lie down. Norman scrutinized the bed with restraints, and then the gloves on the Grand Astromancer's hands. He took a large step sideways, astonished. What are you planning to do? No more time for second thoughts, huh? The Grand Astromancer giggled, pulling Norman back. The restraints are merely precautionary, should you struggle. I assure you, there will be no pain if you remain still. Are you planning to dissect me? Truly. Mages are all mad. I want to go home. Dissect you? I merely wish to draw a small sample of your blood for research. Just lie down. It will be over soon. The Grand Astromancer smiled as she secured Norman's limbs and tightened the waist restraint. Hey, it's just a blood draw. Why are you restraining me? Oh, right. And perhaps I'll take a small piece of your flesh as well. Just a tiny bit, I promise. Solanian appeared with an enormous syringe that looked fit for injecting a giant bear. Norman struggled even more fiercely. Do not move. You intend to drain my blood. Am I to sit idly by? Just a little. Get away. Either you find a smaller one, or I'll fight you today. Norman was furious. Sighing, the Grand Astromancer observed Norman's frantic struggles. All right, I'll get a smaller one, but let it be known, it will be once a day. Norman watched as she produced a regular syringe, only to hear her stipulate that she would draw a vial daily, reigniting his anger. Once a day, I shall fight you. With that, he began to gather his energy, and the restraints shattered under the force of his might. Norman sat up, casting a disdainful glance at the Grand Astromancer. Come on, either I end you, or you end me. Confinement, the Grand Astromancer commanded, and an invisible force enveloped Norman. Do not forget, we are in the Mage's Tower. Your power is still feeble. Damn it, Norman seethed. You saved my life, that much is true, but what do you take me for? A mere rodent? Today, I shall perish alongside you. The Grand Astromancer's eyes widened in alarm as she observed Norman gathering energy, his violet aura expanding, clashing violently with the confinement field, causing ripples of void energy. Stop, stop. I say enough. If you continue this way, I assure you the Mage's Tower will remain intact, while you perish in vain. Better to perish in vain than to be dissected like a rat. Norman gritted through the pain, threatening to overwhelm him. Very well. Once every 10 days. A vial of blood, and a small piece of flesh from your arm. This is my final condition. If you cannot comply, then you may as well perish. The Grand Astromancer spoke through clenched teeth. You are the first to negotiate terms within the Mage's Tower. Deal. Norman readily agreed, recalling that he would depart in 10 days. Just you wait. I shall remember this grudge. Now, retract your energy. I shall release the confinement. After a flurry of chaotic movements, the observatory finally settled into tranquility. The Grand Astromancer extracted blood with the syringe, muttering, had we done this sooner, we could have avoided all this trouble and wasted energy. Norman turned his head away. I choose to die with dignity. To be drained of blood here by you is not how I wish to meet my end. The Grand Astrologer chuckled, remarking, it appears you have yet to familiarize yourself with your energy. It possesses a regenerative capability that surpasses the mere inferior healing typical of trolls. Norman turned in astonishment to the Grand Astrologer. Regenerative ability? Indeed. Observe the rate at which your arm's wound heals. Your energy amalgamates 3 different attributes. And while I am uncertain of its full potential, regeneration, fusion, and devouring are undoubtedly among its capabilities. The Grand Astrologer shook her head, pondering the splendid material she had at her disposal. Had I informed you sooner, we could have extracted more flesh and blood. If I fully cooperate with your research in the coming days, can you decipher its entirety? Norman inquired earnestly, his eyes sparkling with fervent anticipation. The Grand Astrologer regarded him with caution. What are your intentions? I am merely conducting research. I will not unleash this power. Raising an eyebrow, Norman replied. You know I have a score to settle with the Darkin family. I shall depart from Quel'Thalas in 10 days. Will you assist me? The Darkin family? Huh. I do enjoy the notion of debt collection. However, I cannot guarantee how much I can develop, but I will endeavor to do my best. Solarian tilted her head in contemplation before granting her consent, though her expression shifted, and she admonished, young man, do not let destruction cloud your judgment. Remember, you are the master of power, not its servant. Keep that firmly in mind. Norman stared in astonishment at the Grand Astrologer, who had never displayed such seriousness before, and he nodded dumbly. Yet, he was soon jolted by a sharp pain in his arm as she chose that moment to wield a blade. Would it not be prudent to inform me that this would be painful? Oh, right. The busy Grand Astrologer turned back to Norman. How did the disciple of Von Deller fare tonight? What do you mean by that? Norman asked, perplexed. Ah, do you recall your realm of consciousness? Your return was merely a serendipitous anchoring to an event or a person, providing yourself with a mental cue to avoid losing your way. The Grand Astrologer continued without lifting her gaze. A mental anchor can only be utilized once. I find that young lady quite intriguing. You might consider pursuing her. Now Norman understood. She was encouraging him to court Miss Liadrin. Do you eagerly await to see me pursued by the High Priest? He asserted seriously, Grand Astrologer. We are merely friends. Solarian lifted her gaze and blinked. Friends, you say? Chapter 42. The Young Elf and the Troll Naked. Norman stepped numbly into the pool filled with an unknown liquid. Young man, maintain a positive outlook. Your expression betrays no emotion. How am I to observe the results of the experiment? No, Lady Solarian, there are no results. All I perceive is darkness. His voice was devoid of life. Regret lingered in his heart. Had he been presented with a chance to reclaim lost choices, he would have cried out for 10 doses. The pain was unbearable. Since the Grand Astrologer had taken a piece of flesh from him, he stood for the first time within the magical array. Lightning struck him, followed by an onslaught of magic. Arcane missiles, ice spears, and violent winds bombarded him. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a fireball the size of a basin crashed into his chest. With a resounding boom, he spat blood, which evaporated instantaneously due to the searing heat. And his body slammed against the wall behind him. A true display of magical might. a genuine torrent of arcane power. And this was merely a trivial segment of the whole. Amidst the peculiar humming, Norman was suspended in midair by the magic, his clothing and hair disintegrating like confetti, melting away as though they were snow. In that moment, he was unable to even twitch a finger, resembling a plucked chicken hanging in the air for all to observe. In truth, this was merely an appetizer. The real spectacle had yet to unfold. The Grand Astrologer, pen and paper in hand, scrutinized Norman in the pool with a curious expression. "How do you feel now?" Norman's vacant gaze revealed a profound indifference to life, a yearning for death. "Hey, what manner of expression is that? I invited you here for research. Our project is far from completion. A new day dawned as expected. Time is money, my friend." Now, the clock had struck 12, and that wretched Norman had yet to appear. Liadrin sat in the magical carriage, her fingers cracking knuckles in irritation. Upon his return, she would inform her mentor of this deceitful charlatan who had tricked such an innocent young priestess. It was utterly intolerable. Reflecting on her mentor's furious demeanor that morning, she eagerly anticipated the outcome for the scoundrel, Norman. As she walked once more along the narrow main street of the impoverished district, the fears of yesterday had dissipated. With a light-hearted step, she deftly avoided those with ill intentions and soon arrived at the House of Dusk. Sister Liadrin, Elvis, with keen eyes, spotted her the moment she entered, busy attending to his younger siblings at mealtime. Liadrin smiled at the miniature adult that was Elvis. Although he greeted her, his hands remained occupied, struggling to spoon-feed Sylvia with porridge. However, Sylvia seemed reluctant to cooperate, often taking several bites to consume a mere mouthful, leaving Elvis sweating with frustration. "It's Liadrin, not Lilidrin, Elvis." As she spoke, the children abandoned their bread and rushed to her side, even Sylvia breaking free from her brother's grasp to dash over, tugging at her skirt, her wide, adorable eyes gazing up at her. "Sister Liadrin, please tell us about that troll." "Wonderful. We thought we would never hear that story again. Am I not worthy of a tale?" she huffed, silently attributing the blame to Norman. "What a pity. You must finish your meal first. That's a rule." Liadrin knelt down to wipe the cereal off Sylvia's face, gently guiding her back to the table. She took the bowl and spoon from Elvis's hands and said, "Elvis, allow me to take care of this. You should go and eat." This series of actions left Elvis flustered. "Oh no, you are our guest. How can I allow you to do such a thing? Brother Norman will scold me." Liadrin placed the bowl on the table, pulled out her badge from her collar, and waved it, saying, "I am not merely a guest. Look at this. I have been entrusted by Costello to care for you. This badge was given to me right before I arrived at Rapidstream Fortress. Now, go and eat, Elvis." With a sense of grievance, Elvis walked away, glancing back at Liadrin as though she were a rival vying for his position. Liadrin felt a pang of discomfort and instinctively lowered her head a little more, sweetening her voice and softening her movements. The result of her efforts was that Sylvia became utterly bewildered, instead of enjoying a playful bite here and there. Her mouth was filled to the brim with food. Now, the little girl was puffing up her round cheeks, her expression serene as she awaited the next spoonful of porridge. Was she trying to stuff Sylvia to the point of bursting? The other children thought this simultaneously and hurriedly hunched their shoulders, eating their food in small bites, striving to make as little noise as possible. It was truly terrifying. Finally, unable to bear the sight any longer, Elvis, who was eating bread nearby, observed Sylvia resembling a squirrel frantically hoarding nuts, her cheeks becoming increasingly swollen and round. He gently tapped Liadrin's arm. What is it, Elvis?" Liadrin turned her gaze to the adorably round Sylvia, growing increasingly fond of her. "What a diligent eater. She is such a good child." Elvis cautiously suggested, Sister Liadrin, you could feed her a bit more slowly. When Sylvia can't eat anymore, she just holds the food in her mouth." Liadrin silently set down the bowl and spoon, covering her face as she walked out. "Oh, holy light, save me. This is so embarrassing." If the laboratory of the Grand Astrologer was filled with grotesque horrors, then the magical laboratory of Counselor Bellevarle could certainly be described as methodical and meticulous. The shadow hunter, Kale, confined within an iron cage, accepted responsibility for this conclusion and was actively experiencing this methodical and meticulous atmosphere. At that moment, he stared blankly at the black hole above, where countless books spiraled clockwise into the void, extending infinitely until reaching the visual singularity. This was supposed to be the ceiling. Kale was surprised that this thought drifted through his mind, but before he could ponder further, a caustic liquid arrow shot directly at him from the singularity, followed by 2. Then 3, each one increasingly potent. Bellevarle disregarded the troll's howls, meticulously recording the damage inflicted by the caustic arrows. This troll has a remarkably high resistance to strong acids, essentially immune to additional damage. Very well, let us proceed to the next phase, the fire test. I am such a fool, truly. Why did I not escape sooner? A tear rolled down the corner of the shadow hunter Kale's eye, glimmering in the flames. Chapter 43. Life is a paradox. Life is the most absurd of paradoxes. As children, we envy the carefree joy of adulthood, yet in adulthood, we long for the innocent simplicity of childhood. Liadeline initially intended to take the children to buy some snacks and clothing. However, one needed laundry done, and another insisted on cleaning. In the end, only Elvis and Sylvia expressed their willingness to accompany her. Passing a candy store, she observed Sylvia sucking on her finger, gazing at the candies in the display, only to resolutely turn away. While she quietly purchased some candy and inquired what was needed for the twilight home, Elvis replied, "Sister Liadeline, what we need is food, medicine, and some essential supplies. Everything else is non-essential." Curious, Liadeline asked, "Why?" With a weary expression, the little adult explained, "Because Brother Norman and the others are often out on commissions. If we acquire things we shouldn't have, we might attract the attention of bad people." It seemed Elvis was quite knowledgeable. At that moment, Liadeline realized that standing out in a quagmire was a sin in itself. "I understand," she nodded, picking up Sylvia and dragging Elvis into the grocery store. How did Norman and the others manage? The thought nearly brought Liadeline to tears. She had thought herself quite wealthy, only to discover that food could be exorbitantly priced, with oil costing 10 silver coins per barrel, an utter disgrace in the magical kingdom. Watching her rapidly dwindling wallet brought tears to her eyes. "Oh dear, you've grown thin. Elvis, what do you want to be when you grow up?" Back at the twilight home, Liadeline asked the little adult beside her while seated on the stone steps. Elvis rubbed his nose. "I want to be a mage." "Really?" Liadeline exclaimed in surprise. "Why, aren't you all rangers?" Elvis lowered his head shyly. "Because mages can make magical bread." Liadeline affectionately tousled the little adult's hair. "Huh? I believe you can become a mage, Elvis." "Really? I don't know if I have magical talent to desire to be a mage." Even if the most clumsy and foolish one was still a mage. Liadeline gazed unwaveringly at Elvis. "Believe in yourself. You can do it." Elvis nodded vigorously. Just as he was about to speak, bang! The door was kicked open, and a group of people burst in. The leading elf had slanted eyes, a pointed chin, and one ear adorned with a large iron ring, wearing a cruel smile. One glance was enough to reveal that this elf was certainly no kind-hearted individual. Liadeline positioned herself protectively behind Elvis, calmly observing as the thugs surrounded them. At that moment, a young man squeezed through the crowd, pointing at her and shouting, "Boss, it's her. She injured me yesterday with Norman." The man with the triangular eyes pushed the young man aside and first surveyed Leah DeLynn with an aggressive gaze before smirking. "Beautiful lady, Bikier sends his regards. The weather today is rather pleasant, is it not?" Leah DeLynn felt a wave of revulsion wash over her as Bikier's lecherous stare sent chills down her spine. Gritting her teeth, she forced out, "The weather is absolutely dreadful, especially after seeing you." "Ha ha, I beg to differ." Bikier laughed heartily, waving his hand, signaling his subordinates to begin searching each room. Soon, the cries of children echoed throughout the courtyard. "Stop it, you filthy beasts." Leah DeLynn dared not move recklessly, as those brutes held knives to the children's throats, demanding, "What do you want? Think carefully. My mentor is His Excellency Vondelor." "Ah ha ha ha, her mentor is Vondelor? She claims her mentor is Vondelor? That is hilarious." Bikier mocked, pointing at Leah DeLynn, inciting uproarious laughter from his men. Once the laughter subsided, Bikier raised his hands, signaling for silence. "This is the slums, and I am the king here. Even if the high priest were to arrive, he would have to heed my wishes." He reached out to touch Leah DeLynn's face, but she slapped his hand away, continuing, "Kevin has been crippled by you lot. My request is simple. Either compensate me with 5,000 gold coins, or come with us so we can have a proper discussion regarding the compensation." Leah DeLynn was infuriated, her pretty face cold as ice. "What if I refuse?" Bikier blinked, a wicked grin curling his lips. "Then everyone here shall perish today. Make your choice, gold or come with us. Brother Norman is back." "Bikier, do not overstep." Elvis stepped forward from behind Leah DeLynn, pointing at him loudly. "You little brat, get lost." Bikier kicked out, and before Leah DeLynn could react, there was a dull thud. Elvis screamed and was sent flying, lying on the ground, clutching his stomach, writhing in pain. "Elvis!" Leah DeLynn cried out in despair, rushing to his side, a flash of gold appearing in her hand as she pressed it against his abdomen. "Boss, she really seems to be a priestess. Could what she said be true?" One of the lackeys quietly remarked to Bikier upon seeing the glimmer of gold in her hand. Slap! The meddlesome lackey covered his face and retreated, too frightened to speak further. Baikier, enraged, barked, "Tell us, will you give us the gold or come with us? Otherwise, we will slaughter all these little brats." Leah Delin cast a resentful glance at Baikier before returning her focus to healing Elvis. It seemed Baikier was momentarily taken aback by the hatred in her gaze, for he waited until she stood before repeating his previous statement. Leah Delin's voice was as cold as ice. "I will go with you. But let them go." She had resolved that after distancing herself from the House of Dusk, she would make these brutes understand that there exists a justice called rage. Baikier signaled his men with a glance, clapping his hands and declaring, "Truly magnificent. Come, bind her, release them, and let us depart." The House of Dusk returned to its former tranquility, but the wind that swept through was no longer gentle. The younger siblings huddled around Elvis, softly sobbing, mourning in silence. A figure clad in a white robe, with a heavy hood obscuring their face, stepped over the shattered door. The younger siblings stood together in silence, forming a wall to shield Elvis, their angry gazes piercing the hooded figure like arrows, igniting a fury within him. Norman yanked off the hood. "Who are you?" Chapter 44. The brave young priestess. In the mixed environment of the slums, countless individuals boasted about their prowess. Yet only one dared to proclaim himself a king, the notorious Baikier. This was largely due to the protection of a powerful figure behind him. Baikier firmly believed that a true underground king must possess not only the basic skills of pillaging and killing, but also a keen intellect and astute opportunism. Since delivering a delicate and graceful sorceress to this influential figure's bed, fortune had favored him. The House of Dusk, a place so wretched that even starving dogs would shake their heads, had never been on his radar. The paupers led by Norman were hardly worth his attention. It was a case of porcelain breaking against tiles, a guaranteed loss, was it not? However, today, while casually strolling the streets after a meal, he unexpectedly discovered a priestess-like elven girl entering the House of Dusk. Unlike the elderly, lonely nuns outside, this was a holy and youthful priestess. How delightful! It seemed his good fortune would continue. Even bound and appearing saintly, he wondered if she would retain such purity once she reached the bed of that powerful figure. He still recalled the last sorceress's icy demeanor, which had indeed been exhilarating. Though remnants of a meal, she was a profession he had barely dared to dream of. What would this priestess taste like? However, once he delivered her to that influential figure, perhaps he would be granted permission to host a deathmatch tournament. That would be true gold flowing in. The nobles and socialites adored such spectacles. Baikier's imagination began to run wild as they unknowingly returned to the gang's hideout. Behind a heavy iron door lay a dark alley. Traversing this passage led to a filthy, disheveled hall. The pungent smell of blood and other peculiar odors nearly made Leah Delin retch. Her determination to obliterate this gang solidified. This must be their lair. It was time to take action. Upon entering the grand hall, Beecher took his seat at the head of the table and clapped his hands. In response, several professionals emerged from the adjacent chambers. One of the rogues approached Liadeline, brandishing a pair of magic-suppressing shackles, intent on placing them upon her. However, with a sudden burst of holy light, Liadeline sent the rogue flying, his body crashing against a pillar with a violent thud, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Before he could even react to his injury, witnessing this scene, the corner of Beecher's eye twitched. He understood that these professionals would undoubtedly resist. Yet this level of ferocity was unexpected. She was undoubtedly more formidable than the previous mage. Caution was imperative. He sprang to his feet, commanding the others, "Attack together. We must subdue her to complete our boxing match plan." With that, he led the charge. Upon entering, Liadeline had been quietly gathering holy light, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. However, the sight of the rogue wielding the shackles forced her to abandon this plan. Without a moment's hesitation, she incinerated the ropes binding her, raising her hand to unleash a wave of retribution upon the rogue. Seizing a chair, she brought it crashing down upon the head of a nearby figure dressed as a wandering mage. Amid the crackling sound of the chair and her incantation of protection, chaos erupted in the hall. The wandering mage, wiping the blood from his brow, felt his rage intensify. Raising his staff, he shouted, "Fire strike!" A burst of flames erupted from the tip of the staff, striking Liadeline's golden shield, causing it to flicker wildly and staggering her as she wielded the chair leg. "Gaelmon, if you injure her, she becomes worthless. Capture her alive." Beecher, engaged in combat with the female priest, turned to the wandering mage and shouted. Before he could finish, a swift wind rushed past him, and he instinctively ducked as the bloodied chair leg swept over his head. Liadeline was acutely aware that despite currently having the upper hand, Should they regain their wits, she would undoubtedly be the one to falter. One misstep could lead to her downfall. She should have acted the moment she entered. Dodging a punch, she could not evade the sudden blow from a club, which struck her shield, causing it to flicker dangerously. In a moment of desperation, she raised her hand and invoked her protective incantation, causing the shield to solidify once more. The professionals surrounding her, who had seen a glimmer of victory, were taken aback as the priest restored her shield. With renewed vigor, she swung the chair leg with newfound energy, while the leader Beecher continued his relentless assault. I cannot afford to expend all my energy in this struggle, she resolved, gradually retreating towards the hall's entrance. Realizing they were making no headway, Beecher shouted to the second floor, "Lord Cunier, lend me your assistance." Amidst the chaos, Liadline's heart raced upon hearing his call. There were still professionals remaining? She swung the chair leg with greater fervor, quickening her pace. As she neared the alley, a cold voice echoed behind her. "If you cannot defeat a mere priest, I wonder what the captain sees in you worthless scum." Liadline, disregarding the melee, turned to swing the chair leg at her assailant. The impact resonated as the leg collided with the blade of the weapon. In that moment, she finally glimpsed Cunier, his mocking expression, icy gaze, and cruel smile sending a shiver down her spine. Without time for further contemplation, she continued to swing the chair leg, but after a few strikes, she was left with only the handle. "Why didn't I bring my mace?" she lamented. Yet her movements remained swift as she hurled the handle at Cunier's face while invoking her binding incantation. As the chair leg soared through the air, a golden chain erupted from beneath Cunier's feet, ensnaring him firmly in place. With a resounding crack, the hall fell silent. Chapter 45. The shiny bald head Cunier had lost his mind. How could he have been humiliated in such a manner by a mere priest? When had he ever been subjected to such indignity? Cunier's eyes blazed crimson, his muscles swelling with rage, shattering the golden chains binding him as he entered a frenzied state. Liadline, witnessing the transformation of this evidently furious warrior, gulped audibly and turned to flee. This was disastrous. Beecher and his companions were left in despair. A berserk warrior would heed no counsel. As Liadline raced back like the wind, Beecher and his fellows quickly cleared a path, bracing themselves against the chaos unleashed by the rampaging warrior. Boom! Liadline's shield flickered under the barrage of flying debris, and the warrior behind her was undeniably of a level surpassing that of a great warrior. Such a figure was rare in all of Quel'Thalas. When had a warrior named Cunier emerged? There was no time for contemplation, for Cunier's blood-red eyes served as a harbinger of danger in the dimly lit hall. That warning light was now charging toward her. "Run!" Liadline sprinted toward the corner where her companions stood. "Run!" Beecher and his companions realized that the priestess was leading them into peril and scattered in all directions. The minions of the Mad Rat gang, unaware of the tumult within the hall, only heard the resounding crashes and anguished cries echoing through the tranquil evening, creating a cacophony that shattered the silence. The leaders truly deserve their status. Just moments ago, that woman must have been thoroughly toyed with by them, mused a henchman, listening to the faint sounds of delicate reprimands drifting through the air. Noticing his companion's lack of response, he felt a twinge of annoyance and nudged him with his elbow. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop your incessant chatter and look ahead." The henchman turned back, witnessing a figure clad in a heavy white robe emerging from around the corner. The last rays of the setting sun glimmered off his bald head, provoking an instinctive urge to venerate him. As he drew closer, it became evident that he was not merely bald. He bore no eyebrows either. His face radiated fury, exuding an intimidating aura. The henchman trembled, teeth chattering, gazing weakly at the scarred bald man. Is the boss inside? So cold, so terrifying. Another henchman shivered uncontrollably. Yes, the boss is inside," he stammered. The bald man nodded. "Good, very good." With a flicker of purple light between his hands, he stepped into the alley. It was only when his figure was consumed by the elongated passage that the two henchmen collapsed, their wide eyes devoid of life. Quiniel had finally captured this little mouse. He held Liedlin like a fragile chick, the protective golden shield crumbling effortlessly at his touch. Observing the priestess, who was continuously coughing up blood, he nodded in satisfaction. "How dare she insult me? I shall return the humiliation tenfold. Once finished, I will display your naked form in the town square." Quiniel shook the priestess in his grasp, tucking her under his arm, casting a disdainful glance at the corner where a few of his companions huddled and began to ascend the stairs. At that moment, the sound of liquid splattering on the ground accompanied by heavy footsteps, mixed with intermittent screams, echoed into the hall, halting Quiniel's advance. Impressive. Quiniel tossed Liedlin aside and drew two long knives from behind, focusing intently on the door. "He has arrived." The first thing that caught their eye was the once vibrant robe, now dulled and stained, blood dripping from its hem, reflecting an eerie red in the dim light. Then, a brilliantly shining bald head appeared before them. The bald man coldly inquired, "Who is Beecher? Where's Leah?" The atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence until Leedlin, lying on the ground, incredulously exclaimed, "Norman?" before spewing forth another mouthful of blood. Norman turned towards the voice, spotting Leedlin sprawled on the floor, bloodied, and rushed towards her. "Humph." Quiniel swung his knives toward Norman, and the clang of steel rang out in the hall. Quiniel leaped out of the fray, scrutinizing his chipped blades. "Norman Dusk, what sorcery is this?" With a flick of his wrist, Norman dissipated the purple blade in his hand. "Ah, a good dog of the Merzalin family. Do you have any last words, Quiniel?" Quiniel gestured towards Beecher and the others, signaling for them to join him. Beecher cursed inwardly, recognizing that the impoverished scion of the Dusk family was not to be trifled with. If they were to confront him, they should do so themselves. "I must find a way to escape." Quiniel glared at the individuals contemplating escape, snarling, "Beecher, do you think you can flee? If we don't eliminate him, none of us will escape death today." At that moment, upon hearing his name, Beecher sensed the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from Norman's gaze. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to stand alongside Quiniel. The rogue, severely injured by Leedlin earlier, had already succumbed to the debris in their previous chase. Quiniel brandished his dual knives and charged at Norman. The rogue mage raised his staff without hesitation, conjuring frost spikes, the chilling energy causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. Beecher and the rogue drew their daggers, blending into the shadows, stealthily inching closer to Norman. "Norman, be careful." Leedlin, struggling to rise, realized that the previous battle had merely been a game to toy with her. Had they truly intended to kill her, her fate would have been grim. Ignoring Leedlin's warning, Norman clasped his hands together, a purple blade materializing to parry Quiniel's descending strike. With a swift kick, he aimed for Quiniel's lower regions. Crack! In that instant, Quiniel's eyes bulged, veins in his neck protruded, his complexion turned ashen, and a mixture of saliva and tears erupted forth as he collapsed. Norman had no time to deliver a finishing blow. He swiftly withdrew his left hand, producing a shield, instinctively blocking as two daggers struck against it. What an opportunity! The rogue mage shouted, "Die!" Frost spikes. With a whoosh, the ice spear, inscribed with frost runes, hurtled toward Norman's chest, an icy dread surging within him. Unable to evade, Norman planted his right foot firmly, withdrew his shield, and thrust both hands forward, manifesting a substantial purple barrier to intercept the frost spike. The collision unleashed a cascade of energy whirlwinds. "Humph," Norman grunted, allowing the daggers to pierce his body. A peculiar numbing sensation radiated from the blade tips, coursing through his bloodstream. "Norman." Leedlin staggered to her feet, intent on reaching him. "Get away," Norman bellowed, a flash of purple light illuminating his bald head as a shockwave erupted from him. Beecher and his companion, spewing blood, were propelled from the shadows, collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain amidst the chaos. Norman allowed the two daggers to remain embedded in his body. With a swift motion of his right hand, a spear materialized, and with a determined thrust, he hurled it towards the wandering mage. The mage barely managed to raise an icy shield before the violet spear pierced through his chest. He gazed incredulously at Norman, astonished by such a technique and magic. He had yet to access his refrigerator. With regret, the wandering mage closed his eyes. After completing this, Norman slowly straightened his posture, waves of dizziness and numbness crashing over him. He shook his head, attempting to dispel this wretched state, but his body succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Norman, how are you?" Lyadlin, knocked down by the shockwave, stubbornly rose to her feet, stumbling over to Norman and cradling his head upon her lap. I'm fine. I think I'm poisoned," Norman managed to say through his numbing body. "Troublesome decree. Healing." Lyadlin, seemingly not hearing what Norman had said, raised her hand, blood still unheated at the corner of her mouth, and cast a healing spell. "Norman, do you feel better?" she gently inquired, stroking his face. Norman, dazed and unresponsive, stared blankly at Lyadlin's anxious visage, his lips moving silently, uttering indistinct syllables. Lyadlin leaned down, placing her ear near his mouth, finally grasping his words. "I'm poisoned. This is manageable." Lyadlin straightened up, pressing her hand down. "Decree. Purification." As Norman felt the coolness emanating from Lyadlin's palms spreading throughout his body, he finally found his voice. "Leah, could you please extract the two daggers from my back?" His tone was exceedingly gentle, causing Lyadlin to blush, especially with his head resting on her lap. She nodded hesitantly and turned him over. feeling his heated breath glide across her thigh, nearly causing her to fumble the daggers in her hands. Is it done, Leah? Norman was on the verge of tears. The wounds had become ensnared within the muscle due to her healing, and now, every grip on the daggers sent waves of agony coursing through him. From Lyadlin's perspective, she felt differently. She thought that as long as Norman remained silent, it was bearable. However, each word he uttered sent a rush of warmth through her, rendering her weak. By the time Norman finished speaking, she was already drenched in perspiration, breathless. Nevertheless, the daggers needed to be removed. Resolving herself, Lyadlin gritted her teeth and pulled with all her might. Ah! Norman cried out in pain. Ah! Lyadlin felt a rush of heat in her core, gasping softly. This rogue. Continue, Leah, Norman urged, cold sweat breaking out, gritting his teeth in determination. Lyadlin, her face resembling a blossoming peach, breathed heavily, grasping the other dagger, biting down, and pulling forcefully. Ah! Ah! After what felt like an eternity, Lyadlin finally flipped Norman back over, her expression shifting to one of shock. Norman, why are you crying? It's nothing, I'm just happy. I'm about to be free. Norman wept uncontrollably, feeling the numbness return, the wounds itching unbearably, yet he couldn't scratch them. Shall we go? Lyadlin, afraid to inquire further, softened her tone. Leah, could you help me detoxify once more? That sensation is returning. Lyadlin's face turned as red as a searing iron, feeling the heat radiate from her cheeks. Finally, after casting another purification and healing spell, Norman was able to stand. Without further ado, he began to finish off the remaining 3 adversaries. Norman, aren't they already incapacitated? Why? Lyadlin looked at him fearfully as he executed the brutal finishing moves. Norman didn't lift his gaze. These beasts deserve to die this way, otherwise, it would be too gracious of an end for them. What would happen if I hadn't arrived in time? Oh, Lyadlin lowered her head, realizing that without Norman, the lair of the Mad Mouse gang would be ablaze, and Byer's dreams would have turned to ashes amidst the flames. Kinnear had actually leveled up. Fortunately, Lyadlin had drained his bloodlust. Otherwise, tonight would not have been so easy. That mage. Norman reflected on the raging flames before him, sighing softly. Alas, I am still too inexperienced. Norman, let us depart. Lyadlin gently took his hand, her pale complexion illuminated by the firelight, making her appear even more delicate. Yet, what was the matter with her tightly pressed lips? Norman numbly shifted his gaze from her face, saying, if you wish to laugh, then laugh. Ha ha. I'm not laughing at you. Lyadlin chuckled a few times, sensing something was amiss, quickly smacking Norman, expressing her annoyance. Norman, in turn, grasped her hand and began to walk. Hey, don't hurry, I'm in pain, walk slower. Where have you been today? Lyadlin exclaimed as she was dragged along. Norman sighed in exasperation. Sister, you nearly perished. Why didn't you wait for me? Charging in alone. If I hadn't returned today, you would have been finished. Lyadlin gazed at the fierce, bald figure before her. Ha ha ha, you lack any intimidation factor like that. Lyadlin laughed until she was on the ground, clutching her stomach. Norman covered his face with one hand, cursed that grand sorcerer, and warned, Leah, next time. Lyadlin stood up, wiping the tears from her eyes. Her smile blooming like a flower. I never worried because I knew you would certainly appear. What on earth? Norman retreated, covering his face. Chapter 47. The origin of the dusk home. Norman leaned against the door frame of the dormitory, arms crossed, observing Lyadlin diligently tending to elves, her hands emitting a soft glow as she painstakingly dissipated the bruises and swellings. Fortuitously, the force of Bitchier's kick was tremendous. Had it veered just a fraction to the right, the consequences would have been dire. The flickering orange candlelight elongated her focused silhouette. I am truly sorry. Today was my fault. An unexpected apology jolted Norman from his reverie. He hastily straightened up. Huh? Lyadlin lowered her gaze, stammering. Today was my fault. I shouldn't have. Norman sighed. Leah, we both share the blame for today's events. Extending his hand, he wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, guiding her into the courtyard before settling down on the stone steps. Lyadlin followed suit, questioning why, if it weren't for my stubbornness. Norman gazed skyward at the white lady and the blue child on the horizon, choosing silence before carefully articulating. The establishment of the House of Dusk stemmed from a lady named Afukia, who returned from the city-state of Alasso, wearied by years of relentless warfare and bloodshed. She returned home, only to discover that her kin had perished amidst the chaos of conflict. Sensing Norman's sudden melancholy, Lyadlin leaned closer, seeking to offer him warmth. Eventually, she used her meager savings to acquire this place and adopted me, Corey, Costello, and later Talia. In no time, her funds were depleted. and she sought the noble's assistance countless times, hoping for even a trifling donation, enough for a modest feast. Norman's voice remained subdued, yet none came. She, burdened with injuries, was deemed worthless. Her pleas yielded not even a single copper coin. Lyadlin clenched her fists tightly. Had it not been for her mentor, she understood that one must rely solely on oneself and refrain from pursuing that which does not belong to them. Thus, she toiled daily, washing, mending, and working in menial roles, doing all that could earn a coin to feed 4 hungry mouths. Lyadlin felt Norman's voice resonate close yet distant, akin to the moon above, approachable yet aloof. She inched closer, asking, and then? Then, as we grew and could contribute, life became somewhat easier. Lady Afukia imparted numerous survival skills to us. Did she teach you combat skills? Indeed, the techniques I, Corey, and Costello possess were all taught by her. While Talia was still too young at that time. Norman continued. Our lives gradually became less arduous, and soon we had Elvis and the others. However, he inhaled sharply. The weight of her injuries ultimately overwhelmed Lady Afukia. Until her last breath, she labored for our identities. How she yearned to raise Talia and the others and send them away from this cursed place, yet she never got to see it. Lyadlin turned her head away, struggling to imagine it all. In truth, the slums are home to many like us, wild and untamed, but we were fortunate enough to encounter Lady Afukia. Do you know? Among the original 4 of us, except for Talia, all were raised by gangs, those thieves and rogues outside. Most of them are. What? We 3 entered together to steal food. We were so hungry then. After being thoroughly reprimanded by her, we remained at the House of Dusk. Lyadlin timidly inquired. Did those gangs not come looking for you? Too many to count. Who would care about the lives of a few wild dogs? Norman finally turned to Lyadlin, offering a bitter smile. Lyadlin fell silent, unable to fathom the sordid reality lurking beneath the polished facade of Silvermoon City. Norman returned his gaze to the moon. Today, we are all at fault. Insufficient strength is the original sin. He paused before continuing. After meeting Cuniel today, I understood that these events occur for a reason. Had I been stronger, many things would have ceased to be an issue. Lyadlin gently rested her head on his shoulder, whispering, Norman, in that jungle, I witnessed your madness. Your disorientation. She adjusted her position and added, my mentor once told me that an obsession with seeking power can lead to losing oneself. Today's events left me uncertain of my choices. However, if you wish to pursue it, then do so. Perhaps, Leah, tomorrow and disaster. I cannot predict which will arrive first. No perhaps, Norman. I firmly believe you will return, just as I trust you will appear in my time of need. Things are different. One day, I shall leave, won't I? Lyadlin extended her left hand, tracing a circle in the air before countering. But the people who care for you and whom you care for are your true home. Are they not? She rested her left hand on Norman's arm, saying, tomorrow, you shall accompany me to meet my mentor. I will request him to send someone to care for Elvis and the others, to teach them etiquette, knowledge, and life skills. What? I shouldn't go, should I? Norman exclaimed, his eyes widening. My mentor isn't as terrible as you imagine. He merely worries excessively for me. Lyadlin sensed Norman's expression without needing to glance up. Today, I feel weak. Perhaps, as you said, weakness is indeed the original sin. Leah, you truly need not seek your mentor. Talia will instruct them in the future. Norman, drenched in sweat, feared that upon hearing of his apprentice's near demise, Von Deller might very well doom him. Sit tight. Do not move. It is settled. Lyadlin firmly pressed her left hand down on the eager Norman, frowning. Once Norman complied, she inquired, by the way, will that fire spread to the residential areas? It won't. Only the arcane sentinels patrol here. They may not apprehend anyone, but they are swift in extinguishing fires. Norman remained motionless, acutely aware of Lyadlin's intentions. He was no fool. Yet, he pondered, what could he do? Would he not be able to change? Leah Dreen's gaze had long drifted towards the twin moons, pondering, Norman, what does the future hold for us? After a moment of contemplation, Norman replied, the future should be a world brimming with blossoms. Chapter 48, GLMRLMLMR. GRM, the eternal sun, guides our path. What a farce. Leah Dreen was still dragging Norman along when they reached the chapel's entrance. He noticed a nun hastily rushing inside. It was evident she was going to report something. His acute sixth sense warned him that what was to come would be exceedingly brutal. Oh dear. I told you not to fear the mentor. He is quite amiable. Norman, in a frenzy, scratched his head so vigorously that the red scarf wrapped around it came undone, revealing a glimpse of his bald head. Leah Dreen chuckled as she helped him re-wrap the scarf. See, the mentor has already emerged. Come, let us proceed together. Leah, I've just recalled that the Grand Astrologer has an urgent study awaiting me. I must take my leave. Norman hastily exclaimed, turning on his heels and sprinting away. That one in the red scarf. There he is. Stop him. That scoundrel in the red scarf. Halt. If you run any further, I shall break your legs. Prince Vonderler emerged from the chapel, his face ashen, arms crossed sternly. Before Leodrine could greet her mentor, a throng of 18 nuns and monks armed with various clubs and hammers surged forth from behind Vonderler, shouting terrifying battle cries as they charged towards Norman. Norman sprinted ahead, desperately fleeing, while the 18 formidable pursuers chased him relentlessly. The rapidly passing scenery bore witness to their swiftness. A red scarf was swept into the air by the gusts generated by their frantic pursuit, fluttering above a chaotic street, where people were tumbling and wailing. That bald-headed rascal. Capture him. You lot. Halt at once and return my fruit. Baldy. Stop. Ouch, my back. When the city guard finally arrived, the red scarf softly descended from the sky, stirring up clouds of dust and chaos below. Leodrine, with her hands clasped behind her back, timidly approached Vonderler, stammering, Mentor. Vonderler, enraged, retorted, Do you not see me as your mentor? Mentor, there were matters yesterday. Leodrine stuttered, cautiously observing her mentor's expression. Noticing her guilty demeanor, Vonderler's eyes widened, and his brows bristled as if stirred by an unseen wind. He waved his hand dramatically. Leah? Clang. A hammer fell to the chapel floor. Vonderler was momentarily stunned. Leodrine quickly dashed over to retrieve the hammer, presenting it to him with both hands. Mentor, your hammer fell. Humph. Vonderler turned and re-entered the chapel. Leodrine, holding the hammer, blinked innocently and followed him inside. Vonderler resumed his previous seat, the moonlight from before casting its familiar glow upon him. Leah, that boy is certainly not a suitable companion. If you were to encounter any trouble, what am I to do? The elder pastor struck the chair with a resounding thud, as if such action alone could convey his profound anger and despair. Leodrine understood the underlying message in her mentor's words, feeling deeply embarrassed. Mentor, it's not as you think. She promptly recounted the events of the previous day, standing to the side, fuming while glaring at her mentor. Vonderler found himself awkwardly at a loss for words under his disciple's intense gaze. Just then, footsteps echoed in the doorway, and a voice announced, Your Grace, that boy has entered the Royal Mage Tower. I have stationed 4 monks at the entrance to ensure that the moment he emerges, we shall break his legs. Vonderler beamed with delight. Herald, take a team to the Twilight Home and ensure the safety of those children. We shall address other matters upon my return from the court. Once Herald departed, Vonderler cleared his throat and continued. Leah, let Herald handle the affairs at Twilight Home. He possesses more experience than you. As for that boy, should he dare to disrespect you, we shall break his legs. With a smile, Leodrine handed the hammer back to her mentor. Ha ha ha, go and freshen up. We shall discuss this in detail later. Vonderler's fingers drummed incessantly on the bench. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he rose and stepped into the inner corridor, quietly instructing the stationed apprentice, Go to the Celeron household and summon Rosama. Just tell him I have business with him. At this very moment, Norman burst into the Grand Astrologer's laboratory, breathless and trembling with fear. I nearly lost my life. Those monks seemed intent on ending me today. Norman, what have you done? Those monks appear exceedingly enraged, the Grand Astrologer inquired, engrossed in his experiments without turning around. How should I know? They pursued me like madmen, threatening to break my legs. Norman swallowed hard, still shaken. These priests were not wicked. It was best to avoid conflict. The Grand Astrologer finally turned to face him, teasing, Did you perhaps offend Vonderler's disciple? It seems the elder pastor is quite upset. Norman stared in astonishment. How do you know? I assure you, I did nothing. Mediv. The Grand Astrologer uttered a character, gesturing toward the wall. A mist materialized, revealing images of the tower outside, gradually coming into focus. Look, there are 4 priests waiting for you at the entrance. Norman smacked his bald head in despair. What have I done to deserve this? Why do they not engage in contemplation and instead block my path? Ha ha ha, do not leave just yet. With them in such a frenzy, they will not let you go without a confrontation. The Grand Astromancer observed a few priests in the mist, already engaged in quiet contemplation before the tower, and his smile widened with delight. Vonderler, I have found a splendid match for your disciple. No need for gratitude, for I, the Grand Astromancer, have no lack of such tokens of appreciation. Ha ha ha. So Lanlian mused, his gaze softening further. Norman, weren't we supposed to conduct a combat experiment last time? Why not commence it now? Norman warily regarded the Grand Astromancer's overly gentle expression. It was with such a look that he had been lured into the energy analysis circle the previous night, nearly meeting his demise. Did she intend to deceive him again? Do not regard me with that gaze. Without undergoing combat training, how can you hope to improve? Do you truly believe your rudimentary mimicry techniques are sufficient? The Grand Astromancer was unperturbed by the possibility of Norman declining. A soul consumed by the desire for vengeance would never forsake an opportunity for advancement. Indeed, as the Grand Astromancer anticipated, Norman stood at the center of the exhibition area. Following a dazzling array of energy transformations, the entire scene morphed into a vast lake. With Norman standing upon a small island in its midst, gazing out at the undulating waters, the horizon seamlessly blending with the sky. Suddenly, the air was filled with a cacophony of indistinct voices. Norman's countenance shifted dramatically. Hey, let me out. Get me out of here. Ha. Relish your journey of battle. Warrior, I have high hopes for you. At that moment, a merman had already made landfall. Chapter 49. His name is Xiaoqiang. Nay, he is Leathermethalin. The mermen of Azeroth are exceedingly deceptive creatures. Beneath their frail exterior often lies a tremendous surprise. For instance, as Norman transformed into dual blades, slicing through the mermen. Those outside the combat circle began to gather energy, crackling electricity gathering in their hands, unleashing a barrage of lightning arrows that left him scorched and gasping for breath. What was even more outrageous was the onslaught of water bombs, ice arrows, and a myriad of nature spells unleashed without restraint. Block one lightning arrow, and another water bomb would strike him squarely in the face. In this overwhelming tactic of sheer numbers, while Norman's control abilities surged exponentially, the sheer volume was insurmountable, compelling him to envelop himself in energy to bolster his resilience. Moreover, these mermen, if not incapacitated immediately, would scatter chaotically, summoning more of their kind. As Norman fought valiantly, the number of mermen showed no signs of dwindling. Rather, it felt as if they multiplied with each encounter. Suddenly, an eerie roar echoed from the depths of the lake, reminiscent of a primordial beast, shaking the very air. The surrounding mermen, upon hearing the sound, fled in terror, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Gulping heavily, Norman swallowed hard. Bellowing, Zul'Aman, are you certain this is training? He had just witnessed a wave surging from the lake's depths, slicing through the calm surface like a blade. Racing towards the island. The closer it drew to the shore, the more violently the waters churned, revealing 2 or 3 serpent-like heads. 3 massive serpentine heads, each over 2 meters wide, broke the surface. With sharp bone spines atop, their malevolent slit pupils flickered ominously as they bared glistening fangs, a foul stench overwhelming the air. The 3 monstrous heads, dripping with saliva and exhaling toxic fumes, rose higher, as torrents cascaded from their elevated forms into the roiling lake. Their low growls mingling with the splashes, creating a terrifying atmosphere. With each rising serpent head, a thunderous sound reverberated, causing the entire island to tremble. Amidst the chaos of splashing water, a colossal figure rose, standing over 20 meters tall, a gigantic 3-headed serpent. At that moment, the Grand Astromancer's voice echoed, "Ah, this 3-headed serpent is a dominion of the Sea of Sunset. I eagerly anticipate your display of skill and lethality. Best of luck." Yet, there was an unmistakable tone of schadenfreude in that voice. As the 3-headed serpent emerged from the shore, one head opened its gaping maw, lunging to devour Norman. With no time to retort, Norman infused energy into his legs, leaping towards the monstrous head. His right hand grasped, summoning a long spear shimmering with deep violet arcs. And with a fierce cry, he thrust it towards the serpent's head. The giant head emitted a piercing wail, thrashing violently, while the other 2 heads roared, converging on Norman. Intent on swallowing the diminutive elf whole, Liederin descended from the loft, humming a tune, her hair still damp, her cheeks glowing with a delightful flush. Fresh from her bath, she was in high spirits, bouncing into her mentor's study. "Mentor, I have something to tell you." Vondeller was deep in discussion with Leathermethalin regarding Liederin's training plan when her voice interrupted, and she bounded into the room. "Ah." Her mentor and a handsome young stranger turned to her, eyes wide with surprise, causing Liederin's face to flush crimson. "Ah, Leah, come here. Allow me to introduce you to your combat trainer." Vondeller warmly beckoned her closer. The unfamiliar young man quickly stood, smiling as he bowed slightly. Leathermethalin. "A pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady." Liederin, her face still flushed, returned the bow, her mind swirling with questions. "Combat trainer? What on earth?" Vondeller, observing this pair of golden youths, felt increasingly satisfied. Norman, such a destructive force was unworthy of their Leah. With this thought, his smile grew even wider. Come. Let us sit and converse." Vondeller, beaming, introduced the young man to Liederin. "Leah, Leathermethalin is an exceptional ranger and adventurer. He was the first to lead a team into Zul'Aman, possessing remarkable combat skills and a bright future ahead. He smiled at Lord Themar and said, "This is my disciple, Liadrin. She has just embarked on the path of the Holy Light and is in need of guidance in combat skills. Alas, I am aging, so I called you here. You young ones surely have more in common." After the two young individuals exchanged knowing smiles, Velan kindly remarked, "Lord Themar, I entrust Liadrin to your care. I have pressing matters to attend to at the royal court. Please proceed with the training as planned." With that, he patted Lord Themar on the shoulder, nodded at his disciple, and departed. Soon, the sound of a magical carriage fading into the distance could be heard. After the mentor left, Liadrin pursed her lips in silence. While Lord Themar was at a loss for words, an awkward silence enveloping the study. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the dust particles that danced joyfully in the warm glow. After a prolonged silence, Lord Themar resolved to break the tension and picked up the training plan from the table. "Miss Liadrin, this is the plan I devised together with your mentor. Please take a look and let me know if any modifications are needed." "Oh." Liadrin took the plan, quickly glancing over it, her heart sinking further into discontent. Sensing her unease, Lord Themar offered a gentle smile. "If it conflicts with your regular studies, it can be adjusted." Liadrin maintained a facade of a smile, inwardly lamenting her mentor for sending her this individual named Lord Themar when she merely sought ordinary combat training. How frustrating. Noticing her silence, Lord Themar smiled more sincerely. "Miss Liadrin, if there are no issues, shall we commence this afternoon?" "Apologies, but I have prior commitments related to the path of the Holy Light." Liadrin instinctively replied, fearing her directness, and quickly added, That's all right. Your mentor mentioned it to me earlier. Congratulations on finding your path." Liadrin tentatively inquired. "Shall we start later then?" Lord Themar replied with gravity. "Regarding the last point of the plan, I have an obligation to ensure your safety. Thus, I must accompany you to the impoverished district." Liadrin felt a wave of regret wash over her. Had she known, she could have sought Hadro instead. "Mentor, you truly are remarkable." Chapter 50. On the importance of learning, Norman gasped for breath, narrowly evading a glob of corrosive slime, his feet never ceasing as he dodged yet another strike from a serpent's head. After inflicting significant damage to the central head at the start, this cunning hydra had pushed him away and began relentlessly spraying venom, engaging in ranged assaults. Whenever he attempted to close the distance, the other two heads would inevitably interrupt his advance, forcing him back. Another attack was imminent, from the left. After a swift roll, Norman keenly observed signs of movement from the severely injured head. Its grotesque regenerative abilities were astonishing. Cursing under his breath, he relied on agility to stealthily approach the three-headed beast. With a fierce roar, the wounded head howled, the wound that had been inflicted now covered by a thin layer of flesh. Its agony and fury were about to erupt. Gaping its maw, it summoned crackling electricity within. Inhaling deeply as it targeted Norman, a torrent of lightning, as thick as a barrel, erupted from its mouth like a whip, the overwhelming energy causing Norman to sense impending doom. Determined, he gritted his teeth and sprang away, swiftly maneuvering in a circular path around the hydra. Behind him, the writhing lightning consumed everything in its path, charred limbs and fragments of earth flung into the air, carving a deadly arc as Norman sprinted. The hydra's breath grew weaker under Norman's relentless pace until it finally ceased. Now was the moment. As the breath halted, Norman pivoted and charged towards the beast, his right hand glowing with purple light as a throwing spear materialized instantaneously. To the left, Norman dodged the attacking head, then to the right. He narrowly avoided the other head as the purple vortex on his spear flickered with electric arcs. As the spear solidified, the arcs crackled, blood seeping from his nostrils and lips. 1, 2, throw. The world seemed to mute, then exploded with a thunderous boom. A torrent of deep purple energy surged forth, swirling into chaotic vortices that threatened to consume everything in their wake. Kneeling and cradling himself, Norman slowly raised his head after the energy subsided. Where the hydra once stood was now a massive pit, with water gushing into it. What astonishing power! "Norman, come out. I have specific data to show you." Wiping the blood from his face, Norman activated the teleportation rune in his hand. The voice of the Archmage was as irksome as ever. In the royal court of the Sunstrider, King Anasterian listened attentively to Velan's account and handed him a report regarding the incident in the impoverished district from the previous day. Upon reading it, Velan's anger flared. "Only one house caught fire? All is well." The king chuckled like a night owl. "Quel'Thalas has only existed for 600 years. Some seem rather impatient, don't they? Your Majesty, Dalcon, and no, Velan. We must investigate further. Without evidence, there is no credibility. Velan narrowed his eyes. What about those in need? The king smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, we cannot disturb them yet. After this matter concludes, Silvermoon will no longer have a place known as the impoverished district. Velan slammed the report onto the table and rose to leave. Velan, the king called. Do not alarm the snakes. I will not alarm them, your majesty, but certain matters cannot be hindered by anyone. I truly detest the tedious tricks of politicians. After the departure of Von Deller, His Majesty the King cast the administrative report to the ground, trampling it with fury and shattering the items on the table. Send my command, summon Councillor Bellovar. He ordered. What, pray tell, is our loyal and unwavering Councillor Darkan occupied with? He is diligently preparing potions to aid his son's recovery. Lord Darkan, there is an urgent matter to report from the clandestine network, stated the mechanical arcane servant, after which a letter was quietly deposited in the magical mailbox. Upon reading it, Darkan's countenance darkened as he entered Merzelin's chamber, discovering his son in a deep slumber. In a fit of rage, he doused him with a flask of water. Merzelin awoke, startled, and disregarding his aching back, he scrambled up to ask, Father? What is the matter? That rabid rat gang in the slums, was it your doing? Panic washed over him, for it was indeed his own covert operation. How could his father have known? Observing his son's terrified expression, Darkan needed no further confirmation. He struck Merzelin across the face. I care not how many associates you have there. Withdraw them all and sever their ties. Clutching his face, Merzelin nodded in compliance, still in a daze. Darkan hurled the letter at his son. Read it. Do not disrupt my plans. Merzelin hastily perused the letter and exclaimed, another missive from that wretched House of Dusk, and that old scoundrel Von Deller. Darkan leaned closer, gently patting Merzelin's face. Suppress your impotent fury. It seems you have been idle for far too long. Summon those reliable individuals from the Sunfire Brigade, and cleanse the slum issue of its roots. Quickly, without a moment's hesitation, Merzelin donned his garments and dashed from the magical tower. Acutely aware that his father's calm demeanor often heralded a tempest of fury, Elvis vowed he had never witnessed so many monks and nuns arriving at the House of Dusk. The leading monk, named Hadro, immediately instructed his subordinates to procure a carpenter to replace the door, then gathered the younger siblings in the dining hall to inspect their health and register their details, inquiring meticulously about the conditions of the slum. It was the first time such bustling activity had occurred since the elder siblings were still at home. Norman and Ledrin were truly remarkable. Everyone harbors a hero within. If Norman's former idol was the Dawn Herald, his current idol must surely be the Grand Astromancer. Facing such a scholar, one cannot help but admire. As Norman gazed upon the wall brimming with dense characters, tears of despair unique to a struggling student welled in his eyes. With a woeful expression, he turned to the Grand Astromancer, who was engrossed in cutting crystals. Sister, grandmother, all my knowledge comes from Lady Ephigia. I recognize these characters, but I am at a loss when they are combined. Please enlighten me. The Grand Astromancer, not lifting her gaze, retorted, do not disturb me. Cannot you learn on your own? If someone else sets up a magical array, they could easily manipulate you. A tear trickled from Norman's eye as he lamented. No one has ever taught me. The Grand Astromancer straightened, her brows furrowing. Countless tomes of magic lie outside, along with arcane servants. Go learn for yourself. Now depart. With a resounding bang, the laboratory door slammed shut, leaving Norman outside, rubbing his ears. If you won't teach, then why be so fierce? He thought, surveying the bookshelf. He pulled out a tome titled Origins of Arcana, contemplated it, then returned it, deciding instead to return home to settle matters before resuming his studies. Chapter 51. Change is ever-present. Liadrine's laughter and playful interaction with the children echoed from the courtyard, while modestly dressed monks hurried in and out of the house with various tools. Upon returning home, Norman was greeted by this lively scene. He rubbed his bald head, feeling the sharp sting from the hair stubble against his palm. Just as he prepared to enter, a golden-haired, blue-eyed monk and an elegantly dressed youth exited the front door, both pausing in surprise, particularly the monk. Stop! The golden-haired monk shouted. Norman took flight, and the muscular monk pursued him relentlessly, leaving a bewildered Lothmer standing still. You little rascal, halt. I promise not to break your legs. Who would believe your promise? If you have the ability, then don't chase me. Norman regretted deeply. Did Von Deller truly deem it necessary to confront him so directly? Hadro vowed to break the legs of the impudent Norman. Had it not been for his junior sister's intercession before their mentor, he would likely be stationed at the Zul'Aman chapel by now. Yet, in the afternoon, she had been spirited away by him. What were the 4 guards stationed at the Tower of Sun Fury doing? With this thought, Hadro quickened his pace. Stop right there. Under the brilliant sun, The street was dusty, another bustling afternoon unfolding. Hey, stop running. Hey, halt. Hadro gasped, hands on his hips, watching as Norman's figure receded into the distance, marveling at the boy's remarkable speed. He surveyed his surroundings and pondered, wait, where am I? Huh, the priest's short legs. Norman exhaled deeply, finally shaking off his pursuer, who had been the most relentless that morning. When Norman returned to the House of Dusk, he found the youth struggling to assist the carpenter in erecting the door. Without hesitation, he tossed aside his robe and rushed to help. 1-2 lift. All done. Brushing the dust from his clothes, he instructed the carpenter to hold on a moment, and as he prepared to enter to fetch payment, the youth approached him, smiling. Hello. I am Lothmer Selron. You are the renowned ranger, Norman, are you not? Indeed, I am Norman. I greatly appreciate your assistance, he replied, utterly perplexed. Renowned? Surely they do not sing my praises? Come in and rest for a while. Lothmar chuckled at Norman's bewildered expression. I have long heard of your esteemed name, as I often frequent the commission office at the Traveler's Square. Ah, so you are one of the travelers? As they strolled to the corridor, Norman gestured apologetically, asking for a moment's pause. Before I arrived here, I presumed the life of a master contractor would be exceedingly glamorous, Lothmar remarked, glancing up from his busy work to smile at the pained expression on Norman's face after settling their financial matters. Haha. I initially intended to return first to organize things before venturing into the forest to fell a tree. Norman raised an eyebrow, continuing, before meeting you. I had thought nobles were entirely devoid of labor. Nobles? That title truly brings shame upon our common ancestors, Lothmar retorted. Harold just informed me that the expenses here will henceforth be covered by the Church of the Holy Light. Now, please hand me the brush. Receiving the brush, Norman dipped it in paint and began to apply it to the door, stating, the pains of the past have finally begun to transform for the better today. Yet there will come a day when the holy light extinguishes, and even His Majesty Von Delore will meet his end. Once he finished painting the door, he remarked, ah, the crimson hue is indeed more pleasing. Turning to the stunned Lothmar, he added, to those who have aided us, I hold gratitude in my heart, hoping for a day of reciprocation. Nonetheless, I shall continue to do all that I can. Lothmar nodded, gesturing towards the crooked sign that read Twilight House, suggesting that it too should undergo some transformation. I believe it belongs to the past. There is little that can change, but we must endeavor to do so. Undoubtedly, the great astromancer Solarian stood as a paragon of such efforts, having devoted herself to the study of Norman's blood these past few days, finally making a breakthrough today. The blood within the crystal vial, infused with a subtle energy, had separated into 3 distinct layers under her analytical spell. The uppermost was a silver light of redemption, the middle a deep azure void energy, and the lowest a dark crimson energy emanating from an entity claiming to be Gohorn. How strange. What is it that prevents their amalgamation? She mused, resting her chin upon the table, her hand shaking the vial in vain. No matter how she shook it, the 3 energies remained distinctly separated in their own domains. What could it possibly be? The great astromancer racked her mind, recalling every detail since her first encounter with Norman, when suddenly, her hand slipped, sending the vial rolling off the table. She quickly reached out to grasp it. Crash! To her dismay, not only did she fail to catch the vial, but the shards also cut her finger. Oddly, the energies did not dissipate, nor were they absorbed by the arcane forces of the Mage Tower. They simply vanished. The great astromancer held her wounded finger before her eyes, channeling her magic to approach the injury. A glimmer of silver and red light flickered at the wound. There is a reaction. The great astromancer retrieved a new crystal vial, preparing to extract the blood with her magic. Suddenly, the azure energy within her swirled chaotically, and a surge of dark crimson energy erupted from within, rampaging through her body. Gah! The backlash of magic caused the great astromancer to spit blood. Akarakina, as the command was issued. The energy conduits in the laboratory began to hum with a faint glow, an unending stream of magic coalescing into the magical array atop the dome. Then, the array shot forth a beam of blue light, descending upon her, enveloping her in a shield of shimmering azure. At that moment, the interior of the great astromancer had transformed into a battlefield of clashing energies. The azure and dark crimson forces tore and collided with each other within every inch of her flesh, manifesting outwardly as every pore bled profusely, rendering her almost a being of blood, until the arrival of this azure magic, like a sentinel, surged into her, suppressing or obliterating the 2 riotous energies. Exhaling, the great astromancer sighed in relief as she examined her internal magic, preparing to dispel the shield, when yet another twist of fate occurred. The previously subdued azure energy suddenly morphed into pure black, resembling a black hole, ravenously consuming both the azure and dark crimson energies, while maddening whispers echoed in her ears, driving her to the brink of mental explosion. The magical array atop the dome seemed to sense the rapid depletion of magic, intensifying its output, and the light from the energy conduits grew increasingly radiant. Ugh! The great astromancer managed to squeeze out a word. What are you? Chapter 52. I hear you all favor the blue chubby one standing in the courtyard. Norman was deep in thought, pen in hand, gazing at the signboard before him. After waiting a considerable time without seeing Norman write, Lothamar could no longer contain himself and asked, Norman, does it really take this long to contemplate the Twilight House? With a serious expression, Norman replied, no, I am merely pondering how to write it more elegantly. Upon hearing this, Lothamar approached him. How about I write it? I have practiced before. No, I am the parent. I have practiced as well. I shall do it. Norman firmly refused. Lothamar, with a look of disbelief, retorted, was it you who penned the previous inscriptions? For beautiful things, I am willing to contribute my humble efforts. Norman glared at Lothamar, finding him insufferable. How about I take over? A melodious female voice chimed in, and both turned to glare at the newcomer. Who could it be? Liadlin stood behind them, hands clasped behind her back. With a dismissive tilt of his head, Norman proclaimed, I was just about to finalize how to write it. Lothamar smiled up. I believe Miss Liadlin should take the quill. It would undoubtedly enhance the Twilight House. Liadlin nodded with a smile, stepping in front of Norman, extending her hand for the pen. No, I shall do it myself. Norman adamantly insisted, recalling how Talia had written it before, and the results had been less than satisfactory. Today, he must take matters into his own hands. Just as Liadlin furrowed her brow, preparing to seize the quill, a furious roar interrupted their actions. Come on, close the door for me. A blonde brute, whose arrival had gone unnoticed, stood at the entrance, wielding a large stick and grinning menacingly at Norman. Norman swallowed hard, striking the pen into Liedren's hand. You must not write. I will do it myself when I return. Understood, understood. Just hurry back. I shall wait for your return. Liedren urged impatiently, urging Norman to flee. Observing Liedren's nonchalant demeanor, Norman felt a sense of unreliability, but Harold was already charging forward. With a worried glance, he shouted, Wait for my return, and took off running. Stop. Today, I shall see where you run. The burly man roared, brandishing a large stick as he chased past Liedren. Huh. Liedren rose on her toes to witness Norman being pursued by Harold, jumping frantically. She chuckled softly and approached the board. What style should I write in? Miss Liedren, I believe the font of the Silver Moon Chapel is quite beautiful, suggested the top sycophant, Rosmar. Liedren's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to Rosmar with an appreciative glance, taking up the pen with flourish. Home of Dusk, flowing like clouds and water. Miss Liedren, your writing is truly exquisite. Stop. Is running all you can do? Liedren replied coolly, Not at all. It is the strict requirements of my mentor and your splendid ideas. If I do not run, will you not come and break my legs? Go, Norman. Sylvia appeared from nowhere, standing on the corridor, cheering for her brother with clenched fists. Curious little heads peeked from the door, captivated by the thrilling chase. Norman dodged a sweeping strike and leaped over the pool, shouting, Stop. The blonde giant paid him no heed, preparing to pursue. If you chase me any further, I shall run out of here. My words remain unwritten. Liedren's expression earlier was utterly unreliable. Harold roared back, If you do not run, I shall not chase. I will not flee. Once I finish my writing, I shall submit to your whims. Norman declared, offering the highest stakes. His legs could be broken, but his words must be his own. Harold lowered his stick and stood firm. Fine, then come here. Norman, resolved like a martyr, approached the board, with the blonde giant following him with a benevolent expression. Liedren was entirely absorbed in her beautiful writing, blissfully unaware of Norman's arrival. As Norman passed Liedren, and before he could steady himself, his body began to tremble violently. His shining bald head suddenly shrouded in a crimson hue. Roar. Liedren, you promised me you would not write. Liedren looked up, bewildered. Huh. Norman's heart ached. Those words were meant for him to write. Harold, undeterred, stepped forward menacingly. Kid, the words have already been penned by Sister Liedren. It's time to come with me. Norman shot Harold a fierce glare. What do you mean, come with you? This was meant to be my writing. Harold was taken aback by the intensity of his gaze, momentarily daunted, though he quickly steeled himself. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Norman turn back, forlornly caressing the board, murmuring to himself, It was never me before, and it's still isn't me now. I long to write just once. His voice, filled with sorrow, evoked sympathy and tears. Harold was taken aback. Rosmar bowed his head, Ledrin gazed at the words on the board, her eyes gleaming. Norman's hand gently brushed over Home of Dusk. His lips moved silently, mourning. Harold approached Norman and gently patted his shoulder. Even the mightiest of wildcats may lose their prey. Try to let it go. Norman returned the gesture with a light tap on Harold's hand, saying nothing as he slowly walked toward the door. His steps were slow, reminiscent of a fading beauty or a wooden general, filled with sorrow. Silently, he opened the grand door and vanished beyond its threshold. Harold sniffed, turning away, unable to witness his pain. Ledrin, finally satisfied, clapped her hands. Come, let us hang the sign. Only then did Harold snap back to reality. You rascal, stop right there. And he dashed out after Norman. Norman regained his senses when Harold patted his shoulder. Ledrin's writing posed no issue, as it was her influence that had initiated these changes. However, that fierce giant must be avoided. Thus, he orchestrated a sorrowful exit. Now, with the church's presence in the Home of Dusk, safety and basic education were assured. It was time to consider his own concerns. At that moment, he stood before the Grand Astrologer's laboratory, deep in thought, resolute. He pushed open the door. I am the void. I am annihilation. What on earth? Norman focused intently. Realizing the laboratory was no longer as it once was. Ruptured energy conduits emitted white smoke from the walls. The magical circles etched upon them had vanished. And a dark blue, luminous sphere stood at the center, its two shining eyes fixed on him, unmistakably not a herbivore. Intruder. Norman bowed and turned to leave. Annihilation. The ethereal voice emanated from the sphere, echoing with a hint of the Grand Astrologer's essence. Boom. The door slammed shut. Chapter 53. I will repay what I owe you. After the eruption of her void powers, the Grand Astrologer fell into a state of self-awareness obliteration. Endless memories of the void rapidly washed over her consciousness, while wild energies silently reshaped her physique. Just one step away, one final step, from complete transcendence. But that cursed energy conduit had shattered, allowing the pitiful remnants of her will and humble kindness to persist until now. Roar. The void is hungry. Ascension must be completed. At that moment, Norman entered. Annihilation. Faced with the towering 3-meter void entity, Norman could only smile wryly, astonished that the Grand Astrologer had managed to glimpse this stage. This was Entropy Demon, the end of time, the terminator of matter, devouring all, obliterating everything. Though it remains feeble at present, what of it? In a flash, streaks of black lightning surged towards Norman. He desperately rolled and dodged, swiftly grasping a throwing spear in his hand and hurling it towards the laboratory door. Devour. A curtain of black light instantaneously enveloped the door. The spear struck, causing ripples before vanishing without a trace. Damn it. Norman licked his lips, tasting only bitterness. How could destruction and devouring coexist? This was beyond any one person's capability. The rotund blue creature seemed to sense Norman's distress, emanating a wave of delight. Then raising a massive hand, conjuring a giant black claw from thin air, reaching for him. Norman continued to evade. Damn, that claw could bend. With no other choice, he sprinted around the laboratory, his attention entirely captured by the enormous claw, his form transforming into a blur as he dodged, leaving behind a swirling void in its wake, which gradually dissipated after a long while. Roar. The blue creature waved its hands, producing a series of notes that seemed to be both laughter and mockery. Black electric sparks crackled around it as it pointed towards Norman. Annihilation. Zzz. A dense net of black electricity formed in its path, encircling him from all sides. Leaving no escape, Norman took a deep breath. After a flash of purple light from his right hand, a massive sword gleaming with purple electricity appeared. At that moment, the shadow of the giant claw loomed over Norman, its 5 claws slightly open, ready to close in. Now's the time. Transforming into a fleeting shadow, Norman charged towards the center where the blue creature stood, the friction with the air creating a series of crackling sounds. Die. The surroundings morphed into a series of frames in Norman's vision, allowing him to clearly discern the essence of the blue creature. Within its colossal shell, the petite form of the Grand Star Mage was ensnared by a mass of negative void energy, countless black rays emanating from her being, connecting to the structure of the blue entity. With each movement of the blue creature, the Grand Star Mage's form became fainter, leaving only a glimmer of silver light flickering at her brain's position, like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Huh, Norman shouted, enveloped in a layer of purple light, as his great sword slashed towards the blue creature's chest, precisely where the Grand Star Mage resided, the origin of those black rays. Pain. The blue creature emitted a mournful cry of agony, as violet energy erupted explosively. The purple sword pierced through the void energy shell, severing most of the rays. Upon contact with Norman's purple energy, the annihilation energy seemed to boil, intertwining violently, erupting in brilliant light before dissipating into nothingness. The blue creature, towering at 3 meters, trembled violently, having lost a substantial supply of light. The surrounding void energy became even more agitated, darkening to an intense hue. Yet, its massive form rapidly shrank. The attack was effective. Norman gripped the sword hilt, unleashing 3 swift strikes, the purple sword nearly severing all the connecting rays. However, the blue creature did not vanish. It merely wailed, swinging its diminutive hands towards Norman in an embrace. Destruction. The space for evasion was locked by the blue creature's hands, but at this moment, how could he evade? He abandoned the great sword, transforming into a protective shell of purple energy, tearing through the blue creature's void shell. He dove inward to embrace the Grand Star Mage, shouting fervently, "Erupt!" A ring of purple light emanated from Norman's being, like a wave, forcing the void energy of the blue creature to burst outward, intertwining black, purple, blue, and red energies, merging, devouring, and pushing outward. Amidst the blue creature's lament, its form suddenly doubled in size. Reaching the limits of fusion, the expanding purple ring quivered violently twice, then rapidly retracted into Norman's body, enveloping both him and the Grand Star Mage in a radiant purple glow, crackling with electricity. "Ah!" Norman roared, unleashing an even brighter ring of purple light. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the blue creature clutched its chest, whispering, "Annihilation." Its massive form shattered under the impact of the purple ring, scattering into fragments as the extending ring dispersed. Amidst the exploding debris, Norman and the Grand Star Mage were violently flung away, crashing against the wall. After landing, Norman opened his mouth and spat a torrent of purple blood onto the Grand Star Mage's face. As this blood splattered, the eerie blue light enveloping her face rapidly dissolved as if exposed to the scorching sun, revealing her still trembling visage within a mere breath. Seeing the tremors on her face, Norman knew the Grand Star Mage's consciousness must be in chaos. With a swift roll, enduring excruciating pain, he pressed a mass of dark purple energy into her chest. As the energy surged forth, 2 streams of blood erupted from Norman's nostrils. He felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy blow, a sharp pain accompanied by intense dizziness threatening to topple him. The moment the energy entered the Grand Star Mage, her eyes shot open, a fleeting clarity flashing in her frenzied gaze as she uttered a single word, "Transformation." Then she succumbed to madness once more. Panting, Norman wiped the blood from his nose and pressed his hands onto the Grand Star Mage, braving the severe pain and dizziness in his mind, taking a deep breath to steady himself as purple light subtly emerged between his hands. He comprehended well what the Grand Star Mage's transformation entailed. She intended for him to transmute this chaotic void energy. After all, this was annihilation energy derived from the entropy demon. Very well, let it be counted as a life debt owed to you. Norman's hands radiated brilliance, blood oozing from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. His body swayed and collapsed upon the Great Star Mage. Chapter 54, Darkness Breeds Light. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. In a hazy state, Norman felt as if someone had lifted him up, subsequently pouring a liquid into him. A refreshing coolness surged from this liquid, coursing through his body, soothing his aching form. With his eyes tightly shut, Norman cracked his parched lips and whispered imperceptibly, "Water." The Great Star Mage summoned the last remnants of her magical power and retrieved a bottle of water from her ring to feed Norman. After he drained it completely, his body softened and slumped against the wall. She gazed up at the pitch-black sky, the laboratory's dome having been entirely blown away. The once twinkling stars now obscured by the energies of the void permeating the air, punctuated by faint whispers that drifted through the darkness. Coughing weakly, Norman managed to utter, "How long has it been?" "I don't know. I just woke up not long ago," replied the Great Star Mage, still gazing at the heavens. Struggling to sit up more comfortably, Norman pondered, how could it be the entropy demon? Finally turning her head towards him, the Great Star Mage replied, "I now understand that the energies of the void are multifaceted." She reached out and grasped a tiny void beetle in midair, allowing it to gnaw at her palm as she continued, "Even in darkness, life can exist, even if it is merely for the purpose of destruction." Norman stared at the diminutive void beetle and remarked, "I have witnessed those boundless shadows. The entropy demon is but a triviality among them." The Great Star Mage crushed the beetle with her hand, releasing its lifeless form into the ether. "I have seen much more. Had you arrived even a moment later, you would have faced the true entropy demon." Pausing, She added, "What I mean to say is, thank you, Norman." Norman smiled wryly. "You saved my life as well. Did you not?" A soft laugh escaped the Great Star Mage, but it was quickly followed by a fit of coughing. After a lengthy pause, she weakly stated, "Then we are even. Could you enlighten me on the concept of transformation?" Norman inquired. "I merely have a hypothesis. As soon as I began to analyze those energies, this calamity ensued. The Great Star Mage blinked. Light breeds darkness, and darkness gives birth to light. I heard this utterance in that state." Norman pondered deeply, utterly perplexed, casting a confused gaze towards the Great Star Mage. She did not address his bewilderment but struggled to stand, saying, "This is not a place for conversation. Can you still walk? Are you suggesting that the dark red within the void energy harbors vitality, that black contains light, and that beyond blue lies the scorching heat?" Norman asked, reclining on the sofa in the Great Star Mage's chamber, astonished. "Exactly. Otherwise, you and I would have been devoured by the entropy demon long ago. I simply do not know the precise method of transformation," she continued, half reclining on the bed, adjusting to a more comfortable position. "At present, I dare not investigate. All my memory anchors have shattered." Norman nodded. To explore the void without proper preparation is not exploration. It is akin to plunging into the cataclysmic endeavor of annihilation. The Great Star Mage's eyes brightened with curiosity as she asked, "Oh, what has become of your anchors? If you lack them, you may very well descend into madness next time." Norman silently reached for a cup from the table, draining it in one gulp before rising. "I bid you farewell. I am in dire need of rest." As Norman fled amidst the Great Star Mage's raucous laughter, he found himself in a world of chaos. The elves are a race of chaotic good, where chaos denotes acting upon whims, and goodness signifies refraining from senseless slaughter. As for the rest, it is of little concern to the elves. After all, the high elves are still elves, lying on the bed in the resting chamber. Norman reflected on the Great Star Mage's words. Light breeds darkness, and darkness gives birth to light. Her prowess far surpassed his own. She must have seen much more than he. What had she truly witnessed? Unable to comprehend, he eventually succumbed to slumber. Laedline's days had been filled with purpose. In the mornings, she completed her studies in the chapel, taught children the path of the holy light at dusk home during the afternoons, and practiced combat skills with Lotherma in the Silver Moon Prayer Chapel at night. The only source of her discontent was the absence of that fellow named Norman, who had not appeared for 3 whole days. "Damn that Norman," she muttered darkly at the sign of dusk home. Beside her, Lotherma smiled and asked, "Miss Laedline, have you forgotten something?" This priestess had many admirable qualities, yet her tendency to daydream had become particularly pronounced in recent days. No. Every time I think of the increasingly splendid dusk home, it fills me with joy. Let us go. Today's lesson is about to commence." Hadro had recently been exceptionally irritable. Ever since being deceived by Norman, he could hardly bear to look in the mirror without seeing a comically oversized donkey head staring back. "How long has that damned ranger been absent? My hammer is practically itching for action." "Hello, Uncle Hadro," Sylvia greeted shyly, clutching a doll as she stood by the corridor, nervously addressing the man whose face constantly shifted from red to green. It was this person who chased after Brother Norman. "Greetings, Sylvia. You should call me brother." Hadro, interrupted in his reverie, bent down to greet Sylvia with a smile. Unnoticed, Sylvia took a subtle step back. "Uncle Hadro, Sister Laedline's class is about to start. I have to return Minnie, so I must bid you farewell." With that, she spun on her heel and fled, finding him too terrifying. Hadro watched Sylvia run off, tears streaming down his face. "How old am I? She dares to call me uncle?" Just then, a group of children rushed past him. "Hello, Uncle Hadro." "Goodbye, Uncle Hadro." The young monk Hadro silently choked back his emotions. Laedline stood in a room that had been repurposed as a classroom, her heart brimming with joy as she gazed at the well-behaved children seated before her. Over the past few days, Hadro had tirelessly led the monks in the search for children hidden away by gangs in the impoverished area. After thorough checks by the nuns to ensure their well-being, the children were finally brought to the Twilight Sanctuary. Indeed, the mentor had spoken the truth. Hadro was remarkably proficient. She cast a glance at Rosama standing outside the door, but chose to let other matters slide. Just as her thoughts wandered, a melodious bell chimed, prompting her to refocus and address the children. "Dear ones, we inhabit a vibrant world known as Azeroth. Today, let us embark on a journey to explore the origins of Azeroth." Chapter 55. Let the Flames Devour All. Verenar's reconnaissance had reached its 6th day. Initially, the endeavor felt akin to a pleasant outing, progressing smoothly. However, upon entering the woods east of the Antidaran Mountains, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. The closer they approached the troll tribe named Sebulva, An inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped them. The forest appeared to be afflicted, life seeping away from the trees and flora, with only the mournful cries of plants resonating through the air. The animals had vanished without a trace. What had transpired? A ranger beckoned from ahead. "Captain, come quickly." We've discovered something unusual. Veranara hurried to catch up. And as she closed the distance, a putrid stench assailed her senses, reminiscent of fish left to rot in brine for over a year. Pinching her nose, she stepped forward, the acrid odor making her eyes water. As she navigated around 3 gawking teammates, a relatively fresh lynx carcass came into view, its eyes half open, pupils dilated, devoid of color, while a few slender red worms crawled across its pallid eyeballs. A gaping wound extended from its neck down to its abdomen, the marks suggesting it had been torn apart by teeth rather than claws or spears. Strangely, its crimson fur still glimmered with a semblance of life. Yet it emanated the stench of decay that had lingered for at least 2 months. Veranara picked up a twig, cautiously probing the wound. All 4 recoiled in unison, retching. Its body was infested with countless red maggots, writhing and entangling themselves in the flesh, boiling with grotesque vitality. As light penetrated the open wound, the maggots scattered from the source of illumination, revealing the ravaged flesh beneath and the white eggs scattered in every crevice. "Burn it." Veranara turned her head aside, suppressing her nausea as she commanded her team. One of the nearby rangers drew a bursting arrow, ready to fire. Enemy attack. A piercing cry from the watchful ranger was quickly followed by a scream, and then silence. The foliage in the forest rustled violently, heavy footsteps converging from all directions. Cross cover. Retreat. Veranara unstrung her longbow, nocking an arrow, and shot towards a shadow looming over 2 meters tall. Issuing a swift command while patting her teammate's shoulder and sprinting back the way they had come. At that moment, an obscure phrase drifted through the air, and the lynx's corpse suddenly swelled, bursting apart. Boom. Countless maggots erupted like a shower, scattering in all directions. The ranger with the bursting arrow had no time to react before being engulfed by the deluge of red maggots. As the maggots made contact with his body, a thick white acidic mist billowed forth, eliciting agonizing screams as he flailed desperately at the writhing mass. Overwhelmed, no matter how he swatted them away, fresh maggots immediately occupied the places he cleared, while those he dislodged crawled back towards him. In mere moments, his exposed face and hands were gnawed upon, revealing stark white bones. Morven. Whoosh. A red arrow shot from Veranara's bow, striking Morven and igniting a conflagration that enveloped him and the maggots. Veranara turned her gaze away from the wailing fireball, her teeth grinding in determination. Cheetah rune, full speed retreat. She glared at her distraught teammates, roaring move. Crushing a yellow rune in her hand, the image of a cheetah flickered in the air, merging into her body. As the rune coursed through her, her heart raced, pumping blood vigorously through her veins, her legs swelling with power. She slung her longbow over her shoulder, drawing her curved dagger and charging forward. The remaining 2 teammates followed suit, shattering their runes in haste. What manner of monsters were these? Veranara pressed on, cleaving through a beast that bore nothing but a massive mouth. Its jagged teeth gleamed menacingly, as if forged solely for the purpose of slaughter. Even more terrifying were its short, stout legs, which propelled it forward with alarming speed, a close enough threat despite being unable to match her pace. She spotted more flesh beasts leaping from the treeline on either side, lunging towards her group. To the sides, be cautious. No sooner had she spoken than a scream echoed from behind. The sickening crunch of flesh being torn apart followed swiftly. It was Gwynedolyn. The harsh reality left no room for Veranara to mourn. She had to suppress the urge to turn back and fight, pouring every ounce of strength into her flight. Brenda. Bursting arrow, left front dead tree, triple shot. As Veranara raced forward, she caught sight of the desolate trees ahead, and a frenzied idea surged within her. She unsheathed her longbow and knocked 3 explosive arrows, bellowing an order to her comrades before releasing the arrows into the barren forest. 6 explosive arrows plunged into the withered woodland, and with a thunderous roar, flames erupted. Without a moment's hesitation, Veranara and her companion pulled their hoods low and charged through the wall of fire. The flesh beasts pursuing them were unable to halt in time and followed suit, their coarse gray skin blistering as it met the flames. Before they could turn to flee, the blisters burst with a crackling sound, their flesh curling and charring. Those flesh beasts that plunged into the inferno shrieked in agony, their bodies convulsing and shrinking until they ultimately disintegrated into a puddle of ichor. Outside the fiery chaos, dozens of flesh beasts howled restlessly around the blaze. Soon after, a massive shadow, struck by Veranara's arrows, arrived at the Inferno's edge, kicking a flesh beast aside with a fierce roar. Aurelia had been in a state of unrest since dispatching 3 scouting parties. At this moment, she was in the camp discussing military matters with her aide. Dalkin's folly would doom them all. If the trolls were so easily vanquished, there would have been no need for the support of the Arathor kingdom. Nor would so many rangers have perished each year. An urgent report. The herald's shrill cry interrupted her thoughts. She looked up just as the herald burst in, cradling the severely burned Veranara. General, Veranara has urgent military intelligence to convey to you immediately. Chapter 56. The roar of Anasterian Aurelia swept aside the maps on the table, instructing the herald to place Veranara upon it. Just as she was about to summon the medic, Veranara's blistered hand grasped her wrist. General, that jungle is a grand trap. After listening to Veranara's account, Aurelia gestured for the medic to take her for treatment. She began issuing orders. Battle Mage Edwin, immediately relay the battle report to the royal court. From this moment, dispatch the Dragonhawks to ensure all logistical points are fully operational. Effective immediately. All leave for the Wayfarer troops is cancelled. All personnel return to camp. From this moment, seal the borders and activate the magical locks. Watching the soldiers rushing to and fro, Aurelia felt a pang of regret. Such is the sordid nature of politics. Within the Windrunner Tower, Sylvanas massaged her temples as she handed the battle report delivered by the Dragonhawk rider to Renessa. Her greatest fears had come to pass. Summoning a servant, she commanded, "Send word to the artisans at home to commence the production of explosive arrows immediately. Gather all soldiers on leave to report to the Wayfarer camp without delay. And the logistics officer must tally the supplies. They must be presented before the 18th bell tolls." Renessa gasped upon finishing the report and rose to leave. "Luna, you need not accompany me this time. I will personally lead the team to the camp." Renessa turned back to smile at her sister. "Sister, Aurelia requires the supplies for the territory at all times. This task cannot be entrusted to anyone else." Pausing for emphasis, she added, "No one is more suited to lead the territory's guard than I." Sylvanas nodded reluctantly. Given the current situation, there was little room for contention. The report described rotting corpses, an endless proliferation of blood maggots, and a horde of flesh beasts born for slaughter, along with the silent, mournful cries of the dying forest. If this continued, the consequences would surely be unimaginable. Renessa, burdened with anxiety, approached the doorway to Lyrith's study, observing her brother diligently composing music. He was soon to depart for Silvermoon City for further studies, and she knew not when she would see her dear brother again. "Moon sister, what brings you here today?" Lyrith exclaimed upon noticing his sister's troubled expression at the window, rushing out to welcome her. "Lyrith, I have come to bid you farewell. I am to lead the guard to the front lines." Renessa gently ruffled her brother's hair. "When you head to Silvermoon City for your studies, I may not be able to see you off." "Moon sister, is something amiss?" "If you are busy, it is quite all right. I have grown up." A clatter interrupted them. The sound of a plate falling to the floor. Renessa turned to see Talia seated in the corner, a servant angrily placing the fallen silver plate back atop her head. Under the weight of the servant's authority, Talia pursed her lips, sitting rigidly and staring straight ahead. "Ha ha ha, little one, what troubles you?" Renessa approached, playfully pinching Talia's cheek. "Ah, indeed, you have filled out considerably since you first arrived." Talia remained silent, intimidated by the fierce servant. She had been caught eating too quickly during lunch, and thankfully Lyrith had brought her here for punishment instead of being publicly humiliated in the dining hall. Hearing news from the front had startled her, causing the plate to fall. She feared an additional punishment awaited her. "Ha ha ha, this is enough punishment for now." Renessa waved for the servant to step aside, continuing, "Go tidy up and accompany me to the front lines." "Huh." Talia's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wasn't it said that one must not leave without completing training?" Renessa chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. "What is this? Do you not wish to go?" Of course. Of course." Talia nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at corn. With another clatter, the plate fell once more. Renessa, Talia, and Lyrith shared a laugh. "Come now, Lyrith will have the servant return the plate to the kitchen shortly." "Your Majesty, a magical communication from the Wayfarers." King Anasterian surveyed the assembled council members, his serene gaze concealing a tempest of fury. "Councillor Belovar, aside from the royal astromancer and myself, have you made any progress on the emergence of this malignant energy?" Belovar kept his head down in silence, having just completed the magical adaptability assessment. What could he possibly say? The study of magic cannot be rushed. It is an endeavor of utmost rigor. After casting a glance at the taciturn Belovar, the king inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "You have all seen the battle report. Is there anything you wish to express?" Darkin cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Your Majesty, esteemed council members, could the battle report be exaggerating? After all, both Belawar and I closely observed that troll. Aside from its corrosive nature towards arcane magic, its brutish physique is the only notable aspect. At Darkin's remarks, the other council members began to murmur amongst themselves. Silence! The king exclaimed, striking the wooden table with a small hammer. Darkan, regardless of your past grievances with the Windrunner family, you must set aside all disputes. You are aware of the implications of sealing the borders and activating magical barriers, are you not? Anastarian nearly ground his teeth as he spoke these words. Recently, whispers regarding the Windrunner family's ferocity had circulated among the upper echelons of Silver Moon, originating from his own magical tower. The shadows of the artisan district and the corruption within the bureaucratic system had been quelled overnight, no doubt, a result of his own machinations. My apologies, Your Majesty. My personal vendettas pale in comparison to the interests of the Quel'Thala's kingdom. Darkin rose gracefully to apologize. Then continued, I propose to mobilize military supplies and a battalion of battle mages to assist the Farstriders in exterminating this vile troll. With his declaration, the other council members nodded in agreement. Belawar also stood, bowing to the king, and stated, from the intelligence gathered, these flesh beasts harbor a profound fear of fire. Furthermore, in my studies of the malevolent troll, I discovered that frost spells can inflict lethal damage upon them. I shall compile my research and distribute it to every battle mage. The meeting room erupted into chaos. Anastarian rubbed his temples, pondering the true intentions behind Darkin's words. However, he remained undeterred. He rapped the table once more. His voice steady. Gentlemen, the situation is urgent to prevent a recurrence of such events. I demand the full mobilization of all battle mages to collaborate with the Farstriders in cleansing the Eversong Forest. We must drive these vile trolls and their kin into the mountains beyond Zul'Aman. All expenditures will be converted into land grants based on individual contributions following the war. The king slammed his palm on the table, rising to roar. By the mountains as our boundary, we shall drive these trolls into the hills. A new era begins. The gathered council members buzzed with excitement. While defeating trolls may have seemed trivial, the prospect of new land grants was a cause for unanimous support. Aye, they echoed. Anastarian nodded with satisfaction. Then let Darkan lead the first wave of support to the front lines, while Belawar and the Dawnbringer, Salvar, will command the second wave. I shall lead the Royal Guard as the third wave. The remaining houses must swiftly devise their support plans and present them to the court. This meeting is adjourned. Chapter 57. Gentle, yet resolute, what is of utmost importance in the face of an impending crisis? To confront it, to guide it, and to quell it. This has been the prerogative bestowed upon Anastarian since the moment the first king, Dathremar, established the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. Nothing is more terrifying than a fractured kingdom. It encompasses all calamities, human, financial, and otherwise. Today, he leveraged the right of expansion as a bargaining chip to secure the support of all council members. Consequently, all forces under their command would temporarily be at his disposal, ensuring that such tranquil governance as today would not reoccur in the near future. Anastarian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the distant Sunstrider Isle. Beneath the blazing sun, all deceitful machinations seemed trivial. Let the trolls of the jungle expend their unwarranted ambitions. Lor'themar ventured to the Farstrider encampment, while Harold and Liadrin returned to the chapel. Since the kingdom issued the expansion decree, an inexplicable fervor had engulfed Silver Moon, not just the city, but the entire Eversong Forest. The Farstrider Plaza and recruitment points of various families were bustling with activity. Even the artisan district was ablaze with energy. The towering furnace fires blazed bright and unextinguished, while the leatherworkers' knives had dulled and the seamstresses' needles had lost their sharpness. Iron, wood, silk, resources were in dire need, and even manpower was scarce. Some artisans attempting to recruit child labor at the Suns and were unceremoniously cast out by guards. The Grand Astromancer, having recovered from her ordeal and unable to conduct experiments due to her laboratory's destruction, had been organizing her materials in the library. After all, as the Royal Astromancer, she could not defy the king's command. She glanced across the table at Norman, who sat in casual attire, diligently perusing a tome titled Arcane Fundamentals. Thanks to his remarkable recuperative abilities, his hair had grown significantly, alleviating the need for him to wander about in a uniform. However, the furrowed brow and constipated expression made his facial scar appear even more pronounced. Ah, your learning capacity is quite evident, the Grand Astromancer chuckled lightly. Why do you not mend the scar on your face? Norman looked up at her, his face still contorted in discomfort, and replied with bewilderment. I mean. Your scar reveals your learning capacity. Truly, it is abysmal. The Grand Astrologer's words filled Norman with such embarrassment that he wished he could vanish into the floor. He murmured defensively, I haven't studied much before, but I have discovered some tricks. The Grand Astrologer erupted into laughter, and after a moment, he replied, the path of a mage cannot be traversed in haste. In the 72nd row of the Secret Arts District, Section A, at C52, there lies a tome titled Illustrated Guide to Magical Symbols that would suit you perfectly. Cast aside that arcane primer. It is far too intricate for an apprentice. The Grand Astrologer looked on with delight as Norman, blushing, stood up to retrieve the Illustrated Guide to Magical Symbols. Ah, regretting not making a deal with me, are we? He teased, then uttered a few syllables, beckoning with his fingers, causing the book to fly into Norman's hands. Without hesitation, Norman accepted the book and sat down to open its first page. You are truly formidable, esteemed mage. But hey, you still haven't answered my question. The Grand Astrologer pressed on. Your Excellency, I once sent Talia for a test, and her mental capacity is far too limited for a mage. It's been so painful. I yearn to become a great mage myself. Norman reflected. As for this scar on my face, it serves as a constant reminder not to forget my thirst for vengeance. The Grand Astrologer scrutinized Norman before deciding to reveal something. Though I would love to keep you at the Tower of Sun's Fury, I must inform you that the king has issued a war decree. Your enemies are about to set forth. You should leave at once. What? Norman stared in shock at the Grand Astrologer. Wasn't it agreed upon that it would be 10 days from now? The Grand Astrologer shrugged, hands raised in exasperation. The situation has changed. If you wish to bid me farewell before he could finish, Norman had vanished from the library, followed by the echo of doors opening and closing. Hatred, indeed, is deeply ingrained, but it is not suitable as a point of anchor, the Grand Astrologer mused to himself, returning to his work of compiling documents. Merzalin had been experiencing quite an unsatisfactory time lately, ever since his father had sent him to reclaim influence in the slums. He had received nothing but disdain from his family. Upon returning from the royal court today, he had dispatched himself to the Wanderer's Square to recruit soldiers. He envisioned absorbing all the gangs into his ranks, effectively doubling the manpower of the Blazing Sun Brigade. Why rely on those ignorant commoners? Yet, as he stroked his chin, he contemplated that directly conscripting the gangs would only reveal to others that he was the chief of the slums. Perhaps it would be better to recruit some commoners. This youthful ranger before him seemed quite promising. Look at that physique, that face. No, look at her resolute gaze and agile stride. She is undoubtedly a formidable ranger. She will do. Greetings, brave warrior. He began, only to be interrupted by a familiar and loathed voice. Merzalin, Norman requests to rejoin. Merzalin turned, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The insufferable Norman had returned. He had been hiding in the Tower of Sun's Fury for days, leaving Merzalin at a loss. My brave ranger has returned. Welcome back to the fold, he exclaimed, extending his arms in a warm and elegant gesture to welcome Norman, drawing adoring glances from the nearby ranger. This captain must be a kind soul, for he welcomed the rough ranger named Norman without ire. Norman disregarded the open arms and simply stomped his foot in place, resting his right arm across his chest, reiterating his request to rejoin. All right, I grant you permission to return, Merzalin replied with a smile, waving his hand. What of your equipment? You won't go to battle clad in mere civilian attire, will you? Norman maintained a stoic expression. My equipment was destroyed in the last battle. I will handle it myself. After a moment of contemplation, Merzalin said, time is of the essence. Go to the logistics office and claim a set of equipment. I shall cover the expenses. Wow, so gentle and decisive. The ranger beside him looked on with not just admiration, but also a touch of infatuation. Merzalin reveled in this admiration but did not acknowledge it. Instead, he continued, I presume you have matters to attend to. After you collect your gear, report to the Shepherdess Gate before the 16th bell tolls. With that, he turned away to chat with the enamored ranger. A faint smile tugged at Norman's lips. As you wish, Captain. Chapter 58. Those who can be conquered by materialism must possess noble sentiments. Truly, Merzalin is remarkable. Norman gazed at the battle-worn equipment before him, overwhelmed with emotion. Is there a problem, Ranger? The quartermaster inquired, reclining in his chair with his hands behind his head, exuding arrogance. Norman, filled with gratitude, replied, no problem at all, sir. Farewell, sir. The quartermaster glanced at Norman's departing figure, shifted in his seat for comfort, and muttered, Pauper. Norman was busy. First, he returned to Dusk home, learned that Harold and Liedrin had both returned to the Silver Moon Chapel, and then gathered all his possessions to entrust to Elvis. instructing him to treat each brother and sister fairly. Without delay, he hurried to the Silvermoon Chapel, where he encountered His Highness Lord Vondelor preparing to head to the front lines with the priests. Harold had been quite irritable these days. He watched as Sister Liadrin received glowing praise from the children, who eagerly called her Sister Liadrin, while his own greeting was merely Uncle Harold, goodbye. It was as if his young heart had suffered countless blows, each one sharper than the last. As I now gaze upon the figure approaching from afar, adorned with a light green cap and marked by a scar upon his visage, I am certain it is indeed him. For the moment, let us refrain from alarming him. Allow him to draw closer. Yes, just a bit more. Now is the time. Roaring in fury, Harold exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Where do you think you're running?" "Halt!" Norman bellowed, pointing at Harold. "If you approach, I shall flee." Harold abruptly halted, growling, "You coward! Don't you dare run." At that moment, Leah Darlene, who was reporting her recent accomplishments to her mentor, caught a familiar sound and turned to see. Lo and behold, it was Norman. She anxiously glanced at her mentor. Ignoring the longing in his disciple's eyes, Vondelor declared, "You dare to appear before me again? If I do not break both your legs today, I shall take the surname of Sunzer." With an air of authority, he commanded, "Come, fetch my hammer." Mentor. Leah Darlene tugged at his hand, letting out a dissatisfied huff. "Ah, Leah, I am merely preparing for battle, ensuring my hammer is still suitable," Vondelor explained with a smile. "Now, let us see what he has to say." He then called out to Harold, "Harold, bring him over." Facing Harold and his band of ruffians, Norman trembled as he approached them. Ultimately standing before Vondelor and his disciple, he sensed the intense gaze of Vondelor fixated upon his legs, which filled him with dread. "Good day, Your Excellency." Vondelor. "Greetings, Leah," Norman cautiously greeted, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. "Humph." Vondelor snorted upon hearing Norman's overly familiar address of his disciple. Norman lifted his left foot, ready to escape. "Mentor." Leah Darlene stamped her foot. "Norman, it has been so long." "Ah, it has only been a few days, Miss Darlene." With no subsequent action from Vondelor, Norman answered with utmost seriousness. "You are insufferable," Leah Darlene retorted, her brows furrowing. "I have come to bid you farewell." "I am grateful to Your Excellency, Vondelor, to you, Miss Darlene, and to all in the Order of Silvermoon. You have transformed the fate of the House of Sunzer, providing innocent children with newfound hope." As he spoke, Norman's posture straightened until he stood like a javelin, slowly and solemnly bowing to the assembly. "If ever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Thank you all." Without awaiting a response, he took several steps back and turned to leave. "Norman," Leah Darlene called out. "Let him go." "Leah," Vondelor gestured with a blessing towards Norman's retreating figure, stating slowly, "He is a good lad. May hatred not cloud his judgment." "Hatred? What hatred?" Leah Darlene inquired, bewildered. Vondelor shook his head. "If he wishes to live like a firework, let us wish him well." He then turned and commanded, "Check the equipment, prepare to depart." When Norman arrived at the Shepherd's Gate, it had transformed into a sea of warriors, clad in tattered armor and wielding a longbow purchased from a shop. He navigated through the throng, responding to a few familiar faces, until he reached Dalcan and Merzelin. "Sixth Squad," Ranger Norman reporting. Dalcan glanced at Norman, signaling to his son. "Ah, you are ever so punctual, Norman." Merzelin enthusiastically took his hand, introducing him to his father. "Father, this is the ranger I often speak of, swift, loyal, and powerful." He then turned to Norman. "This is my father, His Excellency, Senator Dalcan. You have met at the Tower of the Winds." Norman allowed Merzelin to guide him, slightly bowing his head to Dalcan, silently marking a goal in his mind. Clearing his throat, Dalcan's rare seriousness emerged. "I am aware of some of your past. However, that is of no consequence. One must learn to look forward. If this mission achieves its anticipated outcome, I shall grant you the title of Baron. You will possess a fief of your own." Raising an eyebrow, Norman thought, Senator Merzelin's stakes are quite high. "The goal shall surely be attained, Your Excellency, Senator Dalcan." Dalcan nodded at Norman's bow and turned to his son. "Divide the teams, assigning him to the elite squad, and also provide him with a new set of equipment." "Yes, Father," Merzelin replied, leading Norman to the wagon. Gesturing to 4 soldiers standing by, "You are assigned to the first squad, led by Harvey." Turning back to Norman, he added, "Norman, if you work diligently alongside me, I assure you, you shall have whatever you desire." "How does that sound?" Norman smiled. "Rest assured, Captain." Merzelin, satisfied with his genuine expression, remarked, "Very well, take some time to familiarize yourselves. I shall go organize the team. You ensure he remains untroubled, yes? Do not worry, Father. Harvey will keep a watchful eye on him." From a distance, Merzelin and Dalcan observed Norman interacting with the first squad. Let it be so, Dalcan nodded. Select our men and distribute the potions. Ignoring Merzelin's astonished gaze, he continued, one should not be overly stingy. Matters that can be resolved with resources should be handled with resources. Merzelin bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Father. I shall remember. Now let us set forth. Chapter 59. My great sorcerer father Norman brandished his blade, charging towards the three roaring flesh beasts. With a swift strike, he felled the first creature, rolling aside just in time to evade the leap of the second. Using the momentum of his roll, he held his curved dagger horizontally and slashed deeply across the neck of the last flesh beast, a gaping wound spewing forth dark blood like a fountain. Undeterred by the splattering gore, Norman turned and plunged his dagger into the gaping maw of the second beast, twisting the blade viciously. The creature managed only a muffled grunt before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Extracting his dagger and shaking off the remaining blood, he beheld more flesh beasts surging forth from the thicket. He called out, Harvey, have the magical markers been set? Hold on a little longer. We shall soon be ready. As Norman spat, facing the oncoming horde with unwavering resolve, he swung his curved blade and lunged forward again. It was the third day since he had joined the front lines with the Legion, and before he had settled in the camp of the Wanderers. Merzelin had hurriedly arrived bearing the magical marker stones of Darkan. Teams 1, 7, and 13, along with Combat Mage Group 1, had been dispatched to the left flank of the army to protect the placement of the magical markers, holding their ground while awaiting reinforcements. This was the entirety of their mission. The terrain was unknown, the enemy's numbers were uncertain, and even the exact location for the markers was a mystery. The arrogance of Darkan and his son was vividly reflected in this command. In their quest to find a suitable site for the magical markers, the somewhat weaker Team 13 had already been devoured by the flesh beasts. Teams 7 and Combat Mage Group 1 had also suffered severe casualties, leaving only a handful of combatants to desperately guard the area around the magical markers. The numerous corpses of flesh beasts scattered throughout the forest attested to the ferocity of this defensive skirmish. The number of flesh beasts was rapidly increasing, filling the horizon as they roared and howled. One would fall, only for another to take its place, while some eager to feast on fresh meat leaped forward with tremendous agility. Occasional cries of elves pierced the air, heightening the urgency of the battlefield. Just as Norman felt compelled to reveal his true abilities, the magical markers were finally in place. Down! Shouted a combat mage named Mary, waving her staff. The marker stone blazed with light, conjuring a radiant prism shield, and she leaped down from the platform, collapsing onto the ground. A deep, rhythmic hum resonated, reaching a crescendo that forced everyone to drop to the ground and cover their ears, while the beasts howled in despair. With a resounding crack, the marker stone ascended into the air, unfolding a colossal magical array approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter. Arcane patterns shimmered with ethereal brilliance, weaving through the array like a dragon, forming a massive hexagram. In the next instant, countless magical runes soared from this hexagram, and innumerable shadowy figures materialized from the void. As Merzelin emerged, he raised one hand and bellowed, "Attack!" Without hesitation, countless rangers surged forth from the magical array, scattering to engage the still howling flesh beasts, their clash echoing throughout the hillside. Just as the flesh beasts began to retreat, a piercing shriek reverberated from the woods, accompanied by the thundering footsteps that drew the newly arrived rangers' attention. Emerging from the shadows were over a dozen towering trolls, each standing more than 3 meters tall, surrounded by a throng of flesh beasts. These hulking monstrosities radiated a dark crimson glow, instantly captivating the attention of the entire battlefield. They're enormous. Ebony tusks glinted with a bloody hue in the sunlight, and beneath their flesh, one could visibly see creatures writhing within, eager to break free from their corporeal confines, causing bulges to ripple across their skins. "Fall back. Concentrate," Merzelin commanded, rallying the rangers together. What manner of beasts were these? He glanced back at the magical array. The runes were still swirling, indicating that the teleportation process was far from complete. A familiar figure finally materialized before him, and he grinned widely. "All units, prepare for my command and get ready to charge." As the trolls emerged from the forest, heedless of the flesh beasts in their path, they marched straight towards the front lines, thumping their massive palms against their chests and letting out a fearsome roar, gearing up for a charge. At that moment, a fiery tempest erupted. Darkin stepped out from the magical array, and with a swift strike of his staff, he unleashed a blaze upon the charging horde of flesh beasts. The ground beneath the trolls fractured instantly, fissures radiating outward at a rapid pace until they reached a diameter of about 10 meters. Brilliant red light burst forth from these cracks, illuminating the entire battlefield as the chaos ensued. Amidst the violent tremors of the earth, countless tongues of flame erupted from the depths, breaking through fissures and soaring into the heavens. Those flesh and blood titans and beasts that faced the fiery onslaught were unable to utter a sound, instantaneously vaporized by the searing heat. Others within the confines of the magic array, in their mournful cries, found their skin scorched, their forms withering into mere charred remnants. Following this inferno unleashed by Darkan, the battlefield succumbed to an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional sound of swallowed breaths. The blood beasts that had escaped the firestorm retreated silently, closing their maws tightly. A gust of mountain wind swept through, and with a crack, a charred corpse crumbled into ash, carried away by the breeze. From this corpse, the cracking sounds reverberated. "Ha! Advance! Clear this area!" Merzelin cackled as he issued his command. "This is the might of a grand sorcerer. This is my grand master." The surviving blood beasts, upon witnessing the grinning elves charging towards them, let out piercing cries and fled, vanishing into the thickets in no time. Norman and the members of the first squad sat together in silence, each absorbed in the quiet task of organizing their gear. Darkan approached, hands clasped behind his back, and addressed them. "Without your relentless efforts, we would not have achieved such decisive progress." Noticing the somber mood among them, he gestured to Merzelin, who quickly stepped forward, distributing small pouches to each. Norman opened his pouch, disregarding the gold coins, and examined a vial of shimmering red potion with meticulous attention. "Take it. This is what you rightfully deserve. I shall never shortchange those who toil earnestly." Darkan scanned the group before continuing on his way. Chapter 60. Uncertainty of Perseverance. Norman, since you have survived this trial, let us forge ahead together, Merzelin boldly declared, sitting across from Norman. "You might inquire with Harvey about the generous rewards of the first squad." Harvey, having counted the coins in his pouch, secured it closely and remarked, "The allure of wealth. The strength of the Drasher family is not without merit. Can your laughable resolve buy you a sack of flour? Has the House of Dusk not needed repairs for ages? Do you not wish to renovate it properly?" One team member chimed in, "Haha, without funds, the House of Dusk may soon disband. Everyone has their convictions, yet, alas, persistence is worthless. Look at me. Ever since I followed Captain Merzelin, my family has taken pride in me." Merzelin, with a smile, raised a hand to halt their discussion, saying, "Let bygones be bygones. I shall not pursue the matter of Kunir. I will also handle the third squad. In a few days, join us to eliminate that leader. The glory shall be enough for us all to share, and if you desire no land, it can be converted into gold. How does that sound?" Norman lowered his gaze, fearing that the intense fury in his eyes would betray his plans. A trial? A trial that claimed so many lives? Wiped clean? Blood debts must be repaid in blood. However, Darkan was immensely powerful and still among the ranks. He could not afford to turn against them yet, and must seek an opportunity when they were isolated. After quickly calculating in his mind, he composed his expression, lifted his head, and smiled. "Very well." Merzelin raised an eyebrow in triumph. "Then it is settled. Everyone, follow me to the main camp." Norman brushed off the bloodstains on his attire. "I shall freshen up. It would be inappropriate to go to the camp in this state. Be my guest. I will have someone notify you." Once Norman had distanced himself, Harvey leaned against a crate. "Captain, are we truly going to?" Merzelin gestured for silence, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he stroked his neck. Awaiting a definitive response, Harvey and the others exchanged sinister smiles, flocking around Merzelin to inspect the defenses. When Norman returned to the main camp with Merzelin, he finally laid eyes on his long-missed sister, who stood in the last row of the travelers. Although excitement surged through him at the sight of her, the training at the Tower of Windwalkers had evidently refined her skills. Compared to before, she now exhibited a steadier demeanor, tempered by a newfound composure. Norman nodded subtly to Talia as he entered the grand tent with Merzelin. Inside the tent, the space felt somewhat empty due to the absence of the king, yet this very emptiness underscored the intensity of the ensuing argument. "Darkan, councilman, mind your words. Our primary objective now is to eradicate those flesh aberrations. Only after neutralizing this grave threat can we consider our next course of action." Lord Vondeller's voice resonated with authority. "I reiterate, how many of these blood beasts are there? No one knows. The animals of the forest have vanished. Which signifies one thing. They sensed the impending doom of their kin and fled this forest." As Norman entered, he observed Lord Vondeller thumping the table, angrily shouting at Darkan. Member Dalkin's solitary advance is far from a prudent choice. The Dawn Messenger, Solorian, also disapproves of Dalkin's plan. The forest is now teeming with flesh beasts, and the Wayfarers have already lost 10 scout teams. Aurelia waved the battle report in her hand and discarded it onto the table. In a conflict of this magnitude, deploying an elite squad alone is indeed a path to demise. Dalcon paid no heed to their dissent. Upon seeing his son enter, he rose to address the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. We have just received news from the Sunfire front. They have secured a hill in the Antailan Mountains, very close to the Troll tribe. If we can advance our forces and divert the attention of those flesh beasts, the likelihood of success for this plan is quite substantial. After speaking, Dalcon patted his son's shoulder, adding, if you have any inquiries, please direct them to Lieutenant Merzelin, who is in charge of this occupation. Beloval was the first to speak. How far is that hill from the Troll tribe, my lord? If we depart at dawn, we could dine at the Troll's encampment. What is the intensity of the resistance from the flesh beasts you encountered? Not particularly fierce, Beloval replied, falling silent and pondering for a long while. Elucidate on the specifics of not particularly fierce, Aurelia's sharp gaze fixed on Merzelin. General, since the establishment of the camp, we have lost fewer than 20 men. The remaining flesh beasts have been obliterated under my father's magical onslaught. Currently, the Rangers of the Sunfire front are fully stationed there. I can assure the camp's absolute security. Beloval lifted his head, stating, we shall discuss the plan later. Since the Sunfire front has ensured the safety of our left flank, I believe we can proceed. As Von Deller began to voice opposition, he was interrupted by Beloval. Before His Majesty arrives, we must reach that place called Taquilin. Meanwhile, within the not-so-distant Troll tribe, the Bloodseeker was in a furious rage. Ever since that fool Sindaro released 2 long-eared beings, the situation in these woods had spiraled out of control. An increasing number of long-eared creatures were approaching, forcing him to abandon his grand design. With a wave of his right hand, he lashed out with a blood-red whip, causing Sindaro to writhe in agony on the ground. Master Bloodseeker, spare me this once. I beg you. I will redeem my lost honor. The Bloodseeker swung the whip with increased ferocity. Redeem? What will you use to redeem it? At that moment, a flesh beast rushed forward, expelling a sphere of darkness and nudging it towards him. The Bloodseeker crushed the sphere and beheld the scene of a recent mountain skirmish, culminating in a surge of magic that caught his attention. After a moment's thought, he gazed at the twitching Sindaro. Your opportunity has arrived, foolish Sindaro. Go and smash that camp. Bring me the head of that sorcerer. Oh, and do not forget the flesh and corpses of these long-eared creatures. Struggling to rise, Sindaro knelt before the Bloodseeker. Yes, master, I will prove myself. Watching Sindaro's retreating figure, the Bloodseeker let out a cruel laugh and approached the altar's edge, raising both hands skyward, proclaiming, Harbinger of desires, vanguard of destruction, source of plague, arise, offspring of Victus. Let us together sow the blessings of Lord Gohorn across the world. Chapter 61. The bull known as Huengo Ridge Beloval did not contemplate the matter from a military perspective nor from individual strategies. In his view, since fire magic could counter such malevolent creatures, victory was assured. Merely a question of how to achieve it. At worst, they could bombard their way through with magic. Securing a successful advance before the king's arrival was paramount. Thus, the esteemed Beloval, a member of the Battle Mage Corps, resolved to lead the mages forward to the vicinity of Taquilin, awaiting an opportunity. The Wayfarers, led by Aurelia, had no choice but to follow suit. Having captured a hill, the Battle Mage Corps advanced further to Taquilin, knowing that if the Wayfarer forces did not follow, regardless of victory, the outcome would be grim. The notion of a singular, unstoppable force existed solely within the psyche of the Supreme Tauren, Huengo Ridge, a divine bull capable of toppling the Burning Legion. Norman surmised why Merzelin had included him. The influential figures he had previously allied with now exhibited a degree of aversion towards him. Dalkin's scheme, while simple, proved effective. He merely needed others to believe Norman would not wholeheartedly guide them. Yet, even so, many remained skeptical. Norman, I just saw you enter the grand tent with Merzelin from the Sunfire front, Lady Lydrin remarked with a charming smile, standing before Norman. Norman chuckled helplessly. For a rare moment of respite had presented itself, and he was just about to approach Talia to discuss certain matters when he was unexpectedly intercepted by Leah Doreen. Oh, how delightful to see you, Leah. Are you planning something mischievous? Leah Doreen, with her characteristic directness, replied, Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be so blunt? Norman rubbed his nose. Not at all. I am merely a soldier, as you well know. I am still a member of the Sunfire front. Leah Doreen regarded him with an expression that suggested she would only believe him if he were to admit defeat. Yes, you are correct. I have not forgotten about the Rat King. I suppose Merzelin is soon to meet his misfortune, isn't he? Norman instinctively tilted his head to the side. As a priest, you tend to overthink things, don't you? Look at me. Leah Doreen was incensed. You intend to seek revenge all by yourself? Are you mad? Why not include me? Norman nearly wept. You want to accompany me to eliminate the darkened father and son and then escape with me? Do you think Lord Vanderler would not light up the evening sky to witness the spectacle? Leah, it's not as you think. Once I finish this battle, I shall join the Grand Astrologer's research project. With Lord Vanderler overseeing the matters of the slums, that should suffice. Leah Doreen finally released his arm, her skepticism evident. Really? Norman replied with utmost seriousness. Indeed. If I deceive you, may I become a gelatinous creature. Very well, where are you headed? Leah Doreen remained slightly unconvinced, aware of his propensity to shoulder all the consequences alone. Norman, with a grave expression, stated, I am about to meet Talia to inform her of the changes at the Twilight House and my intention to partake in the Grand Astrologer's research project. Care to join me? All right. Leah Doreen tilted her head. It's not out of the question to accompany you. But if I find you have deceived me. Norman almost pounded his chest in assurance. I would never deceive you. Now, let us proceed. As Norman braved the disapproving gazes of the guards at the Windwalker Tower, he arrived at the training camp just in time to witness Winterisa gently instructing Talia. Extend your arms fully. To stretch means you do not relax. Yes. Keep your feet firmly planted on the ground. It infuriates me. After all this time, why is your stance still so crooked? Talia bit her lip in silence, gripping her longbow as Winterisa adjusted her posture. I apologize for interrupting your instruction, Norman remarked, noticing his sister's discontent. This simply would not do, as not everyone was privileged to receive personal guidance from a Windwalker. Upon recognizing Norman, Winterisa arched an eyebrow and stepped aside, secretly disdainful. Having previously thought this ranger quite impressive, only to discover he had led Talia astray with muddled techniques. Brother Norman, Talia exclaimed, leaping into his embrace, her lips quivering as she threatened to cry. Haha, Talia, you still hold such affection for him. Leah Doreen laughed from the side. Upon hearing this, Talia blushed and wriggled free from her brother's embrace. Hello, Miss Leah Doreen. We must not offend the golden pig. Norman took Talia's hand and approached Winterisa, Mistress Windwalker. I appreciate your efforts with Talia. Please, do not hesitate in your instruction. After bowing to Winterisa, he turned to Talia with a stern expression. Talia, not every ranger is a Windwalker. To receive guidance from a true Windwalker is something I once dared not even dream of. Even the tenacious Lady Afukia is merely an ordinary ranger. If you cannot grasp such detailed instruction. Talia stood frozen, her brother's harsh words rendering her downcast. Her nose twitching, fingers fidgeting, on the brink of tears. Enough. Winterisa interjected, pulling Talia protectively behind her. She is still a child. Some habits can be adjusted. Though there was an initial agreement, I have grown fond of her. So, you needn't worry about my instruction. Otherwise, why would I bring her to the battlefield? Norman sighed with a wry smile, just as Talia, sniffling, said, Sister Moon has been very kind to me. Everyone has been so nice. I just miss home. Winterisa shrugged, glancing at Norman with hands raised in a gesture of surrender, stepping aside. In a fleeting moment, she noticed the black and red gemstone pendant adorning Leah Doreen's ear. Her eyes lighting up. Goodness. Lord Vanderler is quite swift. She pulled Leah Doreen aside, whispering excitedly. Norman, feeling overwhelmed, had no choice but to lean closer to Talia and quietly share the news regarding the Twilight House. Talia's eyes widened, her mouth forming an OS. She incredulously gazed at her brother. Really? Chapter 62. Birds of a Feather. Talia had always imagined that the energy possessed by Lord Vanderler's disciples would be extraordinary. Yet she never anticipated that the energy behind Leah Doreen could be so mythic. My goodness. She had once dreamed that the Twilight House would become a shared home for the children of the entire slum. Though humble, it would no longer be precarious. It was only after awakening from her dreams that the harsh reality struck her with a fierce blow. Sustaining Elvis and the others was already an arduous task, let alone taking in more small children. Yet, now Norman had the audacity to inform her that Liadeline was somehow managing all of this, providing food, a new home, and even educational courses. Although these were offered by the Church of the Holy Light, were such privileges truly attainable for common folk? Norman must have sacrificed immensely to gain entry into the Windrunner Tower. Otherwise, why would General Aurelia have sought to belittle her with mere words? Meeting Lady Afukia and Norman was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. She truly felt like a golden pig. Talia gazed blankly at Liadeline, who was engrossed in a conversation with Sister Moon about jewelry, and murmured, "Ha." Norman affectionately ruffled Talia's hair and said, "Talia, You have grown remarkably. It seems your training at the Windrunner Tower has been quite diligent. Talia turned her head away, fixing her tousled hair, and asked, "Are you here to bid me farewell?" Norman gently turned her head back, gazing into her misty eyes, and whispered, "Today on the battlefield, I witnessed Darkon casting spells. With a mere flick of his wrist, those blood trolls that pursued us were reduced to ashes." He paused. "I cannot ascertain the probability of success, but regardless of the outcome, you must not act recklessly. If anything were to happen to you, it would spell disaster for us all." Just then, a soldier from the Sunstrider Legion approached, calling out, "Ranger Norman, Lieutenant Merzalin commands your return to the ranks." The soldier, facing disdain from the entire Windrunner camp, was seething with frustration as he finally located Norman. Speaking in an authoritative tone without a second thought, "Is this how the Sunstrider Legion operates?" Liadeline protested, recalling her mentor's words about Darkon's disregard for lives while using trolls to eliminate dissenters. The soldier maintained his stern demeanor. "Miss Priestess, this is a military order. Please, Leah." Norman softly interrupted, sensing her desire to say more, and then addressed the soldier, "Let us depart at once. Surely, a moment's delay will not impede your military command?" Ignoring the soldier's rigid expression, Wenrisa remarked that ever since Darkon's private troops arrived at the Windrunner camp, brawls and harassment of female rangers had become rampant, tarnishing the reputation of the entire Sunstrider Legion, a situation no one could truly blame. "Ranger Norman, I have decided to appoint Talia as the protector of Relas, which also aligns with the wishes of my two sisters." This declaration caused Norman's eyes to narrow slightly. "Protector? What on earth? Haha, Relas is not a warrior, and he will be heading to Silvermoon to further his studies in music. He certainly requires protection." Wenrisa winked at Norman, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding story between the two youngsters. "Ah, right." Norman was struck by Wenrisa's wink. My goodness, no wonder she is called the Moonlit Windrunner. This realization brought him back to that night, when Relas stood protectively in front of Talia. He was indeed quite impressive. Norman reached out and playfully tapped Talia's nose before standing upright. "Talia, I support the Windrunner's decision. This matter is settled. Protect him, just as he once protected you." Norman disregarded whatever Talia was about to say, fully aware that his actions bore consequences. With the backing of the Windrunners, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Standing tall, he raised his right hand and tapped it against his chest. Talia, seeing her brother perform a gesture shared among the siblings of the Duskwood, quickly mirrored the action. Talia fell silent, her gaze locked onto Norman, as if to etch his silhouette into her memory. She understood that this parting was laden with uncertainty. Norman dared not glance back at Talia, striding directly towards the soldier. "Let us proceed." Just as they were about to leave, Liadeline hurriedly approached, grabbing Norman's arm. "Promise me you'll return alive." She then embraced him. "Ah, Leah, I will come back, I promise." Norman's heart brimmed with emotion. "Sister, there is truly nothing between us. Why must you squeeze me so tightly?" Liadeline twisted his arm with satisfaction, pleased with the lesson imparted. Wenrisa winked at him. "You dare to show such an expression? Am I not beautiful? Do you truly promise?" Norman gently pried Liadeline's hands away, looking into the fierce eyes of the priestess, and nodded resolutely. "Yes, I promise." Liadeline scrutinized the scarred ranger with a discerning gaze, clearly unsatisfied with her earlier grip. "Really, I swear by the Sunwell." "All right, I shall reluctantly trust you this once." Liadeline finally nodded in satisfaction, having achieved the desired result. "Then farewell, we shall meet again." Norman bid farewell to the three heroes before turning to leave. No wonder these three were drawn together. They truly were heroes recognizing heroes, all equally headstrong. "Women," the soldier muttered under his breath, having witnessed the entire exchange. Silently relieved it was not him. Do you have any clever tactics?" Norman glanced at the disgruntled soldier. "Women only slow my arrow's flight." The soldier's remark elicited a smirk from Norman, who chose not to respond. "I believe you not at all." Meanwhile, deep within the forests of Antedalen, Sindara was leading a large group of blood trolls in pursuit of the flesh-hugging beasts, making their way towards the hill occupied by the Sunstrider Legion. A blood crow cawed as it descended before him. He extended his large hand, allowing the creature to settle in his palm. Before it could steady itself, its beak began to open and close, conveying the commands of the Bloodseeker. "Wretched Sindaro, encircle those mice and ensure not a single one escapes. When I arrive, if you have failed, the consequences shall be dire." Chapter 63. When Darkin comes knocking. By the time Norman returned to the small hillock he had once steadfastly defended, it had transformed into a fortress, equally capable of offense and defense. 2 layers of refuse were adorned with grotesque carcasses of flesh beasts. Soldiers jested as they removed the bodies, discarding them into the trenches. Once the task was nearly complete, a fire mage, long waiting nearby, pointed his staff, and flames erupted from the heap of corpses. The magical defense tower at the center of the camp intermittently unleashed splendid energy arrows into the burning forest, resulting in vibrant explosions. Norman looked up at the sky, which, unbeknownst to him, had become shrouded in a blood-red mist, obscuring the once clear night. The radiant Lady of the Moon was now tainted black and red, exuding an ominous aura. A soldier delivering orders soon arrived at the largest tent. After receiving permission to enter, he took a deep breath, lifted the fabric curtain, and stepped inside. Upon entry, a wave of heat and the scent of alcohol enveloped him. A group of elves, their attire ill-suited for the blazing sun, gathered around a long table, animatedly debating amidst coarse language, occasionally raising their goblets in a toast to the grinning Merzelin seated at the head of the table. The young ranger, whom Norman had encountered at the conscription office, stood beside him, incessantly refilling his cup. Ha ha ha, the illustrious Ranger Norman has returned. Don't just stand there like a fool. Soon there will be tasks to assign. Sit down and have a drink. Merzelin bellowed, raising his goblet in a jovial gesture toward Norman. Norman surveyed the surroundings, ignoring Merzelin. Instead, he managed a stiff smile and selected an empty seat to sit down. With a loud thud, the young ranger clumsily slammed a cup onto the table before Norman, casting a disdainful glance at him before returning to Merzelin's side. The once vibrant atmosphere dampened as Norman's presence caused those seated beside him to subtly shift away, fearful of incurring Merzelin's wrath. Disregarding the astonished or furious gazes directed at him, Norman calmly poured himself a drink. Raising his cup toward Merzelin, "May you achieve all your desires, Captain. Ha ha ha. I know you despise such an atmosphere, but we shall all have our wishes granted." It must be said that while Merzelin was a scoundrel, he was undeniably a figure of note. He remained indifferent to any slight disrespect directed at him. He lifted his goblet. "Come, let us toast to victory. To victory." The earlier silence evaporated, and the tent erupted back into its previous clamor. Norman declined the entreaties of the gang members to drink, remaining in his seat, quietly contemplating the gains and losses of recent times. The corrupted power of the void, where would it ultimately lead him? He sensed that the whispers were merely temporarily dispelled by the silvery glow, and if granted the opportunity, they would inevitably return. But what would that opportunity entail? An overload? If the Grand Star Mage had assimilated further with that entropy demon within the Sun's Fury Mage Tower, he too would have been lost. The void, indeed, exists to obliterate all. Additionally, with the assistance of the Church of the Holy Light and the Windrunners, both the Dusk Home and Talia had found some semblance of support. Regardless of his fate, they would remain safe. What lay ahead for him? In former times, he would have unhesitatingly proclaimed that the Dusk Home was the ultimate refuge. Yet since the completion of the mission to rescue the priestess, only he understood that in the stillness of midnight dreams, the warmth and bitterness of past events had transformed into mere symbols, like wisps of smoke adrift in memory, perhaps destined to dissipate unnoticed. The Grand Star Mage was correct. Anchor points could only be used once. Leah was a good girl. She should not and must not become a mere tool. Norman cast a glance at the boisterous Merzelin. Regardless of the circumstances, he must die. The souls of Corey, Costello, and those whose hopes he had dashed silently cried out for vengeance, wandering through the forests of Quel'Thalas. The fervor igniting in Norman's eyes was searing. He could hardly contain himself. "Ah, Norman, is it? I've heard of your exploits. The return of Saldora is your masterpiece," remarked an elf who approached with a goblet. "Indeed." The elf chuckled lightly, undeterred by Norman's skepticism. "I am the market overseer, though not in the sunlit sense." Norman nodded nonchalantly, acknowledging the ambitious designs of Darkan and his son. The elf grinned. "You must envy Captain Merzelin, commanding respect and loyalty. A true man should be like him." Norman laughed lightly. "Surely, you as an overseer have more to offer than idle chatter? While the fruits may be enticing, one must possess the means to partake. Mustn't he one? Thus, I require your assistance." With that, he produced a hefty little package from beneath the table. Norman accepted it, surprised by its weight. Gazing incredulously at the affluent overseer, the quantity was rather excessive. "Ha ha ha, my life is priceless. What do you say? It's a deal." The two clinked their goblets and drank deeply from their fine wine. The overseer patted Norman's hand and moved on to the next ranger. Norman shook his head. Seeking protection on the battlefield? A brilliant notion, indeed. No wonder he thrived in the market. Such intellect was not commonplace. Amidst jesting with the nearby young ranger, Merzelin kept an eye on the crowd, declaring, "This is my crew. I am the true king without a crown." In the midst of the gathering, there existed a most bothersome fly, one that was now unavoidable, and it seemed that its removal would have to wait until the conclusion of the task at hand. Captain, do you hold the ranger named Norman in high regard? He appears to harbor quite the grievances against you. Of course, I value each ranger of the Sunlit Legion, especially those with exceptional talents. Lanny. Merzelin smiled as he explained, secretly thinking to himself that this woman was rather foolish. Ah, I see. Your magnanimity is truly commendable. I was indeed reckless just now. I must learn much from you. Lanny stuck out her tongue, regretting her earlier display of disdain. Merzelin, captivated by Lanny's innocent and charming demeanor, felt a stirring in his heart. Such a naive and delightful woman was a rare find. That tongue, those lips, how enchanting. Suppressing the wicked thoughts that arose, he maintained his facade of generosity. After the banquet concludes, join me in my tent, and I shall impart some knowledge on leading a team. There is much for you to learn as a squad leader. Oh, is that permissible? How splendid. Lanny was filled with excitement. Indeed, her father was not mistaken. By studying diligently and treating others with honesty, one could rise above the rest. Just after joining the Sunlit Legion, she had already caught the eye of the captain before her, who was now willing to share his experiences in leading a team. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. Lord Dalcon has arrived. Amidst the diverse assembly within the tent, a resounding announcement echoed from outside, followed by the chilling visage of Dalcon, perpetually shrouded in frost, making his entrance. Chapter 64. The shift of hunter and prey. The departure of wine signifies both the indulgence of the drinker and the unwillingness of the cup to retain it. It splashes and spills upon the table, calling forth, gathering from all directions into the lowland, merging into a torrent that breaks free from the confines of patterned grooves, leaping off the table and embracing the Mother Earth. Tick-tock. In the silence of the tent, this was both their cry and their final lament. Dalcon surveyed the assembly, observing the members who were nearly cowering beneath the table, and nodded in satisfaction. The feast has now concluded. Norman and several rangers of the Sunlit Legion sat in a corner of the tent, quietly awaiting the imminent orders, much like the others present. Following reconnaissance by the Eye of Magic, the original plan had undergone alterations. We are now surrounded by aberrant beasts. The mission is cancelled. As Dalcon finished speaking, the mercenary leaders erupted into a frenzy of whispers, and among them, a fierce-looking elf addressed Dalcon. Lord Dalcon, our prior agreement did not encompass this clause. It is a trap. Dalcon cast a cold glance at him. What do you mean? According to the agreement, I choose to withdraw my share. Is that so? Dalcon retorted with a smile instead of anger. Then let us adhere strictly to the terms of the agreement. With that declaration, he raised his hand and, with a swift motion, grasped the fierce elf by the throat as if ensnared by an invisible hand, lifting him into the air. The elf's futile attempts to clutch his throat resulted in a face marred by shades of blue and red, his feet flailing helplessly in the void. The agreement clearly stated that I, Senator Dalcon, possessed the final authority. Dalcon's eyes glinted with ferocity as he scanned the surroundings. Those leaders, under the predatory gaze of his wolf-like eyes, averted their gazes in fear, not daring to meet his stare. With a decisive slash of his hand, a crimson line appeared across the elf's neck, and his head fell to the ground, the severed neck spouting forth a fountain of blood in all directions. Ah! Lanny let out a terrified scream, only to have Merzelin swiftly cover her mouth. Dalcon cast a frosty glance at the small ranger trembling in Merzelin's embrace, then turned back. Who else? The leaders, drenched in blood, did not dare to wipe it away, collectively responding, "Your will is our command." Dalcon placed both hands upon the long table, leaning slightly forward, his gaze akin to a beast poised to pounce. His subordinates will be incorporated into Gondlar's ranks, and his share will be divided among you, as you wish. The leaders were genuinely frightened. That fierce elf was the strongest among them. Yet Dalcon had extinguished his life as effortlessly as one would crush an ant. Dalcon waved his hand, conjuring a magical projection that pointed to the mountain peak above the troll tribe. Before the first light of dawn graces us, we shall set forth to seize this hilltop. The spoils of war shall be doubled. A sudden uproar erupted within the tent. Lord Dalcon, will it truly be doubled? Lord Dalcon, the Lynx Guild is sworn to serve. Dalcon gestured for silence, allowing the excited throng to calm before coldly declaring, Dralashir shows no favoritism and offers no mercy. Now, apart from those necessary for vigilance, all others shall rest. If you desire my reward, then fight with all your might. Dalcon disregarded the clamoring leaders as they departed, leaving only himself, his son, and Lanny, nestled within Merzelin's arms. Merzelin discreetly gave Lanny a gentle pat, signaling her to leave first. Father. Send your men tomorrow to keep watch over those gang members. If anyone attempts to flee, kill. If they fight ineffectively, kill. If they act deceitfully, kill. Yes, father. Norman followed the members of the first squad out of the tent, taking deep breaths of the air laden with the scent of roasted meat. Having nearly lost control moments before, he glanced up at the blood-red mist enveloping the night sky, silently assuring himself that there would be further opportunities, even better opportunities. As time progressed, the sanguine haze thickened, and the White Lady, no, she should now be referred to as the Crimson Lady. At this very moment, the Bloodseeker stood on the ridge, observing the encampment of the long-eared creatures. Beside him, the malevolent amalgamation known as the offspring of Victus dripped black liquid from its contorted form. Wherever these drops landed, they were accompanied by rising black smoke, causing the plants to wither and the earth to lament. The towering Sandaro buried its head in the soil, hesitant to speak. Oh, it seems these long-eared ones intend to make a move. The Bloodseeker crossed his arms and addressed Sandaro. Share your findings. Cautiously, Sandaro lifted his head. Master, those long-eared creatures have relocated the magical defense towers. Our flesh beasts cannot breach their defenses. The Bloodseeker straightened his back. Go on. I dispatched war behemoths to test the situation, but even their might could not withstand the tower's assault. Sandaro hastily completed his statement before burying his head in the ground again. Trembling, the Bloodseeker crouched down and patted Sandaro's head. It is merely magic. You truly are a useless creature. However, you are not entirely without merit. He laughed heartily. At the very least, you have gauged the attack strength of those magical towers. The offspring of Victus interjected, I am hungry. Today, I shall show you what true power is. Sandaro suddenly raised his head. Master, do you mean? Yes, indeed. The long-eared camp possesses a teleportation portal. We can directly access the other side where more flesh awaits. The Bloodseeker erupted into a manic laughter. How amusing. The hunter has become the hunted. I wonder if those long-eared ones will feel surprised. Come forth, my servants. The grand feast is about to commence. The soldiers of the Sunfire line, stationed around the camp, had grown somewhat bored due to the absence of the repulsive flesh beasts, their taut nerves beginning to slacken. Hey, when will this battle end? When I arrived, I saw countless monsters. Countless? Did you not see Lord Darkin wave his hand and clear out so many aberrant trolls? The power of magic is truly admirable. Oh, please. Does your mental reservoir even meet the standards of an apprentice mage? You are no different than I, merely roasting in this heat. Humph. Once I accumulate enough gold, I will show you what a truly powerful mental reservoir looks like. Suddenly, the squad leader seated on the high platform opened his eyes wide and bellowed downwards. You too. Quiet. Something feels off. Just as his words fell, a cacophony of pounding footsteps and roars erupted from the dark forest, accompanied by a thick scent of blood. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm echoed through the night sky, rousing everyone from their stupor. Form ranks. Do not panic. Form ranks. The lieutenant shouted as he hurriedly gathered the frantically running soldiers while helping an overturned ranger to his feet. Warriors, advance. Hold the line. Ranger, ensure the defense is solid. Battle mages, prepare the firestorm. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Fire. Norman followed the members of the first squad, driven by their heart-wrenching shouts, through the clamor of the camp towards the command center. As the battle escalated, the magical defense towers began to hum, launching brilliant beams that sliced through the long night illuminated by blood and fire, unleashing torrents of carnage upon the flesh beast horde. Lieutenant Merzelin. The first squad is fully assembled. Merzelin nodded, pointing at the magical holographic display. At ease. The magical sentinels have detected what appears to be the presence of these monsters' leader at this location. I need you to take the first and second squads and execute a decapitation mission. Not enough. There exists a presence more formidable than this leader. I can sense the unrest of the magical elements. Darkin dismissed Merzelin's plan, just as he intended to elaborate. A strange whispering began to resonate as if emanating from a distant time and space, gradually transitioning from a barely audible murmur to a clear, escalating, and increasingly frenzied crescendo. Not good. Darkin raised his hand to conjure an arcane barrier, isolating the maddening sound. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, take your people and those gang members and charge forward. Eliminate the marked leader. Quickly. Father. Merzelin looked at him with concern. It's fine. I will confront him. Release all magical sentinels to ensure the camp's safety. Hurry. Darkin swiftly concluded, brushing his hand over the ring on his right hand, conjuring a verdant wind that lifted him toward the source of the uncanny sound, precisely the ridge where the Bloodseeker resided. At this moment, look at the sky. A cry startled the rangers engaged in fierce combat. prompting them to gaze upward. A pitch-black sphere spun rapidly towards the magical defense tower, and in that serene moment, an ominous aura permeated the air. Destroy it. All eyes in the camp were fixed on the magical defense tower, filled with anticipation. It seemed the mages within the tower heard the collective plea. The tip of the tower ignited with arcane energy amid the resonating roar of magic. Moments later, a blue-white arcane shockwave erupted from the crystal atop the tower, trailing a long tail as it surged towards the black sphere. Boom! The rampant magic unleashed its fury above the camp. Every individual widened their eyes, fixated on the sky, indifferent to the tumult of magical tides. This is impossible. How could the arcane sword have no effect? A battle mage fell to the ground in disbelief, staring at the still-spinning black sphere, murmuring. The black sphere appeared unscathed, maintaining its leisurely pace as it drifted toward the defense tower. It's not entirely ineffective. It has shrunk. Again, the battle mage realized the sphere had diminished in size, rising to his feet and shouting towards the tower. As the words fell, the dark sphere suddenly accelerated and collided directly with the defenses, splattering against the pristine white walls of the tower with a resounding thud, as if absorbed by the wall, swiftly dissolving within. Contrary to expectations, no explosion occurred, yet surprisingly, the defensive barrier of the tower remained untriggered. Just as confusion enveloped the onlookers, chilling screams echoed from within the tower, emanating from the arcane manipulators. Merzelin gestured towards Harvey, urging Harvey, take your team and investigate. Norman cautiously followed Harvey, sensing a malignant aura emanating from the black sphere. During their time at the Windwalker Tower, the Archmage had spoken of a never-before-seen energy that amalgamated pestilence, destruction, and desire, a pure source of malevolent contamination. The situation appeared to worsen. Animals had mutated or been modified. And where had the aberrant trolls, aside from those slain by Darkan, vanished? As Norman pondered these grim thoughts, an arcane practitioner suddenly burst forth from the tower. Stop! Harvey bellowed, yet he remained rooted in place, unwilling to advance. The arcane practitioner seemed deaf to his command, hands covering his face, body grotesquely contorted as he recklessly sprinted into the fray. Barely a few steps in, his skin, muscles, and bones began to melt away, like wax candles burning, flowing to the ground. In mere moments, only a bubbling, foul-smelling black liquid remained, pooling in the mud. Harvey and his companions stared at the liquid in shock, exchanging glances, until the mage finally spoke. Norman, go see what that liquid is. Norman, glancing at the seemingly oblivious mage, replied, I want to go. Whatever that is. I suggest we simply burn it. You. Merzelin approached and patted the mage on the shoulder. Burn it directly. The magical defense tower is useless now. Harvey, gather everyone. We prepare to depart and eliminate that leader. He cast a significant glance at Norman, who, aware of the underlying tension, shrugged nonchalantly. Captain, I believe we don't need so many to strike. They're just outside the camp in the darkness. The pre-battle report from the Dawn Messenger was detailed. Did you all forget? Are you treating me like a rookie? The blood trolls are already at the camp's edge. Can't you sense that? Norman had misjudged Merzelin and the others. Despite having learned much in the Archmage's laboratory, he lacked awareness of his own capabilities. The Archmage, a fervent scholar, adhered to the principle of ask me, and I shall tell, do not ask, and you shall not know, making misjudgments a trivial matter. Their enmity, regardless of any miscalculations, was a minor concern. What did you say? Merzelin asked urgently. Before Norman could respond, his aide, hoarse from shouting, cried, Captain, 12 o'clock direction, at the forest's edge. Requesting support. Chapter 66. Blood Night. A low, ominous growl reverberated from the depths of the eastern darkness, accompanied by heavy, thunderous footsteps and the sound of branches snapping, echoing through the night sky. The warriors stationed at the front lines anxiously gazed into the shadows, gripping their swords and shields tightly, beads of sweat trickling down their faces, pulling at their chins. Stay calm. Do not panic. They are merely mindless beasts. The strong shields braced against the onslaught, swords swung with conviction. At some point, the aide had moved to the forefront of the formation, brandishing his sword, hoarsely rallying the troops' morale. It could be said that anyone could be absent from the Radiant line, but without this aid, they would merely be a disorganized rabble. As the footsteps drew nearer, illuminated by the dying embers, a horde of blood trolls, towering over 3 meters, their arms transformed into massive bone blades, muscles bulging, cloaked in dark light, emerged from the shadows. They screeched, trampling over the flesh beasts that failed to evade, and as they entered the open ground, they let out a roar, charging towards the lines. First squad, prepare armor-piercing arrows. Second squad, prepare explosive arrows. Overload attack. Fire. Arrows glimmered with either dark or searing cold light, slicing through the air, embedding themselves in the monstrous beings, igniting flames that momentarily obscured their forms. Eternal Sun. A ranger with keen eyesight paused in his shooting, murmuring in disbelief as he beheld the results of the arrow rain. Those blood trolls, no, blood beasts, emerged from the flame and steel barrage, seemingly unfazed, their surrounding dark aura no longer flickering. More despairing was the sight of the leading beasts, riddled with arrows, charging forth with unyielding speed. The aide could only shout, "Raise shields," before being sent flying into the darkness, shield and all, by the first beast's sweeping blade, uncertain of his fate. Terrifying beasts surged forward, and soon chaos reigned. The frontline warriors loyally fulfilled their duty, knowing they faced certain death, yet still bravely shouted, raising their swords and shields to meet their demise. The beasts wielded their colossal bone blades, swiftly tearing through the entire formation, while the previously ineffective flesh beasts seized the opportunity, slipping through the shattered lines and unleashing a tide of slaughter. All was lost. The officer, flung away from the impact, leaned against a tree, coughing up blood in great heaves. He had lost all sense of his own corporeal existence. In that violent collision, he knew his lumbar and thoracic vertebrae had been shattered, yet he questioned why he had to endure the agony of witnessing such a tragic defeat. He had done everything that was required of him. A bloodthirsty beast, its maw dripping with saliva, charged towards him with a terrifying roar. "Farewell, Shauna, farewell, my beloved." He gazed up at the crimson-stained night sky, a blissful smile gracing his lips as he envisioned Shauna playing with their child in the maple grove, their laughter resonating in joyous harmony. Such a moment of happiness. Oh, how he longed to see them again. Just as this thought flickered in his mind, a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth consumed his entire world. "Captain, what do we do?" Harvey inquired anxiously of Merzelin, who was beset by a multitude of financial burdens, yet yearned for survival. The Rangers had descended into hand-to-hand combat, indicating the entire Eastern Front had collapsed, and the officer's once resounding roars had been swallowed by darkness, leaving little hope for his survival. Merzelin wiped the sweat from his brow, a sense of dread enveloping him. These trolls were unlike those who would retreat after suffering minor casualties. They were monstrous entities driven solely by destruction. "Merzelin, if there are no further developments." Then, Norman shut his eyes in anguish, knowing that among the fallen soldiers were some of his few friends. Caught between vengeance and friendship, he was at a loss for choice. If he eliminated Merzelin, the entire Sunfire Legion would crumble, yet if he spared him, how could he face the souls of the unjustly slain? In Merzelin's moment of despair, a tremendous sound erupted from the distant ridge. A colossal bird of flames soared from the forest, stretching its wings in the sky. Upon reaching its zenith, it let out a resounding cry, then dove straight down, producing a thunderous roar as if a volcano had erupted, unleashing torrents of fire. "We have magical automatons," Merzelin exclaimed, eyes gleaming with renewed courage as he gazed towards the infernal ridge. "Harvey, maintain discipline here. I shall return promptly." Without waiting for a response from his subordinates, he dashed towards the camp. Moments later, an ethereal yet commanding voice resonated from the camp. "Protect. Annihilate." Several magical automatons, towering like the blood beasts, burst through the tents, rumbling towards the shattered battlefield. "Look, it's the magical matches," shouted a soldier amidst the chaos, relaying the good news to his comrades. But just then, a massive bone blade sliced through the air, cleaving him and his equipment in half. His upper body remained suspended in shock, slowly sliding to the ground. The blood beast noticed the bizarre contraption, shaking off the blood from its blade, and let out a roar as it charged forward. Bang! With a resounding crash. The blood beast glanced at the bone blade that had ensnared it, bewildered. This was not the expected outcome. Before it could comprehend the situation, a colossal fist from the magical automaton struck its pitifully small head. Boom! Its skull exploded like a shattered melon, red and black fluids splattering everywhere. Along with the erupting liquid, grotesque, writhing entities surged forth from its neck, swiftly coalescing into a grotesque cocoon. Annihilate. The magical automaton paid no heed to the blood beast's transformation. It bellowed a single word from its core before unleashing a barrage of powerful blows. Then, raising its right hand, a beam of fiery light flashed, transforming the blood beast into a burning mass of unknown charred flesh. Long live Qualthalis, the beleaguered soldiers, witnessing the invincible stance of the magical automatons, could not suppress their cheers. "Soldiers, follow the magical matches. We shall counterattack." Merzelin nodded with satisfaction. instructing the troops to rally behind the magical automatons. He turned to Harvey. Gather your men. I will command a magical mech to breach a path. We will eliminate that leader. As you wish, Captain. Harvey paused, glancing at Norman. Where's that leader? Chapter 67. No one wishes to become a cold number. Norman rolled his eyes, realizing they were avoiding responsibility, sending themselves out to take the fall. The leader was likely in the direction from which the horde of blood trolls emerged. Merzelin exchanged quick glances with the two, nodding at Harvey. It's time for us to move. Once we eliminate the leader, we shall retreat. Sindaro was consumed by rage. The fiery bird had rekindled memories of its terror under magical dominion. Those cursed elves had driven their tribe from their northern homeland. And now they sought to sabotage their master's grand design, truly a path to self-destruction. With a sweeping gesture, it unleashed all its beasts to converge from all directions. Crush these wretched elves. Captain, there are more of these monsters. Harvey's sword flickered with flames as he slashed across a beast's neck, leaping off its back. Disregarding its thunderous collapse as he gasped to Merzelin. They had surged a considerable distance from the battlefield, yet the number of monsters continued to multiply. Something was amiss. Had they been discovered? As Merzelin began to speak, Norman released the string of his bow. Everyone, it's here. Merzelin gestured a signal to Harvey, who nodded in agreement. With the magical mechs as their formidable allies, it was worth the gamble. The members of the first squad exchanged knowing glances, instinctively retrieving combat potions from their pockets. Drinking deeply as they awaited the appearance of their prey, Merzelin seethed inwardly. These ungrateful wretches would face his wrath upon their return. Yet, there was a more pressing matter at hand. He cast a fleeting glance at Norman. Ignite the surrounding forest. We no longer require concealment. The roaring flames not only isolated the wooded expanse, but also captured the attention of Sindalar. You pathetic creatures dare to challenge the great chieftain of Sindalar. I shall extract your hearts. With a mighty roar, Sindalar and his subordinates pushed aside the burning debris, advancing into the fray. I can hardly contain my anticipation. On an unnamed ridge, Darkhan panted heavily as he confronted an unfamiliar troll, dark tendrils connecting to its form. The earlier phoenix strike had nearly vanquished it. Ah, long years. Is this your magic? Is this all you can muster? The Bloodseeker mocked Darkhan, failing to recognize that the malevolent amalgamation was, in fact, his endless life and energy source. Attack me? How delightful. Monster, today marks your demise. Darkin's face darkened. Never had anyone dared to mock him so, not even a beast. Enraged, he retaliated with a series of fireballs the size of basins, launching them as soon as he spoke. Ha ha ha. Take a look at your subordinates, long years. The Bloodseeker, shield raised, deflected the barrage of fireballs, bemused by Darkin's folly. Merely fodder. Dodging an impact, he raised a thumb. I quite agree with your perspective. So you won't mind if my pet feasts upon them, will you? Darkhan, his expression grim, remained silent. Swiftly casting spells while secretly gathering the arcane energy needed for a powerful release. Then you consent? The Bloodseeker muttered as he parried. Why not join us? The Master shall grant you unparalleled power. The Bloodseeker was immensely pleased. This long-eared creature resonated with his ambitions, prompting him to release the malevolent amalgamation while simultaneously attempting to recruit Darkhan. Your prattle is excessive. Perish. At last, Darkin's arcane energy was ready, and he eagerly unleashed it. Arcane force. With a forceful stomp, the ground erupted, an overwhelming surge of energy pouring forth from within him. Blue-white arcane energy swirling around his form, so potent it manifested as arcs of lightning, dazzling in brilliance. How intriguing. The Bloodseeker bared his teeth, exhibiting the predatory demeanor of a beast facing a formidable foe. In that case, as he spoke, his pupils transformed into a deep crimson, unleashing twin beams of red. And his body, previously robust, tightened with a cacophony of cracking sounds, bone spikes erupting from his limbs and back. Moreover, his entire form became encased in glistening, blood-tinged bone armor. So be it. The Bloodseeker growled, charging directly at Darkhan as he faced the incoming arcane missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The air shuddered, debris raining down as the battlefield became shrouded in chaos. Dark clouds obscured the crimson moon. The blood spilled by Quidorii, and the monsters saturating the soil and rock of the hill. Perhaps it was an eternity, or merely a fleeting moment. The cries of the fallen mingled with roars, and the sounds of carnage echoed across the blood-soaked hill. After the initial tumult, the soldiers of the flame line managed to regroup, relying on their magical constructs. Is anyone still alive? The medic called out loudly, desperately searching amidst the sea of corpses, hoping for a response from any wounded. One ranger, having slain a wandering blood beast, averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of the medic, who was on the brink of collapse. Sonia, there are no survivors on the front line. I refuse to believe it. Sonia stubbornly continued her search. There must be some who survived. Noticing the ranger's intent to speak further, his companion gently nudged him, murmuring, "The medics have sworn oaths under the dawn." The voice was neither loud nor soft, just audible enough for all present to hear, yet Sonia seemed oblivious, continuing her cries for assistance. "Dralhir, what have you done?" At last, one ranger could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere, releasing a howl to the heavens. "What good is blindly targeting the leader of these monsters? Even if we slay their chief, they will continue to swarm us. And those mercenaries, are they truly Dralhirs? They cower behind the lines, trembling in fear. Perhaps we are merely cannon fodder." Strange whispers echoed once more as the survivors recalled the orb that had destroyed the mage's tower. It was this very sound. Looking skyward, they noticed a formless entity morphing above the battlefield, dark tendrils emanating from it, linking to the blood, corpses, and the surviving beings below. Could they hear the sound of water gurgling? The rangers guarding the medic exchanged glances in the dim light. The one who had previously urged the medic lifted her into his arms and fled toward the camp. Chapter 68. The debt you owe must be repaid. Warning. Insufficient energy. Entangled in dark tendrils, the once clear mechanical voices of the magical constructs grew muted, their strength waning. Those at the forefront began to falter under the brute force of the monstrous beings. "Oh heavens, someone save me. I will offer all my gold." For reasons unknown, the market administrator bore the thickest and most numerous dark lines, wrapped like a cocoon in midair, desperately calling for aid. The young ranger, who had just emerged from Merzelin's tent, was paralyzed with fear as she faced the monstrous surge of creatures. Fortunately, she was rescued by a soldier following a magical puppet. At that moment, she covered her mouth, staring in bewilderment at the dark cocoon suspended in midair. Everything that transpired today exceeded her wildest imagination. Were they not supposed to be battling jungle trolls? Why were there so many unimaginable and terrifying monsters? Just as her sanity was on the brink of collapse, something far more horrifying occurred. "You bastards," receiving money, and the administrator's curses had not fully escaped his lips when a blood-curdling scream erupted from him. The black threads abruptly contracted into his body, tightening and emitting an evil black light. His once robust body suddenly caved in, as if something was rapidly siphoning off his flesh and blood. In mere moments, the black light dissipated, and with a thud, his remains fell to the ground, shattered like decayed wood. A broken bone flew towards the young ranger, and in terror, she realized it was merely a thin layer of matter riddled with countless tiny holes, reminiscent of the long-exposed bones of the wilderness. She gagged violently, wondering what vile entity that inky mass represented. "Candel, channel all your magic into the puppet. We must retreat," shouted a soldier marked with the number 9, shaking the equally dazed mage frantically. "See, Captain." The mage, in a stupor, glanced at his captain and then looked down at his chest, where a black thread connected him to the dark mass above. The captain followed his gaze, trembling as he inquired, "Candel?" His voice was laden with despair. As the murmurs grew clearer, more black threads connected to the survivors. They made a shocking discovery. The mercenaries bore the most black threads, followed closely by those who had once faithfully followed Merzelin. A mage infused all his magic into the puppet, then downed a vial of blue potion, casting a spell of amplification upon himself. "Those who can still move, head towards the camp. Run," he shouted, then dashed towards the camp, casting various supportive spell scrolls upon himself as he fled. At this moment, others with fewer black threads awoke from their stupor and followed suit in a mad dash. The captain of the 9th Squad, witnessing his comrades' anguished descent, recalled the tales Norman had once shared with him. Every word was true. "Candel, why?" Candel's contorted face twisted into a pained smile. "I need to advance. I crave greater power. We must go now." His mind was engulfed by whispers, feeling as though his head would explode, his energy transmitted via the black threads to the unknown evil core. "Let us merge, achieving eternal life, unparalleled power." Candel's eyes gleamed with fervor as he murmured, his twisted face alight with intoxication. If the captain of the 9th Squad had not grasped the situation, he would truly be doomed. He turned and seized the dazed young ranger, racing towards the camp. After a short distance, she finally reacted. What was that? Some kind of amalgamation of evil desires. Norman leaped onto the back of Sindaro, plunging his curved blade deep into its nape, rolling to the ground and coldly observing as it roared and shrieked in place. "Impressive, Norman. Merzelin praised as he dispatched the final Sindaro Guardian with a powerful explosive arrow. The small grove, rife with desperate struggle, was strewn with debris. The path-clearing puppet lay in scattered parts, mingled with the remains of the bloodthirsty beasts. Harvey knelt, panting heavily. He had been swept away by Sindaro's bone blade. Had he not managed to block with his shield, he would have met the same fate as his two fallen companions. A mage stealthily approached Harvey from behind, preparing to assist his captain. Haraha! Sindaro suddenly ceased its rampage, laughing heartily, allowing the blade to remain embedded in its neck. Do you think you have defeated me? How foolish. Master, your humble servant, Sindaro requests. A faint red glow flickered from its body, but before it could finish, Norman leaped again, swiftly maneuvering to its back, gripping the hilt of his blade, and bellowing as he brought it down. Huh! Sindaro's hand, just raised, paused in midair. Perplexed as it gazed ahead, Merzelin nodded vigorously to Harvey and the others. Let us go. He drew a shimmering electric arrow from his magical pouch, knocking it towards Norman. The mage's eyes glinted coldly as he raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of arcane missiles toward Norman. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions filled the air with dust, obscuring their view. Not seeing Norman's remains, Merzelin dared not relax, swiftly retrieving another electric arrow in readiness. Moments later, as the dust settled, a purple orb pulsed amid Sindaro's charred remains, rippling with energy. How decisive you are, Merzelin. Norman rose, dispersing his protective barrier, his voice as calm as ever, though the fury in his eyes pierced Merzelin like a thorn. You owe me a debt. It is time to repay. With that, Norman conjured a purple energy sword, propelled himself forward, leaping towards Harvey and the mage with astonishing speed. So swift. Though Merzelin was astonished, he did not falter, shouting, Harvey, block him. Grabbing his shield, Harvey charged forward with a roar, only to miss Norman as he brushed past. Everything transpired in a flash, just as the mage prepared to unleash his ice spear. Norman pounced before him, and in a flash of purple light, the mage clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground. Merzelin gritted his teeth in disbelief. You actually concealed your true strength? Chapter 69, I want to go home. I must thank you. Without your intervention, I would not have encountered such fortune. Norman turned and shattered the long arrow shot by Merzelin, expressing his gratitude. Merzelin cast a sidelong glance at the severed body of Harvey, the most elite defender, now dead. A chill surged from his feet upward. What debt do I owe you? I will pay you any amount of gold. Norman sneered. Gold? Merzelin, what I seek is your life. Those lives extinguished by your hand can never return. Wait. Merzelin retreated hastily, evading Norman's onslaught. My father is a councilman. I can offer you 3 times, no, 10 times the gold. Norman advanced with the swiftness of a striking serpent, relentlessly pressing Merzelin into a corner, declaring, I have said it. Your life is the only currency that suffices. Seizing a moment of Merzelin's stumble, he swung his sword, the blade gleaming like a wheel. This strike is for Talia. This strike is for Costello. This strike is for Corey. This strike is for Fanny, who chose to end her life by the lake. This strike is for all those who died because of you, who can no longer fight. Norman halted, coldly observing the bloodied and wounded Merzelin. Do you have any final words? Merzelin, gravely weakened, brushed his hand across his magical pouch, muttering, I want you to die with me. Norman's expression shifted drastically as he decapitated Merzelin, seizing the head and leaping into the woods. The magical runes on the pouch glimmered with a crimson light, and an explosive shockwave erupted. Boom. A small mushroom cloud billowed upward. Ah, what's wrong? Are your men dead? The Bloodseeker taunted, retracting its claws. It had noticed the fleeting pain on the magician's face. It was truly profound. Pointing at the mushroom cloud below, it exclaimed, Wow, look at that magnificent explosion. Close your filthy mouth, you wretched beast. Darkin roared with blood-red eyes. Merzelin was in peril, and now his son was in danger. That explosion was from the magical pouch, a gift he had given when Merzelin came of age. Darkin swore to crush anyone who dared to harm Merzelin, starting with this beast before him. The Bloodseeker sensed the magician's rising aura and feigned fear, saying, Wow, I didn't do it. You know I'm too busy. Die. A torrent of flames surged forth, more accurately described as a fiery current rushing toward the Bloodseeker. It barely had time to raise a thin shield before being sent flying by the force. Darkin didn't even glance at its charred body, continuing to chant incantations. A small firebird emerged from the magical array at his chest, and as he continued the spell, the flames upon the bird shifted from bright yellow to a deep blue. You have provoked me. The Bloodseeker screeched, its body flashing with bloodlight. As it stood, charred flesh fell away, yet it appeared unscathed. It was furious. It spotted the azure firebird, It felt the breath of death closing in. It was trapped, seemingly unable to escape. Just as it prepared to fight with all its might, a spear of purple light shot from the woods toward Darkin. Is there someone else? Darkin's soul trembled as he hurriedly halted his spell, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, and turned to unleash the firebird in the direction of the spear. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only the ability to gather information through sight. The firebird elegantly flapped its wings, gliding towards the purple spear upon contact. The spear evaporated without a trace. Then, the firebird let out a mournful cry from the depths of its being before erupting. Boom! Flames burst forth from the ridge, spilling like molten stars, painting the entire mountaintop crimson. Everywhere was scorched. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The mage stood at the portal, channeling magical energy while loudly beckoning the surviving soldiers to withdraw. Outside the camp walls, the beast tide crashed like a wave. In the sunlight, he clearly saw the remaining survivors, alongside the insatiable dark mass. Wait, Sunlight. Look over there. A ranger pointed toward the ridge, which had transformed into a realm of flames, where even the fire elementals could be seen frolicking. Heavens! The muffled sounds of explosion and the accompanying shockwaves finally arrived late, landing a slap on the mouth of the loquacious ranger, silencing him entirely. The conglomerate of desire in the air emitted a mournful wail, and the dark lines retracted, tightly enveloping its core. After a long moment, the survivors, staggering and disoriented, began to rise. One voice cried out in desperate anguish, "Mage, are you all right? Quickly, open the portal. I want to go home." On the fiery ridge, at the epicenter of the explosion, the earth shimmered like glass, reflecting the remnants of flames. Trees closer to the blast were vaporized instantaneously, while those slightly farther away stood, charred branches pointing skyward, silently protesting the calamity they had endured. Darkin coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. He retrieved several alchemical potions from his magical ring and consumed them all in haste. The Bloodseeker lay nearby, surrounded by a halo of bloodlight, teetering between life and death. A purple figure struggled below, slowly rising. Darkin's vengeful magic had not only injured himself, but had also severely harmed all three parties involved. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, wondering who had ambushed him. Were there other foes? Norman carried Merzelin's head as he walked, desperately channeling energy to heal his own body. Despite his efforts to elevate his own status, he had still underestimated the high-ranking mage. The Bloodseeker finally rose to its feet, having just siphoned a significant amount of vitality from the amassed desires. Fortunately, the support of friends allowed it to endure. Had it fallen upon itself, the consequences would have been dire. It observed the sorcerer across from it, whose blood-red eyes fixated intently, a smirk forming on his lips. "Do not gaze at me so. I am as unaware as you of the identity of my benefactor, yet it is my Dalcon who has aided me." A voice, laden with fury, pierced through the flames, followed by the silhouette of a figure encased in a purple crystal, stepping forth from the fire. The Bloodseeker immediately fell silent, an inexplicable familiarity enveloping it. After issuing a command for the accelerated collection of desires, it stood still, contemplating. Who could this be? An emissary of the Lord? Dalcon, weakened from the toll of his spells and the backlash of magic, felt his spirit in turmoil. The newcomer was an enemy, and he could not afford to be careless. As the figure approached, it tossed a dark object that rolled to his feet. Upon closer inspection, a horrified gasp escaped him. Merzelin? Chapter 70. The resurgence of Gohorn Dalcon, tears streaming down his face, cradled his son's head, roaring in anguish, more feral than any beast. "Ah, my friend, let us vanquish him together, shall we?" The Bloodseeker whispered to Norman, having pondered for a long while without discerning the identity of this man. For he had merely followed Zul's command to emerge from Nazmir. Norman pointed accusingly at the Bloodseeker. "All of this is your doing. You must perish as well." The Bloodseeker, perplexed, touched its nose with elongated claws, bewildered. What madness is this? A creature wielding divine power of the Blood God condemning another follower of the Blood God to death. "Oh, Supreme Lord, open your eyes and behold. This world has gone mad." "Ah, it was you." Dalcon, his eyes ablaze with fury, stood up without hesitation and unleashed a scorching ray toward Norman. "I want you all to perish." The rapid casting of various fire spells rained down upon Norman, reminiscent of the full magical onslaught he had endured in the Grand Astrologist's laboratory. Norman's eyes reddened, recalling the torment inflicted upon him by the Grand Astrologist. He still remembered it well. "Solanriel!" Norman shouted, conjuring a protective barrier as he deftly maneuvered towards Dalcon, gradually closing the distance. Dalcon's lips curled into a cruel smile. He feared that Norman would not dare approach. Dragon's breath. Just as Norman was within 3 paces of Dal'Kon, poised to unleash his speed. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated in his ears, disorienting him, and an intense stream of searing flames surged towards him. Norman forced himself to remain calm, barely raising his hands to conjure a barrier, only to be propelled backward by the fiery torrent, his garments and hair singeing and burning at the extreme heat, his skin beginning to crack. At that moment, as they clashed, the Bloodseeker laughed heartily, darting toward Dal'Kon with lightning speed, intent on eliminating the sorcerer first. As for the other, had he not been enjoying the pleasures of a barbecue? Dal'Kon, whose heart was consumed by vengeance for his son, was oblivious to the Bloodseeker's assault, only feeling a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone. As the Bloodseeker prepared to strike again, Dal'Kon's protective aura flared, and an arcane shockwave sent it flying. Sensing the immediate threat had subsided, Dal'Kon hastily ceased his spellcasting, pouring life potions from his ring onto his wound with abandon. The Bloodseeker rose, wiping the black blood from its mouth, regarding Dal'Kon with cruel mockery. Never has anyone dared to dismiss my existence. Dal'Kon glanced between Norman and the Bloodseeker. Are you two in league? Purple energy coursed rapidly beneath Norman's skin, the charred flesh on his body flaking away like debris. Today, only one would leave this place alive. The Bloodseeker licked its lips. As you wish. Let us rewind time slightly. Just as Norman hurled a treacherous spear at Dal'Kon, the Grand Astrologist, accompanying the king to the front lines, sensed something amiss. She opened the window of the magical carriage and gazed toward the starry sky above the Anteteron Mountains, murmuring to herself, the celestial alignment has shifted. While she pondered deeply, the king's attendant arrived to report, Your Excellency, the king requests your presence. After hearing the Grand Astrologist's words, King Anastharion reflected for a moment and said, So, something significant is unfolding toward the direction of the Anteteron Mountains? The Grand Astrologist pressed her lips together. Your Majesty, I suspect you feel it too. Indeed, the agitation of the fire element is palpable even within the royal court. I believe it to be Counselor Dal'Kon. Only he possesses the capacity to unleash such chaos on the front lines. He is far too radical. The darkness in Silvermoon City. I had suppressed it due to the impending war, yet here he is, stirring trouble once more. Does he so desperately wish to be king? The Grand Astrologist smiled faintly, refraining from answering. Was she expected to respond to such a perilous inquiry? If her research funding vanished, who would reimburse her? The king, undeterred by her response, chuckled and inquired, Tell me about that ranger named Norman. The Grand Astrologist, with a resigned grimace, began recounting the tales she knew of Norman. Now, returning to the present moment, as the 3 factions clashed upon the ridge, the camp's defenses crumbled under a chorus of whispered incantations. The camp walls were toppled by the frenzied blood beasts, banners falling into the blood-soaked mire, countless beastly feet trampling over those who could not escape, either becoming food for the monsters or devoured by the desires. As the consumption by the amassed desires reached its climax, the whispers grew distinctly audible, intertwining with malevolent shouts. Go horn, go horn. Blood nourishes you. Desire pleases you. You are the harbinger of plague. You are the sovereign of the stars. As the crescendo of this chant reached its peak, the beasts roared toward the heavens, their murderous intent tearing through the blood-red clouds. A glimmer of pale light appeared on the horizon as the malevolent entity ceased its insatiable consumption. The colossal beasts of flesh parted, creating a path for it to slither toward the portal. Ignite. Dal'Kon had transformed into a blazing figure. Each incantation of fire he unleashed now wrought with tremendous potency. The Bloodseeker swore that the initial eruption of this sorcerer was merely a bait to lure him into folly. Indeed, those who wield magic are often tainted by greed. Much like the golden mages of Zandalar. It cast a glance at Norman, who was similarly beleaguered. This creature, infused with a hint of divine blood, was ensconced in a thick layer of purple crystal, struggling to advance amidst the bombardment of flames. Just as it contemplated action, a sharp pain pierced its mind, and darkness enveloped its vision, thrusting it into a blood-red realm. After a disorienting moment, it beheld a massive cocoon and immediately knelt, exclaiming, Great blood god, your humble servant awaits your command. That creature is mine. Go, deliver this prison to him. A searing sensation jolted it back to consciousness. Perhaps Gohorn had severed their connection? The Bloodseeker glared furiously at the fiery Dal'Kon, its claim to the blood god's favor interrupted by this long-eared interloper. Eliminate him. In its rage, the Bloodseeker overlooked the flickering black-red light subtly pulsating within its source sea. The soldiers who narrowly traversed the portal dashed from a corner of the Sunfire camp, their mouths agape with frantic cries for help, awakening all within the Wanderer's encampment. Healers, help! Let me go, you monsters! Where's General Aurelia? I no longer wish to fight. I want to return home. When Aurelia arrived, she was met with this chaotic scene. Chapter 71. The Troublemaker, Dalkarn's Silence. Aurelia's aide bellowed at the disordered rout of soldiers, hoping to quell their panic. His admonition proved futile as the disorder persisted. Aurelia, with a stern countenance, raised her chin, and her guards, like ferocious tigers, charged forth, delivering blows to the panicked survivors, finally quieting them. Lift your head, soldier. Where's Dalkarn? Where's Merzelin? Where are the others? Aurelia approached a young ranger who appeared barely of age and coldly inquired. The young ranger shivered, timidly raising his head, voice quivering. I want to go home. Aurelia shook her head in disappointment and moved to the next, continuing her questioning. They are all dead. They have perished. Aurelia's face turned icy, an unmistakable sign of her imminent wrath. General, there is one conscious. The mage responsible for maintaining the portal eagerly gulped down water. Counselor Dalkarn flew to a ridge, and Lieutenant Merzelin took the first squad along with a magical automaton to eliminate the troll chief, and then we. He recounted his harrowing experiences atop that hill. Shuddering at the mention of the emergence of the Desire Amalgamation, his voice rising in panic, the portal is about to explode. Observing the distraught state of her kin, Aurelia sighed heavily. Dalkarn, you are truly cursed. Escort them to the medical camp for treatment, and notify Lord Vondelor and Counselor Belovar to convene at the command post. As she turned to leave, a thought struck her, and she instructed her aide, arrange for battle mages to come and destroy this portal. Leave some to guard here. Dalkarn's fiery state had long since extinguished, and amidst this chaotic melee, were it not for Norman's opportunistic strike against the Bloodseeker, he would have surely met his demise. Dalkarn, now devoid of his former grandeur as a high-ranking mage, was clad in tattered robes, barely concealing his exposed flesh. Likewise, Norman and the Bloodseeker found themselves in dire straits. Norman acutely felt his consciousness slipping into the void, especially after slaying Merzelin. Each exertion of power drew him closer to darkness, now teetering on the brink of transformation into a mindless entity of slaughter. The Bloodseeker, too, was in shambles. Its skeletal armor shattered, claws broken, emanating a stench of charred flesh. Though a sanguine glow persistently healed its wounds, it could not mask the severity of its injuries. Gentlemen, I propose we temporarily retreat from this confrontation. I have many matters to attend to. The Bloodseeker faltered, as the insatiable hunger from the Desire Amalgamation gnawed at it. The energy it had painstakingly consumed was swiftly depleted by these two monstrous foes, leaving it with naught. In haste, it commanded the Desire Amalgamation to initiate the portal, to absorb some energy from the other side. The current situation suggested a protracted war of attrition was inevitable. Dalkarn and Norman locked eyes, their gazes fierce, both focusing intently on one another. Upon hearing the Bloodseeker's prattle, Dalkarn opened his mouth to retort, but Norman launched a ranged attack against the Bloodseeker instead. The Bloodseeker barely deflected it, furiously exclaiming, "Friend, do not overstep your bounds." Norman, suppressing the throbbing pain in his head, enunciated deliberately, "I have stated. Only one shall leave here alive." The Bloodseeker, in a fit of rage, declared, "You two madmen, farewell." With that, it waved its hand, dispersing a cloud of black mist, propelling itself backward. Yet, unexpectedly, a purple arrow pierced through the mist, embedding itself in its chest. Ah! At the sound of that deathly scream, Norman nodded in satisfaction. "Come now, Dalkarn, it is time for our reckoning." Grinning, he envisioned two figures in the chaotic recesses of his mind. "Farewell, Talia. I am sorry, Leah, I deceived you. Alas, the loneliness. Retreat, retreat. I must activate the rune stone." Standing beside the portal, the battle mage urged the stationed wayfarers to retreat further, until he was satisfied with the established safe distance. Nodding in approval, just as he donned his frost shield and prepared to activate the explosive rune, the portal suddenly erupted with a crimson glow. What on earth is this? While he was engulfed in confusion, a bone blade over a meter long sliced through the air, followed by the swift emergence of a towering beast over 3 meters tall. He raised his hand to trigger the explosive rune, but alas, the bone blade moved with greater speed, lifting him from below and freezing his actions. Once the massive creature passed, his two severed halves slowly collapsed to the ground. His vacant eyes reflected the sight of the wayfarers rallying after sounding their horns, drawing their blades to confront the enemy, only to be mirrored by their helplessness as they were engulfed by the tide of beasts, culminating in the image of a rapidly approaching maw filled with jagged teeth. The chilling cries of assault reverberated through the camp for the first time since the establishment of the Wayfarers. It must be said that the portal left by Darkin had significantly aided the blood trolls, launching an attack that struck at the very vulnerability of the High Elves, with the Dawn's Herald and his elite anti-magic forces having proceeded to Taquilin. Only the second wave of Wayfarers waiting to depart at dawn and the priests of Silvermoon remained in the camp. Thus, the battle immediately plunged into a frenzied close-quarters clash. When Lesha led a small team of Wayfarers against the onslaught of beasts, struggling to advance towards the central camp. Fortunately, most of the structures in the camp were built of stone, preventing them from being surrounded on all sides. However, this very characteristic meant that the command center had become the convergence point for all paths within the camp, undoubtedly turning it into the most intense battleground. Uncertain of the situation in other directions, that scoundrel Darkin had left such a glaring flaw with the portal. Her sister had entrusted her with the ruby crystal. She must not fall prey to evil corruption. Suddenly, a flesh beast leaped out from around the corner, lunging at Lesha, interrupting her thoughts. Just as she was about to strike, a long arrow flew past her at a speed even greater, pinning the flesh beast against the wall. Lesha raised an eyebrow at the impassive Talia, impressed by her strength. With a bemused smile, Lesha patted Talia's shoulder. Since her brother's departure, the young girl had maintained this expression, seemingly intent on preserving it. Lesha reminisced about her brother, the ranger who remained resolute despite enduring inhumane torment. Those selfish bastards. With the situation devolving to this extent, what else could she do but curse? With a resigned sigh, she gestured for her team to press on. Chapter 72. What defines success? If one were to soar into the skies, they would witness the chaotic Wayfarer Rangers, having initially been caught off guard, spontaneously forming small squads to advance towards the central command. Those diminutive, agile flesh beasts, relying on their size and leaping abilities, could not unleash their full potential within the labyrinthine structures of the Wayfarers' camp, merely becoming targets for the rain of arrows, collapsing in agony. More troublesome were the larger flesh giants, grotesque creations born from trolls, possessing a modicum of intelligence. When thwarted in their assault along narrow pathways, they opted to break through walls and topple buildings, launching surprise attacks from alternate directions. Talia, be careful, Lesha shouted anxiously, having failed to catch Talia as she rushed forward. As their small team pushed into a building, a furious roar erupted, and the structure crumbled, entombing two rangers unable to evade in the debris. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Talia drew her curved blade and charged at the looming flesh giant. Amidst the swirling dust, Lesha caught glimpses of the two figures entwined in combat. Aside from the beast's roars, dark liquid occasionally splattered the ground, obscured by the dust and Talia's advance. Even Lesha, formidable as she was, dared not act recklessly, narrowing her eyes to draw her bow. Standing there, her aura intensified, visible winds swirling around her arrows, as she aimed to ensure a critical strike at the beast the moment her vision cleared. Before long, the swirling dust settled, and her sight became clear. Yet when Lesha refrained from releasing the arrow she had so carefully charged, Talia? She noticed the flesh giant standing still, unresponsive, while Talia's form had vanished, prompting her to call out curiously before assessing the situation. The flesh giant emitted a few guttural sounds before collapsing forward, revealing Talia's petite figure leaping down from its back. The sight of her amidst the dust kicked up by the corpse made Lesha want to scold her. As Talia looked up to say something, a sharp command from Sister Moon echoed, "Get down." She immediately dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding an arrow that whizzed past her head. "All right, get up." Talia, still lying amidst the rubble, cautiously rose, glancing back. A flesh giant remained poised, brandishing its bone blade as if to strike, and Talia could read from its bewildered eyes why her strength had suddenly dissipated. Clearly, it had not noticed the gaping hole in its chest, a wound that had nearly obliterated its entire torso. Talia swallowed hard, peering through the gaping wound to see the long arrow lodged at the far end of her vision. The series of overlapping caverns along the way attested to the astonishing destructive power of that arrow. The shot that had sent Norman flying had indeed been tempered by General Aurelia's restraint. "What possessed you to charge in?" Lesha, unconcerned with the dazed girl's musings, grabbed Talia by the collar, sternly admonishing her. Talia timidly gazed at the furious moon sister, pointing at the elf whose body twitched beneath the rubble. "I noticed the troll was about to attack him." After glancing at the rangers showing signs of life, Lesha released Talia and gently patted her small face, saying, "In battle, self-protection is the foremost principle. If you perish, nothing remains. When Laisha observed Talia, who stood frozen in place, and with a hint of exasperation urged, "Aren't you going to hurry and save him?" Talia lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. When Laisha followed her gaze and chuckled, for the young girl's legs were trembling incessantly. It was clear she had grasped the essence of fear. "Fear is not shameful. I know you have always been well protected by your brothers," when Laisha said with a smile, patting her shoulder before moving to clear the debris off the unfortunate ranger. As when Laisha carefully shifted a wooden beam, a pair of small hands joined in. "Moon sister, am I a failure?" Talia asked. When Laisha smiled, placing the beam aside before replying, "What does success look like to you? At least I will not allow a girl who has concealed her age to challenge beasts far beyond her capabilities." Blushing, Talia helped the groaning ranger sit up, meticulously brushing the dust from his body. "Talia, there's no need to check further. The sternum is fractured, and there's internal bleeding." When Laisha glanced quickly and made her assessment, then patted Talia's hand, standing up to say, "As a punishment, you shall care for him all the way to the command post. Be careful, do not let the broken bones pierce his insides." As Talia struggled to assist the injured man, she curiously asked, "Moon's sister, what about the other one?" When Laisha turned to glance at the even more unfortunate ranger, a fleeting pain crossing her face. "No need. We will return to help him after this is over." "Oh." Talia noticed that a fallen beam had struck his head. "Tell me, what do you desire?" At that moment, Darkan was on the brink of madness. He had never encountered such a relentless foe. Despite sustaining grievous injuries, the ranger relentlessly pursued him, akin to an indestructible cockroach. The camp was finally in sight, and he vowed never to lay eyes on that ranger again. "I want you dead." A haunting voice escaped Norman's lips. Before the words faded, a flash of purple light appeared before Darkan, clenching its fist and recklessly charging forward. "Bastard." Darkan barely had time to curse when the pocket watch hanging from his tattered mage robe emitted a brilliant light, ensnaring Norman in a delicate web. Observing the immobilized Norman, Darkan wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that without the aid of this pocket watch, he would have perished countless times. He shot a resentful glance at Norman before sprinting toward the camp. The pocket watch had run out of uses, yet this bastard remained tenacious. Darkalan's magical artifacts were effective, yet their exorbitant cost cut deeply into his heart. Cursed mutual aid agreement, damned Dosmare. Once more, in this moment of frozen time, Norman struggled to regain his composure. He quickly contemplated his predicament. Undoubtedly, when time resumed, only one obsession would linger in his mind: to eliminate Darkan, obliterate all existence, and return to the void. But if it did not end, what use was this clarity? Norman grew troubled. If he were a harbinger of destruction, then transforming into a void creature would be acceptable. His rank must be significant. After all, he possessed the power to defeat high-level archmages. However, the thought of harming those who cared for him filled him with reluctance. Little did Norman know, while he was troubled, the Bloodseeker was even more distressed. Since feigning death, it had been quietly observing this creature entwined in purple light. Since absorbing the unknown energy, the power of the blood god had been devoured, leaving no trace of familiarity. It had witnessed Norman being struck by a blue fireball from the mage, only to recover within mere minutes. Had it been itself, it would have perished, right? The Bloodseeker blinked, recalling the time before merging with the embodiment of desire. "Now, you have fallen into my grasp." It watched as Norman was once again frozen. This time longer than before. The opportunity had arrived. Chapter 73. The ultimate form unleashed. This is a gift bestowed upon you by the Master. The Bloodseeker cackled as it directed a luminous orb from the source, sea toward Norman. "Though I eagerly anticipate this, I have many matters to attend to. Farewell, my friend." As the black orb emerged, it swiftly expanded, transforming into a black chain that ensnared Norman tightly, as though seeking to bind itself within him. From Norman's perspective, his once clear consciousness abruptly shifted, and he once again beheld the colossal pyramid structure, as if something intangible was pulling him inside. "Closer, closer, I see you. Gohorn." In a gray, viscous void, a massive flesh cocoon writhed silently, its surface etched with a network of blood vessels. Norman could distinctly see black and red liquids surging within, ultimately converging into the indistinct humanoid chest cavity of the cocoon. "I have waited for countless ages. I have witnessed the rebirth and annihilation of countless species. Today, I have finally awaited your arrival. My vessel, my rebirth. We shall merge as one. I shall become the sovereign of this world, and you shall attain rebirth in my supreme glory. The banner of Gohorn shall unfurl above an endless sea of flesh and blood." As the venomous voice faded, countless tendrils suddenly emerged from the giant cocoon, seizing Norman's consciousness and pulling it along. Plague, desire, blood, destruction. Norman's awareness teetered on the brink of collapse. The tentacles not only pulled him toward the cocoon, but also incessantly altered his very essence. The scene shifted rapidly, illuminated by the White Lady and the Blue Child, who were the two figures gazing up at the night sky in the courtyard of the Dusk House. Indeed, her name was Leah, but who was he? Norman frantically recalled. Who could that taller figure be? Was it Gohorn? A thunderous explosion erupted, as violet energy shattered and reformed into a triadic struggle of deep blue, black-red, and silver. Under Gohorn's transformation, the black-red energy gained dominance, while the deep blue and silver were thoroughly suppressed. No, more precisely, the silver energy was completely subdued. The deep blue void energy rapidly compressed into a sphere, within which a featureless, formless silhouette gradually emerged, a despicable lower-tier reptile daring to covet the power of the void. A gust of chilling wind swept through. Wind. For a fleeting moment, Norman's consciousness awakened. How could there be wind within my awareness? He then plunged back into darkness. Gohorn emitted a mournful wail, as the tentacles formed from its core were frozen by the void's power. The void was devouring and assimilating them. The Grand Astrologer, conversing with the king, suddenly felt a pang of foreboding. He hastened to the car window, swiftly brushed his hand over his eyes, opened the window, and gazed intently at the starry sky. The once tranquil dark void was now tumultuous, as if an invisible hand was stirring this pure darkness. Your Majesty, the void has erupted. The Grand Astrologer turned back, urgency lacing his voice. We must hasten. I suspect something unforeseen has transpired with Norman. The king shivered imperceptibly, recalling those who had been consumed by the void, true annihilation. He commanded his attendants in a grave tone. Relay orders to the royal guard to initiate an emergency march at once. Use magical communication to the Sun's Fury Tower. Commence assembly of the Crown Needle. I want them transported through the portal at the earliest opportunity. After issuing the command, the king turned to Solarian. You should prepare as well, if it is at all possible. He pondered for a moment, then decisively waved his hand. No, eliminate him. The kingdom of Quel'Thalas does not require the power of the void. The Grand Astrologer Solarian nodded, performing a light bow before exiting the king's carriage. She tilted her head to gaze at the dark lake of the starry sky, murmuring, May the worst not come to pass. Meanwhile, in Zandalar, the earth trembled violently, as various dragons and creatures screamed in terror and fled the haunted jungle. In the towering pyramid, a grand figure seated upon a golden throne roared at his attendants. Tell me, where is the source of this tremor? The trembling attendant knelt on the ground. My lord, it is from the direction of Nazmir. Our riders have already taken flight to investigate such a significant disturbance, and we remain ignorant of its cause. Fools. The trolls of Zandalar were oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding, including those blood trolls deep within the Nazmir jungle. Though they lacked understanding, it did not deter them from kneeling before the pyramid, fervently hoping for the blood god to forgive their transgressions. Within the pyramid, a statue of a woman, approximately 5 meters tall, broke free from its rocky confines and approached a massive control console, gazing at the flickering red crystals. Mechanically beginning a dialogue with the control panel. Log entry. Gohorn attempted to escape the laboratory. Void energy has intervened, requesting permission from the Pantheon for Talrock to enter the experimental zone for investigation. No response from the Pantheon. Activating autonomous response mode. Log entry. The experimental zone is experiencing an unpredictable void incursion. Talrock is to immediately enter Gohorn's prison. Authorization to use force is granted for extermination. Alarm. Alarm. Talrock unresponsive. Log entry. Talrock unresponsive. Initiating purification protocol. Purification protocol requires authorization. Please grant authorization. Pure Maiden authorization granted. Initiating purification protocol. Confirmed. Purification protocol activated. Warning. Energy conduits partially damaged. Insufficient energy. Log entry. To ensure laboratory safety, Pure Maiden authorizes the mobilization of all available energy to supplement the purification protocol. Eliminate Gohorn. Confirmed. Purification protocol charging. Backup log. Continuously sending operational logs to the Pantheon. Confirmed. Continuously sending operational logs to the Pantheon. Backup energy insufficient. Laboratory is on the verge of shutdown. This invasive mechanical dialogue came to an end as energy waned. The white light in the Pure Maiden's eyes flickered a few times before extinguishing entirely. Darken stifled a groan, wiping the blood that flowed from his nostrils. The black, malevolent creature before him instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Each glance at it further muddled his mental ocean. accompanied by a faint, insidious suggestion to merge with it. Darkin cast an indignant glare at the embodiment of desire. He was acutely aware this was the conspiracy orchestrated by that tribe of trolls. Such ancient evil was beyond his current capability to confront, even if it appeared weakened. That damned ranger. Had it not been for him, how could Zul'Aman have perished? If not for him, how could a high-ranking archmage like himself find his essence so depleted? I shall cast you into the arcane cauldron. Darkan, eyes ablaze, gritted his teeth and unleashed a massive fireball, temporarily scattering the embodiment of desire's form. Ignoring the pain piercing his mind, he swiftly wove a spell, the blue light flickered, and he vanished before the portal. When the Bloodseekers arrived at the camp, they found the recently amalgamated, severely weakened embodiment of desire. Considerable time had passed since Darkin's departure. Thieves! Executioners! I curse you! I curse you! The Bloodseekers' venomous curses echoed throughout the camp, filled with rage. After all this scheming and struggle, only this remained. He gazed at the shrunken desire conglomerate, reduced by at least half, and then at the softly glowing portal. With a determined bite of his teeth, he declared, "Come forth, let us merge as one. Let us toll the bell for their demise." Chapter 74. The warmest souls and matters within Norman's consciousness. The silvery energy faced relentless defeat as it succumbed to the dual forces of the void and blood. Fortunately, amidst the chaotic clash of energies, the silver could still defend a minuscule corner of his mind, consuming the dissipating energies with tenacity. The void's power was the most formidable, shattering the black-red forces into disarray. And just when victory seemed imminent, boom, a sudden eruption of golden flames pierced the darkness, engulfing all. The azure and black-red energies dissipated like snow in the face of this golden conflagration, while the silvery energy rejoiced within its warmth, rapidly reclaiming lost ground. Awakening from his consciousness, Norman was overwhelmed by a searing heat that washed over him. In the physical realm, this manifested in the form of a dozen ravenous flesh beasts, drooling as they prepared to feast upon his very being. Yet, in an instant, a halo of golden flames erupted around him, incinerating the beasts that dared to bite. Fearful, the flesh beasts encircled Norman, hesitating to approach, their hunger compelling them to remain. Thus, the standoff persisted. In the realm of consciousness, if given a choice, Norman would undoubtedly opt for immediate oblivion. The flow of golden flames brought with it an anguish that seared his very soul. His awareness teetered on the brink of dissolution. Hues of azure, black-red, silver, and gold swiftly faded into a dull gray. Talia, Elvis, Sylvia, everyone, and Leah, farewell forever. However, the unknown entity from the void would not concede so easily. A distant, haunting cry echoed from afar, causing the azure energy to boil with fervor, while the golden flames faltered before this rising tide. In this rare moment of tranquility, Norman beheld the cocoon encasing Gohorn, under the scorching golden flames. It had shrunk by at least half, its core human form completely annihilated, now reduced to chaos. The golden flames burning in Norman's consciousness were suddenly frozen and crushed by the explosively erupting void power. Endless whispers enveloped Norman, dragging his awareness into absolute darkness. Do you wish to consume me? To devour the great Gohorn? Such a notion is impossible. I curse you. You shall all perish in endless agony and lament. Your flesh and blood transformed into putrid waste by my curse. The once shrunken cocoon stirred violently, a pure black streak shooting forth, colliding directly with Norman's consciousness. Boom. Norman's world of awareness shattered into fragments. The feeblest silver energy barely managed to envelop a few of Norman's larger memory shards before sighing and merging once more with the azure and black-red, transforming into purple. After what felt like an eternity, in the physical realm, the flames surrounding Norman gradually extinguished as he suddenly opened his eyes. Who am I? Am I the void? No. I am Gohorn. No. I am a child of Azeroth. Ah. Norman clutched his throbbing head, rolling frantically on the ground. The flesh beasts lurking nearby exchanged glances, confirming the flames had vanished, and with a roar, they lunged at him. As the horizon bled crimson, Dalkon, wielding arcane artifacts and straining against the turbulence of his spiritual essence, finally broke through the encirclement, escorted by several travelers to the command post. Dalkon, Belovar inquired, bewildered, unable to believe that this disheveled, bloodied figure before him was the esteemed Dalkon, known for his adherence to noble decorum. Dalkon weakly parted his lips, uttering only a faint sound before falling silent. Dalkon, Belovar rushed over, probing his neck. After a moment, he sighed in relief. Aurelia, her face cold, inquired, is he still alive? Belovar nodded, inspecting him again. He lives, but his condition appears dire. Overexertion in spellcasting, severe spiritual turmoil, and grave injuries. Aurelia snorted, motioning to the travelers, "Take our esteemed councilman for treatment." Once Dalcon was carried away, Belovar gratefully addressed Aurelia, "Thank you for your mercy." Aurelia replied with an impassive expression, "Why did he not perish?" Belovar awkwardly shook his head, lacking any intent to mediate the animosity between the Windrunners and the Darnassian family. After all, Dalcon's actions warranted a clear reckoning. "I shall check on him, having been colleagues for so long." Belovar chuckled as he bid farewell to Aurelia. Now, following the initial chaos in the travelers' camp, the scales of victory had begun to tilt in their favor, and with Dalcon's return, Belovar desired to avoid Aurelia's scornful remarks, especially given his own involvement in the previous incident at Windrunner Spire. Finally, silence reigned. Aurelia, alone in the command room, waved her hand in irritation, muttering, "Those who should have died remain, while those who should not are gone. Sister Moon, water." Talia handed the water flask to the slightly panting Renessa seated on the flower bed. Renessa took a sip, setting the flask aside, and gently patted Talia's hand, saying, "Worrying is futile, Talia." Talia widened her eyes, feigning ignorance. She could hardly believe that Sister Moon could discern her thoughts. Laisha laughed heartily, her youthful and vibrant laughter dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. Once she had laughed enough, she remarked, "Merzalin has become your nightmare. If you wish to survive, your brother must undertake this task." Talia nodded, her eyes rolling slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Laisha pinched her cheek, "Do not think of slipping away quietly. Survive well, and ensure you protect Lilith. Sister Moon, please let go, it hurts. You used to be so thin that it was difficult to pinch you. Now, you feel much more pleasant." Laisha released Talia, as if reminiscing, rubbed her hands together, and looked towards the distant buildings, sighing slightly at the stubborn siblings. Talia rubbed her face and sat beside Laisha, following her gaze into the distance. After a moment of silence, she softly declared, "I will protect Lilith." Laisha withdrew her gaze and playfully tapped Talia's nose. "Once this matter is settled, you shall go to Silvermoon City to find Lilith. Oh, though no one is supervising you, training must not cease." "Oh dear, Sister Moon." The rangers, hurrying past with serious expressions, caught the banter between the two, a hint of warmth gracing their lips. Chapter 75. The High Priest's Dilemma. The Bloodseeker had finally absorbed the mass of desires, and under the sun's glare, he recalled the dark and chilly pleasures of Nazmir's blood marsh. Disgusted, he spat, "What a loathsome sun." Before the portal, the few remaining flesh beasts roared, anxiously rushing through the blood magic maintained gateway. It seems there has been significant loss on that side. The Bloodseeker, shimmering with dark light, stroked his chin. After the three-way skirmish in the early hours, he had gained a clearer understanding of this long-eared race. Unless all of Nazmir's blood ogres mobilized, exterminating them was a far-fetched idea. After all, there were far too few spellcasters among the trolls here. The Bloodseeker's eyes shifted, and he resolved to take advantage of the situation for a grand heist before retreating back to Nazmir, where no one would be able to find him. With this thought, he straightened up and waved his hand, "Let all flesh beasts and blood giants pass through the portal, not a single one left behind. For the glory of our Lord." The beasts, receiving his command, roared and hastened towards the portal. Recovering Norman wandered aimlessly through the forest, completely naked. He had pondered the question of his identity throughout this journey. Suddenly, he heard a synchronized roar from deep within the thicket and hurriedly changed direction, hoping to find someone who could tell him who he was. "Report to the general, the assault team is assembled," the adjutant called out loudly to Aurelia, as a formidable squad preparing to destroy the portal stood ready before her. Aurelia nodded, "Excellent." She surveyed the elite team, which consisted of shield warriors, rangers, battle mages, and even a high-ranking priest. Aurelia cast a questioning glance at Vondeller. "Isn't that your chief disciple?" Vondeller nodded solemnly in response. "Hadro is the finest young man in the prayer of Silvermoon." Upon hearing his mentor's words, Hadro stood straighter, believing that at this moment, he could face any task, be it blowing up the portal or preaching at the Zul'Aman Cathedral, without a flicker of hesitation. Seeing Vondeller's serious demeanor, Aurelia suddenly recalled Liadrin and allowed a rare smile to grace her icy face as she patted Hadro's broad shoulder. "Thank you for your companionship, priest." This made Hadro stand even taller. "Well, I won't waste more words. I initially intended for Laisha to accompany you, but you all declined. I trust in your abilities. My only request is that you return alive, regardless of the outcome." After the assault team's figures disappeared down the corridor, Vondeller furrowed his brow and spoke, "Ranger General, I must disagree with your earlier statement." "Oh, Aurelia shrugged. My apologies, Your Grace, but I have no concerns about the final victory. It merely depends on the duration. However, I do not wish to see my brave soldiers and loyal kin perish for a task of little consequence. The portal remains a significant threat. Vondeller's tone turned icy. Do you believe a portal that has been open for so long still needs to be closed? It is merely the folly of foolish nobles at play. Aurelia recalled Belovar's aged visage and felt a wave of nausea wash over her, especially after Dalkin's awakening. It was even more repulsive. To think they would dispatch valuable battle mages solely to destroy the portal. Did they truly believe that was not coercion? Regardless, it must be done. A portal that continuously spews forth monsters is far too alarming. Aurelia shot Vondeller an irritated glance, wondering if the High Priest had been kissed by the trance in the botanical garden. With this portal active, isn't it better to eliminate these repugnant creatures at maximum capacity than to later hunt them down across the mountains? Vondeller felt wounded by Aurelia's gaze. He slightly turned his head, almost imperceptibly murmuring, "They promised to donate a substantial amount of supplies to the church. As you know, the resource pressure in the artisan district is quite severe." Aurelia recalled the scarred ranger from the Windrunner Tower and sighed. "I will ensure the Farstriders support the assault team. I apologize for the issues in the artisan district." Vondeller chuckled heartily, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Understood. Your people cannot freely enter and exit Silvermoon." The Bloodseeker stood calmly on the high platform, arms crossed, watching as the blood giants entered the portal, his expression unchanging, but his heart rejoiced. "Go forth, kill. When hatred fills your hearts, that will be my time to reap." Naked and exposed, Norman finally stumbled upon the woodland at the front of the camp. Leaning against a tree, he gradually sank to the ground, his memory of prior events shrouded in obscurity, his body inexplicably weak. Thus, he resolved to regain his strength before proceeding, for the figure standing atop the platform was strikingly conspicuous, even evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity that made his hands itch with anticipation. "Quickly, you imbeciles." The Bloodseeker waved his hand vigorously. There were few servants left in the camp, and he was ready to depart. Suddenly, the sight of some flesh beasts turning and roaring towards the camp's exterior caught his attention. A silhouette emerged from the charred forest, the intense sunlight blinding it momentarily as it shielded its eyes with a hand, squinting to discern the scene. What in the world? By the blood god! What do I see? The figure was none other than the undead creature with whom he had battled throughout the night. Was the blood god unable to intervene? The Bloodseeker licked his lips, leaping down from the platform to approach the portal, resolved to make an early exit. "Stop!" Norman cleaved a flesh beast charging at him with his sword, the purple blade aimed at the Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker pointed at himself, retreating slowly with feigned nonchalance. "Friend, are you calling me?" "It is you. I demand to know something, you scoundrel." Norman was livid. This rogue had seen him and fled in a flash of crimson light. He surveyed the camp, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity, including with the adorable monsters that had always sought to devour him. However, it seemed the Bloodseeker had no intention of allowing Norman further time for reflection. As it teleported away, the two blood mages maintaining the portal suddenly erupted into a burst of gore. Following this, the portal flickered violently before it exploded with a thunderous roar. The violent shockwave obliterated everything within the camp, leaving only a pulsating purple energy shield amidst the chaotic currents. Chapter 76. Ferocious Might. Vondeller, Decree, Protect. Hadro swung his mighty hammer, crushing a flesh beast beneath its weight. Witnessing a teammate about to fall victim to a monster's ambush, he shouted, thrusting his hand forward, a golden shield materializing to absorb the fatal blow. Bang! Gasping for breath, Hadro exclaimed, "These damned evildoers. They refuse to die even when their chests are shattered." He nodded at the mage who had just assisted him, then heard the captain's rallying cry. "Brothers, breach this wall. The portal lies ahead. Priests, provide shields. Mages, prepare explosive runes." Hadro swiftly scanned the surroundings, realizing his comrades had encircled him. He relinquished his hammer, kneeling to pray. Chakra, sacred protection. With a flash, golden light enveloped each team member. Grasping his hammer, Hadro bellowed, "Follow closely. We have but 30 seconds. Charge." He surged ahead with fervor. The shield warrior, sword and shield raised, opened his mouth as if to speak, but seeing the priest already charging, he fell silent and hastily followed. Inwardly, the shield warrior muttered, "Damn, how can he be even braver than I? This is intolerable." The Bloodseeker cackled grotesquely as it emerged from the portal, only to be met by the glimmering figure of Hadro, who swung his hammer directly into its chest. WTF? The Bloodseeker felt as if its chest had been violently struck by a triceratops from the Zandalar jungles, and its body flew back in an arc. "Mage, hurry!" Hadro shouted, twirling his hammer like a windmill, inflicting wounds on the encroaching flesh beasts and blood trolls alike, each strike lethal. The Bloodseeker rose from the rubble, shaking its head violently to dislodge the debris, its vicious gaze fixating on the long-eared creature that had ambushed it. Hadro, pricked by its fierce stare, felt a shiver run down his spine, biding his time until the mage completed charging the explosive runes. He scooped up the frail mage, disregarding the latter's protests, and turned to flee. The blood troll had somehow survived. It must be a leader, but for now, preserving their lives was paramount. The Bloodseeker touched the hammer mark on its chest, vowing, "I have memorized your scent. You may have fled, but wait. Why should I run?" Suddenly, it felt as though it had grasped something significant. Indeed, had it not just similarly betrayed the undead creature? "Damn it, I swear. I shall extract your soul and torment it for eternity." Boom. An orange fireball soared into the sky. As the explosion's aftermath dissipated, Norman rose from the ground, shaking off the dirt and surveying the once familiar hillside, now desolate. In the center of the explosion lay a deep pit where the portal had once been, radiating chaotic arcane energy. The earth surrounding the pit was bleak. Blood-soaked rocks lay exposed to the air. The soil that should have covered them had vanished. Broken tree trunks burned silently on the ground, occasionally crackling. All structures had crumbled into fragments, scattered across this barren wasteland. Dragging his weakened body through the debris, Norman sought familiar items amidst the ruins, striving to unravel the enigma of his identity. He discovered a garment, singed with several holes, still somewhat intact. A nameplate inscribed with Sunfire Legion, Squad 16, Medina, and a stamped military canteen. These were the entirety of Norman's findings during this period. Sunfire Legion. Clad in the salvaged attire, Norman sat beside the pit, absently toying with the nameplate, pondering in vain, until a sharp pain in his head interrupted his thoughts. He stowed the nameplate away, directing his gaze towards the pit's depths, where a fragment of an arcane stone slab lay quietly. "Master, I have not disappointed your expectations." Hadro, wielding a hefty hammer, was about to pay his respects to his mentor when he suddenly realized he was still clutching the unfortunate mage, who had now succumbed to unconsciousness. With a dismissive gesture, Hadro cast the mage aside and proceeded to bow deeply to his mentor. Lord Vinderler observed the pitiable mage tossed carelessly to the side by his foremost disciple. His eyelids twitched, and his lips quivered momentarily, yet he refrained from comment, donning a benevolent smile as he addressed Hadro, saying, "You have done well. You may take your leave to rest." Aurelia shot a fierce glare at her sister Renessa, who was on the verge of laughter. Noticing her sister pursing her lips and scrutinizing her palm lines, Aurelia subtly nodded in approval. After all, Lord Vinderler indeed valued his eldest disciple, did he not? Although Hadro was a tad straightforward, prone to less cerebral deliberation, and somewhat more robust than average. Indeed, the sight of the brawny Hadro bowing before his frail and aged mentor was akin to a lumbering bear in the jungle awkwardly saluting a monkey, an utterly jarring spectacle. After receiving his mentor's affirmation, Hadro sheepishly scratched his head, replying, "It is merely my duty, mentor. By the way, at the portal, I encountered a being that appears to be the leader of these vile creatures." Lord Vinderler narrowed his eyes, his demeanor turning serious as he inquired, "Are you certain?" Hadro glanced around cautiously before whispering, "It withstood a blow from my hammer to its chest, and did not perish." Aurelia bit her lip in anxiety, turning to lean over the command platform to strategize the next course of action. Renessa, her face taut with tension, hurried out of the command room, repeatedly admonishing herself not to laugh, for the esteemed Lord Vinderler disdained such behavior. Lord Vinderler abruptly raised his hand, startling Hadro, who instinctively recoiled. Upon realizing that his mentor merely wished to rub his nose, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Hadro, I understand. You may now take your leave to rest." The tone of Lord Vinderler's voice conveyed a deep-seated despair. Once the cheerful Hadro had exited, Lord Vinderler finally relaxed, for he had nearly reached his breaking point with this oblivious disciple. Aurelia rose from the command platform, observing the weary priest, and offered him a cup of water, saying, "Do not be so disheartened. At least Hadro holds you in the utmost respect, does he not?" Gritting his teeth, Lord Vinderler accepted the cup and gulped it down, panting for a considerable while before exclaiming, "This truly infuriates me. How could I have produced such a dim-witted disciple?" Aurelia shook her head gently, taking Lord Vinderler's hand and patting it reassuringly. "You are a venerable elder. I have grown up hearing tales of your deeds, and we hold you in great esteem. You have many disciples, and they are not all like this. Lord Vinderler offered a wry smile, shaking his head. Alas, I am indeed getting old. These disciples are but wooden figures with minds solely occupied by rules. Aurelia chuckled softly. Your disciple Liadeline is not so. She is exceptionally astute. Hearing the Ranger General commend his youngest disciple, Lord Vinderler's face lit up with a comforting smile. Liadeline is a fine child. Chapter 77. Preparation. What is Liadeline up to? She is currently bustling about in the relief station. The injuries sustained by the Rangers are manageable, requiring merely splints and bandages. However, those bitten by the blood beasts present the greatest challenge. The peculiar structure of their teeth ensures that a bite not only removes a chunk of flesh, but also renders the wound exceedingly difficult to dress and stitch. Not to mention the diseases carried in their saliva. Miss Priestess, called out Officer Orja loudly. I'm coming. Liadeline responded, adorning a bandage with a lovely bow. Smiling as she reassured the injured, it is merely a piece of flesh that is missing. It will heal swiftly. Rest here, and I shall return shortly to cast a healing spell for you. Miss Priestess, come quickly. Officer Orja, is there another severely injured individual? Liadeline wiped the sweat from her brow and hurriedly asked. Orja grasped Liadeline's arm, speaking in a hushed, urgent tone. It is not a severe injury. We are running low on holy water. Liadeline looked at Orja in astonishment. When they arrived, her mentor had brought 30 gallons of holy water, which was the church's supply for 2 years. Had it been consumed so quickly? Orja shook her head in resignation. The withdrawal from the Sunfire line was fraught with contamination. The holy water has been depleted rapidly. Upon hearing the term Sunfire line, Liadeline instinctively tensed, grabbing Orja's arm. Orja, what about that ranger named Norman? Orja shook her head. He is not among them. I am not privy to the specifics. Once they awaken, I will inquire on your behalf. For now, we need you to procure more holy water. Liadeline relaxed slightly, nodding. I shall seek out my mentor. Await my good news. In the most absurd of dreams, the Bloodseeker never once contemplated that it would be ensnared in a similar manner one day. The long-eared creatures were advancing rapidly and would soon arrive. You have forced my hand. It cried out like a child robbed of its candy, lamenting for its mother, or rather, its master. Supreme Lord, God of blood, King of kings, heed the pleas of your most devout servant. The Bloodseeker knelt, fervently and humbly proclaiming. It remained blissfully unaware of the dire plight of its master, Gohorn, who was currently in a wretched state. The destructive energy flow from the purification protocol had been frozen by the void's power, inadvertently saving its life. At that moment, Gohorn curled within a miasmic pool, desperately absorbing the tainted matter to mend its injuries. The purification protocol had irrevocably buried its ascension ritual, condemning it to perpetually exist in this worm-like form, a fate that filled it with unrestrained rage. I curse you all. I curse everything. Gohorn's furious roars resonated as it heard a distant plea from a place that embodied its lost ascended form. Destruction. The frenzied voice of the Bloodseeker ceased, its form curling into a tight ball as a pitch-black liquid began to seep from its body, releasing a foul stench emanating from the depths of its very soul. Thud, thud, thud. What sound is that? Over there. The advancing ranger heard a faint, rhythmic sound, strikingly out of place on the battlefield. With a swift motion, he signaled several companions to charge in the direction he pointed. Thud, thud, thud. Vandalor, who was conversing with Liadeline, also caught the increasingly loud sound. He hastily relayed instructions to Liadeline before rushing toward the front lines. Aurelia exited the command center, wiping the blood from her face, as she seized Talia, who was intent on rushing forward, and silenced her, gazing intently toward the source of the noise. Aurelia stood shoulder to shoulder with Vandalor, both fixated on the ominous presence ahead. Your Majesty? Vandalor took a deep breath. Indeed, it is it. Aurelia nodded, summoning her aid. And soon the frantic call of the messenger temporarily drowned out the ominous thudding. Consolidate the lines. Regroup at the command center. Tension gripped the air as everyone sensed the looming threat. The realization struck. This was the vile entity, and it had arrived. Immediately, she ordered the surrounding rangers to gather, converge on me, return to the command center. The thudding grew louder, causing every heart to resonate with its rhythm. A few explorers venturing forth witnessed the last scene of their lives, a massive, dark cocoon upon the remnants of the portal, exuding an ominous glow. As the space around it trembled and twisted with each thud, one of the companions fervently murmured, Supreme Lord, I offer you all that I am. As he stepped toward the cocoon, the black light sweeping over him, transforming him into a pool of muck. Then came the second, the third. Sister, we're this. Talia urged as she dragged Aurelia into a small room within the command post, intent on removing her leather armor. Aurelia halted her hand. Little Moon, you keep it. I shall stand with His Majesty Vandalor. I will not be in danger. Talia, anxious, protested, Sister. Aurelia embraced her sister. All right, it is settled. Talia hastily removed her accessories and adorned her sister, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. At least you must wear these. Enough, enough, Little Moon, this is sufficient. Aurelia gently stroked her sister's hair, preventing her from removing the necklace. This should be kept for that girl named Talia. A similar scene unfolded between Liadeline and Vandalor, though she turned her head away, sulking after being reprimanded by her mentor. Thud, thud, thud. Talia stood amidst the rangers, increasingly unsettled and anxious as the sound enveloped her. Suddenly, a hand grasped her. Who? Talia was about to speak when she turned to see the furious, red-eyed face of Wenrisa. Under her fierce gaze, Talia obediently fell silent. Wenrisa sternly placed a necklace around Talia's neck, her expression grave. No matter what happens, cover your ears, close your eyes, do not listen or look around. And do not panic. Talia nodded timidly, the messenger already hoarsely relaying the same instructions. Harold rushed before his mentor, foregoing the customary greeting. Mentor, the holy water has been distributed, and the aid station has been repositioned. Vandalor nodded slightly, glancing at Liadeline. Well done, take the acolytes to the square and prepare. Once Harold departed, Vandalor collected his thoughts. Leah, I have no issues. You should join Harold and the others. They will need your strength. Liadeline pouted as she removed her bracelet, wordlessly grabbing her mentor's hand and forcing it on. Vandalor sighed, allowing her action, and began to cooperate silently. After a while, a fatigued Liadeline looked up, her eyes red. Mentor, take care of yourself. I will. Leah, hurry over there. Chapter 78. Crisis. The thudding sound reverberated through the ranger encampment, transforming into the cries of Go Horn. Go Horn, Supreme Lord, I offer you everything. A ranger suddenly knelt, fervently shouting the mantra, drawing a dagger and plunging it into his heart. The blood that gushed forth did not fall to the ground, but instead coalesced into a crimson line, shooting toward the dark cocoon above. We cannot wait any longer. Aurelia exclaimed urgently to Vandalor. The high priest raised his fist, bringing it down with force. Then, the square was filled with the chants of the acolytes. Sparkling golden light radiated from them, coalescing above their heads, as a figure with wings began to manifest in the holy light, gradually solidifying. Waves of light radiated from it like ripples in water, enveloping everyone within a barrier of divine light. Go Horn. The dark cocoon exploded. Darkness surged forth. The elves' innate night vision, a source of pride since birth, became ineffective at this moment. Frenzied whispers erupted in the hearts of all present. The red gemstones adorning Aurelia shattered one by one. The necklace around Talia's neck, composed of smaller red gems, silently disintegrated into dust. Belovar groaned, veins bulging on his forehead, as he raised his hands to conjure a protective shadow barrier. Beside him, Darkin propped himself up with the borrowed staff, his eyes and ears bleeding profusely, his visage one of terror, as if he would perish at any moment. In the sacred barrier, the less formidable rangers and monks fell one by one, silently convulsing and collapsing to the ground, gradually transforming into pools of putrid blood. Liadeline, with her eyes tightly shut, knelt on the ground, intoning a sacred hymn, her blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, a constant reminder to all that the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Master, I shall offer you everything. The Bloodseeker howled, lunging towards the sacred barrier. At this moment, it had completely shed its troll characteristics. Its towering 3-meter body was enveloped in bulging muscles, with 7 or 8 writhing black tendrils dangling from its back down to its knees. Its hands had morphed into colossal black claws, and its head resembled that of a goat, encased in a layer of white bone armor. Die! Feng Deluo glanced back towards the square, only to have his view obscured by impenetrable darkness. He painfully closed his eyes as an intangible force began to rise within him. Clang! The Bloodseeker collided with the sacred barrier, producing a resounding clash of metal. The entire barrier trembled under its assault, as if it could shatter into pieces at any moment. In the wake of this attack, the monks chanting praises in the square began to spurt blood and fall one after another. Feng Deluo's aura reached its zenith. He suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of golden light shot forth, piercing the darkness. Evil, you shall gain nothing. In the shadows, the furious roar of Lord Feng Deluo echoed, followed by a gleaming figure leaping out of the sacred barrier, clutching a war hammer. Old friend, no? Beloval cried out in despair, chasing after him. Norman sat on the ground, tirelessly channeling energy into the arcane stone tablet, attempting to restore its functionality. Yet how could a broken rune stone possibly work again? What is this? Norman discovered a set of information recorded within the rune stone, his eyes alight with fervor as he eagerly began his study of its contents. After a considerable time yielded no results, Norman tossed the rune stone aside, collapsing on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky. I truly am a failure. The rune stone he discarded fortuitously landed on a fissure of arcane energy remnants, emitting faint crackling sounds. Norman scrambled up, leaning over the rune stone, and he noticed that the runes on the tablet began to glow slightly in response to the energy stimulation. Straightening up, he pondered, the scoundrel who had deceived him must have teleported away from here. Thus, this rune stone must record the spatial coordinates. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind. Clutching his head, Norman crouched on the ground, groaning in agony. Forcing himself to endure the pain, he silently recited, "Do not rush. Do not rush, let me think. Teleportation, spatial coordinates, yes. A portal. I can simulate it using energy." Norman recalled how the mage's portals functioned in precisely this manner. That vile creature must have escaped in such a way. Yet countless questions arose. Mages? What are they? Never mind that. First, I must find that scoundrel and give him a beating. Clutching the stone tablet, Norman enthusiastically began his simulation. This malevolent creature was exceedingly cunning, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Moreover, the black mist it exuded was not only foul-smelling but also bore a certain toxin that, if inhaled for too long, would leave one dizzy and experiencing intense burning sensations in the chest. A swift resolution was imperative. Feng Deluo quickly concluded his thoughts, gripping the warhammer tightly, his eyes wide open, not allowing even the slightest rustle to escape his notice. Just moments ago, he had been ambushed by the creature. Had it not been for the secondary protective barrier inscribed on his bracelet, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ah, demon explosion. Feng Deluo heard a familiar scream from a direction. Oh no, it was Belloval. He had also emerged. At that moment of distraction, a massive black claw swept towards him from behind. Bang! Feng Deluo barely managed to turn and defend himself, but the claw sent him flying. After a struggle, he finally steadied himself and looked down to find a dark claw mark glaringly etched across his chest. Do not struggle, become my sustenance. The blood seeker loomed in the darkness, observing the still struggling elf, its voice resonating with a deep timbre. Aside from its voice, it was utterly satisfied with its current state, at the peak of strength and speed, capable of releasing toxic mists and even undergoing a final transcendence. This was the power bestowed upon it by the Lord of Blood, an unparalleled might. Evil, you shall gain nothing. You are nothing. In the throes of struggle, Feng Deluo pinpointed the creature's location, forced himself to calm his mind, and unleashed his ultimate attack in the direction of the Bloodseeker. Exorcism, holy fire. A pure white pillar of flame shot forth from beneath the Bloodseeker's feet in an instant. Ah, I shall extract your soul shall dissipate in wails. The Bloodseeker became enveloped in the pure white flames, continuously secreting black sludge in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire. However, the more it secreted, the more the white flames blazed, as if the black slime was merely fuel for them. Realizing the nature of this holy fire, the creature understood that it had no other option but to exhaust the flame's energy. It ceased secreting slime and hurriedly summoned the black mist to heal its wounds. Feng Deluo, having endured its claw strike and forcibly cast the holy fire, found himself in immense peril. The black aura clinging to his wound seemed to possess a life of its own, desperately burrowing into his body. The frenzied whispers that had echoed in his ears now detonated within his mind. Seated on the ground, his head bowed, he occasionally convulsed, emitting black smoke from his form. In this darkness, an eerie calm descended. Chapter 79, Come, Fight for Your Life. Teresa clung tightly to Aurelia, for they had stood at the forefront, directly facing the brunt of the mental assault, thus suffering the most severe mental corruption. At this moment, Aurelia's countenance was no longer as frigid as before. Despite Wenrisa's incessant attempts to wipe her clean, blood continued to seep from the corners of her eyes and nostrils. Her tightly furrowed brows occasionally twitched, and a sickly flush stained her pale cheeks, indicating that an unknown madness was unfolding within the consciousness realm of the Ranger General. While softly calling for her sister to awaken, Wenrisa fervently berated herself for not insisting that Aurelia don her leather armor. It was all her fault. Suddenly, a thick fog began to churn violently, coalescing towards a singular point, and the intensity of the frenzied whispers markedly diminished. Sister, look. It seems Lord Vondeller has succeeded. Wenrisa whispered urgently into her sister's ear. whether it was Wenrisa's calling or the reduced intensity of the mental whispers that triggered it. Aurelia let out a soft moan and slightly opened her eyes. She observed the Ranger General trembling, as if wishing to utter something. Wenrisa leaned closer, urging her to retreat. The Bloodseeker had finally exhausted the accursed holy flame, its body marred by burn marks, each movement fraught with agony. With a roar, it charged towards Vondeller, raising its massive claw, poised to strike. Haha, it worked. The arcane tablet in Norman's hand gleamed brightly as he exuberantly simulated the coordinates within, inscribing them upon the ground with energy. As he completed his final stroke, the purple runes floated into the air, spinning rapidly before a pure black fissure abruptly manifested, resembling a gaping maw that swallowed Norman whole. The Bloodseeker turned towards the portal, recognizing a familiar silhouette. Norman spotted a goat-headed creature towering over 3 meters, wielding its massive claw. Although he did not know it, the energy emanating from it felt eerily familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he realized, yes, it's that bastard who betrayed me. Norman grasped at the air, conjuring a purple spear in his hand, a notion flitting through his mind when dealing with large creatures. A spear is most effective. He hesitated briefly, questioning why he felt this way, but there was no time for contemplation. He needed to eliminate it first. With a mighty shout of "Don't run!" he propelled himself towards the Bloodseeker with incredible speed. The sight of this charging menace filled the Bloodseeker with bitterness. It was not fear, but the knowledge that a battle would surely devolve into a war of attrition, leaving no chance for escape once the long-eared ones arrived. Despite this, it moved with haste, evading the spear aimed at its chest and retaliating with a claw strike. You call me friend while plotting to detonate the portal behind my back? Norman's anger surged as he unleashed his pent-up fury, his weakened body racked with rage. For a moment, the Bloodseeker found itself suppressed by Norman's relentless assault. It felt wronged. Had he spoken sooner, it would not have triggered the portal. Yet, faced with his relentless attack, it could not voice its grievances. In the black mist, purple light flickered. Friend or foe? Wenrisa clutched her sister tightly, staring blankly at the source of the purple glow. Talia clenched her teeth, battling fiercely within her mind, while Liadeline remained kneeling, fervently chanting hymns of praise. Enough! The Bloodseeker roared, forcing Norman back with a clawed strike. Norman paused, panting, and questioned, "Who am I?" The Bloodseeker rolled its eyes. "Who the hell knows who you are? You attacked me first, remember?" Enraged, Norman demanded, "What does your silence mean?" Gripping his spear, he prepared to charge once more. "I know who you are," came a frail voice from beside him. Norman turned to see an elderly elf. A myriad of images flashed through his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. He gasped, "I remember you. Tell me, who are you?" Vondeller sat upon the ground, disheartened by Norman's state, mourning for those of his kin who perished at the hands of the void. "I am Vondeller. I am gravely injured. You must eliminate it first, and then I shall explain." Norman shot a glance at the Bloodseeker before turning back to Vondeller. "By what right?" Vondeller, filled with rage and enduring immense pain, replied sorrowfully, "Simply because you are Norman." Norman sheepishly turned away. "I am Norman? Haha. I am Norman. I am not some void being, nor Gorin, nor a child of Azeroth. I am Norman." Though he could not recall the elder, the name Norman resonated with warmth, and he readily accepted it. After a moment's thought, he turned to Vondeller and declared, "Deal? And don't you dare die?" Vondeller, the Bloodseeker, furious, lunged forward. "How dare you ignore the great servant of the Blood God? Damn it!" Vondeller disregarded their life and death struggle, instead encasing himself in a divine shield, focusing on healing his wounds. The Grand Astromancer, riding a royal chocobo and accompanied by her attendants, hurried towards the Wanderer's camp. During this time, the memory of the void eruption filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. Finally, that very morning, she had requested the king's permission to head to the front lines for investigation. Please don't let it be that rascal Norman-'s doing. This thought flitted through the Grand Astromancer's mind as she journeyed. In truth, she had guessed correctly. It was indeed Norman's doing, and it was quite significant, now even larger. For at this moment, Norman was fighting desperately. He had forcibly thrown himself into the embrace of the Bloodseeker, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. A purple spear pierced the Bloodseeker's chest, only to be met by a claw striking his back. Norman coughed up blood, disregarding his injuries, channeling energy into his fist, which he slammed into the wound created by the spear. However, he was swiftly sent flying by another claw from the Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker, with its shattered bone armor, clutched its chest and knelt on the ground, wailing in despair. It felt the surge of purple energy within itself igniting a series of explosions, rapidly depleting its precious life force. Coughing and struggling, Norman managed to turn over, yet the final claw had rent open his abdomen. The usually potent restorative purple energy seemed troubled by such grievous wounds, sluggishly writhing upon his injury, barely showing signs of healing. In this exchange, both sides suffered greatly. Findler, disregarding his own injuries, staggered to Norman's side, yearning to touch his wounds but ultimately refraining, his sorrow crystallizing into a single word: child. The blood seeker rose, weakly roaring. You have forced my hand. Chapter 80. Everything is needed here. Having uttered its ominous proclamation, the blood seeker raised its claws high and tilted its head to the sky, proclaiming transcendence of flesh and blood. Boom. The black mist erupted. The swirling black fog enveloping the traveler's encampment surged towards the blood seeker. The creature ravenously absorbed the black mist, its body gradually ascending into the air. The remaining blood beasts and blood titans shrieked in agony, their corpses merging into a crimson river that flowed toward its rising form. Higher and higher it ascended, until an ethereal and resonant voice reverberated in the minds of the survivors. With your flesh and blood, I forge my immortality. Boom. The holy light barrier shattered. And in that instant, the vast majority of cultivators silently transformed into blood mist, coalescing into the blood river above. Following them were the traveler rangers, whose resolve wavered upon hearing those words, and they too met their demise, their remnants of blood and flesh flowing into the river. The red jade crystal embedded in Wenlesha's leather armor flickered rapidly before stabilizing. Aurelia, caught in Wenlesha's embrace, let out a soft moan and fell into unconsciousness. The accessories clinging to Liadolin shattered with a sigh, pulling her from her chant. Talia's necklace was utterly destroyed without a sound, collapsing to the ground. In that moment, within the traveler's encampment, only Wenlesha and Liadolin remained awake, shielded by the peculiar relics in the void. As the blood river gradually dried up due to the blood seeker's absorption, its form began to fade, transforming into a faceless specter that howled toward the heavens. A more transcendent and frenzied whisper descended. A sharper mental assault commenced. Findler, closest to the blood seeker, suffered the brunt of the initial mental attack during the ascension ritual. His previously tenuous wounds ruptured anew, plunging him into an inexplicable state of darkness. A glimmer of azure light flashed across Norman's form, followed by a surge of purple radiance. He forcefully pushed aside the old elf, whose expression was one of confusion, and rose from the ground, gathering purple energy in his right hand. A purple spear materialized from the void into reality. No, not enough, still not enough. Norman's eyes glazed over with emptiness as he muttered not enough, channeling even wilder energy into the spear. The purple spear transitioned from solid to crackling with violet lightning, then reverted to an unassuming form. Yet, it was anything but ordinary, as the spear trembled slightly. One could observe the annihilation black holes forming around it due to the energy reaching its limits. Norman raised his gaze to the increasingly tangible faceless entity above and bellowed, "Die, you lowly servant." He hurled the spear. Wenlesha swore that this was the most brilliant and terrifying scene she had ever witnessed. A streak of light shot toward the faceless specter, distorting the space it traversed until it shattered into fragments. Yet, as the light passed, the space restored itself. This shot seemed to pierce through time and space, locking all dimensions inescapably. Time appeared to lose its significance in that instant. Though she saw the trajectory of the light, she could not grasp its trace. As if it had struck its target the moment it was unleashed. There was no explosion as Wenlesha had envisioned. It was as if nothing had transpired. Yet everything had happened. She only heard a crack as the mist and whispers enveloping the camp vanished in an instant, restoring clarity to the world. The faceless specter in the sky writhed violently, disintegrating like torn paper, its pieces drifting down, igniting without flame, turning to ash before they could touch the ground. Swept away by the gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. Wenlesha followed the trajectory of the light, wondering, who was that? Norman the Ranger? Liadolin also saw it. Behind the mist were her mentor and Norman? What was he doing? Liadolin screamed in anguish, no? And attempted to rush forward, only to be caught by Wenlesha, who had just set her sister down. Liadolin was unaware, but Wenlesha understood. There, the words once spoken by His Majesty Findler were about to manifest. Wild winds, please protect your children. After casting that spear, Norman did not glance back at the result, but fixed his hollow gaze upon the old elf. He approached Findler, mockingly stating, "The Dark Star? Do you think you are worthy to touch the void?" With that, he raised his hand, purple light surging forth, striking the top of Findler's head. As the old elf collapsed, Norman too succumbed, falling weakly to the ground. Wenlesha was stunned. She could not accept this outcome. What had happened to the promised dark explosion? How could nothing have occurred? How was that possible? Seizing the moment, Liadolin broke free from her grasp and swiftly ran toward her mentor and Norman. As Liadrine approached, she noticed her mentor was enveloped in a cloud of black smoke, a manifestation of some form of energy that was gradually dissipating. Blood began to flow from a horrifying wound on his chest, while Norman, lying beside him, bore a gaping wound that exposed his innards. The flayed flesh resembling a mischievous grin, reminding her not to neglect her own plight. Stunned and rooted to the spot, Leah pondered how to address such grievous injuries. Wiping her tears, she took a deep breath, retrieved garments from her magical pouch, tore them into strips, and commenced bandaging. Having completed a hasty dressing, Leah sniffled and rose, cradling both her mentor and Norman in her arms, allowing their blood to stain her entire being. Great Astromancer, there are still the living here. At the command post, Winley and Leah sat dazed on the steps, casting a glance at a figure in the distance who was shouting incoherently, then returning their gaze to the ground before them. Uncertain of how many had perished this time, Leah was acutely aware of those who still survived. A figure approached, inquiring with confusion, "Winley, Leah?" They both looked up vacantly at the great Astromancer, then lowered their heads once more. "Tell me, General Aurelia, where are Lord Vandelor and the others?" Winley silently stepped aside, gesturing towards the command post behind her. "This place requires medics, priests, and supplies, everything." Leah fixated on the bloodstains on the floor and spoke hollowly. The great Astromancer nodded at her attendant without uttering a word, carefully sidestepping them as she entered. The attendant promptly mounted a chocobo and dashed out of the camp. Chapter 81. The one behind the great Astromancer faced the individual imprisoned within the cell, longing to deliver a lethal blow with an arcane arrow. Ever since awakening, the barrage of questions began with "Who am I?" followed by an endless stream of inquiries. The essence of a question lies in its answer. Yet the crux is that no matter how many times it is answered, after a night's slumber, the same question would resurface. For instance, at this moment, "Who am I?" Norman widened his naive eyes, cheerfully repeating the question, oblivious to the heavy magical restraints binding his limbs. The great Astromancer clutched her head, gasping in exasperation. She had reached her limit. "Just tell me who I am. Be quiet. If you ask that again, I will eliminate you on the spot." Norman, frightened by the fierce demeanor of the great Astromancer, retreated, causing the chains to clank noisily. She gazed sorrowfully at the ranger, who had shrunk into the corner of the cell, cautiously stealing glances at her. With a sigh, she lamented that the young man who dared to defy the world was irretrievably lost. The arcane light on the wall flickered in response to her heavy sigh, casting her shadow long and sorrowful. "You are Norman, the Norman of Dusk home." The great Astromancer gently recounted the ranger's past to the trembling figure huddled in the corner. Just then, a voice from outside announced, "Your Excellency, His Majesty Vandelor requests your presence." The great Astromancer paused her narrative, offered a soft smile to the feigning Norman, and said, "I shall return tomorrow." As she opened the door to leave, a hopeful voice called out from behind, "Then, you must come." She hesitated, recalling Norman's demeanor while negotiating in the laboratory, and despite the fragmented memories, his lazy disposition remained unchanged. With a bittersweet smile, she nodded and departed the prison. As the cell door closed, silence enveloped once more. "How is Zul'Aman faring?" Upon returning to the reception room, she was immediately confronted by Vandelor. "You old fool. It's quite regrettable that you survived this time," Zul'Aman teased, pulling out a chair just as a magical cup of tea floated to her. After taking a sip, she continued, "His condition is neither good nor bad." Vandelor leaned forward, hands on the table. "Spare me the niceties. What is the crux of the matter?" The great Astromancer shrugged. "His memories have been torn apart by the void's forces. Fortunately, he is still alive and has not transformed into one of those abominations." After speaking, she cast a peculiar glance at Vandelor. "But you, my friend, have truly surprised me." Vandelor straightened, gesturing to his aged visage. "After awakening, Leah restored the scene for me. Had that lad not intervened, you would have been facing an entirely different darkness." He sighed. "I can no longer discern whether the holy light is a beacon of hope or a harbinger of despair." The great Astromancer chuckled lightly, waving her hand dismissively. "Enough of that. Although you've lost your power, I recognize you as my old friend Vandelor, not some preposterous high priest." Vandelor pointed at her, retorting, "Zul'Aman. After all these years, you finally uttered something sensible." They both erupted into laughter. Once their mirth subsided, Vandelor inquired, "How does His Majesty intend to handle him?" The great Astromancer sighed. "It's difficult to say. He has caused considerable trouble, though he has also achieved much. However, regarding the void, Anastharian had previously expressed a desire to eradicate him completely. Vandalor drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before speaking. I can assure you of the Ranger General's stance. The attitude of Councillor Belloval is rather ambiguous, while the other three families maintain close ties with the Drellishire family. Do you have any means to sway them? The great astromancer raised an eyebrow, incredulously replying, You expect me to engage with those tedious councillors? Vandalor slammed his hand on the table in frustration. You are a disgrace among royal mages. The great astromancer shot back, and you, a high-ranking priest, seem equally powerless. Outside, Hadro listened to the intense quarrel within, quickly peering into the reception room only to be met with a chorus of shouts demanding him to leave. The slightly calmed Grand Astrologer finally spoke. However, I do have a suggestion. Vanderlor eagerly inquired, Oh, what idea do you have? They could. Hadro, standing resolutely at the door with his heavy hammer, recalled the Minter's stern warning. Never heed a single word from Liedrin. Everything must receive his approval first. Noticing Hadro's disregard, Liedrin sweetly tugged at his sleeve, saying, Brother Hadro, I'm truly bored. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Hadro replied, Liedrin, you are quite unbothered. Aren't you? She tugged at his sleeve but failed to move him, causing her to stomp angrily on his foot. Hadro, bewildered by her strange gaze, pleaded, Leah, please don't look at me that way. The Minter insisted that we adhere to his plans today. Liedrin pouted, her voice filled with feigned grievance. I merely wanted to wander a bit. After a week of tending to you at the infirmary, this is how you treat me upon my return? Hadro, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Leah, please don't say such things. Audrey might get upset. Liedrin, with a mischievous smile, leaned closer, saying, I could ask Sister Audrey to care for you instead. You don't appreciate my efforts, yet you speak to me like this? Would you like me to inform her? Hadro hastily covered his sister's mouth, pleading, Leah, please don't. It's just a stroll, merely the royal encampment. Let us go now. Liedrin swatted away his hand, indignantly exclaiming, How dare you use your filthy hands to silence me? I'll tell Audrey. Hadro's imposing demeanor crumbled as he slumped his shoulders, saying, Leah, let us reason this out. You used to climb on my back every day when you were younger. Have you forgotten? Liedrin shot him a disdainful look, retorting, That was in childhood. I've grown up now. I don't care. I will tell her. Hadro, in a fluster, scratched his head, realizing that if she spoke up, it wouldn't just be the Minter. Other practitioners would surely have his head. The thought of the dreadful consequences spurred him to urge, Leah, weren't you saying you wanted to explore? Let us hurry. With arms crossed and a haughty demeanor, Liedrin declared, Now, I simply do not wish to go. Hadro extended his hand, eager to pull her along, yet fearful that this young lady would seize the opportunity to cause mischief. Liedrin stole a glance at her brother, a sly grin forming on her lips, elongating her words. It's not impossible, but... Hadro anxiously pressed, But what? Liedrin beamed. I'll tell you once I've made up my mind. Hadro gasped. Leah, if the Minter finds out, you may be fine, but I will be doomed. He whispered. Liedrin marched straight to the place where prisoners were held, and Hadro, fully aware of his sister's intentions, knew he wasn't being foolish. With hands behind her back, Liedrin shot her brother a glare, saying, Do you have any choice? Wait here for me. With that, she strode toward the guards. Hadro sighed, watching her retreating figure with a heavy heart, tears welling within. Audrey, my Audrey, I'm heading to Zul'Aman to preach. Please, do not forget me. However, his spirits lifted upon seeing Liedrin engaged in a fervent yet hushed discussion with the guard, who was shaking his head vigorously, such a handsome sight. Yet, Liedrin occasionally glanced his way, preventing him from displaying his joy, much to his dismay. Here she comes. As Liedrin approached, Hadro cast a scrutinizing glance at the guard and demanded, Leah, does he dare deny you entry? Liedrin assessed him from head to toe, unimpressed, and retorted, You're coming with me. If I can't get in. Hadro felt a bitter taste in his mouth and nodded in resignation. If you manage it, I shall overlook the previous incidents, Liedrin added. Upon hearing this, Hadro straightened his posture and boomed, What place in Quel'Thalas is beyond my noble little sister's reach? Let us go. With that proclamation, he marched ahead. The guard, recognizing the priestess from before accompanied by a muscular man with a hammer, grew anxious. Surely, they were not here to break someone out? As the guard contemplated this, Hadro lunged forward, seizing the guard by the collar, whispering fiercely, Speak again, and I shall end you. The prisoner cannot leave this place. The guard struggled to breathe, overwhelmed by Hadro's imposing presence. We are not taking the prisoner. Allow my sister to enter. No, at most, a quarter of an hour. Liedrin shot Hadro a knowing glance. Understanding her cue, he loosened his grip and murmured, 3/4 of an hour. Liedrin, covering her face in frustration, muttered, I wanted an hour. The guard's gaze remained fixed on Hadro's face, stating firmly, "No. Just 15 minutes." Feeling the grip on his collar tighten again, he quickly amended, "3/4 of an hour, no more." Hadro rejected, "3/4 of an hour." The guard turned his head away, lamenting, "Just kill me now." Finally satisfied, Hadro nodded, released the guard, and smoothed out his wrinkled uniform, saying, "Now that's more like it." He turned to Ledrin, winking, "2/4 of an hour. Leah, let us make haste." Ledrin, fuming, thought, "What do you mean by hurry up?" Hadro directly stomped his foot, inquiring of the guard, "Are there many prisoners inside?" The guard swallowed hard and replied in a hushed tone, "Just one," accompanying his words with a gesture. He had witnessed the fierce man being stomped, and a flicker of blue crossed his face. "Oh, that must have been painful." Liadaline nodded, casting a glance at Hadro before stealthily slipping inside. "By the way, I have some healing salve at my post," the guard kindly offered. Hadro, with a bittersweet smile, shook his head, realizing he must bear the burden alone. He then asked the guard, "Is there anywhere to hide?" The guard shook his head, stating, "As long as you don't take the prisoner away, there shouldn't be any trouble." Hadro, astonished, queried, "If someone sees you letting him in, won't you be in trouble?" The guard chuckled softly, remaining silent. It was no wonder he had been stomped, as his badge was not visible on his chest. After a week apart, Liadaline finally saw Norman again, though she never imagined their reunion would occur within a prison cell. The seemingly nonsensical words her mentor had uttered before the chapel now felt prophetic. The once resolute ranger, now curled in a corner in silent despair, presented a stark contrast that nearly brought Liadaline to tears. She crouched beside the cage, softly calling his name. "Norman, Norman," as she called. The figure in the corner slowly lifted his head. "Huh, who are you?" Norman exclaimed, eyes widening as he recognized the familiar silhouette calling a name that resonated within him. He lunged forward from the corner, but before he could reach Liadaline, the chains yanked him back forcefully. In a frenzy, Norman struggled against the chains, urgently asking, "Who are you? I remember you, but who am I? I can't recall anything. Please tell me, please." In his desperation, a sharp pain surged through his mind, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. This scene pierced Liadaline's heart like a dagger. She knelt on the ground, clutching her chest, and weeping uncontrollably. She had never forgotten Norman's lost state that fateful morning. She thought she had prepared herself adequately, yet in this moment, she realized she was utterly unprepared and felt like nothing. "Norman, Norman, don't hit your head, please stop." Liadaline reached toward the cage, wishing to soothe his turmoil, but an insurmountable magical barrier thwarted her efforts. She could only kneel outside the cage, helplessly crying out. Now she understood the pain Norman endured when he saved Costello from the trees. It was an anguish that shattered the heart beyond words. Norman, overwhelmed by the intense pain, lost consciousness. Tear-streaked, Liadaline knelt outside the cage, clutching her chest. After what felt like an eternity, the guard's urging voice roused her. "Leah?" Hadro gazed at the seemingly despondent young apprentice, his eyes filled with a fierce glare directed at the guard. "What kind of monster is inside? Why did my clever little sister come out like this?" Liadaline lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lowering her head and whispering, "Brother, let us leave." "Very well, let us depart." Hadro gritted his teeth as he forced the words out. The sorrow in Liadaline's voice burned within him like a fierce flame, nearly driving him to madness. Following behind Liadaline, Hadro cast a resentful glance back at the prison, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, whom could he unleash his fury upon? Gazing up at the clear sky, he felt an unfamiliar sense of melancholy for the first time. Chapter 83, Forever Pure Lyras in the audience chamber of the Grand Astrologer. Fondler and the Grand Astrologer were discussing trivial matters when Liadaline burst in, saying nothing, and collapsed in tears on her mentor's lap. "What is it, Lia? Who has wronged you? I shall have Hadro break their legs." Fondler glared at the Grand Astrologer. "This is your domain. How dare Lia be mistreated here?" The Grand Astrologer blinked innocently, shrugging his shoulders as if to say it was not his concern. Just as the two men glared at one another, Liadaline hiccuped, I saw Norman." She recounted the scene of her encounter with Norman, but before she could finish, overwhelmed with emotion, she fainted. Fondler slammed his fist on the table, turning to shout outside, "Hadro!" The Grand Astrologer, irritated, tugged at his hair and summoned a magical servant to fetch the prison guard. Hadro and the prison guard stood at the entrance of the audience chamber, heads bowed in a shared sense of despair, regretting their earlier decisions. The Grand Astrologer was the first to confront the guard. "There is a surveying ship bound for the South Sea at Yongfan Harbor in 2 days. Report there immediately." The guard nodded dejectedly. "The South Sea? Where is that? They should not have been allowed inside." "Hadro, What did I tell you before departing? It seems you have recovered sufficiently. Go assist the expulsion forces towards Zul'Aman. Do not return until you achieve final victory. Fondler lamented, regretting bringing this fool along. Despite countless warnings, this simpleton had still been led astray by Lia. If you lack sense, then go earn some military merits. Hadro felt a profound sorrow within him. Farewell. Audrey, I know not when we shall meet again in Zul'Aman. He exchanged a glance with the guard, both sharing a silent understanding. Fondler roared, You too. Why are you still here? The two fled like startled phoenixes. Your disciple has merely exhausted her spirit. I administered a calming potion earlier. Allow her to rest here. The Grand Astrologer wearily rubbed his temples, addressing Fondler. The aging priest's face displayed the weariness of years, lamenting, Not a single one is worry-free. We truly are growing old. Hearing his words, the Grand Astrologer chuckled softly, a hint of annoyance in his tone as he remarked, Though their actions may appear rather immature, their intentions are indeed noble. Are they not? Your previous suggestion was unwise. Darkin lamented before the king and the council, claiming he witnessed Norman approach with his son's severed head. I shall meet the king shortly. Regardless of the outcome, Norman must not meet his demise. Be mindful, the repercussions may be even more intolerable than death. Vanderler asserted resolutely. As long as one breathes, there is hope. Breathing heavily, he increasingly felt the urgency of the situation, gesturing with determination as he continued, I shall depart immediately. Ensure Leah is well cared for. The Grand Astrologer, Solarian, was not pleased. What do you mean by caring for Leah? Must I be reminded of this? Vanderler cast a significant glance at the Grand Astrologer. Rest assured, she shall not encounter Norman again. He added, at least not before the trial begins. Satisfied, Vanderler set off to find the king. Talia stood quietly behind the curtain of the theater stage, holding Lyra's coat, patiently awaiting his debut. In the center of the stage, Lyra's exuded elegance. The lyrical, melodious notes flowed from his slender, pale fingers, resonating throughout the theater, cleansing the dust and washing away the din. As the curtain call echoed, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. In that moment, Lyra's shone like sunlight. Lyra's poked his head out of the carriage, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Talia, was I not splendid today? Indeed, you were remarkable. For your brilliance, I shall refrain from informing your sisters about your use of blood thistle. Lyra's clutched his face in despair. Heavens, they told me it was the latest product of the Fatherland family. How could I possibly know it was blood thistle? Talia gazed up at the starry sky, her voice serene. Lyra's, being a drug addict is hardly a commendable title. Lyra's, in agony, banged his head against the carriage frame. Attempting to explain, it was merely that one box, a gift from someone, claiming it would inspire me. Had I known. He fell silent as Talia placed a finger to her lips. Leaning in close, Talia whispered, Do not swear, do not apologize. I wish for Lyra's to remain forever pure. Lyra's seemed to grasp her words, yet remained uncertain. Retreating into the carriage, he felt the warmth of Talia's breath tickling his ear. The enchanted carriage came to a smooth halt before the Windrider's residence near Traveler's Square, rousing Lyra's from his daze. Talia? Yes? Have you gathered any news of your brother? No, I was just summoned by Sister Moon upon waking. Your brother is formidable, he shall be fine. Perhaps. Well, you must be weary today. I'll remain at the sentry outside. Should anything arise, call for me. Good night, Lyra's. Lyra's closed the door behind him, throwing himself onto the bed in regret. I should not have mentioned that. As he lay there, reflecting on the events of the evening, his peripheral vision caught sight of the box of blood thistle paste in the corner. Cursed be it. No wonder she spoke of it tonight. I left it here. Lyra's quickly sprang to his feet, seizing the box, exclaiming, Talia, quickly, dispose of this wretched item. Talia entered politely, a smile gracing her features as she asked, Oh dear. Honorable Lyra's Windrider, do you truly wish to destroy it? Lyra's bellowed, Do not be so theatrical. Hurry, immediately dispose of it. Talia playfully stuck out her tongue and saluted. Yes, Commander. She took the box and merrily walked away. Wait, what? Talia turned back, her expression darkening. Well, you handsome Lyra's, you have indeed partaken in it. Do not look at me with such eyes. Lyra's waved his hand irritably. I recall you owe me a meal. This weekend works perfectly. Talia, with a look of disbelief, retorted, Isn't your schedule filled with a banquet hosted by a prominent figure? She waved the exquisite box in her hand. The one at the event organized by the father of the girl who gifted you. Lyra's gritted his teeth. The Windrider is a prominent figure. When I say I rest. Talia blinked, tilting her head in hesitation. Are you certain? I shall need to prepare in advance. I am most certain. Lyra's, feeling a throbbing pain in his jaw, clutched his cheek and continued, Destroy it now. I never wish to see this accursed thing again. Chapter 84. The Trial Taquilin. Once a vital thoroughfare into the kingdom of Quel'Thalas had devolved into a dilapidated way station housing a mere few wooden shacks. Following the establishment of the magical barrier in the Silvermoon Forest and the severance of ties with the human kingdom of Arathar, with the encroachment of forest trolls, even Prince Kael'thas would avoid this route on his journey to Dalaran. However, due to the favorable progression of the war, the borders of Quel'Thalas had expanded to the foothills of the mountains. Thus, it was only logical for the king to establish a fortified settlement at this strategic juncture. Similarly, with the war proceeding favorably, the cheerful majesty, the king, was inclined to address lingering matters, particularly as Darkan had lamented his loss for 11 days before the council. King Anastarian cast a glance at Darkan, seated to his left. Ever since reviewing the casualty report, his ire had been difficult to suppress upon seeing him. Those gangsters were expendable, yet over 1,000 soldiers had perished or gone missing. Hundreds of wounded bore varying degrees of psychological trauma. The king averted his gaze, expressionless as he struck the copper bell upon the table. Let us begin. If Norman's memory had not been shattered, he would undoubtedly take pride in the grandeur of his trial today, the king himself presiding, the first ever assembly of the Seven Council serving as jury, surrounded by those who were either his blood relatives or individuals of significant influence. The Grand Astrologer, accompanied by a contingent of guards, escorted the prisoner's carriage into the hall, bowed to the king, and cast a spell to lift the magical barriers, leaving only the anti-magic shackles to bind Norman's movements. Norman lifted his gaze, bewildered, and scanned the room, realizing that all eyes were upon him. A wave of fear washed over him, prompting him to shrink back and avoid their stares. Cautiously tilting his head, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the edge of the assembly, smiling warmly at him. Instantly, Norman responded with a wide, foolish grin. The moment he did, a ripple of commotion surged through the crowd, as whispers exchanged and skeptical glances were directed toward Darkan. None believing that a fool could commit such outrageous acts. Darkan, unperturbed by the dubious looks, fixed his seething gaze upon Norman, the fury in his eyes vowing to reduce Norman to ashes. Your Majesty, let us commence. Darkan's chilling voice swept through the fortress hall like a cold breeze, restoring a semblance of order to the chaotic atmosphere. The king nodded to the herald, stating, "Then let it begin." The herald cleared his throat and began. "First, please." Suddenly, a disturbance arose from the direction of His Highness, Lord Vondeller, interrupting the herald's proclamation and capturing the attention of the entire assembly. Liadeline glared with bloodshot eyes at the two monks blocking her path and hissed, "Step aside." "Sister Liadeline, the master has ordered us not to let you pass." One monk replied, gripping her hammer tightly. She insisted, "I said, step aside." The monks, arms crossed, remained steadfast, closing their eyes in refusal, embodying a stance of indifference. Liadeline struck one of the monks on the thigh with her hammer, ignoring his pained cries, and prepared to swing at the other. "Liadeline." Vondeller turned to halt her violent outburst, noticing the crimson glare in her eyes. The high priest opened his mouth to speak, but offered only a despondent wave to the monks, signaling them to let her through. Liadeline dashed into the arena, only to be blocked again by guards. Gritting her teeth, she turned to the king and implored, "Your Majesty, he is still a high elf, is he not?" King Asnatanarian disregarded the high priest's frantic gestures, responding earnestly, "Of course. Until stripped of his honor, he remains a high elf." Liadeline pointed at Norman, emphasizing, "Then please grant him some dignity." The king glanced at the disheveled figure within the cage and waved to the guards. Moments later, a towel and a basin of water were placed before the cage. He declared, "Do as you wish." Gratefully bowing to the king, Liadeline rolled up her sleeves and approached the cage, seizing the bewildered Norman and beginning to wipe the grime from his face. Norman, terrified by the sudden grasp, felt a damp cloth vigorously scrub against his skin, instilling fear within him. Just as he contemplated struggling, a familiar voice sharply commanded, "Do not move." Norman froze, the memory of that reprimand flooding back, causing him to forget his resistance. Observing Norman's compliance, Liadeline's aching heart found slight solace, prompting her movements to become more tender. The Grand Astrologer watched Liadeline with cold disdain, thinking that if not for the onlookers, he would have struck her soundly. "Why meddle? Norman saved my life. Would I treat him poorly? If he doesn't appear wretched enough, how can I plead for him to the king?" Regrettably, Liadeline remained oblivious. Or perhaps she simply chose not to know. Norman gazed at the woman tenderly tending to him, her face so familiar yet elusively ungraspable. As she lifted her head, he recognized that face, yet the memory eluded him. Her smile. Yes, that smile. echoed in Norman's mind as fragmented images flashed. She stood before a solemn church, beaming brightly and speaking to him. Flames flickered, illuminating her flower-like smile. In a pitch-black room, her pale, weary face bore a smile. A familiar ache pierced his mind. Clutching his head in agony, Norman cried out, "Who are you? I remember your smile." Tears streamed down Liadline's face as she trembled, replying, "I am Liadline. You may call me Leah." "Leah?" Norman clutched his head in despair, screaming, "Who is Leah?" "Ah, I remember nothing." With that, he collided his head against the cage bars, creating a resounding clamor. Liadline, weeping profusely, grasped his collar, pulling him close, and embraced his head through the bars. "Norman, you mustn't." Unable to break free, he fell silent, murmuring, "I can't remember. I truly can't remember. Who are you? Who am I?" Hearing this, Liadline felt an overwhelming urge to tear her shattered heart from her chest and crush it beneath her feet. With a resounding crash, Vondeller kicked over the table before him, exclaiming, "To hell with this farce." Chapter 85, Is There Still Law? The assembly gasped in shock as the high priest, Vondeller, overturned the table, angrily addressing the king. "Your Majesty, I have had enough of this farce. Is Quel'Solaris a noble realm, or is it for all Quel'Dorii?" He continued unabated, to trample upon the innocent, defenseless souls for the sake of a disgraceful, shameless Quel'Dorii scoundrel. Darkin rose, bellowing, "Enough. High priest, have you lost your senses?" Findeler wielded his finger like a sword, prodding at Darkan, and thundered, "The scoundrel I speak of is none other than you, Darkan." He then proceeded to enumerate the transgressions of the Dalaran family, one by one. With each accusation uttered by the high priest, gasps erupted from the crowd, their gazes towards Darkan growing increasingly hostile. Who among them did not possess a few questionable dealings? Though many indulged in such acts in private, you, my friend, have crossed the line. Darkan, desperate to interject, found his voice drowned out by the resounding authority of the oratorical high priest. All he could do was futilely shout claims of slander, defending the unparalleled loyalty of the Dalaran family. Aurelia surveyed the chaotic hall, her frustration mounting. The one who proposed the plan was now the very one to disrupt it. What was this madness? She shot a glare at her sister, who was joining in the ruckus. The high priest was one of the last elders of Quel'Thalas. He could freely voice his grievances against the king. Yet what was her sister doing amidst the uproar? When Leysa, with a playful grin, leaned closer to her sister and whispered, "Look at the king. He is also enjoying the spectacle." Aurelia cast a disapproving glance towards the king and retorted, "Do not take this lightly. To save a life, one must exert every effort." When Leysa shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "If it comes to that, we'll just seize him and leave." Aurelia gasped, her frustration intensifying. "Do you remember the scenario I shared with you?" When Leysa leaned in to whisper again, Aurelia looked at her sister, puzzled, awaiting her elaboration. "I discovered last night that by arranging and compressing arcane elements in a specific manner, one could replicate the effect of that fateful shot by Norman. Alas, my strength is still inadequate, and I can only achieve less than half of it." Aurelia stared at her sister in shock, her irritation now truly palpable. Liadline gently caressed Norman's face through the prison bars. The once boisterous Norman now leaned against the railing, gazing at Liadline. The purity reflected in his eyes was unlike anything she had seen since their acquaintance. He smiled at her, a smile so genuine it resembled the tranquil expanse of a vast ocean under a clear blue sky. She playfully pinched his cheek, calling him a fool. "Silence." The king, having observed enough of the commotion, tapped a small bell. Once the hall quieted, he addressed Findeler, "Your Majesty, the kingdom of Quel'Thalas is indisputably the realm of all Quel'Dorii. It is late, let us commence." After exchanging a furious glare with Darkan, Findeler returned to his seat in indignation. King Anasterian cleared his throat, and guards promptly moved to restore order around the cage. Liadline positioned herself beside the Grand Astromancer, smoothing her attire while casting playful glances at Norman in the cage, provoking him to grin foolishly. "Norman, as the accused, Darkan has charged you with premeditated murder against him and his kin, resulting in the demise of Mirzalan Dalaran. How do you plead?" The king's authoritative voice echoed throughout the hall, all eyes fixed on the prisoner, eagerly anticipating his response. However, their hopes were destined to be dashed, for the prisoner was preoccupied with exchanging expressions with the priestess at the side. With a slight murmur of discontent, the king awkwardly redirected his gaze to Darkan. "Darkan, given Norman's current mental state, do you possess any direct evidence to substantiate your claim that he murdered your beloved son and attempted to assassinate you?" Darkan's lips trembled violently as he indignantly replied, "The wounds upon my body serve as the finest proof." He continued, his voice choked with emotion. He burst into the battlefield with the head of Merzalin in hand and ambushed me with a spear. The king pressed further. Darkan, your testimony alone cannot establish your case. Is there any documented evidence? As Darkan wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, he tore open his garment, revealing a glimmering wound on his shoulder, exclaiming, "This is the direct evidence." The Grand Astromancer interjected, "I mean no offense, your majesty, but during the process of purging the void corruption from the survivors, I found that their afflictions manifested in various ways, and their minds suffered to differing extents." Darkan glared at the Grand Astromancer, questioning, "Are you insinuating that my mental state is in question?" The Grand Astromancer shrugged and spread his hands, replying, "I have said no such thing. Now, Solarian, do not obstruct the course of justice." "Understood, your majesty." The king then turned to Darkan, asking, "How can you prove that this wound was inflicted by him?" "Of course, I have a witness." In the camp of the Farstriders, he witnessed this ranger wielding purple energy. The king gestured to the herald, who went to summon Darkan's witness. As the witness stepped forward, Aurelia's expression shifted dramatically, while Wenlesa hissed through clenched teeth, "Traitor." The witness was none other than a member of the Farstriders and a survivor of the camp's tragedy. "Your majesty, what I witnessed was precisely this." The witness, under the piercing gaze of the ranger general, trembled and quickly recounted the scene he had observed, lowering his head deeply in shame. Darkan ominously declared, "No one can harm you. Ranger, raise your head. You are merely stating a fact. You are an honest man." He then pointed at Norman, unlike some, who twist the truth, only to regret it when the dagger is at their throats. "Today he dares to assassinate me. Tomorrow he will dare to assassinate your majesty. And every honorable high elf. Should such a villain not face severe punishment? Does Quel'Thalas still uphold its laws? Is there any order left?" Chapter 86. The divided kingdom. Darkan's words struck the hearts of the nobles like a heavy hammer, igniting a flurry of discussions. Who among them was not aware of the underlying issues? This rogue had set a perilous precedent. What would happen when the dagger of assassination turned upon themselves? They could not allow him to escape unscathed. A stern warning was imperative for those harboring such thoughts. "Yes, your majesty, he must be severely punished. There can be no ambiguity regarding such a savage. Your majesty, I implore you to impose the harshest penalties upon him and his kin." Such sentiments echoed from the mouths of the lesser nobles, their fear palpable. The ramifications of Darkan's portrayal were terrifying. Why had they toiled to ascend to nobility? For status? For superiority, only to be felled by a commoner? The thought was almost unfathomable. Fendalar observed the faces of the nobles with a sense of desolation. It had only been a few centuries, just 2 or 3 generations in the lifespan of high elves exceeding 100 years. How had Quidor descended into such a pitiful state? In that moment, his heart felt irrevocably shattered. Aurelia rose with a stack of letters, a cold smile gracing her lips as she interjected, "Gentlemen, let us review these reports before reaching any conclusions, shall we? Do you not agree, Counselor Darkan?" The king, his expression darkened, waved his hand for the attendant to retrieve the reports. He cast a cursory glance and, in a fit of rage, shattered his cup against the floor before thrusting it toward the attendant. "Read." The attendant, trembling, picked up the report. A single glance left him drenched in cold sweat, and he began to read in a stammering voice. The silence in the hall was palpable, every breath held in anticipation. The once clear situation had become shrouded in uncertainty. No one could predict the next move of the king. After all, this kingdom still bore the name of the Sun Chaser. "Lords, as you speak of punishing the perpetrator, might you also enlighten me on how I, your king, have failed? Have I not adequately protected you? Do you not receive enough benefits from my reign? Are you so eager to replace me?" The voice of King Asnitanarian was unervingly calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay a tempest of fury. The report presented by the Ranger General was akin to a blade, tearing through the veil that concealed the kingdom's shame. To their astonishment, the noblemen who had previously proclaimed righteousness were revealed to be as corrupt, if not more so, than the common folk. This trial had irrevocably morphed, aside from a few. No one cared for Norman's fate. Each was lost in calculating their own gains and losses. Darkan must be sacrificed. Aurelia, unfazed by the glares of resentment directed her way, had long since lost faith in these nobles. The report she had just revealed contained the Windrunner's greatest secret and was merely a necessary countermeasure following the deaths of 18 blood relatives in their pursuit of military power. "Sister, what now?" Aurelia raised her hand to silence her sister's forthcoming words. No matter the cost, what Little Moon intended must be achieved. Was the Windrunner family truly so despicable? The Sunchaser counselor had torn the facade asunder. "Is it not permissible for the Windrunners to retaliate against your plunder, Sunchaser?" Ventressa retorted sharply. The Sun Chaser counselor bellowed. Aurelia, what purpose does it serve to have your sister intervene? How many spies have you embedded within the kingdom? Aurelia calmed her agitated sister, stating, the Windrunner family is few in number. We cannot afford to lose a single one. Whosoever targets the Windrunners, I shall retaliate against them. Beloval closed his eyes in despair. While they had once spoken of unity and camaraderie, in this moment, they wished to tear one another apart. The Windrunners had sacrificed 18 blood relatives for the establishment of Quel'Thalas. Reflecting on his earlier words in the council, he found them painfully ironic. Findalar, my dear friend. My heart, too, is in tatters. The king smashed a small bell upon the table, shouting furiously, silence. I am not yet dead. Do you not see me as your king? His bloodshot gaze swept across the assembly, and with a fierce voice, he declared, in the name of the Sun Chaser, I hereby strip Counselor Darkandrel of his position and sentence Norman to life imprisonment, enacted immediately as a sign of respect. Now let us vote. Who is in favor? Who is against? The hall fell into a profound silence, none daring to express their stance. After a lengthy pause, the king's voice regained its calmness, since no one speaks. It is assumed that all are in agreement. Let the scribe record this. Your Majesty, does this mean my son dies in vain? Darkin lamented bitterly. The king did not even glance his way, merely gesturing for the scribe to document the earlier decision. Ah, Darkin cease. Darkin cried out in anguish, his eyes turning blood-red with hatred as he directed Beloval's staff toward Norman, a shard of ice hurtling toward him in an instant. Beloval, having kept watch, barely managed to shout for him to stop, witnessing the icy projectile soaring through the air, collapsing into his chair. All eyes were drawn to the icy spear. Some even shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the aftermath of the king's decree. Darkin, how many lives must you endanger? Though the story is lengthy, it unfolded in a mere instant. Norman, Lia. Findalar stood frozen. Norman's once innocent smile froze in horror. Warm droplets splattered against Norman's face. Was it raining? Why did she remain silent? Devoid of her usual laughter? Liadrin's lips trembled. She wished to speak to Norman, but upon opening her mouth, she coughed up a mouthful of warm blood, slowly sliding down the railing. Norman stared blankly at the falling girl. Why? Why does my heart ache so? Who can tell me why? Ah! Norman let out a furious roar, purple lightning surging forth from his being. The king commanded the Grand Astromancer with great urgency. Solanian, stop him. Yet, before the Grand Astromancer could act, a series of explosive cracks echoed, shattering the magic restraints that bound Norman. With a single punch, he obliterated the prison cage and, with a powerful push, transformed into a streak of purple light, racing towards Darkin. Caught completely off guard, Darkin was launched against the wall by a single blow from Norman, and before he could hit the ground, another punch struck his chest, sending him crashing into the corner. Amidst the falling debris and the cacophony of thuds, flashes of blue protective light intermittently flickered, mingled with Darkin's anguished cries that sent shivers down the spine. With a swift motion, the king drew forth the flame strike. Chapter 87 Epilogue. The king's eyes reflected a tempestuous fury so intense that even his most loyal subjects dared not meet his gaze. At this moment, the entire hall seemed to be ensnared by a spell. Though the thuds from the corner persisted, a profound silence enveloped the room. As Norman rose to his feet and turned towards the king, the purple lightning that surrounded him transformed into flames, consuming himself and his adversaries. The king shifted slightly, and the flame strike carved a phantom in the air, sweeping forward with an unyielding inferno towards Norman. This strike shattered the enchantment, accompanied by Norman's anguished roar. As he staggered forward to confront the king, the fight for survival had begun, tears streaming down his face. Vondalor held his beloved disciple tightly, wishing fervently for Lia to rise and, as was her custom, tug at his sleeve to seek his affection, even if just once. The Grand Astromancer, wearing a tense expression, quickly assessed Lidaline's injuries and promptly retrieved a vial of blood-red potion from her magical ring, forcing it into her mouth. Faced with the hopeful gaze of an old friend, the Grand Astromancer lowered her head slowly, reluctant to disclose the grim reality. In the corner of the hall, the fiery brilliance of Norman's energy-formed sword was rendered utterly impotent against the flame strike. Every clash resulted in the dissolution of his luminous weapon. King Asnataran, wielding the advantage of the artifact, had cornered Norman. Observing the young man, who, despite being trapped against the wall, still dared to bare his teeth defiantly, the king felt a flicker of admiration. Perhaps it was unfortunate, the depth of your entanglement with the void. The king tightened his grip on the sword and charged forward. Within the hall, only the two windwalkers present perceived the thunderous strike with clarity, awed by its speed, akin to the untamed winds. A flash of purple light erupted from Norman's hand as he launched a spear towards the king, propelling himself forward with a crouch. With a soft hiss, Norman approached Leideline expressionlessly, while the king stood with his back to the onlookers, his flame strike angled downward, burning fiercely. Renessa covered her mouth, fearful that her gasp might disturb Norman in his stride. An ominous shadow loomed over Leah. Get lost. Vandelor raised his head, uttering the word roll, only to choose silence. Norman squatted before Leideline, his right hand hovering over her forehead, enveloping her entirely in a surge of purple energy. He gazed at the serene girl, cocooned in the violet shell, and beamed a broad smile, only to be met with a violent eruption of blood from his mouth and nose as he collapsed. A grievous wound, slicing from his left shoulder to his lower right abdomen, gushed forth sparks. The flame strike, forged in the sunwell, having imbibed the essence of its waters since its inception, had always been the sword of authority for the king of Quel'Thalas. One of its fundamental attributes, the damage inflicted disregards regeneration and cannot be healed. In that moment, Vandelor felt utterly helpless. He looked pleadingly at the approaching king, his aged face a pallid hue. Your Majesty, please stand aside. He has been tainted too deeply by the void. The king spoke solemnly. Vandelor merely shook his head, straightening before the king. Your Majesty. Renessa hurried to stand beside Vandelor. Your judgment is life imprisonment. The king raised his chin, glancing at Renessa, and dismissed the remaining nobles from the hall. Once they had departed, he turned to Aurelia with a heavy tone. Is this the stance of the Windwalkers? Aurelia stepped forward and declared, This is the stance of all Windwalkers. Humph. The king grunted in pain, his fury intensifying. I am truly sorry, Your Majesty. If you insist on executing him, I shall resign from my position as the Royal Grand Astromancer, she said wearily, rising from beside Norman. The king trembled with rage. Very well. Solanian, are you attempting to coerce me? The Grand Astromancer shook her head, exasperated. Every survivor from the Farstrider camp owes him a life. His memories have been ravaged by the void. Does the kindly king still refuse to show mercy to a wretched soul with nothing left? She paused, then continued. Nothing is more terrifying than a fractured Quel'Thalas. Not even the void. You. The king clenched his teeth, barely managing to utter those words, before his imposing aura deflated. And he murmured in desolation, You are right. Nothing is more terrifying than a divided Quel'Thalas. Step aside. I will reclaim the power of the flame strike. The forlorn king called out to the despondent Vandelor. Your Majesty, your disciple would be better off brought to the royal court for treatment. Vandelor waved his hand dismissively without looking back. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I will take Leah back to Silvermoon for healing. Henceforth, the church's matters will be entrusted to Hadro. Why must you also leave me? Am I such a failed king? Your Majesty, the light of my heart has already dimmed. The king sat alone upon the throne in the hall, a place that had recently echoed with the clamor of a bustling courtroom, now reduced to his solitary presence. Your Majesty, you have been seated here for quite some time, remarked Solanian. I recall you as the royal astrologer even before my birth. Indeed. Back then I was merely a junior astrologer. How swiftly time has passed, and I find myself aged, he replied. Pray tell. If my father were faced with a dilemma such as today's, how would he respond? The grand astrologer chuckled softly before saying, That depends on the kind of king you aspire to be. If you wish to be a tyrant, you would eliminate all who oppose you. If a benevolent ruler, you would seek to pacify them. If a foolish king, you would allow them to manipulate you. So what kind of king am I? That is contingent upon your own aspirations. Regardless of the king you become, they will only passively accept your reign. The king sighed deeply, expressing his discontent. Let us confine that rogue in the Mark dungeon. I hope the magical barriers there align with their original design. The grand astrologer paused momentarily before responding. As you command. Your Majesty. Belovar discreetly pulled the medical officer from the Taquilin emergency station aside and inquired, How fares Darkan? The officer shook his head. The source of magic has shattered. He suffers from multiple fractures in the chest and internal hemorrhaging. Fortunately, the protective barrier has allowed him to endure until now, but he cannot hold on much longer. Belovar sighed, handing the officer a vial of life potion. Do not disclose that this is from me. Let him believe it is merely his own good fortune. I hope he takes care in the future. Chapter 88. The Vanished Ones due to the recent Sunbreaker resolution stripping Darkan of his status as a counselor. Silvermoon City has fallen into a palpable gloom. The secret investigation report brought forth by the Ranger General was exceedingly harrowing, making one wary of unseen eyes scrutinizing their every move. Naturally, the nobility's counteractions were equally fierce and swift, severing ties with the Windrunners, who had previously maintained connections with them, particularly after Sylvanas relocated the Windrunner Spire from the Eternal Song Forest to the Sunset Coast west of Silvermoon. Aside from Ranger General Aurelia, the only member of the Windrunner family who occasionally appeared in public was Lyris, residing in Silvermoon. As for the narrative suggesting the Windrunners had drawn the ire of the populace and were forced into hiding, the Quel'Dorii preferred to embrace another circulating rumor. The death knell of the Windrunner family had already sounded. "Lyris, it is time," Talia said, wiping the sweat from her brow. Clutching the ingredients tightly, her gaze filled with pride. The weekend dinner she had promised Lyris had been delayed due to her inability to find ingredients around the city. But today she had finally succeeded. Lyris chuckled. The agony of anticipation was indeed profound, yet all is worthwhile. Talia shot him a playful glare and led the way into the ranger encampment. When news of the Taquilin judgment reached them, Lyris had cautioned the guards against discussing it in Talia's presence. However, the curiosity and mischief of the elves could not be contained, and they vividly recounted the trial. Speaking of the king's valor, the Windrunner's arrogance, and that inconsequential figure who somehow entangled himself with the Phoenix of Silvermoon, ultimately inciting the ire of a beauty who now slumbered in resentment. Lyris had been deeply concerned that Talia might erupt, yet upon observation, she appeared unchanged, merely more frequently venturing into the Eternal Song Forest. Originally intending to visit the Twilight home, she discovered it had transformed into a refuge for the Church of the Holy Light, thus leaving her with no choice. As Talia tied her hair back and rolled up her sleeves to don her chef's attire while preparing the ingredients, Lyris leaned against the doorframe, eagerly awaiting the feast. "And what of your residence?" After packing away my personal belongings, I had Priest Ista reclaim our room for renovations." "And what of Elvis, who aspired to be a mage? How fare Sylvia and the others?" Talia looked up and smiled. "Elvis will not become a mage. He is now a monk." His culinary dreams have been dashed." Lyris's gaze fell upon the bobcat steak in Talia's hand, sensing the sadness in her eyes that could not escape his notice. "Talia, how did you explain this to them?" A fleeting sorrow crossed Talia's eyes as she turned away with a smile. "I told them that Brother Norman is still on the front lines and will return once the war is over. With more children arriving, I decided to convert our room into a residence for them." Talia, she urged. "Oh, Lyris, you must go practice your piece. Prince Kael'dats has returned from Dalaran and specifically requested your performance at his welcome banquet." "Hurry, it's quite all right, Talia," he replied. "When I say go, you should go. Do you not find me bothersome?" Fine. Just call me when you're ready." Understood. I should never have indulged in that meal." After Lyris departed, Talia bit her lip and gazed up at the ceiling, determined not to let the sadness in her eyes spill over. "Brother Norman, where on earth are you imprisoned?" Time marches on, never pausing for anyone. The leaves of the Eternal Song Forest have fallen and blossomed anew. "Master, please come quickly. Leah has awakened," Audrey exclaimed, bursting through the study door with uncontainable joy. Von Deller looked up from his pile of books, astonished. "Really?" Without awaiting a response, he swiftly rose, pushing past Audrey and hastening toward Liedrin's chamber. Halfway there, a thought struck him, and he turned back urgently. "Fetch the Grand Astrologer. Aside from her extreme weakness, everything else appears quite normal. We need not worry about psychic assaults any longer." "Normal? Is there anything connected to the void that is truly normal?" Findeler glared at the Starlit Sage, who was leisurely sipping tea by the window. The vast void shield that had once stood so grandly was now entirely absorbed by Leah. "You tell me that everything is fine?" The Starlit Sage raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you implying that I am also abnormal? Does the power of the Holy Light, when used to take a life, render the Holy Light as malevolent energy?" "That is not my intention." Findeler waved his hand irritably, speaking tersely. "I do not wish to debate this with you. Simply tell me, what has become of Leah? Is she tainted by the void?" "Humph." The Starlit Sage slammed her teacup onto the table, arching her brows as she declared, "I have said all that I can. What more do you wish from me? Guarantees?" Hearing this, Findeler let out a frustrated grunt and turned his head aside, signaling his desire to end the conversation. The Starlit Sage chuckled lightly at his demeanor, surprised that the usually stern priest exhibited a childlike side after losing his powers in his later years. Reflecting on this, she spoke softly. "It was only later that I comprehended why Norman acted as he did. The void shield served a stasis function. It could freeze the protected individuals in that very moment, akin to an object being instantaneously frozen." Ignoring Findeler's ears, which had perked up, she continued, "My research indicates that although the holy light and the shadows of the void are oppositional, there exists a potential for mutual transformation. I have yet to identify this possibility. I firmly believe that Norman's choice to employ the void shield was largely influenced by this potential." Leah's experience has validated my conjecture. Findeler was left speechless by the Starlit Sage's words, recalling his own dark transformation, and quickly pressed, "Are you certain?" "This is utterly astonishing." The Starlit Sage shrugged. "I cannot be certain. It is merely my hypothesis. As it stands, the only individual who may possess knowledge of this has lost his memory and is currently imprisoned in the marked dungeon." Findeler sighed despondently, asking, "How is that child faring?" The Starlit Sage replied with a shrug, "Worse than before. I can sense his humanity slowly fading. Aside from augmenting the intensity of the energy suppression field, I have no better alternatives." A pair of sighs echoed within the study. Chapter 89. The Call of Three after a 2-year hiatus. The expansion war of Quel'Thalas has finally come to a close. In the Garden Square, a grand and solemn promotion ceremony is underway. The crowd erupts in cheers, tossing flowers towards the dais, where their revered hero stands, receiving the king's inspection. Findeler gazes at the spirited newly appointed traveler captain, Lorthamar Theron, and turned to Leah Adeline, saying, "Look at that exemplary young man. Do you not feel a stir of affection? If you hesitate any longer, another daring maiden may seize the opportunity." Leah Adeline smiled gently, linking her arm with her mentor's, and replied sweetly, "Mentor, I wish to remain by your side forever." Findeler laughed heartily. "That will not do. I am aging, Leah. I will eventually leave this world. I cannot depart without ensuring you have found a worthy companion." Leah Adeline comforted her mentor, and they shared light-hearted banter as they made their way back to the Silvermoon Chapel. "Mentor, what troubles you?" Leah Adeline noticed her mentor's face clouded with concern and inquired hastily, but Findeler did not respond, instead fixing a fierce gaze towards the direction of the chapel. Following her mentor's line of sight, Leah Adeline realized it was the Starlit Sage. Over the past year, Findeler had never allowed her to meet with the Starlit Sage alone, for any discussion between them invariably culminated in a heated argument. Leah Adeline knew it must pertain to Norman. She often wondered how he was faring. Findeler shot a sidelong glance at the Starlit Sage, dragging his precious disciple away, declaring, "I shall not return to the chapel today." The Starlit Sage, arms crossed, laughed coldly, calling out, "Findeler, you old curmudgeon, if I count to 3 and you have not turned back, you will certainly regret it." The emphasis on the number 3 indicated her ire at Findeler's behavior. "Regret? Go to hell, Solarian. I never regret anything," Findeler retorted, urging his disciple to hasten their departure. Leah Adeline, exasperated, said, "All right, Mentor, the Starlit Sage has not pursued us. We need not hurry." Findeler glared at his disciple with indignation, causing Leah Adeline to feel uneasy under his gaze. "What is it, Mentor?" she asked. Findeler replied darkly, "You are not to engage in any direct exchanges with her." Leah Adeline protested, "Mentor, I did not directly engage with her." Findeler adamantly asserted, "Even eye contact is forbidden." Leah Adeline, defeated, covered her face. "Mentor, where shall we go now?" she asked. "I just remembered, there is a delightful dessert shop in the Garden District. Let us go there." As the third bell tolled, a slender shadow stealthily emerged from the chapel. Leah Adeline stood in the shadows before the chapel, anxiously scanning her surroundings. The Starlit Sage peeked from behind a flower bed, whispering, "Hey, Leah, over here." Leah Adeline's eyes brightened. After confirming that all was well in the chapel, she bent down and rushed over. Once before the Starlit Sage, she spoke in a hushed, urgent tone, "Starlit Sage, is there no way to discuss this properly? My mentor has been sleeping late every day. If he discovers us like this, he will surely be infuriated." The Starlit Sage placed a finger to her lips, shushing her, and replied, "Listen to me, no interruptions." Upon seeing Leah Adeline nod, she said 3 things. "Norman is not long for this world. You should return to Duskwood for your lessons. Hurry back." Leah Darren was uncertain how to return to her bedroom. Yet she understood that if she did not provide her mentor with a satisfactory explanation at this moment, Audrey would surely scrutinize her closely. "Speak up, Leah. Where have you been?" "Mentor, I couldn't sleep, so I was wandering in the garden." "Wandering? Are you certain you weren't exchanging signals with someone?" Fongdelor approached, tugging at his disciple's sleeve, inspecting her attire. Leah Darren smiled and replied, "There are no signals, Mentor. Look, my clothes are damp from the dew. It's late. You should return to rest, and I too need to recuperate." Fongdelor pondered, scratching his head. The dew on her clothes was irrefutable evidence, and he finally said, "Very well, I may have overthought things. Leah, do get some rest." Leah Darren silently stuck out her tongue, and just as she was about to exhale in relief, her mentor suddenly turned around, startling her into standing straight. "Leah, I do not wish to experience the loss of you again." Leah Darren softly assured, "It won't happen, Mentor. I promise." "That is good. The thought of you living happily fills my heart with joy." Darren recalled the second words of the Grand Astromancer and hesitantly asked, Minter, may I begin my training at the Artisans District Shelter starting tomorrow? Ah, training, Fong Delore mused, stroking his chin as a light of realization sparked in his eyes. How about this? I will have Audrey accompany you, and your combat classes will also be conducted there. Upon hearing the mention of combat classes, Darren, knowing full well what that entailed, placed her hand to her forehead and groaned. Minter, do you truly believe my current physical condition can endure combat training? Oh, my memory fails me. I truly am growing old. Very well, let us reconsider this matter once your health has improved. Minter, it is getting late. May I take my leave to rest? Fong Delore offered a wry smile and waved his hand. Who told you to wander in the garden? Good night, Minter. Darren playfully stuck out her tongue, saluted her Minter, and turned to close the door behind her. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. That was quite a scare. Thankfully, on her way up, she had splashed some dew on her clothes, or her Minter would have discovered the truth. The Grand Astromancer's assertion that Norman was nearing his end seemed flawed. What did it mean to be nearing the end, given his recovery rate? Such a conclusion was utterly unfounded. What could it possibly be? How vexing. Darren tossed and turned in bed, her mind restless, until she eventually drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 90. The Marked Dungeon. Darren gazed upon the newly revitalized Dusk home, her fingers brushing against the plaque around her neck, and a myriad of emotions surged within her. Costello, do you see? Your aspirations have been realized. Officer Orja, your words from the past were indeed profound. Those who survive carry the hopes of those who have perished. The now 2-year-older Sylvia was no longer the timid, frail child she once was. She had been observing for quite some time and finally confirmed that her sister Leah had returned. She scampered over to Darren, her face radiant with joy, exclaiming, Sister Leah, you have finally returned. I missed you so much. Darren smiled, crouched down, and embraced her tightly, ruffling her hair as she said, I missed you dearly as well, Sylvia. What of Brother Norman? Has he not returned? I heard from Pastor Ista that the war has concluded. Brother Norman is still battling trolls in Zul'Aman, Sylvia exclaimed in astonishment. Trolls? How incredible! She continued, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her fists clenched in admiration. All right, Sylvia, we can talk more later. You should go play for now. Darren watched with a smile as Sylvia bounced over to her group of friends, sharing tales of her impressive brother battling trolls, eliciting gasps of awe from the other children. Sister Leah. Elvis, what is it? Elvis hesitated, but after a moment of resolve, he firmly inquired. Will Brother Norman and the others not be coming back? Who told you that? They will return soon. Sister Talia had everything remodeled when she returned last year, including their rooms, he said, his expression tense with anxiety. Darren could see the pulsing veins beneath his skin, his voice trembling as he continued, Sister Leah, I am no longer a child. She gently ruffled his hair and, meeting his hopeful yet despairing gaze, reassured him, no, they are alive, forever. Elvis's fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly, and after several cycles, he lowered his head in resignation. I understand. Thank you, Sister Leah. He then turned and walked dejectedly to a corner of the courtyard. Audrey sighed and remarked, you know, Elvis is the most mature and understanding child here. He has already embarked on the path of serving the holy light. Faced with the changes around her, Darren's mouth parted slightly, but what could she say? Silence was her only response. In the afternoon, when the Grand Astromancer's attendant delivered a crystal inscribed with magical information, Audrey realized that her steadfastness paled in comparison to Darren's presence. Caught between Norman's life-saving grace and her mentor's commands, she chose to seclude herself in the preparation room. The battle at the Traveler's Camp had also dealt a heavy blow to the Silver Moon Prayer Church. Colleagues who had shared every moment together perished silently under the onslaught of maddened mental whispers, their essence reduced to blood. Without memories, who would ever know they had once graced this world, leaving traces behind? As the scars buried by time were once again exposed, they remained as painfully vivid as ever. Leah, I am about to break the seal. Be cautious. I am uncertain how much humanity remains within him. Should he attack you, retreat immediately, and I will completely reset the Marked Dungeon. Ledrin stood at the entrance of the Imprint Dungeon, where the calm voice of the Grand Astromancer resonated from the nearby magical communication device. The magical crystal flickered with a blinding crimson light, hinting at the inner turmoil of the Grand Astromancer. Taking a deep breath, Ledrin solemnly nodded and replied, I understand, Your Excellency. Please release the seal. With the humming sound of magical energy flowing back, the dungeon doors slowly creaked open. As the magic dissipated, casting a faint glow, Ledrin beheld a gaunt figure lying upon a stone bed etched with magical runes. the scars on his face still vividly familiar. As the last rune on the stone bed extinguished, his hand twitched, followed by his body, and finally, he abruptly opened his eyes. Leah, stay where you are. Norman. Ledrin gasped, about to rush forward, but was halted by the Grand Astromancer's stern voice. Be cautious, observe his skin. His humanity is rapidly diminishing. Ledrin bit her lip, forcing herself to maintain composure as she focused. Initially, his skin retained a semblance of sheen, but as he awakened, his flesh swiftly lost moisture, becoming parched. And within mere breaths, he transformed into something resembling a skeleton. He sat up and gazed at Ledrin, a madness brewing deep within his sunken eyes, while a desperate low growl emanated from his parched lips. Norman? Ledrin called out cautiously. He turned his ear towards her voice, seemingly listening intently. Norman, it's Leah. She spoke gently once more. Roar. Norman bellowed, lunging towards her. Leah, get back. Now. The Grand Astromancer's voice was filled with despair. Norman moved with such speed that Ledrin barely registered a shadow before she was knocked to the ground. Norman. No. Ledrin cried out, curling her body, using her knees to brace against his chest, her hands straining to hold off his biting jaws. Norman resembled a ravenous beast, roaring frantically as he sought to tear her apart. In the midst of this standoff, the Grand Astromancer's anxious voice reached her. You can use magic. I am coming. Ledrin shook her head in agony, then summoned a radiant golden light, declaring, exorcise. With a resounding boom, a wave of golden light propelled Norman away, slamming him against the wall. Ledrin quickly rose, casting a protective shield around herself before rushing to assess Norman's injuries. The golden light from her shield illuminated the dungeon, dispelling its darkness and allowing them to see each other's faces clearly. Norman and Ledrin gazed at one another, her eyes glistening with tears as she caressed his face, reminiscent of 2 years prior. Norman looked back at her, his low whimpers no longer filled with madness. At that moment, time seemed to shift, evoking memories of the past. Leah. The Grand Astromancer gasped, breathless at the entrance. Do not approach. Ledrin continued to touch his face, halting the Grand Astromancer's potential actions with her voice. Leah, come back quickly. If he becomes a void abomination, it will be exceedingly dangerous. Withdraw, and I shall reset the dungeon. No, Your Excellency. Please turn on the light sources here. Ledrin smiled as she spoke, noticing Norman's goofy smile in return. And could you please bring some food and water? He remembers me. It is already too late, Leah. I beg you, let me try just once. Chapter 91. Innocent, eat slowly. There is plenty. Leah smiled as she wiped the remnants of food from the corner of Norman's mouth, speaking softly. Norman lifted his head and chuckled foolishly, offering the food in his hand to Ledrin. After receiving a gentle shake of her head in refusal, he reclaimed it and continued to devour it ravenously. The Grand Astromancer leaned against the dungeon door, his complex gaze revealing thoughts unknown to anyone. Your Excellency, has Norman forgotten how to speak? Ledrin inquired as the Grand Astromancer stood before the runic array. Once the magical sigils illuminated, he let out a sigh of relief and replied, he simply chooses not to. Why? I sense the research lacks sentiment, young lady. The Grand Astromancer found a place to sit, wearily rubbing his forehead. When His Majesty the King initially decided to imprison him within the imprint dungeon, he considered this very condition. Every Quel'Dorii who experienced the cataclysm of the Void's emergence was filled with trepidation. Ledrin sat beside the Grand Astromancer and inquired, what transpired after I was injured that day? My mentor never spoke of it, only forbidding me from engaging with anything related to him. The Grand Astromancer hesitated before responding. Are you certain you wish to know? It is not a pleasant memory. The entire kingdom of Quel'Thalas nearly fell apart. Absolutely. After listening to the Grand Astromancer's tale, Ledrin closed her eyes, silent for a long moment. Her mentor had never shared these details with her, and now she finally understood why she had been in a coma for an entire year. Why the once vibrant Windrunners had fallen silent for 2 years, why her mentor had lost all his power, and why the Silvermoon Church had turned to the populace after Brother Halder's assumption of leadership. Ledrin opened her eyes and murmured, His Majesty truly is. Ha. My dear girl, we are not in a position to critique the king. Regardless, his decision to confine Norman here was rooted in a desire to save him. Ledrin tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her agitation apparent. What must I do? The Grand Astromancer lightly tapped her forehead, smiling as he replied. There is no need for pretense. Simply treat it with equanimity. Most importantly, you must become his anchor before considering the retrieval of his memories. The words of the Grand Astrologer were comprehensible to Liadrin when separated, yet when formed into a coherent sentence, she found herself utterly bewildered. With a perplexed expression, she inquired. Anchor point. Recovering memories? Is it even possible to retrieve memories? Indeed, his memories had been shattered by the void. Not due to some ailment or accident that necessitated the brain's self-preservation through selective amnesia. This was the crux of the matter. The Grand Astrologer took a sip of water and continued. An anchor point serves to help reclaim one's self when the mind is fragmented, typically represented by a person or an event of utmost significance. Do you understand? Liadrin, with eyes wide in ignorance, replied in a quavering voice, I do not understand. The Grand Astrologer nearly choked on his drink, and after a fit of coughing, he tearfully stated, simply come here once every week on this day. Just as you usually do. Liadrin, in a daze, nodded, now grasping the concept. The Grand Astrologer, in a fit of rage, hurled his cup aside and bellowed. If you understand, then why are you still here? Watching Liadrin flee in distress, he ground his teeth in frustration. She had thought of countless possibilities. Yet she never anticipated that Liadrin would also be academically challenged. How infuriating. The residents of Silver Moon had long since forgotten the Great Expansion War, especially after the establishment of the arcane barrier in the Silver Moon Forest, leading them to disregard any matters beyond the mountains, lost in a haze of revelry. Recently, a rumor had begun to circulate within the city, claiming that a ferocious army identifying itself as an orc tribe had gathered outside the mountains, plotting incessantly to attack the kingdom of Quel'Thalas from the Endless Sea. However, these were merely the exaggerated claims of self-important individuals. The newly reinforced arcane barrier was impenetrable. Baron Satheril, a fervent host of extravagant banquets, vehemently denounced these rumors, raising his goblet high and proclaiming, cheers to the magnificent Quel'Thalas. Let us indulge in merriment. The rumors continued to spread, gaining a fervent momentum. The human kingdom had been defeated, and the orc tribes were advancing upon Quel'Thalas from the sea and forests, intent on allying with the trolls of Zul'Aman to seize the Silver Moon Forest. As the arguments between skeptics and disseminators reached a crescendo, the figure of the Ranger General made a long-awaited appearance in the royal court. Support for the human kingdom? Years of complacency had dulled the king's acuity, and now, consumed by material desires, his gaze was clouded. If the human kingdom were to fall utterly, then Quel'Thalas would be next, Aurelia stated solemnly. That is not the tribe we remember, Your Majesty. It is a coalition of hundreds of thousands of orcs, ogres, and trolls. They possess their own culture and organizational structure. Aside from their cannibalism, they are no different from us. According to reliable sources, they crossed through the dark portal from another world. The king waved dismissively. Do you believe they can breach our arcane barrier? Aurelia shook her head helplessly. There was no evidence to suggest they could penetrate the barrier, but she was deeply troubled by reports from the human kingdom's messengers claiming they had dragons in their ranks. The king chuckled. Let us observe further, rest assured. My sword is not dulled. Aurelia clenched her teeth and insisted, Your Majesty, the human kingdom and we have a pact. Enough, General. That pact is not equitable for us. We have lost far more than we have gained, as Dalaran exemplifies. Aurelia exclaimed urgently, and what of the trolls? With the aid of the horde, they could very well return. The king seemed to grasp the implications. Everyone knew the Windrunner's enmity toward the trolls. He straightened in his seat and declared, I permit you to act within your authority. In his mind, they were merely trolls. A few far-ranging rangers would suffice. Aurelia subtly shook her head, disappointment evident as she replied, As you wish, Your Majesty. Chapter 92. Mak'gora, the arcane barrier of the Silver Moon Forest, has been breached by the orc horde. Reports flew into the Sunstrider court like snowflakes. Under the leadership of a warlock named Gul'dan, the orcs advanced along the road, madly pillaging mana crystals. The Moonwell was compromised, and the situation at the Quel'Thalas fortress grew dire. The orcs began to set the forest ablaze. The orc forces assaulting Quel'Thalas were defeated by Windrunner, who personally dispatched the ogre leader, Gul'dan, as the furious king prepared to march toward the Silver Moon Forest once more. The reports from the front lines left him utterly stunned. After plundering the major settlements of the Silver Moon Forest, the orc horde had scattered and retreated from the lands of Quel'Thalas. The king's attention was consumed by the news of the orc horde's withdrawal, failing to notice the accompanying list of settlement losses, with Windrunner Tower at the forefront. Hurry, Sylvanas urged as she led the Windrunner sentinels toward the smoke-filled Windrunner Tower. Windrunner followed silently at her side, the veins on her forehead bulging, revealing the fury that consumed her heart. Her brother, Lirith, was still in Windrunner Tower. They had never anticipated that the orcs would divide into countless small teams, led by shadowy warlocks to disperse and pillage various settlements. Someone must have betrayed the distribution of settlement intelligence. With this thought, Windrunner quickened her pace. The The significance of Windrunner Tower dictated that the orc forces attacking there would be the most numerous and powerful. Lirith, you must wait for us. The two Windrunners exchanged a glance, and their speed increased yet again. Closer, closer. Just as a one-horned ogre raised its warhammer to crush the wounded elf beneath it, a meteor streaked from afar, shattering its skull into fragments. In a furious sprint, Sylvanas once again drew an arrow, targeting the other orcs who were paralyzed by the horrifying sight of their fallen comrade. Eliminate them. Where's Lyris? Where are the others? Winressa urgently inquired as she assisted the gravely wounded. Cough, cough. Lord Lyris has retreated towards the coast under Talia's cover. Take care of him. Winressa commanded hastily, racing toward the shoreline. Talia shot down a pursuing tribal warrior with a swift arrow, then turned to Lyris, who was concealed in the underbrush, urging, Lyris, our small boat is just behind us. I'll cover you. Push the boat into the water, and we shall escape by sea. Lyris nodded resolutely. I will go now. Wait. Talia drew her bow, aiming at the orc warlock peering from the opposite woods, whispering, Lyris, prepare. With a twang, the bowstring sang, now run. Lyris crouched low and dashed out. The long-eared one is there. Lock 39 Ta, or Gar. The orc captain brandished his sword at Talia, bellowing, seize her. Crush her bones. Talia stood silent, each twang of her bowstring punctuated by the anguished cries of the orcs. You swine. There's only one long-eared one. Where's your honor? Charge. The furious captain kicked aside a weaker orc, and in the midst of his tirade, an arrow pierced his chest plate. With a roar, the orc captain yanked out the arrow, snapping it in two, and strode toward Talia, crimson blood cascading down his green skin, creating an eerie juxtaposition as if a demon had descended. Talia maintained her relentless rhythm, loosing arrow after arrow, forcing the red-skinned orcs to cower. Talia, let us go? Lyris shouted from the beach. Talia quickly shot an arrow at a red-skinned orc that had just burst from the trees, then slung her bow over her shoulder and rushed to assist Lyris in pushing the boat. Come on, Talia, just a bit more. Lyris urged as he pushed with all his might. Be careful, Lyris. Talia leaped beside him, both tumbling into the mud. Ha ha ha, crawlers. The orc captain laughed maniacally from the edge of the jungle. You think you can escape before me? Are you all right, Lyris? Talia asked anxiously, ignoring the wound on her shoulder from the splintered wood. I'm fine, just push the boat, Lyris replied, spitting out the mud. As he prepared to push again, he froze. An orc spear was lodged in the boat, the sheer force of the throw having sent half of it flying. Turning to Talia, whose shoulder bled profusely, Lyris grimaced, Talia, you should go. Talia shot him a defiant look, removed her chest armor, tore a strip of fabric from her undershirt, and handed it to Lyris. Quick. Help me bandage this. The orc captain stood at the edge of the beach, observing the two long-eared ones in the water with keen interest. The male was clearly a weakling, but the female was quite formidable. All right, Talia. Yes, Lyris, wait here for me. Talia chose not to don her leather armor again. The dirt had already infiltrated her wound, causing it to swell painfully. She briefly embraced Lyris, then discarded her longbow and drew her curved dagger, stepping boldly toward the orc captain. As the female approached, the captain's eyes gleamed with excitement. He applauded and gestured for his red-skinned compatriots to clear space. Talia stepped onto the sand, the dagger pointed toward the open ground, beckoning the orc captain to come forward as she boldly entered the arena. The surrounding red-skinned orcs erupted in wild shouts. Makora! 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 Amidst the raucous cheers, the orc captain brandished his axe, eagerly taking his position. Lyris stood in the water, scarcely daring to blink. How could the petite Talia possibly stand against the raging orc? The disparity in strength was so vast that Lyris saw no glimmer of hope for victory. The orc captain swung his axe first, creating a whirlwind that stung Talia's skin. She dared not block. All she could do was evade. For a moment, the beach was filled with the sounds of whistling blades, and the shadows of combatants danced in the yellow sands. With a clang, the axe flew from the captain's grasp, and the orc captain roared in rage as the dust settled. The spectators gasped in disbelief that their captain had been disarmed by the frail, long-eared one. The red-skinned orcs jeered. How pathetic. Not only did he lose his weapon, but he was also injured. The captain released his bloodied wrist, glaring fiercely at the crouching Talia, determined to crush her bones with his bare hands. Though Talia had seized the opportunity to wound his wrist and force him to relinquish his weapon, she was swept by the residual force, feeling dizzy and nauseous. Lyris gasped as he noticed a dark bruise spreading across Talia's bare shoulder. Blood completely soaked the fabric of her makeshift bandage. Talia stood and twirled her dagger, her shoulder now entirely numb, leaving only swelling in its wake. Would the next moment bring excruciating pain? She resolved to end this swiftly. With that thought, she beckoned the orc captain once more. The orc captain's eyes blazed with fury. Oh! The green-skinned orc charged at Talia, intending to crush this humble sprout between its iron-like arms. Talia's gaze was as calm as water. With a powerful push from her legs, she leaped high over the green-skinned orc, her curved blade slicing fiercely across its back. It let out a pained cry, swinging its arm back in retaliation. Talia felt a sharp crack resonate through her left arm, and with a muffled grunt, she was sent hurtling away. You wretched creature! I shall crush your bones into dust. The furious orc captain, blood streaming from its back, charged towards the struggling bean sprout on the ground. Talia! Lyris cried out, his eyes wide with desperation as he sprinted toward the beach. In his heart, a singular thought consumed him. If today were to be the end of their lives, then let them perish together. Suddenly, a red-skinned orc struck him down with a heavy fist, lifting him by the collar while snarling, Garrick shall not be defiled. And with that, Lyris was tossed aside like a rag doll. Lying on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, Lyris's blurred vision turned toward the chaotic scene. The larger shadow loomed over the smaller, rolling figure of Talia, mercilessly pursuing her as if she were a mere rodent. He struggled to crawl toward her, whispering her name. Blood staining the sand beneath him. Is fleeing all you can do? Is rolling all you know? Stand up, coward. The orc captain's voice grew louder, each punch raining down with relentless fury, sending sand flying and blood cascading from its fists. Under the extreme pressure of imminent death and excruciating pain, Talia's eyes took on a crimson hue, her demeanor reflecting madness. I've got you now. This is the moment. Seizing the opportunity as the green-skinned orc turned, Talia rolled beneath it, thrusting her blade upward with a precise strike. The sensation of piercing flesh surged through her, but she quickly discarded the weapon, slipping beneath its legs to retrieve the dagger at her waist. She stood and plunged it into the orc's neck, twisting it mercilessly, only to be met with a brutal elbow strike to her chest, sending her flying backward. Talia coughed up dark blood, her left arm hanging limply at her side. She tightened her legs and braced herself with her right hand to prevent a complete collapse. When she saw the orc captain clutching its neck wound, roaring and collapsing to the ground, she felt a slight tremor in her face, followed by a spurt of blood mixed with flesh. Then, she fell to the ground, oblivion enveloping her. The red-skinned orcs stared blankly at the lifeless body of their captain, who had seemed invincible just moments before, now felled by the slender, long-eared female. In their memories, the elite orc who had consumed demonic blood was synonymous with unmatched strength. Yet today, on this golden shore, their belief in invincibility shattered. They exchanged glances, recognizing the dimness in each other's eyes. Uncertain who led the way, they sheathed their weapons, ignoring Lyra's crawling slowly on the ground, and bowed respectfully to the fallen Talia before silently departing the haunted beach. The brutal battle had receded, replaced by the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Lyra struggled to rise, gathering all his strength to lift the petite Talia into his arms. His swollen face betrayed no emotion, only the faint whisper of, "The Windrunner Tower cannot be returned to. I do not wish to return either. Talia, let us go." From a distance, Renessa spotted her brother carrying Talia toward the sea. Frozen in place, she cried out with a heart-wrenching scream, "Lyris, come back," before discarding her longbow and sprinting toward them. "You always feel inferior," Lyris murmured, glancing down at the slowly cooling figure in his arms, his steps unyielding. "Now, you cannot refute me. I've seen you cry in the corners, hidden from view." Lyris, Renessa, followed closely by Sylvanas, was on the verge of madness. "Do you know how happy I was when you embraced me so gently just now?" It was the first time in many years. Adjusting her position for comfort, Lyris replied, "My Valkyrie, we are almost there. Do not worry, we shall soon arrive." Lyris. He stood knee-deep in the sea, waves crashing against him. "Talia, I think I can hear the voice of Sister Moon." He chuckled softly before adding, "How could that be? They are still at the Takerland Fortress. Do you remember when you first arrived at the Windrunner Tower? You hit me several times and secretly called me Little One." Renessa drew closer, her brother standing just ahead in the water, her voice now filled with hysteria. Lyris forced a strange laugh, his voice choked with emotion. "Sister Moon always jokes that you were traded for a crystal by your brother." Lyris. Renessa seized him, forcibly turning him back. "What are you doing?" Lyris, in a daze, replied, "I must take Talia to find her kin. She told me her home no longer exists." With a resounding slap, Renessa struck Lyris, her eyes brimming with tears as she roared, "Where will you find them? Let Talia go, she is still alive." Snatching Talia from him, she raced up the beach, placing her down to check for signs of life. "Sister Moon, Talia is dead. She will never awaken. Lyris cried, cradling his head in despair, his heart extinguished. Renessa tore off Talia's leather armor, leaning close to her chest to listen for a heartbeat. Then, she retrieved a life potion, holding it in her mouth before administering it to Talia mouth to mouth. Sylvanas knelt before Lyris, lifting his face gently. Lyris, rise, we are going home. Sister Syl, Lyris croaked. Talia is dead. Sylvanas replied hoarsely. Talia is not dead. Little Moon is saving her. Look over there. Do not cry. Lyris, come. We are returning home. Lyris remained silent, staring vacantly at the beach as Sylvanas supported him, guiding him back to shore. As Sylvanas gazed upon her beloved younger brother, transformed into this state, her heart brimmed with bitterness. After administering medication, Valenza cradled Talia and nodded to her second sister before soaring towards the Windrunner's tower. Lyris's eyes sparkled with urgency as he inquired, is Talia truly alive? Indeed, she is. Let us return home, Sylvanas replied gently. Yes, we must bring her back. Sylvanas pressed her lips together, resolutely declaring, no matter the cost. Chapter 94. The Moon War God. The retreating orcs encountered a pressing dilemma. Those long-eared beings hidden within the forest had gone mad, following the news of the Windrunner Tower's destruction and Lyris's near demise. The Ranger General took charge and launched a surprise assault on the panicked orc army. In the orc encampment, Orgrim slammed his hammer into the ground in fury, cursing, Gul'dan. That deceiver, coward. He fled with those vile warlocks. Chief, our primary concern now is the long ears relentlessly pursuing us. Should we not teach them a harsh lesson about power? Said Blackhand. Those accursed long ears are like a swarm of bothersome flies. They must be taught a painful lesson. After a moment of contemplation, Orgrim spoke. Let the Dragonmaw clan be dispatched to incinerate this forest, reducing those annoying long ears and this wretched woodland to a sea of flames. As you wish, Chief. Wait. Orgrim called out to Blackhand, who was about to leave. Gritting his teeth, send Garona to bring back Gul'dan's head. What if Garona flees? Blackhand hesitated. Fear not. She shall do it. Orgrim grinned menacingly. After we burn those long ears, we shall return to Blackrock Mountain. Yes, Chief. Lyris, you ought to rest. I am not weary, Sister Moon, Lyris replied, fixated on Talia, who lay on the sickbed. Just as Valenza was about to say something, Aurelia interrupted. We must set off, Little Moon. Let Lyris handle his own affairs. Valenza glanced at her elder sister helplessly, sighing, but remember to rest. Understood, Sister Moon. As Valenza walked beside her sister, she lamented. Lyris has never been this attentive to me. Aurelia chuckled. Oh, how envious you are. It was you who suggested this in the first place. When we returned that day, seeing the fire at home nearly frightened us to death. I feared for Lyris's safety. Valenza expressed, relieved that she had left Talia with him. Otherwise, she would have lost her mind. Aurelia nodded, reflecting. Indeed, we owe her our gratitude. What courage she exhibited to confront the green-skinned orcs. Of course, it was due to a promise. Valenza recounted the scene where she had facilitated communication between Norman and Talia at the traveler's camp. Aurelia teased, is that so? I can't help but feel it was more about love. Valenza laughed. No one shall take Lyris from us. Then she inquired, still no news of her brother? Aurelia shrugged. Responding, I dispatched someone to the Dusk Refuge to gather information on the travelers, and aside from Liadrin teaching there, no information has surfaced regarding him. Valenza sighed wistfully, pondering aloud. Where could he be imprisoned? Aurelia halted, speaking meaningfully. He is far too dangerous, Little Moon. Observing her silent sister, she added, even if there were news, do not attempt to rescue him recklessly. Have you not noticed the priest taking no action? Valenza blinked, grasping her sister's arm. She implored, it is not as you think. Sister, you know, that arrow which felled that giant named Gul'dan was learned from the way his energy functioned. Did he truly believe he could hide within the Shadow Rift and evade me? Valenza mimicked an archery stance, whoosh. He was still vanquished. I vividly recall the sight of the remaining orcs fleeing in terror. Aurelia retorted, I know you are the most formidable. Now, our soldiers await. Let us hasten outside. Valenza playfully saluted her sister. Your will is my mission, General. You are incorrigible. Now go. That night, as dragon fire descended from the heavens, the travelers scattered in panic amidst the inferno. Streaks of starlight pierced the night sky as the dragons wailed in agony. All who survived the battlefield beheld the radiant moon, standing pristine atop the mountain. After Valenza had thrown the 15th bouquet from her suitor out the window, Aurelia could no longer contain her laughter. Valenza exclaimed indignantly, Sister, if your travelers send more flowers, I shall not be polite. Once Aurelia caught her breath, she replied, it's not me who prompts them, O Moon War God. Such a grand title. Besides, What else can your hands do now aside from tossing flowers? Valenza pouted, sitting in her chair, writhing in frustration. Aware she could not slam the table, her hand still recovering from the bowstring injury. She twisted for a while, then buried her head in her arms, exclaiming, I don't care. They are infuriating. Aurelia re-wrapped the bandage on her hand, chuckling. All right. Quidor has no precedent against suitors sending flowers. You and Lyris should go to Silver Moon City for recuperation. Return once the Windrunner Tower is rebuilt. With that, she burst into laughter once more. Ah, Moon War God. When Laisha felt an overwhelming urge to bury her head in the table and muttered, I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving. Today marked yet another occasion for Lee Yadalin to visit Norman. In the depths of the imprint dungeon, Norman, liberated from his seal, was voraciously devouring food. While Lee Yadalin sat beside him, sharing amusing anecdotes from recent times. Oh, Norman, do you still remember when Laisha? She inquired. Norman lifted his head, gazing at her with a bewildered expression, but found the food far more enticing, promptly burying his face back into it. Hey, slow down. I'm not competing with you. Are you a pig? Only pigs bury their heads in their food. Lee Yadalin exclaimed, both amused and exasperated as she wiped the remnants off his face. She continued. She is now known as the Moon War God. I've heard that suitors line up from Silver Moon City to Tacklein just for a chance to pursue her. Norman raised his head slightly from the food, wanting to avoid being pulled away by Lee Yadalin again. While chewing vigorously, he mumbled indistinctly, War God. You are such a pig. All you know is eating. Lee Yadalin retorted, and sensing he had irritated her, Norman offered her some of his food as a peace gesture. Lee Yadalin, covering her face, retreated in defeat. Chapter 95. The little cotton-padded jacket blown away by the wind. Lee Yadalin poked Norman and asked, Am I beautiful? Norman shifted slightly to the side to prevent her from poking him again and exclaimed, Beautiful. Hee, I knew it. You do have good taste, she replied, playfully ruffling his ears. However, a sudden thought struck her, and her expression changed as she turned his face towards her, asking menacingly, Then why did she wink at you back then? Why were you staring at her? Norman swallowed hard. Her expression was frightening, as if she might devour him. He hastily shook his head and offered her juice, silently pleading, Eat this instead of me. I'm not tasty. Lee Yadalin huffed, casting him a glance before accepting the juice and taking a sip. At least you know how to be sensible, she remarked. Norman's transformation from occasionally wanting to attack her to now obediently following her commands had greatly pleased Lee Yadalin, though the Grand Astromancer claimed he had lost his mind. She was blissfully unaware of how happy she truly felt. Despite his behavior being utterly different from before, his gaze remained genuine. He still remembered her. Lee Yadalin cheerfully groomed Norman's hair, thinking to herself that this was akin to a game of raising Norman. Norman sat obediently on the ground, not daring to move as she indulged in her whims. Lee Yadalin tentatively asked, Norman, do you remember Talia? Norman abruptly turned his body, gazing up at Lee Yadalin, mumbling incoherently, but unable to articulate any words. Frustrated, he clenched his fists, ready to strike his own head. Don't move. Lee Yadalin firmly pressed his hand down, and seeing Norman stare at her with a bewildered expression, her heart ached. She gently said, Don't hit your head. You're already a fool. If you keep doing that, you'll become an idiot. Norman did not respond, merely staring blankly at her. Lee Yadalin patted his head and continued, Talia is your sister. You grew up together. She now resides in the Traveler's Lodge in Silver Moon City, and she is doing wonderfully. Norman mumbled, Sister, turning back to sit properly. Lee Yadalin resumed grooming his hair. When it came to understanding Norman's condition, no one could surpass Lee Yadalin, not even the Grand Astromancer. Over the years, Norman had recovered from a mere shell of bones to at least half of his former self, which indicated that the humanity he had lost was gradually returning. Lee Yadalin estimated that once Norman regained his former physique, his humanity would completely resurface. But what about his memories? He remembered those people and events, but they were all jumbled due to the void's power, like a piece of paper torn into shreds. Reassembling it was no easy task. Lee Yadalin glanced at the sleeping Norman and sighed softly. The doors of the imprint dungeon slowly closed. My lord, is there truly no way to restore his memories? Lee Yadalin asked the Grand Astromancer. He nodded and shook his head, leaving her utterly perplexed. My lord, could you please speak plainly? I cannot comprehend your gestures. What I mean is, there is a glimmer of hope. The silver part of the energy circulating within him is the key to restoring his memories. But I do not know how to activate it, the Grand Astromancer expressed with frustration. Perhaps it requires some sort of device or extraordinary energy. Lee Yadalin was taken aback. The Grand Astromancer, exasperated, exclaimed, Enough. Just go. Your ignorant expression infuriates me. Liadolin rolled her eyes and leaned in, whispering, I don't understand much, but could the Sunwell provide the extraordinary energy needed? The Grand Astromancer was stunned. He stared at her, dumbfounded, and then slammed his head against the wall with a heavy thud. How dare you even consider the notion of the Sunwell? You must truly have lost your mind. With centuries of experience, the Grand Astromancer had witnessed individuals toy with demons until they became mere snacks for them, and had seen magicians blow themselves to pieces. Yet, in her most absurd dreams, no, in the most ridiculous dreams of all Quel'Thala's high elves, she would never have imagined such a scene being so casually uttered. The eternal sun. How utterly insane. Liadolin's eyes sparkled with hope as she raised a finger, attempting to regain the Grand Astromancer's attention. My lord, it only requires this much energy. She reconsidered, retracting her index finger and extending her pinky instead, contemplating for a moment before decisively pinching her thumb at the first joint of her pinky. Gesturing to the Grand Astromancer, my lord, this much energy will suffice. The Grand Astromancer, in utter despair, closed her eyes, unable to even meet Liadolin's gaze. With a hoarse roar, she yelled, Get lost. Liedrin, propelled outwards, stood at the entrance, idly clearing her ears as she ambled into the city, muttering, Tisich. You spoke of extraordinary power, and yet there lies a colossal Sunwell before you, feigning ignorance. After a prolonged moment, the Archmage opened her eyes, gazing pensively at the ceiling, murmuring, My old friend, your cozy cloak has been whisked away by the winds. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within her, and she slapped her thigh, exclaiming, Indeed, the Sunwell of Quel'Thala's embodies that extraordinary energy. She wished the high elves of Quel'Thala's good fortune. Talia buried her head in her chest, groaning, Lilith, this seems rather inappropriate. Doesn't it? What could possibly be wrong? Isn't this splendid? Lilith replied, gently nudging the wrapped-up Talia out of the traveler's lodge, surveying the throngs of moon-lit admirers, and excitedly remarked, Look at all the suitors for Sister Moon. Talia abruptly lifted her head. Lilith, no? Just as she spoke, a fruit struck him on the head with a thud. Before Lilith could voice his discomfort, the suitors erupted in anguished cries. Who threw that fruit? Such a lack of decorum, truly a disgrace to Silver Moon. To dare to use fruit against Lilith? Step forth and face me in a fair duel. Oh, Renessa, your eyes shine like crystal-clear springs. Lilith exclaimed, hurriedly retreating with Talia. Phew, Talia, I knew they were fervent, but not to this extreme. He gasped, still trembling from the encounter. Talia rolled her eyes. Do you understand now why I initially stomped your foot? Lilith looked bewildered, huh? Just wait until Sister Moon gets her hands on you. Talia retorted. With a proud grin, Lilith declared, No way, Sister Moon wouldn't harm me. Talia, uninterested in his bravado, inquired, Where are we headed? I'm hardly suitable for public appearance. Lilith waved dismissively. Sister Moon has summoned me to Silver Moon to invite Miss Liedrin. I noticed you haven't ventured out in ages, so I brought you along. Talia's face flushed red. Are you an idiot? Silver Moon's prayer is in the Royal District. My apologies, Talia, I forgot. Chapter 96. The Void, the Void, the Void. Beautiful priestess, I beg your pardon for my boldness. A poetically garbed Quel'Dorii addressed Liedrin, who gazed at him in confusion. Since Renessa inexplicably had Lilith deliver a letter the previous night, every encounter had been steeped in peculiarity. For instance, the throng of male Quel'Dorii gathered at the traveler's lodge, dressed as swordsmen, poets, musicians, and more. The most outrageous was a figure clad as a vampire. Do not think that donning such a guise would conceal your identity as the infamous Tadarim. When did the Windrunner associate with such grotesque beings? Something was amiss indeed. Priestess? Priestess? The poet, noticing her distraction, infused his voice with a hint of annoyance. I apologize, I was lost in thought. What is it you seek? Liedrin feigned embarrassment while inwardly bracing for yet another invitation. Of course, the poet proclaimed, Might you know? I'm busy, and I have no fondness for poetry. The poet's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he replied, Though you are stunning, I must candidly say, you pale in comparison to the moon above and the springs below. Liedrin bristled at this affront, fists clenched as she retorted, Are you summoning me merely to insult me? The poet, standing tall, declared, Certainly not, dear priestess. Would you mind stepping aside? You obstruct my handsome visage. My moon goddess Renessa cannot behold me. Curse it. Liedrin awkwardly sidestepped, bewildered by the unfolding events. Moon goddess? And how dare he claim I am less beautiful than Renessa? I shall remember you, and when the time comes, I shall invite Brother Hadro to discuss what true beauty is. The poet remained oblivious to the rapid shifts in Liedrin's expression, clearing his throat before passionately reciting, Oh, Renessa, the stars adorn your gown, The night transforms into your veil. Such poetry, such a voice. Liedren felt a surge of blood rush to her throat. She brandished her hammer, intent on shattering his teeth, yet those around her moved faster. That scoundrel is back. Let us take him down. Last time, the moon goddess barely emerged, only to be frightened away by his wretched poem. Today he must be dealt with. Oh, Renessa, why are you striking me? Ah, please. Don't hit. The ruckus startled Liedren, who quickly retreated to safety, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Amidst the chaos, individuals were even hurling bricks, truly terrifying. Thankfully, Lilith appeared just in time to usher her inside. Otherwise, she would have been left with a psychological scar from such brutality. Lilith, what is happening? Lilith, leading the way, turned back with a shrug, Sister S admirers, before continuing to guide her. Leah, you've arrived. It's been far too long. Please, take a seat. Seeing Renessa's lively spirit, Liedren sighed in relief, smiling as she remarked, it's been a while. When I arrived, I noticed a crowd at the entrance and thought something was amiss at the Traveler's Lodge. Renessa pouted, just some bored hecklers. Lilith, with a hint of embellishment, remarked, they are usually so vile. How could Sister Moon ever be interested in them? They are far inferior to those I encountered in Taklin. With a calm demeanor, Ren replied, Lilith, why are you still here? Upon perceiving the anger flickering in his sister's eyes, Lilith hastily responded, I am merely checking to see if Talia has finished changing her bandages. With that, he swiftly exited the room. Haha, Lilith remains as endearing as ever. Liedren thought to herself, stifling a laugh, yet maintaining her composure. Let us change the subject. Do you have any news about Norman? I have instructed the Wandering Ranger to scour both the Eversong Forest and the Silver Moon Forest. Upon hearing this, Liedren's heart raced. No, I too am searching for him, but after all these years, I still do not know where he is imprisoned. I not only know, but I am also engaged in a game called Norman's Development Diary. However, I shall not share that with you. Liedren lifted her cup, pretending to sip, while covertly glaring at Ren. Ren turned her gaze towards the window, leaning wearily against the soft couch. It was truly distressing. Where could he possibly be confined? Observing her pitiful expression, Liedren felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Oh, you thick-browed Norman. How was I unaware of the history you share with Ren? Just wait. Liedren calmly stated, I have been teaching at the Dusk Shelter. If you receive any news, please do inform me. Ren, withdrawing her gaze, asked curiously, does His Grace, Lord Vinderler, or the Grand Astrologer not know? I cannot find them. Silver Moon City is not the home of the Windrunners. Who can say? Since then, the Minter has not conversed with the Grand Astrologer, and he does not permit me to engage with anything related to Norman. Ren felt a twinge of unease at her words. What do you mean by anything related to him? She inquired with curiosity. Dusk Shelter? Liedren thought to herself, oh no, I have spoken too freely. Maintaining her composure, she replied, indeed, the Dusk Shelter pertains to my path of holy light. It is the reason I can advance to a higher priesthood. Ren nodded thoughtfully, realizing why Liedren had progressed so swiftly. She had evidently found her path, much like herself, both having been influenced to varying extents by him. However, there remained an inconsistency. She had achieved her advancement 2 years ago. Do not assume I am unaware. With this thought, Ren chuckled, saying, congratulations, Lady Liedren. Ah, it has been so many years since we parted at the Wanderer's camp. At that time, I witnessed him defeat the embodiment of desire, which enlightened me about the flow of energy, leading to my advancement. Liedren blinked, musing about the Wanderer's camp. How in the world did she know Norman was in danger? No wonder she clung to me. Ren continued, if you gain any news, you must inform me. I owe him a significant debt of gratitude that I wish to repay. Liedren felt her teeth nearly grind down in frustration, laughing delicately. The same applies to you. Once Liedren took her leave, Ren's expression darkened instantly. This Liedren must know something. She simply could not fathom why she was so intent on guarding herself. How strange. With this thought, she summoned her maid and instructed, keep a discreet watch on her, primarily focus on where she goes. Chapter 97. Yearning yet unable. Ren's maid was exceptionally diligent, yet the elusive priestess seemed to sense something amiss, maintaining a daily routine that left Ren exasperated. After reviewing the maid's report of the past 4 days, she was utterly bewildered. Was this some sort of monotonous existence? These priests, have they truly become as mundane as trees? After venting her frustrations, she turned to Talia and asked, Talia, are you not going to visit Dusk Home? Sister Moon. It is now called Dusk Shelter. Talia deftly avoided the moonberries that Lilith offered, casting him an exasperated glance before continuing, without brother and the others. Dusk Home is merely Dusk Shelter. Ren approached her with a smile, pinching her cheek gently. It is unwise to take out your frustrations on the innocent. Regardless, you grew up there. You should visit more often. Talia looked at Sister Moon in confusion. For so many years, they had strived to diminish the marks of dusk from their identities. Why now should she return? Do not give me that look. I know what you are thinking. Little girl, Ren admonished playfully. This is the will of Ranger Norman. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on a reciprocal approach to his endeavors. Do you not wish to see your brother? Talia inquired urgently. Sister Moon, do you mean? Indeed, I am certain that priest knows his whereabouts. I must return to Silvermoon Forest. Keep a close watch on her. Lilith exclaimed in surprise. What? Sister, you are returning? The elder sister has accompanied the elite of the Wanderers alongside the human kingdom's forces to drive away those orcs. At this time, the Windrunner Tower cannot be without me. Talia hesitated. But, weren't the orcs already driven away? Why go again? Ren chuckled, taking both her and Lilith's hands, stating, those orcs are invaders from other realms. The king has been too complacent for far too long. If this great battle proceeds without our presence, there shall be no place for us Quidor on this continent. Lilith and Talia exchanged bewildered glances, feeling a sense of awe despite their lack of understanding. Ren playfully tapped each of their heads. When the elder sister returns, you shall host a wedding. At this proclamation, Talia's face flushed crimson, contrasting sharply with Lilith's excitement as she pondered the implications. That is not permissible. Ren raised an eyebrow, firmly stating, Windrunners are unrestrained. Do you believe you remain the same inconsequential little ranger as before? Seeing Talia appear somewhat intimidated, she softened her tone. You are now also a Windrunner. Talia, forget your past identity. Talia lowered her head even further. Teresa gently tousled Lyra's hair and then did the same to Talia, saying, That's enough. I must be on my way. Do not forget to keep a watchful eye on that priest when your wounds have healed. Report any discoveries to me promptly. It seemed as though something had changed, yet nothing had truly altered. Aurelia's solitary expedition with her troops incited nothing but the king's fury and failed to stir the materialistically obsessed kingdom of Quel'Thalas. The current state of Silvermoon Forest lay in disarray, remnants of charred ruins from Dragonfire, the sorrowful cries of the wounded in various settlements, and the completely destroyed runic barriers, alongside the restless forest trolls, ensured that those who chose to follow the Ranger General or remain to rebuild their homeland would endure a long and arduous period of suffering. Since the Grand Astrologer had accepted Prince Kael'thas's invitation to teach void knowledge in Dalaran, Liadrin found herself at leisure, as entry into the imprisonment dungeon was impossible without her leadership, especially after her mentor had departed for the Sunwell. The vast hall of Silvermoon's Prayer was left with nothing but a group of wooden statues, leaving her utterly bored. Sister Liadrin, could you regale us with tales of the Sunwell? The inquiries of the newly arrived children pulled her from her drifting thoughts. Thanks to those energetic yet irresponsible Quel'Dorii, the number of children here had increased significantly. The older children, originally led by Elvis, were now scattered throughout the corners of Quel'Thalas. The Sunwell, the very source of Quel'Thalas's arcane power, was the foundation upon which the Quel'Dorii relied for their existence. Liadrin noticed Talia outside, shooing away the children. All right, off you go to play, she said. Are you healed? Talia's spirits seemed low. Yes, I came back to check. Liadrin remarked wistfully. Indeed, after all these years, it is time to return. She seemed to ponder something, then inquired with curiosity, your sudden return, does it pertain to something specific? Do you have any news about Brother Norman? Liadrin's expression darkened as she replied, I have enlisted many to help in the search, yet there has been no word. Talia gazed at the clouds above, her voice tinged with melancholy as she said, ever since I arrived at the Windrunner Spire, you all have been diminishing my original mark. I can no longer recall what my siblings look like. Truly, I cannot remember their faces. Will you still conceal the truth from me, Sister Liadrin? Liadrin lowered her gaze to the ground, ignoring Talia's sorrowful plea, and resolutely stated, I have not concealed anything from you, Talia. Talia's voice quivered with suppressed emotion. I know you have been silently protecting me, but have you considered my feelings? Sister Moon told me to investigate you privately, and I agreed. Yet upon my return, I found it impossible to do so. She withdrew her gaze from the distant horizon and looked at Liadrin with pleading, reddened eyes. Sister Liadrin, apart from him, I truly have no family left. You feel sorrow. Do you understand my sorrow? All these years, I cared for him as if he were my own son. Only to have that Teresa interfere. Liadrin felt a surge of agitation. Talia, I genuinely do not know. If I did, I would certainly inform you. Talia said nothing more, silently weeping, turning away, and departing quietly. Her figure resembled a spirit drifting towards an uncertain fate. Liadrin watched her retreating silhouette, her heart weighed down by bitterness that words could not convey. Yet what could she say? The king had yet to resolve the identity issues of all the children here. Those who left to grow up either endured hardships like Elvis at the West Temple or became vassals of nobility. If she were to divulge information about Norman, Talia would surely take matters into her own hands, and all would be lost. Alas, in this world, the ascent of social class has never been a cheap endeavor. Liadrin sat on the railing, lost in thought. Sister Liadrin, was that person just now Talia? Liadrin smiled and embraced the newcomer. Yes. Why did you not call out to her? I hate her. Hatred is not right, Sylphia. Her love for you is no less than anyone else's. Then why has she not returned to see us for so many years? It is not that she does not wish to. She simply cannot. Liadrin recalled the secret messages from the Windrunner Spire years ago, wistfully saying, Little Phoenix, let us return to Silvermoon. Sylphia giggled. All right, let us hurry. Remember to catch up on today's lessons with Archbishop Hadro when we return. Ah, no. Uncle Hadro is terrifying. He is not that fearsome, if you call him brother. He won't be fierce. No way. His beard is so long. Sylphia exaggerated with her hands, elongating her voice. Thus, it was decided. Beneath the ever-changing skies, the playful forms of an adult and a child grew longer and gradually faded at the end of the long street. Chapter 98. Unutterable Pain. Recently, the citizens of Silvermoon have observed a dwindling output of magical crystals from the mana pool, with the magical web's energy supply becoming increasingly erratic and suspect. Councilman Belovar, tasked with investigating this magical anomaly, announced that it is a well-organized and premeditated case of mana theft. Significant progress has been made in the investigation, and the capture of the mana thief is imminent. He urged the citizens of Silvermoon not to panic, assuring them that the city's officials possess the capability and means to safeguard the populace's magical supply. Two shadows whispered conspiratorially before the imprisonment dungeon. Have we dealt with the little tail? Is it safe? Absolutely certain. I had Little Phoenix block her. I did not notice anyone else when I arrived. That is good. Let us hurry. This time, the stakes are high. It seems we were too hasty. You, my lord, are afraid? That seems utterly absurd. Hey, what kind of expression is that? How dare you be so disrespectful to your elders? There are no elders here, only accomplices. Ha ha, the mana thief. Councilman Belovar is truly humorous. We must, quickly come inside. Once the magical crystals within the imprint dungeon began to glow in unison, the furtive figures of the Grand Astrologer and Liadolin were suddenly revealed. The Grand Astrologer urged, Hurry over, I will notify you once I am prepared. Liadolin nodded, removing her hood, and sprinted towards the dungeon. Her heart brimmed with excitement. After years of plotting and steadfastness, today would finally yield results. Norman, wake up, she exclaimed. Hurry up, have you forgotten what I said last time? She dragged Norman from the stone bed, nodding in satisfaction. Norman had not only regained his former physique, but appeared somewhat more robust, albeit with a confused expression. Liadolin, I'm uncertain and frightened, he murmured. The magic regulator has been calibrated. Liadolin, leave the dungeon. It was her voice that troubled him, as every time it resonated, he found himself beset by inexplicable assaults, including but not limited to electric shocks and high-pressure impacts. Liadolin, seeing the distress in his eyes, felt her heart ache and quickly embraced him, gently stroking his face while whispering, Be good, it will be over soon. You wish to remember the past, don't you? Norman embraced her tightly, emitting soft whimpers, when suddenly, Liadolin felt a chill on her face. The Grand Astrologer urged, Liadolin, we must hasten. Time is of the essence. With resolve, she smiled and pushed Norman away gently, tapping his nose with her finger. I will wait for your return. Once Norman nodded vacantly and settled in the center of the dungeon, she exited. The ritual could commence. Within the imprint dungeon, a hum escalated from barely audible to deafening. The magical runes on the walls illuminated one after another, radiating hues of red, blue, green, and a spectrum of colors, merging into beams of light that directed towards the grand magical array above. Originally designed to reset the imprint dungeon, the Grand Astrologer had modified certain magical circuits, transforming it into a device capable of absorbing and infusing energy. Norman observed as the colorful beams incessantly streamed into the black void above, as if a colossal maw was ravenously consuming the magic. In other words, the meager influx of magical energy barely stirred the vast array. The Grand Astrologer fixated fervently on the magic detection crystal, muttering, The magic flow is too weak. Increase the output. She then opened the valve to the solar well's magic conduit. With a thunderous roar, the moment she opened the valve, the vibrant lights in the imprint dungeon became tangible, producing a sound akin to rushing water, flowing dynamically into the magical array. Soon, The runes of profound mystery illuminated one after another, accompanied by a slight tremor in the dungeon, signaling its activation. At that very moment, the magical lights in Silvermoon City flickered violently before extinguishing completely, plunging the entire city into panic. Beloivar, his face ashen, bellowed to the city guard, "Calm the citizens. Should any criminals take advantage of this chaos, eliminate them." At that moment, a law enforcement officer rushed in to report, "My lord, the magic flow has gathered towards the direction of Daybreak Isle." Beloivar's eyelids twitched violently. He fervently hoped that no calamity had befallen that location. He instructed the guards, "City guards, mobilize. And all elite enforcers, follow me." Norman felt as though his entire world was suffused with brilliant light. This radiance bore down upon him with immense pressure, inducing profound anxiety and agitation, compelling him to instinctively channel his internal energy for defense. The Grand Astrologer, consumed by mania, shouted, "After years of experimentation, I finally see results today." She slammed her palm onto the red rune stone. As her hand struck down, the rushing water sound in the imprint dungeon transformed into a sigh, and the dungeon dimmed entirely. No, it did not merely dim. The energy torrent that erupted from the grand magical array above was so immense and radiant that it rendered all light meaningless at that moment. With a resounding boom, a column of pure, pristine energy surged towards the seated Norman, shattering the purple shield enveloping him in an instant. "Ah!" Norman cried out in agony, a familiar, searing sensation coursing through his soul, compelling him to scream hoarsely. Boom! His entire reality erupted. The energy torrent obliterated the cognitive world he had painstakingly reconstructed, shattering his understanding into fragments as he drifted in the ocean of self-awareness. His conscious realm plummeted into complete darkness. Perhaps it was a fleeting instant, or perhaps an endless torment, but immersed in the sea of consciousness, Norman glimpsed a silvery point racing towards him from an unfathomable distance, growing larger as the gap closed until it fully enveloped his vision. A sigh, seemingly emanating from the ancient past or the very core of existence, echoed. As this sigh resonated, the fragmented memories ensconced in silver energy, previously bound by the purification protocol and the void's power, materialized before Norman, magnetically attracting the smaller fragments and swiftly reassembling them. In reality, Norman curled on the ground, clutching his head, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, searing heat, and an unbearable tearing sensation, rendering him incapable of vocalizing his cries. His mind felt as if it would explode. Chapter 99. Until death, my lady, seal the exits. Apprehend them. Beloivar's furious voice reverberated, nearly reaching the depths of the dungeon. With each report from the law enforcers, his heart transitioned from terror to a consuming rage. He vowed to impart an unforgettable lesson to anyone daring to meddle with the void. Open the door. If they dare to resist, eliminate them on the spot. A few elite lawbreakers swiftly opened the door and charged inside. Shortly after, one of them emerged with an odd expression. The malevolent aura emanating from Beloivar left this elite lawbreaker hesitant to speak. Observing his contorted visage, Beloivar barked, "What have you discovered? Speak, my lord." There was no resistance inside. "The Grand Astrologer is present, along with High Priestess Liadrin. Perhaps you should come in and take a look?" Beloivar scoffed. His face darkened with displeasure as he stepped inside. "Who are you?" echoed a voice in the realm of consciousness, where Norman's soul resided. "Child." The voice was enveloped in warmth. "You must grow quickly." Norman, filled with thunderous rage, demanded, "Tell me, who are you?" The voice did not respond to his inquiry, merely repeating its insistence on his growth. As the fragments of his consciousness reassembled, a silver door materialized. At that moment, a silvery silhouette emerged from Norman's realm of awareness. He recalled the figure he had seen when his consciousness first shattered. The figure approached, gently pushed open the door, glanced back at him, and then stepped through. Boom. The world of Norman's consciousness spun chaotically. Ah! In the physical realm, Norman finally screamed in agony, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, clutching his head tightly. The overwhelming influx of images required time for him to process. "Zul'Aman, have you lost your mind? The power of the Sunwell is not something we can wield." "Oh, Beloivar, you remain as impulsive as ever. Have you not noticed that my experiment has succeeded? The void's corruption is reversible and can be eradicated." The Grand Astrologer, drenched in perspiration, panted while seated before the magical energy regulator. Beloivar stepped forward, seizing the Grand Astrologer's arm. "Do not tell me you are analyzing the void. You will endanger everyone." The Grand Astrologer allowed Beloivar to grip her arm, utterly unconcerned by the slight disrespect. "Of course not. I am here to save lives. Look." His cognition is being reconstructed. His consciousness is returning. Liadrin watched through the magical screen as Norman lay on the ground, his clear gaze darting from side to side. With a startled cry, she immediately covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. The king is furious. This is the first time in many years he has felt such rage. Belovar observed the figure inside with deep sorrow. How could he not recognize the savior of the far traveler's camp, the one who had saved his life? The Grand Astrologer scoffed dismissively. The king's anger pales in comparison to my research achievements. Come, let us see him. Liadrin rushed forward but was blocked by the lawbreakers. With tear-filled eyes, she turned back to Belovar. Let her pass, he sighed bitterly. The Grand Astrologer's demise would be inconsequential to her. She lived solely for her research, and one day she would pay a heavy price for her insatiable curiosity. But if the disciple of an old friend were to come to harm, how would he face Vondeller? As this thought crossed Belovar's mind, a surge of nameless fury welled up within him. He roared, Sir Lanlian, she is Vondeller's most beloved disciple. One could even say she is like a daughter to him. How dare you? Are you not afraid of being torn to shreds by those who remember Vondeller's grace? I will inform his majesty of your actions. The Grand Astrologer shrugged. Do as you wish. After I assess his recovery, you can apprehend me at your leisure. Norman. Liadrin opened the cell door and threw herself into Norman's embrace, torrents of tears soaking his garments. Liadrin, I have returned. Norman stroked her hair, tears glistening in his own eyes. Liadrin lifted her head and smiled, asking, Will you still fight for me, my warrior? Norman wiped the tears from her face and replied solemnly, Until death, my lady. Liadrin, still weeping, chuckled and playfully pinched his cheek. You fool. Though I do not wish to intrude, I must inquire if you could separate now. The Grand Astrologer entered, flanked by Belovar and the lawbreakers, speaking aloud. Flushed with embarrassment, Liadrin hurriedly scrambled off Norman, standing aside and wiping her tears. Norman sat up, his gaze sharp. Pray tell, what did you see? What did you experience? He looked at Belovar and the lawbreakers behind him. It is all right. Councilman Belovar has the right to know these matters, the Grand Astrologer affirmed. After receiving the Grand Astrologer's approval, Norman cleared his throat and recounted his experiences from the hills to this moment, detailing all matters concerning the void. Unlike the astonished Belovar, the Grand Astrologer tugged at her hair in agitation, her doubts multiplying. Belovar, do you know what that silver signifies? Belovar shook his head, saying, I have only heard a whisper within the arcane flow, a name, Illunis. He lowered his gaze, asking gravely, Tell me, young man, how much has the void affected you? Please answer seriously. Norman pondered for a moment, extending his right hand. As energy surged, a silver flame materialized, quietly burning. The mark left by the void cannot be erased. But the void's power within me has transformed into this. Belovar gasped sharply and then glared fiercely at the Grand Astrologer. Did you hear that? The void is not something you can study at will. The Grand Astrologer waved her hand dismissively. But I have succeeded, have I not? Belovar retorted angrily. Do you have his fate? Do you understand what that silvery essence is? You know nothing and dare to claim success. His words sent the Grand Astrologer into a frenzy, pacing alone in the dungeon, disregarding everyone around him. Belovar did not cast a glance at Liadrin and coldly stated, I will report today's events truthfully. Solarian, do you realize that you nearly obliterated the entire Silvermoon city? Humph. Put away your scheming, Belovar. Shall I summon Vondelor to enlighten you on what scheming truly entails? A desperate little girl, drawn into your experiments under the guise of salvation. Liadrin interjected softly. It's not entirely true, Silence. This is not your place to speak. Chapter 100. The sorrow of Silvermoon. The detestable mana thief who caused the catastrophic failure of Silvermoon's magical core has finally been apprehended by the astute Senator Belovar. However, the identity of this thief is rather shocking. It is none other than the Royal Grand Astrologer, Solarian. Particularly after the court issued a public notice regarding the matter. It has stirred a tempest throughout Quel'Thalas. To have unlawfully siphoned the energies of the Sunwell and merely be sentenced to identity deprivation and exile from Quel'Thalas? Where's the justice? The Sunwell must not be desecrated by anyone. Humph, have you not heard the legend of the Forsaken? Exile from Quel'Thalas is tantamount to condemning her to a tragic fate. How is that not severe enough? The Grand Astrologer, accompanied by her remaining followers, bid farewell to the cheerful Liadrin beneath the Shepherd's Gate. Your Excellency, once you depart for Dalaran, who knows when we shall meet again? The Grand Astrologer chuckled, teasingly asking, Why do you look as though you are also preparing for a journey? Liadrin shrugged her small hands. My mentor is quite furious. So I must head to the Western Temple. The Western Temple, indeed. That is quite a daunting place. Ha ha ha. It is of no concern. I am already quite content. The Grand Astrologer elongated her words. Is that so? The one condemned to lifelong imprisonment does not share your sentiments. Liadrin gazed towards the distant maple forest. She will surely emerge, won't she? You are right. As long as she does not transform into a tentacled monstrosity, all is well. Well then, I must take my leave. I wish you all happiness. Safe travels, Your Excellency. And please accept my gratitude. The Grand Astrologer waved her hand nonchalantly, departing with her followers. Liadrin solemnly bowed to her receding figure. Liadrin, let us go, Sylvia whispered. Isn't it good for you to go to the Sun Temple? Elvish is there. Sylvia pouted. I don't want to see him. He is just like Uncle Hadron now. Such a bore. Humph. The Western Temple has trolls. Are you not afraid, little phoenix? Oh. I am now a disciplined priest. I fear no trolls. Oh my, what an impressive little priest you are. Come, let me take a closer look. No. Time seemed to freeze under the bright sunlight. After a brief reunion, an endless wait ensued. The self-proclaimed scourge of the undead legion shattered the arcane barrier. The mentor was lost amidst the chaos. Upon receiving the vague and dreadful news from Silvermoon Forest, Liadrin felt as if struck by lightning. After hastily returning to the Silvermoon Chapel, she learned the complete account of the calamity from the surviving Audrey, causing her to spit blood on the spot. Dalkon had ambushed Senator Belovar, opening the arcane barrier for the scourge. The Sun Temple was destroyed, the Moon Temple was destroyed, Takrlin Fortress was destroyed, and the hastily assembled resistance forces were scattered. Belovar was gravely injured, Archbishop Hadron confirmed dead in battle, and the mentor's fate remained unknown amidst the chaos. Ranger General Sylvanus was wounded in battle at Clearwind Village and subsequently went missing. Now only Lady Vernessa and the Dawnbringer led a small contingent to delay the advance of the Scourge. The Scourge was advancing towards Silvermoon City, soon to reach its gates. Liadrin's hoarse voice conveyed a resolute determination that moved even Audrey. In the name of the Grand Priest of Silvermoon, I hereby issue a sacred summons. From this moment forth, we enter a state of utmost urgency. She wiped the blood from her lips and proclaimed, even if the holy light extinguishes, even if darkness descends, even if we become the fallen, we shall never succumb to evil. Tirelessly and fearlessly, the undead, aided by the traitor Dalkon, passed through the arcane barrier, shattering the hastily assembled Quel'Thala's resistance time and again. Countless legions of the undead, driven by resentment and hatred, tormented by eternal suffering, swept forward, leaving a trail of death and desolation towards Silvermoon City. King Anasterian's Sunstrider gathered all available forces in haste, preparing for a decisive battle against the undead legion at the gates of Silvermoon City. However, the undead arrived too swiftly, catching everyone off guard. The very next dawn after Liadrin returned to Silvermoon, the battle that would determine the fate of Quell Dorii commenced. As Arthas enveloped the entire battlefield in a shroud of undead, the Sunwell Tower, which had supported the battlefield, could no longer withstand the onslaught of the Scourge. The grounds of Silvermoon were littered with the shattered remains of high elves. On the earth, the fallen warriors were resurrected by necromancers, wielding their blades against their former comrades. Arcane constructs crumbled silently beneath the chains of the wretched, while the once proud Dragonhawk riders fell from the skies, succumbing to their fate amidst the onslaught of stone gargoyles. Atop the city walls, the duel between the king and the Death Knight Arthas ended with a fiery blow that shattered the king and heralded the tolling of Silvermoon's death knell. The undead reveled amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, singing their lamentations in boundless sorrow. The fate of Silvermoon City is already sealed. A mere glance upwards reveals the inevitable conclusion for each guardian of this realm. Meanwhile, amidst the battlefield where the undead clash, valiant soldiers steadfastly cling to every fragment of their city, resisting with unwavering determination, even as the world crumbles and ignites before their eyes. The devoted warriors of Quitteresh refuse to surrender. Within the Silvermoon Chapel, transformed into a makeshift field hospital, the anguished groans of the wounded echo incessantly. A hurried battle mage urgently conveys orders. High Priestess Liadri, Counselor Belovar demands the immediate evacuation of you and the injured to Sunstrider Isle. Weary, Liadri surveys the chapel filled with grievously wounded souls and replies, "Convey to Counselor Belovar that I will ensure the remaining priests and injured depart." The battle mage, taken aback, inquires, "And you?" Liadri, after casting a healing spell upon the gravely injured, waves her hand dismissively, stating, "Go, I have more pressing matters to attend to." Just as the conflicted battle mage is about to voice another concern, an exhaustively familiar voice interrupts from the entrance. "Why not take me with you?" Liadri's head snaps up. "Wenlesha, you are alive? There is no time for pleasantries. Priest, We need him. Tell me, where is he? Bloodied and armed with the weapon of the Dawn's herald, Queldiare. When Lesha approaches Liadri and whispers urgently, "We'd best leave at once." Chapter 101. Where is that person? In the imprint dungeon, Liadri meticulously inspects the seals and remarks, "There's bad news. The key to the imprint has been changed." When Lesha frowns, "Step aside." Seeing when Lesha raise her longbow, Liadri quickly sidesteps and exclaims, "What are you doing?" This connects too. Her words falter as when Lesha's arrow, infused with a whirling tempest, is released. Madwoman. Boom. The door of the imprint dungeon, deprived of magical energy, shatters into pieces. When Lesha retrieves Queldiare and hands it to Liadri, "There, that should do it. Take this to him. Don't just stand there, the undead are coming." Liadri catches a glimpse of the undead they had just evaded, now hot on their trail, and without further delay, nods to Wenlesha, turning to plunge into the dungeon. Wenlesha, facing the approaching undead, offers a chilling smile. Since her last moment of clarity, the dungeon has been ensnared in perpetual silence. Norman can scarcely recall how long it has been since he last saw Liadri. A thunderous explosion outside jolts him from his reverie, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. With a clang, the cell door swings open. "Liadri, take this and follow me." A torrent of black mist, comprising men, women, and children, surges towards Wenlesha, who is focused on the fight. None can survive the wrath of the master. The black mist flickers, and a human officer's sword, reflecting a sinister light, emerges from the haze, striking fiercely at Wenlesha's back. The chill of death sends a shiver down her spine, and without a second thought, she rolls forward to evade the lethal ambush, only to be besieged by other undead. Your death will be no different. She catches sight of a spectral figure resembling a human guard, who, after uttering this curse, casts a venomous glance at her before dissolving into mist. Damnable wraith. Wenlesha curses inwardly, mustering her weary form as she prepares for the imminent assault. Yet, ensnared by the undead's minions, how can she withstand this crisis of mortality? In mere moments, she finds herself in dire straits. Just then, a silvery blade flashes from the dark dungeon, striking the undead with ferocity, scattering their bones. Wenlesha then hears Liadri's decree, "Holy fire, sacred flame." Instantly, the black mist, transformed from the wraith, is engulfed in divine flames. A piercing shriek, filled with boundless malice and hatred, erupts as the sacred fire incinerates the wraith, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Wenlesha? Norman glances back at the fallen elf. Unable to pause for questions, with a swift motion of Queldiare, he charges toward the remaining undead. Liadri administers a healing touch to Wenlesha and anxiously asks, "Are you all right?" "I feel cold, so tired. I just want to sleep for a bit." "Command, pain suppression." Liadri cradles Wenlesha, continuously urging, "Look, the person you've been searching for is right over there. Wake up." Norman dispatches the last ghoul and, unable to delay in wiping the bone fragments from Queldiare, rushes to their side. "How is she?" Liadri, supporting Wenlesha, cautiously channels holy light into her. "Look at this." Liadri gently turns Wenlesha's body, revealing a ghastly wound on her back. Gazing at the horrific injury, Norman gasps. Ignoring Liadri's frantic murmurs, he takes Wenlesha from her grasp, removes her leather armor, cradles her chest with one hand, and gathers a sphere of silver flame in the other to press against the wound. The evil magic of the Plague Legion harbors potent toxins. Her physiological functions are deteriorating, while the holy light can counteract some of its effects. "I discovered you while tending to the wounded. What are you doing?" Liadri exclaims in terror, recalling a chaotic scene from earlier in the cave. This crude and brutal method of rescue would spell doom for Wenlesha if her will falters. "Norman." She's fading. The intense clash of energies jolts Wenlesha awake for a moment, only to let out a scream before slipping back into unconsciousness, her muscles convulsing violently in agony. Torrents of cold sweat soaking the earth beneath her. "Norman, stop. We are heading to Sunfire Island," she said. "Leah, be quiet," Norman shouted, a flash of silvery fire flickering in his eyes as he pressed down once more with his right hand. Without any awareness, Wenrisa suddenly straightened her body, letting out a shriek before collapsing limply in Norman's embrace like a swan with a broken neck. Gasping for breath, Norman remarked, "She should be fine now, Leah. We must leave at once." Wenrisa gradually regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to find Leah Deland cleaning the bloodstains from her body, then surveying the surroundings of the room. "You're awake? Stop looking around. The master of this place has already departed. Where's Norman?" Upon uttering these words, the kind-hearted Leah Deland's forehead twitched in agitation as she rubbed her wound vigorously. "I don't know." Wenrisa cried out in pain, gritting her teeth. "What time is it?" Why are you still engaged in such trivial matters? Leah Dellen retorted fiercely, I will not allow him to go to his death alone. Put away your malicious thoughts. Windwalker. When Risa shot back at the priest, no, I'm going to. Enough. Leah Dellen threw the towel against the wall. From what I gathered from the wounded, the leading Death Knight is extraordinarily powerful. Without sufficient high-level combat strength, you would merely be urging him to his demise. What is happening? Norman burst into the room upon hearing the commotion, only to be greeted by the sight of Wenrisa's bare form, prompting a startled exclamation as he quickly turned away. Get out! Get out! Once Norman departed, a strange smile crept onto Wenrisa's haggard face as she squinted and said, I remember his hand moved a few times while healing me. It seems he enjoyed it. Leah Dellen's teeth nearly ground to dust as she cast a venomous glance toward the door, lowering her head to say, When did you two become so acquainted? Just wait. Wenrisa chuckled, unintentionally tugging at her wounded back, causing her to grimace in pain. Huh, who's afraid of you? Leah Dellen tossed Wenrisa's clothes at her in a flurry. Since you still have the energy to bicker, I believe you can dress yourself. We'll be waiting outside. With that, she gritted her teeth and stormed out. Chapter 102. The Mirage in Progress. Leah, is she all right? Norman asked cheerfully as he saw Leah Dellen emerge with a cold expression. Without a word, Leah approached him and pinched his waist. Ouch, stop. Stop, priest. I was wrong. Norman winced in discomfort, his face contorting. What did you do wrong? I was wrong for interrupting you too. Norman's heart sank, realizing he should never have entertained any illusions. One cannot gaze upon another's body without paying some price. Not that. Leah Dellen twisted harder. Ah, Leah, stop. It's bruising, definitely bruising. Even if I must die, let me die with clarity. What did you do while healing me? I swear I did nothing. I promise. Please stop. You're going to twist my flesh off. Hearing his vow, Leah finally released him, gazing into his eyes. Did you really do nothing? Norman rubbed his sore waist, his expression utterly sincere. Am I that kind of person? Satisfied. Leah nodded, reaching out to massage him, chiding. Why didn't you say so earlier? Norman lowered his head, his voice dripping with sincerity. I was wrong, Leah. In his heart, he fervently lamented. This is a woman. This is a woman. Determined to shift the conversation, Norman asked, Leah, what of Lord Vondeller? What of the others? The moment he posed this question, Leah Dellen's previously relaxed demeanor plummeted into despair. She lowered her head, sobbing softly. When Silvermoon Forest fell, my mentor was lost amidst the chaos. Brother Hadro perished. And all the comrades of the Sunwell are dead. Norman stepped forward, enveloping the grieving girl in his arms, gently patting her back. We will search for him together. Lord Vondeller will be fine. Leah murmured softly, crying even harder in his embrace, a flood of emotions overwhelming her for the first time since receiving the dreadful news. As Norman tenderly stroked her long hair, he gazed wistfully toward the distant smoke, never anticipating that his freedom would come in such a manner, nor that old friends would perish at the frontier. Hey, how long do you intend to hold on? When Risa struggled to step out, leaning weakly against the doorframe, interrupting their tender moment. Leah? Leah? Are you better? Leah Dellen ignored Wenrisa's verbal jabs, remaining firmly in Norman's embrace, repeatedly muttering, Don't listen to her, don't listen. Norman waved at Wenrisa, then leaned down to whisper a few words in Leah Dellen's ear. In response, she disentangled herself from him, standing aside to compose herself. What a heartwarming scene. How enviable. Wenrisa remarked, her words dripping with sarcasm, though her icy demeanor betrayed no hint of genuine envy. Norman scratched his head, at a loss for words. Wenrisa, don't even think about it. Leah Dellen snapped in anger. Dear priest, do you not wish to avenge your mentor? Do you not yearn for retribution for your fallen comrades? Do you not desire vengeance for the kingdom of Quel'Thalas? Wenrisa retrieved a potion of stamina from her magical ring and downed it in one go, discarding the empty vial carelessly as she continued, I saw your brother. That foolish archbishop. He was resurrected as one of the undead by the Death Knights, as were your fallen comrades. Leah Dellen's eyes turned bloodshot as she roared, Enough. Wenrisa, do not attempt to provoke me with your words. I will absolutely not allow Norman to die in vain. The mockery in Wenrisa's tone was unmistakable. Ah, love, how magnificent. Are you willing to forsake everything for it? Wenrisa, revenge is indeed necessary, but it will not be pursued in such a reckless manner. Do you have any idea how many undead there are? The flame strike was shattered by that cursed sword. The king has fallen. Are we to rely on just the three of us? Norman gazed at the hysterical Liadrin and quickly pulled her back, casting a stern glance at Rena. He reassured her, Liadrin, do not be agitated. I have some questions to inquire about. Rena let out a cold huff, returning the glare, turning her face aside to signify her reluctance to speak. Ignoring her inexplicable sulk, Norman gathered his thoughts and asked, Rena, what has happened to the Dawn's messenger? Where is General Aurelia? Where is the Wayfarer Ranger? Is Talia well? Rena turned back, her face pale, gripping the doorframe tightly as she gritted her teeth, and spoke. The Dawn's messenger sacrificed himself at Sunfury Hold to cover the Ranger's retreat. I barely retrieved his weapon. After my sister left Quel'Thalas, she has not returned. My second sister, injured, went to Sunwell Plateau with Talia and Lyris, where the last of the defenders are. Tears cascaded down Rena's cheeks as she hastily wiped her eyes and continued hoarsely. Belovar was ambushed by Dalcon. The barrier shattered, and the Wayfarer was scattered. My siblings fell one after another before my eyes, their souls consumed by the cursed sword, their bodies desecrated by its vile touch, only to be resurrected again by that wicked Death Knight. My second sister was wounded by that cursed blade, and now her fate is uncertain. Rena's face was etched with pain and despair, her tears flowing as she implored, Norman, I remember your figure fighting at the Wayfarer's camp. Come with me to Quel'Dana's island. We must confront these defiled beings in a final battle. Norman covered his head, his voice strained as he asked, that cursed sword, does it feature the head of a demon goat, inscribed with many malevolent runes? Rena nodded in stunned affirmation, and before she could voice her shock, Norman bowed his head to Liadrin and said, Liadrin, if what she says is true, I must go to Sunwell Plateau. Talia is in danger. Liadrin clutched his clothing tightly. Shaking her head vehemently, Norman leaned down and kissed her forehead gently, saying, Do you remember the void I saw in the realm of consciousness? His eyes flashed with a hint of pain as his voice grew hoarse. There, Costello dissipated, repeatedly urging me to save Talia until I witnessed that cursed sword pierce her chest. As Norman recounted those horrific visions, he concluded, for Talia's sake, I must take action. We must depart at once. Rena sank to the ground, unable to fathom the reality. Liadrin, with red-rimmed eyes, caressed his resolute face, saying, Then let us depart now. Norman looked at Rena. Can you still walk? We must leave immediately. Liadrin will tend to you on the ship. Chapter 103. Winter approaches, the sea winds howled, mourning the fall of Silvermoon City. Can the undead traverse the ocean? Weak and weary, Rena sat in the middle of Gongora, softly asking, as Liadrin healed her from behind. Norman shook his head without looking back, emphasizing the cursed sword, which possesses the power to freeze everything. If the ocean could also be frozen, we must hasten our pace. Rena sighed, responding, Quel'Thalas will be grateful to you, Norman. Norman chuckled heartily, sitting back, facing Rena as he said, I owe nothing to Quel'Thalas. I owe a debt to every individual who has ever aided me. Regarding Talia, he pointed at his fingers. Later, Liadrin and I discussed this. Thank you. Rena smiled wryly. ISNT it in exchange? You offer crystals, we offer Talia. Back then, the way you looked at me. Suddenly, her body trembled violently, and she shouted angrily. Liadrin, are you seeking death? Liadrin extended her hand from behind Rena, revealing charred flesh. Do not move. If the newly formed flesh is torn, your beautiful back will be utterly ruined. Rena clenched her teeth, growling. Then what are you waiting for? Please hurry. Norman dared not breathe. After a considerable time, he cautiously remarked, There is no need for such an exchange. Not everyone can endure the whispers of those well-meaning individuals. Rena cast a glance behind her. Limited by the structure of her head, she could not see Liadrin's expression. She could only bare her teeth in discontent. It's nothing, the Wayfarer's camp. You saved us once, so we're even. Suddenly recalling something, she realized, I learned a move from the way you channeled energy back then. I'll demonstrate it for you later, and you can provide some improvements. Before she could finish her sentence, Rena groaned in pain. Damn it, High Priest. Is this how you treat the wounded? You, a ranger accustomed to the wilds. Liadrin's languid voice came from behind her. Do you not know that removing decayed flesh is quite painful? Damn it, this is vengeance. Rena winced in agony. Norman quickly turned away. He no longer wished to engage in conversation. A surge of unnameable anger ignited within Rena, and enduring the excruciating pain, she pulled Norman back. Today you saved me once again. Your touching my rabbit and seeing me in the light shall be considered even. How do you find my figure? The feel of my rabbit is acceptable, right? Norman could not continue, for Liadrin emerged from behind Rena, looking at him with a pitiful gaze, filled with sorrow. Norman could only scratch his nose awkwardly, saying, That was for healing. He was utterly convinced that the elves, emerging from the chaos of their soul imprints, were indeed capricious. Just as Rena was about to persist, Norman pointed to a dark line on the horizon. Look, Quel'Danas. We are almost there. This quelled her fierce entanglement. Norman, today, witnessed the war between women, devoid of blades, but lethal in every word. After Silver Moon City fell, the undead continued their advance toward Quel'Dana's island. At this moment, everyone was certain that the goal of the Scourge was undoubtedly the Sunwell, the very foundation upon which the High Elves relied for survival. Arthas stood at the edge of the coast, his gaze seemingly piercing through the vast expanse of sea and sky, casting an alluring smile towards the direction of Quel'Dana's, raising Frostmourne with a flourish. As the malevolent runes upon the blade ignited, an unprecedented and exceptionally sinister ice-blue energy emanated from the sword's tip, spreading forth. Amidst the howling winds intermingled with the wails of tormented souls, a tempest of snow descended abruptly, heralding the first cruel winter upon the springtime realm of Quel'Solaris. No. This is not merely winter. It is a prison of frost, a dungeon of snow. With a sudden sweep of Frostmourne towards Quel'Dana's island, the tumultuous waters were instantly frozen by the frigid storm, revealing a path of ice. Arthas's voice was as hoarse as torn parchment, his skin vibrating as if it were weathered leather, cracking and mending with each utterance. Mage, your long-held wish shall soon be fulfilled. The Master's plan is but a step away from fruition. My king, an ethereal voice echoed with his words, cautioning him. Merely a few mice scurrying behind their barriers. The cold winds tousled his white hair, concealing the thoughts of the Death Knight. He patted the altar before him, declaring, "Let us proceed. Our task remains unfinished." "As your will dictates, your majesty." The ethereal voice emanated from the very altar itself. The once living High Elves, now risen from death, staggered amidst the towering abominations and restless ghouls, advancing towards their former sanctuary, the Sunwell. Occasionally, a gluttonous ghoul would tear off an arm or a thigh from them, gnawing voraciously on the side, or they would be overwhelmed and shared among several ghouls. The injured abominations roughly grasped their shattered bodies, tearing them apart before contentedly shoving the salvaged flesh into their wounds. The remnants of bones and flesh were collected by the following meat wagons, destined to become ammunition for blood and flesh. The hollow-eyed banshees floated above the army, their bodies long defiled by the scourge, leaving only their twisted, decayed souls to sing in solitude. The Sunwell of Quel'Dana's was encased within an entire complex of structures, created by the so-called High Elves, the Quel'Dorii, using the eternal waters drawn from beneath the world tree, Nordrassil, to prevent the return of the Burning Legion from millennia past. The Quel'Dorii fortified this new source of magic with countless energy-shielding runes and constructed numerous defensive structures, stationing their finest spellbreakers to guard it. At this moment, within a reception room, the grievously wounded Belovar felt as though his spirit had been extinguished. Before him lay a handful of cats, Darius, Fatherland, and Rodman, the entirety of the high-caliber forces he could muster. He endlessly reproached himself for sparing the life of that treacherous traitor, Dalkon, driven by greed, leading to this irretrievable situation. The stain of disgrace could only be cleansed with blood. If enemy blood was absent, then his own would suffice. With this thought, he solemnly addressed the three. "I shall initiate the final step. I implore you to endure until I complete it. I beseech you." Chapter 104. The prelude to the storm. Leon Norman gently embraced Liadrin, who was gazing out from the balcony. "What occupies your thoughts?" Liadrin nestled closer, seeking comfort. "I ponder my mentors. Have they all turned to crimson leaves, returning to dust?" Norman followed her gaze, where the red maples blazed like fire. "If I lose my sanity in this battle..." "Hush, do not speak." Liadrin turned, pressing her finger against his lips. "I will find you, no matter the cost. Now, look at me, remember my visage. Engrave it upon your soul, and merge it with your being." "Leah," Norman whispered, lowering his head to share a passionate kiss with her. Countless lives and deaths, countless madness, rendered time and space meaningless between them. They wept, devoured, and embraced, affirming each other, as if they sought to meld their very souls together, even unto the end. After an eternity, could you pause for a moment? The sudden arrival of Vrenza, standing at the corner of the balcony, finally interrupted them as they prepared to kiss again. Liadrin shot a glare at Vrenza, who shrugged in response. "First, do me a favor. I can arrange a room for you later." Noticing Vrenza's downcast demeanor, Norman pulled Liadrin back into his embrace, kissing her forehead before inquiring, "How may we assist?" "Shur is on the brink. You should come see. Brother Norman. Sister Shur's condition has suddenly worsened." Talia urgently guided Norman and Liadrin to Sylvanas' bedside. "Do not panic, Talia," Norman reassured his anxious sister. Observing that Liadrin had already begun her examination, he discreetly pulled her aside to continue the conversation he had left unfinished. In Norman's memory, Talia still resembled the girl at the Wayfarer's camp, pouting as she longed for home. Now, she had grown into a resilient ranger. He glanced at Lilith across from him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Talia, spoiled since childhood, could only be endured by Lilith. Indeed, Talia had struck gold this time. Norman, you should come take a look. It seems something is draining her vitality. Norman hurried back to Sylvanas' side, meticulously inspecting her wounds, then tentatively flicking a spark of silvery flame onto the injury. It is her soul. Norman observed the flames scorching Sylvanas' wounds, wisps of grayish-white mist emanating from them. Are you certain? Teresa hastily inquired if there was any possible solution. Liedrin hesitated, suggesting it seemed connected to the void, evoking a sense reminiscent of the prior state of humanity's decline. Norman rose, placing his hand on Sylvanas' forehead, and softly declared, "This is different, Liedrin. This is pure malevolence. The void is a conscious entity. Such unadulterated evil perceives souls merely as sustenance or fuel. The mark left by the cursed sword within her exists solely by consuming her very essence." Though somewhat perplexed, Teresa pressed, "But how can we save her?" Furrowing her brow, she marveled at how these two had suddenly become so profound, discussing souls as if it were the most natural of topics. Norman shook his head. Uncertainty etched upon his features. "I can sense the cursed sword drawing closer. Her soul is disintegrating rapidly." He suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "We must shatter that cursed sword. We must destroy it." His resolute gaze inspired awe in everyone present, instilling faith in his determination. "Oh, Norman," Liedrin lamented, her voice almost a whisper. "I recall mentioning that the flame strike was also shattered by that very sword. We cannot manage this with Queldella alone." Norman clenched his jaw, the scars on his face twitching with the strain of his resolve. With a steely determination, he proclaimed, "There is another way. We can excise the tainted part of her soul with argent fire and nurture what remains with the light of the mind. But my confidence in this plan is less than half. It is perilous." "Absolutely not." Liedrin firmly rejected the notion. "If there are no better alternatives, then we shall proceed with this." She pleaded, "I insist, Norman, we must shatter the cursed sword." How could she not understand the remnants of the void still lingering within him, tainting his light? Would it not be better for him to ascend as a higher void lord instead? Why not let the scourge and the disintegration of souls turn Quel'Thalas into a void, freeing everyone from future worries? "Have you even considered my opinion?" Teresa interjected, unable to contain her frustration. Confused and angry, she questioned why they were speaking in riddles while she remained in the dark. "What is Hill to you? If you cannot save him, then leave this place at once." Her words quickened. "I invited you here not to perform a theatrical drama. Norman, if you can, please save Hill. I will not mention a reward, just name your price. If it is impossible, then please depart. Shattering that cursed sword is the only solution. I will do whatever it takes." With those impassioned words, Teresa glared at Norman like an enraged lioness. He gazed deeply at them, at the furious Teresa, the sorrowful Liedrin, the silent Talia, and the equally quiet Relis. Time seemed to rewind to that fateful night in the Windrunner Spire, though they were no longer the same individuals. "Her time is running short. You all must leave," Norman said, waving his hand to dismiss the others with a somber air. "Brother Norman," Talia knelt before him, fully aware of the weight of his choice. But she was no longer the carefree girl who once suggested they escape together. "Talia, you need not worry. Take Relis and leave. I will handle this." "She shall be fine," Norman reassured, lifting his sister gently. The sorrow he felt was palpable. Liedrin understood, embracing Norman tightly, biting his lip in desperation. Teresa cast a complex glance at the two entangled in their struggle before leading Relis and his spouse away. "You owe a debt to everyone. But do you owe one to me?" Liedrin growled softly, stepping back. "Since the moment you stole a vial of well water from the sun well to save Talia, I have been bound to repay that debt." Norman embraced her, whispering, "If I do not falter, should we not retreat? We shall seek out Lord Vandalor. There remains much for us to accomplish." Liedrin fiercely pinched his side, exclaiming, "You always do this. There are no ifs. You must return to me. Do you understand?" Chapter 105. The Void's Deadliest Foe. "Could you share how you have fared all these years?" Teresa ambled casually to Liedrin, who leaned against the railing, intrigued by their conversation about souls and humanity, which seemed utterly foreign to her. "Let it be. There is nothing more to discuss," Liedrin replied coolly, noting the ominous clouds gathering on the horizon. She lifted her chin slightly, suggesting they focus on the impending scourge. "Humph, it is merely a fight to the death," Teresa retorted, shifting to lean against the railing, addressing the priest. "He is remarkable, is he not?" Hearing this, Liedrin nearly erupted with rage. Her fists clenched like a wild beast as she snarled, "He is mine. Teresa, do not even think about it." Indeed, Teresa raised an eyebrow, spreading her hands. Let us survive first. He has emerged. Norman opened his arms to embrace Liadrin as she lunged toward him, calmly stating, Liadrin, I am unharmed. Liadrin could scarcely believe him. She could sense the exhaustion hidden beneath his calm facade, a deception impossible to pull over someone who had shared so much time with him in the dungeon. Let me see the argent fire. It seems I can no longer hide it, Norman conceded, raising his hands in surrender. All right, dear priest, I yield. I am quite fatigued and would prefer a quiet place to rest. Liadrin scrunched her nose. Now that is more like it. She then turned to Teresa. What about the room you promised? What? Teresa exclaimed in shock, glancing at Norman with her mouth agape. You still have energy? I will prepare a room for you both at once. Norman struck a robust pose, declaring, My physique is remarkably resilient. As Leah was about to speak, darkness suddenly enveloped her, and she swayed before collapsing. Startled, Leah Delane cried out and rushed to support her. Similarly alarmed, Renessa steadied her from the other side. Rolling her eyes and scoffing, TSK, soft fishman. Leah Delane lifted Norman and admonished, Enough chatter. Find a place quickly. Something is wrong with him. Even a fool could see that Norman was in distress. Silver and violet hues flickered alternately around him. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly be the most striking figure in the night. But in this moment, both Leah Delane and even Renessa, who had a slight understanding of the void, recognized the gravity of the situation. She anxiously called out, Turn left at the next corner. Hurry. Leah Delane kicked open the door, rushed into the room, and tossed him onto the bed, immediately casting a soothing spell. Renessa, filled with urgency, asked, What can I do? I have some potions. Let me find them. Leah Delane, with her eyes closed in prayer, was too focused to respond. Ethereal golden runes swirled around her, coalescing into a gentle sphere of light at her chest as she raised her hand. As her incantation quickened, the sphere became increasingly solid and radiant. At the moment the sphere reached near physicality, Leah Delane suddenly opened her eyes and proclaimed, Redemption, with a gentle push of her hands. The sphere transformed into a golden beam, entering Norman's body. The room was instantly shrouded in darkness, only to be pierced by a blinding golden light that erupted from Norman. In this dazzling glow, Renessa, overwhelmed with awe, seemed to hear the song of the saints. Was this the grand redemption spell that could bring one back to life as long as there was even a flicker of vitality? It was a miraculous feat achievable solely by one's own power, without reliance on the sunwell or any external aid. This was the essence of the great holy priest. Regardless of any prior doubts, at this moment, she finally acknowledged Leah Delane's prowess. The golden radiance arrived swiftly but dissipated even faster, within a few breaths. The room returned to its dim state. Leah Delane struggled to retrieve her storage pouch, hoping to find some potions, but with her magic nearly depleted. She was unable to succeed after several attempts and ultimately gave up. Do you need this? Renessa offered 2 bottles of calming elixir. Feeling the astonished gaze of the great priest upon her, her heart swelled with satisfaction. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, They're just some insignificant trinkets. Last time, Hildur accidentally traded a lot for some well water. Damn it. Leah Delane silently gritted her teeth, begrudgingly admitting that she had been outmaneuvered this time. With a flick of her wrist, the great priest commanded, Bring them. Huh. Renessa replied, puzzled, Bring what? The fortitude elixir and the life elixir. Oh, why didn't you say so? How was I to know if you didn't tell me? Leah Delane ground her teeth in frustration, her inner voice screaming. You think you're so important as the Lord? Just wait. I will drink these potions in front of you one day. Renessa, secretly reveling in the great priest's predicament, couldn't help but internally scoff. What does it matter if she is a great priest? She still has to drink the foot-washing water of this moon. Hey, slow down. Is the great priest always this rough? My Norman, I'll feed him however I like. My potions. Despite the small, cozy tower before the battle, the looming atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the entire Quell the Lost Island. Lord Belovar, the Dragonhawk Knights report that the undead will arrive here within 4 hours. Their numbers are uncertain. There are too many gargoyles, and our forces cannot approach. Belovar sat within a massive composite magic array formed by countless magical circles. From the golden energy flowing through these circles, it appeared to be directly connected to the sunwell. Darius, instruct the soldiers to begin preparations. May the eternal sun guide us all, Belovar stated, nodding to the surrounding mages. Let us commence as well. Yes, my lord. As the grand composite magic array began to operate under the counselor's command, golden well water transformed into countless azure particles flowing within the array, increasing in number and density over time. Perhaps the counselor's heart had already succumbed along with Silvermoon City. Darius silently paid his respects and quietly departed. Inform everyone to return to their battle stations after dining, check their weapons, and prepare for the enemy. Behind us lies the Sunwell, our source of strength, our mother. We have no retreat. This battle shall be fought to the death. As Leah Delane and Renessa grew tired of their mutual banter, Norman slowly opened his eyes. A purple glimmer flashing from their depths, the enemies of the void were approaching. Then, under the astonished gazes of Leah Delane and Renessa, he coldly sat up. Chapter 106. If I die in battle, Norman grinned as he followed the two ladies, having instinctively shouted in accordance with the memories of the void. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he received a punch from each of them in his chest. Had he not cleverly called for a halt, the consequences would have been dire. Norman rubbed the spot where he had been struck, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. Suddenly seeing Leah Delane about to turn around, he quickly feigned nonchalance, forcing a broad smile. TSK, what a sight! Leah Delane spat, turning to Renessa and asking. The hiding place of Gongora should be quite concealed, right? Indeed, that is a spot reserved by the Ranger General. Few would venture there. Renessa nodded. We have arrived. Sister Moon, Captain Darius just sent word that Talia should report back immediately upon seeing Renessa return. Shoo. When Laisha made a gesture for silence, removing her necklace as she walked to the bedside, where she leaned over to fasten it around the still unconscious Sylvanas. Sister, may the winds ever guide your journey, she whispered, kissing her elder sister's forehead. Straightening up, she instructed Talia, you and Relas must take Syl away from here. To the northwest of the island lies a Gorgola. I've marked the location. It will be easy to find. She then produced a map from her ring and handed it to Talia, continuing. You are to head to the Forgotten Coast, where there is a sanctuary that Syl and I built. Talia, filled with emotion, was about to speak when a familiar hand rested upon her shoulder. To be entrusted with hope, you should feel proud, Talia. Brother Norman. Why must it always be me? She cried, collapsing into his embrace, overwhelmed with sorrow. Because you are the most suitable, he replied. Attempting to ruffle her hair as he used to, he realized her long hair was now elegantly styled, and with a chuckle, he found his hand halted midair. Talia took his suspended hand, placing it on her head to receive a gentle rub, resolutely declaring, I will wait for you at the Forgotten Coast. Dark clouds and blizzards intertwined, rolling towards Quel'Dana's island with a ferocity commanded by the howling, frigid winds. Darius Sunwing, the most distinguished Dragonhawk Knight and the proud captain of the Sunwell Guard, was beloved by many for the essence of the Sunwell, yet equally despised. If I fall in battle and you survive, please incinerate my body. I dread the cold, he said with a grin as he donned his helmet. Fathlin waved his hand with flair, saying, It is my duty to clear the path for the children of the sky. They exchanged a smile, their past grievances dissipating. Darius straightened his helmet and, hand over heart, proclaimed, May we die with honor. With that, he strode out, the clarion call of Dragonhawks soon ringing in the air. May the eternal sun guide us. The icy storm approached, the undead drew near, and death loomed closer. The desperate cries of the squad leaders of the Spellbreakers, though swiftly silenced by the biting winds, echoed their hopes to instill courage against the impending death. Grip your weapons, remain calm, hold steady. The icy tempest, accompanied by the chilling crackle of freezing seawater, swept through, shattering the defensive line. In an instant, the small Quel'Dana's island was engulfed in darkness, the sounds of clashing bones, vengeful wails, and the moans of the storm blending into a dirge, signaling the tolling of the death knell. They have come to bear witness to the funeral. At that very moment, a resonant sound pierced the air as the crystals atop the Sunwell's towers erupted in golden waves. These waves swiftly expanded, coalescing into a grand protective barrier that repelled all cold and terror. Seizing this rare opportunity, the officers finally had a chance to regroup their defenses. The rapid arrival of the undead was clearly linked to the chaos wrought by the frigid storm. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. With the protective barrier in place, there was a chance to confront the undead scourge. However, this optimism was short-lived. As the first ghoul broke through the icy mist, followed by a second and a third, a growing horde of undead emerged, their chilling presence punctuated by the grating sound of bones and the heavy thud of their steps, standing silently before the barrier. Save for the flickering blue flames of souls within their hollow eyes, the soldiers exchanged glances, recognizing the shared terror that gripped their hearts. They felt no pain, knew no fatigue, and were impervious to death. They had forsaken life and embraced an insatiable hatred for the living, fueled by a desire to obliterate all. A white-haired knight upon a death steed approached, traversing the path opened by the undead. The sound of his steed's hooves echoed ominously in the stillness, striking each living heart like a hammer. His movements were leisurely, reminiscent of a king surveying his flock, relishing the fear and despair that seeped from the living. He stood between the two forces, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he waved away the snowstorm. As the icy fog dissipated, the elves' gasps of horror and curses filled the air. Is that little Colin? We were just drinking together last month. Oh, the wretched evil. I curse you. At that moment, Leandrin collided into Norman's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. As the icy mist cleared, when Laisha's grip tightened around her longbow, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing her tumultuous emotions. Rage, astonishment, despair, and other sentiments spread among the living. In the boundless sea of undead, amidst the carnage and decay, lay their comrades, loved ones, and spouses. O eternal sun, what sheer malevolence this is, what a sacrilege! The white-haired Death Knight feasted on the expressions of despair etched upon the elves' faces, reveling in their anguish. At last, satisfied, he raised his enchanted sword, commanding the living, "Step aside, or perish." Despite the extinguishing of hope, the elves clutched their weapons tightly, standing resolute. "If I fall in battle and you survive, please set me ablaze." Chapter 107. The Legion emerges. Norman fixed his gaze on the white-haired Death Knight. No, he focused intently on the enchanted sword he wielded, within which lay countless tormented souls. A gentle voice echoed in his heart, urging him to liberate them. When Laisha, shoot him. Norman, standing before the white-haired knight, suddenly shouted in fury, "Shameful traitor." Meanwhile, when Laisha spotted her target, raised her longbow, and nocked a dark feathered arrow. With a soft twang, the bowstring released, and a streak of black lightning shot forth, seemingly piercing through the fabric of space, directly aimed at the traitor's heart. "Master, this barrier is trivial. Your supreme power can easily penetrate it." Dalkon was acutely aware of how undignified he appeared, bowing and scraping, yet the thought of his so-called kin meeting a horrendous demise filled him with maddening excitement. "Master, there is a means to transform arcane energy in the Sunwell." Dalkon glanced at the white-haired knight, his eyes brimming with expectation. The knight, however, did not deign to acknowledge him, and instead focused on the archer poised atop the battlements. In an instant, the black lightning struck Dalkon, piercing through his chest and pinning him to the ground. With frothy blood spilling from his mouth, he raised his right hand, pleading, "Master, save me." How intriguing. Arthas touched the wound on his cheek, a memento from the Ranger General Sylvanus, a gift that nearly cost him his life. To his surprise, there was another such ranger here, and upon witnessing her gesture of slitting her throat, Arthas found the entire situation even more captivating. He commanded his attendant, Blood Toxin, "Bring that female elf to me shortly." With that, he swung his magical sword forward, unleashing a torrent of violent death energy that surged like a black flood against the protective barrier. The crystal atop the tower flickered erratically under the onslaught of this force. "Increase energy supply. Is the arcane turbine ready?" Fathlin calmly addressed his student while observing the arcane energy monitoring array. "Master, the arcane turbine is primed and ready for launch." Fathlin nodded gravely. "Fire." Just as Arthas prepared to unleash a more potent death strike, he caught a glimpse of the highest, most pointed tower, where arcs of electricity erupted from its pinnacle, a clear sign of the impending calamity. He immediately drew his sword close to his chest, adopting a defensive stance. As a gray-white soul shield enveloped him. Though lengthy in description, the moment the shield materialized, a blinding white light flashed from the tower's summit, and a finely condensed arcane impact struck the shield with tremendous force. In an instant, Dalkon's lifeless body and his steed disintegrated into nothingness, while he himself was driven into the earth, shield and all. A powerful shockwave erupted from the upheaved soil, radiating outward and obliterating any object, be it abomination or ghoul, that dared to obstruct its path. The soldiers within the barrier, witnessing the violent quaking of their protection and the enormous pit it left behind, swallowed hard, realizing the formidable might of the Archmage. The officers, in unison, gazed toward the Sunwell, where another Archmage resided, their beacon of hope for victory. It must be noted that Fathlin's timing was impeccable, although the arcane turbine represented his greatest achievement. He understood that allowing the Death Knight to fortify his defenses would have rendered such awe-inspiring results impossible. Hearing the fervent cheers from the soldiers outside, Fathlin smiled faintly and stepped into a magic circle, preparing the arcane turbine for maximum output. "Master, this is too dangerous," his student exclaimed. Fathlin remained resolute. "Proceed." When an Archmage prepares to unleash their full fury, one can scarcely predict the extent of their madness. Arthas, once the Prince of Lordaeron, was well aware of this. Yet what did it matter? His most cherished, invincible love had perished at the hands of a despicable, unscrupulous wizard's ambush, leaving no remains. A cry of rage erupted from his lips, yet someone else was even more enraged. Fool! A swarm of bats emerged from the sea of undead, coalescing into a towering, fearsome demon, who struck him back into the ground with a single blow. You incompetent fool! Lord Archimonde can no longer wait. How long do you intend to play this trivial game? Lord Varimathras, please temper your wrath. The well-guarded shrine, protected by Arthas, began to speak. To summon the great hand of the Legion to this world, I require a perfect vessel. Umph, wretched wizard, Varimathras scoffed. There are other means. This was merely the master's grace. He turned his gaze toward the Death Knight, rising once more from the soil, and contemptuously declared, Today, I shall show you what true power is. With that, Varimathras began to chant a demonic incantation, and a dark rift opened abruptly in the skies above Quel'Thalas, from which colossal green fireballs descended. The burning legion. Darius seethed as he beheld the enormous orbs of fire. So the master of the undead plague is none other than the burning legion. Sky Knights, charge! He observed the throng of undead below, realizing he could wait no longer. With hellfire now unleashed, hellhounds and other demons would soon follow. The green fireballs rained down upon the protective barrier, and under the immense impact, the crystalline shield atop the tower shattered, vanishing quietly after fulfilling its purpose. The scattered, flaming debris coalesced, forming massive stone golems wreathed in green flames. After a brief identification of friend and foe, they raised their fists and struck down upon the high elves. Ahahaha, pitiful insects! Be reduced to dust beneath the might of the Legion. Valimithas erupted into a maniacal laugh, gesturing with a wave of his hand as a faintly glowing portal materialized in the chaotic heart of the battlefield. Hellhounds and lesser demons emerged, eagerly joining the carnage. Fool! Why do you linger? Valimithas coldly glared at the Death Knight Arthas. Are you not hastening to fulfill your master's bidding? Arthas's gaze sharpened momentarily before relaxing. As he bowed with a hand to his chest, yes. With a swift motion, the undead joined the slaughter. Chapter 108. The Dying Hope Today. The island of Quel'Danas was destined to be drenched in blood. In the skies, the assault of the Dragonhawk riders was intercepted by a swarm of gargoyles, leading to an immediate clash of fangs and claws, magic and stone skin, with the lives of the ground soldiers as the prize for victory. On the ground, the battle intensified with the arrival of the undead scourge. Unlike the chaotic demons, the undead and high elves fought alongside towering war machines. An arcane golem smashed a battered abomination with a punch, only to be pulled down by several meat hooks as a frenzied horde of ghouls surged upon it. Before the golem could be dismantled, a magical strike descended, instantly clearing the area. Just as a ranger attempted to relocate, a flesh-and-blood artillery shell, infused with a vile plague, struck nearby. Amidst the anguished cries, his flesh rapidly withered away, leaving behind only a skeletal frame, still stained with remnants of blood, awaiting the necromancer's summoning. The tide of battle was turning unfavorably for the High Elves, who were now engaged in a desperate house-to-house struggle against the undead, reminiscent of the war at Silvermoon. Despite the magic towers unleashing relentless fire and the soldiers fighting with fervor, the sheer number of undead was overwhelming. The mindless ghouls were easily dealt with, but the stealthy assaults of vengeful spirits inflicted intolerable losses upon the elves. It could be said that over half of the battlefield casualties were the result of these vengeful spirits. Master, the undead are almost upon us. I will cover your retreat. Called a voice. You despicable wizard, how dare you ambush the great Valimithas? The Terror Lord crushed the student of Fathlin and tossed him aside, his cold gaze fixated on the archmage seated within the magic circle. Just as he summoned demons and prepared to crush a few more pests, a purer arcane shockwave struck. And for a fleeting moment, in the gleeful eyes of that foolish Death Knight, the great Valimithas nearly found himself banished back to the twisted void by this vile wizard. Furious, Valimithas declared, I shall extract your soul. Fathlin lazily lifted his eyelids, responding coolly, You prattle too much, demon. The magic circle beneath Fathlin erupted with blinding white light. And even Valimithas, despite his arrogance, realized that the mage intended to take him down with him. Shameless. Valimithas screeched as he transformed into a bat. Just as the magic tower exploded, the deafening roar and shockwave from the explosion swept across the battlefield, momentarily silencing both the undead scourge and the surviving high elves. Arthas observed the mushroom cloud rising nearby, accompanied by the wails of a large bat, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Fathlin, the archmage, was dead. and the fate of the Terror Lord Valimithas remained uncertain. With the absence of Fathlin's magic tower support, the outer structures of the Sunwell quickly fell to the undead. Now, apart from the interior buildings, the High Elves had only a smooth road leading directly to the Sunwell behind them. Steady, advance forward. Norman, wielding sword and shield, led a group of spellbreakers down the corridor, backed by ranged attackers and support led by Vendriza and Liadrin, giving them a significant advantage in the narrow space. This was the third structure they had reclaimed, and Norman believed that with more regrouped soldiers, they could recover even more buildings. As for seeking out that Death Knight for a duel, facing an overwhelming tide of undead alone, perhaps it was best to wait for the mage to emerge. Arthas wore a cold, sinister grin as he gazed at the structure before him, sensing a terrifying beast lurking within, ready to consume any undead sent its way. Bring forth the meat grinder, blast a path through. Now that he was invincible in death, his twisted psyche seemed to grow even colder. Under the necromancer's command, the meat grinder aligned towards the buildings. After the screeching of gears came to an end, he raised his hand decisively, unleashing a barrage of flesh and blood projectiles, laden with vile plague and explosive runes. My lord, I have a foreboding feeling. The reliquary spoke again, hinting at a great terror concealed within. Arthas maintained his stoic demeanor and replied in a flat tone, "It matters not, wizard. Frostmourne hungers." After a moment's thought, he added, "Are you certain your envisioned future does not include those repulsive large bats? My lord, once I have remade my body with the waters of the Sunwell, our master will assign us our next task." Laughter erupted from the reliquary. "Your kingdom shall be vast, and you shall be crowned as king." "Indeed," Arthas murmured, his thoughts inscrutable, or perhaps devoid of thought altogether. "My price has been paid. Now it is their turn." He drew Frostmourne, pointing the cursed blade at the gaping breach, and commanded, "From this rift, obliterate all that dares to obstruct the scourge." "Such ambition, young prince," Valimithas remarked, even as he narrowly escaped death. "Lord Archimonde is growing impatient. You best hasten." Upon hearing this, Arthas suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter, a madness resonating within that sent shivers down the spine. "Ha, ha, ha, as you wish. Scourge, advance. There are too many specters. We cannot endure any longer. Poison gas permeates everywhere, and corpses lie scattered all around. I long to return home." Under the relentless assault of the meat grinder, the defenders, after suffering devastating losses, managed to stabilize their line momentarily, only to see it crumble once more. They either lost control of their emotions, fleeing in despair within the buildings, or discarded their weapons, huddled in corners, crying out in anguish. Norman, defying the tide of fleeing souls, shouted commands into the chaos, tirelessly wielding his weapon. His visage was smeared with blood, and remnants of bone clung to his hair. Liadlin's face had turned pale from excessive spellcasting, and blood streaked through her crimson eyes. The moment she caught sight of her mentor and brother Hadro amidst the sea of corpses, the holy light within her began to flicker, now reduced to merely a final echo. When Lessa moved like a finely tuned machine, her arrows raining down upon the fiends, annihilating them with precision. She closed off her senses, too fearful to look or think, for the grotesque creatures before her were once her kin. If hope were to perish today, let us wish for a death worthy of our plight. A sorrowful sigh echoed from the Sunwell, steeped in solitude. Chapter 109. The Arcane Titan, its energy nourished me. I imbibed the essence of magic, unaware of its consuming grip. None can escape our wrath. With a thunderous explosion, debris from the buildings soared into the sky. The survivors swore by the sun that they had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. An arcane titan, akin to a deity, roared as it emerged from the depths of the Sunwell, breaking through rooftops and towering over spires. Once it ceased its rapid expansion, even the tallest structures barely reached its chest. After a resounding cry to the heavens, it charged into the ranks of the undead. In its wake, buildings crumbled like mere toys. The arcane winds it conjured transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, intent on obliterating all in their path. What tremendous power! The surviving elves groaned in helpless admiration, nearly overwhelmed with the desire to worship. I shall have my vengeance. As the Titan's thunderous growl echoed, everything within its arcane domain, trees, structures, undead, and elves alike, regardless of life or death, began to crystallize, reduced to dust as the arcane blade swept through. It struck down upon the horde of souls surging through a breach, causing the ground to tremble. Within a 10-meter radius from its palm's impact, the terrain was utterly transformed. The overwhelming arcane energy glassed the surface, and with the shattering sound of crystals, torrents of arcane energy erupted from the fissures below, annihilating the surrounding undead without a sound. The Titan continued its relentless onslaught, leaving behind a series of imprints where the arcane torrents splashed forth. The air was thick with violent energy, a force that disregarded friend and foe alike, leaving all present, even Norman, feeling as if they were on the brink of crystallization. Activating his silver flames, Norman rushed back to Liadlin and the others, swiftly bestowing them with protective enchantments of silver fire, declaring, "Let us charge forth. My lord Varamathras, that beast seems intent on slaying us," Arthas remarked nonchalantly, watching the giant stride towards them. "Humph, merely a lowly creature amidst the arcane currents. Death Knight, do not attempt any tricks," Varamathras retorted. "Nay, my lord, if you cannot halt it, I shall be left with no choice but to retreat. Surely, Lord Archimonde would not blame me." Arthas's voice dripped with schadenfreude as he eagerly anticipated the clash between Varamathras and the arcane titan. Grabbing the Death Knight, Varamathras dug his sharp claws into his neck. "I cannot bear the wrath of Lord Archimonde, but can you withstand my fury, Death Knight?" Even with his throat pierced, Arthas maintained his composure, gazing at the fearsome demon lord. "Of course not. I only wish for your well-being, my lord." With a dismissive flick, the fearsome demon lord replied, "Watch closely, Death Knight. You shall witness my true power." With a mighty roar, Varamathras began to grow larger, his once pale visage twisting into a grotesque mask under the influence of fell energy. Two massive demonic horns sprouted from his forehead, while his muscles swelled, his legs contorting backward, transforming his feet into hooves. As the transformation progressed, his hands elongated, claws sharpening into deadly talons. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, proclaiming, "Behold the essence of true power." At that moment, a pair of 4-meter-long, obsidian bat wings unfurled behind him. As his metamorphosis completed, an indescribable malevolence filled the air. Flapping his wings, he plummeted towards the Death Knight, taunting, "Look closely, insect." Revenge. The Titan bellowed, relentlessly swatting and stomping as the hordes of insects persisted. Just as it seemed he would lose his temper, a colossal shadow descended from above, a claw plunging into his shoulder and another tearing open his chest, an immense force attempting to topple him. In agony, the arcane titan appeared unfazed by the damage inflicted by the fearsome demon lord, thrusting forward while raising its right hand to deliver a crushing blow to his face. The impact left the demon staggering, granting the titan the opportunity to unleash a flurry of punches upon the audacious assailant. "Ah, lowly insect." The Varamathras, taken aback, let out a harsh cry as he unleashed his claws, engaging the colossal arcane giant in a brutal melee. Thus, these two gargantuan entities, the arcane giant and the fear demon, clashed fiercely upon this diminutive island, exchanging devastating blows that ravaged the terrain. In their wake, both the necromancers summoned undead and the surviving elves fled as far as possible, well aware that even a mere brush with the aftermath of such combat could lead to their utter destruction, as evidenced by the remains of the previous skeletal minions scattered across the ground. Arthas let out a derisive laugh as he rose from the ground. Tell me, how much longer must I endure this? My lord, it will be soon. Their defeat will coincide with your ascension to the throne. I hope you speak the truth, Kel'Thuzad. If I can kill you once, I can do so again. Of course, my liege, my life belongs to you. Let us proceed. These frenzied elves have begun to vex me." With a wave of his hand, Arthas summoned a ghoul, its incoherent mumblings of Timmy echoing as it approached to collect a nearby shrine. Arthas strode purposefully toward the sunwell. "Has Albaz brought the elf?" "Not yet, my lord. Foolish loyalty without capability." "Where is Sargeras?" "He is on the opposite side of the battlefield." Arthas glanced at the titanic struggle unfolding before him, shaking his head in disappointment as it appeared Sargeras would not arrive in time. "Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Albaz Bloodbane. I recognize the sword in your hand. Its former owner was less than impressive." Norman glanced down at Queldella before scrutinizing the Death Knight blocking his path. He turned to Vryn and inquired, "Is this the creature that dispatched Solorian?" Vryn glared at the Death Knight, her eyes filled with a hatred that startled Norman. "It was he who ambushed the Dawn's messenger during our retreat from Sunstrider Port." "Ha ha." Albaz guffawed at this revelation. "This time, there is no ship for you to escape upon, elf." He shifted his gaze to Norman. "My master desires her. Step aside, and I shall grant you safe passage." Norman raised an eyebrow. "And what if I refuse?" A flicker of malice crossed Albaz's eyes as he raised his runic sword. "Then you shall die." Chapter 110. Find them a quiet place. Observing the Death Knight cloaked in malevolence, Norman shook his head slightly and remarked, "It seems negotiations have failed." With renewed determination, He lifted his sword and shield and charged forward. Come, allow me to escort you to the afterlife. Albaz let out a low growl, swinging his runic sword at Norman as he closed the distance. The clash of metal erupted in a burst of sparks as their weapons collided. Albaz deftly evaded Norman's counterattack and, with a spinning motion, slashed downward while taunting. Not bad. It seems you possess some skill. Norman disregarded the jibes, raising his shield defensively while propelling himself forward, thrusting Queldella and maneuvering to position himself behind Albaz Bloodbane. Turning, Norman raised Queldella toward the stunned Death Knight. Your words are excessive, and your movements sluggish. With that, he aimed for the knight's neck, wiping the blade against the edge of his shield. He turned to the two bewildered ladies. Let us depart. Wait, Norman. Vrynn stammered, struggling to comprehend how easily a Death Knight had fallen to him. Oh. He is merely a coward accustomed to ambushes and mob attacks. Norman shrugged, grabbing Liadrin's hand. Concern for her well-being urged him to flee Keldana's island before addressing anything else. Hurry, we have much ground to cover. Vrynn, frustrated, stomped her foot and hurried to catch up. She had realized that the moment Norman's sword pierced the Death Knight's body, the creature had met its end. What remained was merely a decaying shell. What did it mean to be accustomed to ambushes? What of the brothers and sisters who had perished at his hands? That scoundrel spoke not a single truth. After Norman and the others departed, Albaz's head slowly tilted downward under the weight of gravity, his wide-open eyes reflecting the shock of his final moments. Given the choice, he would have turned to flee. Lacking that option, he would have at least brought a cadre of finely crafted ghouls with him. Alas, there were no alternatives, and silver flames erupted from his shattered corpse. Within moments, his wicked body was reduced to a pile of black ash, scattered by the wind, returning to dust. Darius unleashed an arcane missile, shattering the gargoyle that had ambushed him, then quickly assessed the wound carved into his chest by its razor-sharp wings. Through the blood that gushed forth, he could vaguely see his ribcage. It appears my time draws near, he muttered, firmly gripping the injury before retrieving a healing potion from his pocket, biting open the cap, and without hesitation, pouring the liquid over his dragonhawk companion. Swiftwing, we must descend. The gargoyle's attack had not only slashed his chest, but had also left several bloody punctures on Swiftwing. Darius scanned the sky with greedy eyes, desperately searching for his comrades. Sadly, aside from the white clouds, he found nothing. Swiftwing cried out mournfully, flapping its wings as it soared toward the eagle's nest on Queldana's island. No, not there. We head to the Grand Walkway. Yes, that's it, my good brother there. With lips darkened and his body trembling, Darius directed his companion, urging it to focus on the landing spot. Careful, my brother, slow down. I need to disembark. Darius trembled as he untangled himself, slowly descending from the back of the dragon hawk. The moment his feet touched the ground, darkness enveloped him, and he nearly collapsed, prompting Shuani to brace his faltering body. It's all right. I'm fine. Darius managed to stand upright, continuously stroking the feathers atop Shuani's head. You should go, venture far away, and do not return. Shuani remained silent, gazing at his elven companion with wet eyes, gently pecking his face to convey the desire to accompany him. Darius smiled, caressing him. All my comrades have perished in battle. Where do you think I can go? My place is here. Wiping away the saliva Shuani had sprayed on his face, he continued with a bittersweet smile. Do you remember Anna? That beautiful dragon hawk. She is waiting for you. You must seek her out. You both will surely lead a blissful life together. With words, Darius painted a picture of a radiant future for his companion, while Shuani responded with various gestures, their bond deepening through mutual affection. As the figure of the white-haired Death Knight appeared at the end of the boulevard, he ruffled Shuani's head and said, Go now. I will find you. I remember the location of the sun tree. With a reluctant call, Shuani nuzzled against his face one last time before taking flight. Darius waited with a smile until his companion's silhouette vanished behind the structures before drawing his sword, staggering towards the white-haired knight. Arthas halted, observing the stumbling elf before him, furrowing his brow and stepping aside. Darius planted his long sword into the ground, struggling to stand tall. You shall not pass. Arthas nodded slightly, unsheathing Frostmourne and advancing towards the valiant elf. Darius gasped heavily, silently counting the distance to the Death Knight, reminding himself that this opportunity was singular. Here he comes. Now is the moment. Darius straightened his posture abruptly, lifting the sword he had planted, swinging it forward. Arthas evaded the feeble strike with ease, raising his enchanted blade to pierce Darius' heart. Arthas leaned close, whispering, Why must you do this? If you do not hinder me, I have no desire to take your lives, at least not now. Darius coughed up black blood, his throat rattling, unable to utter a single word. His world rapidly faded to monochrome. No, there's still a flash of crimson. Darius opened his eyes wide, panic reflected within, his fractured heart screamed, Shuani, go. Hurry away. Arthas felt something rush towards him from behind. Turning to look, he saw a soul arrow erupting from the shrine, sending the dragon hawk flying away from its intended ambush. Arthas withdrew Frostmourne, frowning at the still-living dragon hawk, which was now crawling towards its companion, inch by inch. Devoid of vitality. Find them a peaceful resting place, the white-haired knight remarked before continuing onward. Chapter 111. Sharp-tongued Vanessa, hurry. Leah, ahead is the boulevard. We can escape. Norman turned back to pull Leah Dellen along, but the high priest remained frozen in place. Leah? Norman, it's Minter Leah Dellen, she said, staring blankly ahead. Lord Vandeleur was not present, and Norman could see the undead trailing behind the white-haired Death Knight. A bitter taste filled his mouth as he said, Leah, wait for me here. I'll return shortly. Leah Dellen grasped Norman's arm tightly, tears glistening in her eyes as she bit her lip. Let us go together. I believe the Minter will not break your legs again. Norman embraced Leah Dellen, burying his nose in her hair, inhaling her scent deeply, resolutely. He lifted his head and gazed into her tear-filled eyes. All right. I will confront that monster. You say your goodbyes to the Minter. Don't forget me. Vanessa tilted her head, smiling at the approaching Death Knight. You shouldn't do this. It will make me sad. Norman laughed heartily, nodding at Vanessa. Drawing his sword and shield, striding towards the white-haired knight. How dare you repeatedly obstruct me? Arthas roared in fury, striding towards the three elves. Frostmourne shall feast upon your souls. Norman laughed boisterously, advancing boldly. You owe me a debt. I have come to collect. Arthas swung his sword. I owe many debts. Who are you? Norman raised his shield to block, quickly abandoning it to evade, and struck with Queldella. I am Norman, Norman of Dusk. Arthas did not flinch, swinging his magic sword directly at Queldella, an insignificant character. Clang. The two artifacts collided fiercely, sparks flying. Both Arthas and Norman gritted their teeth, straining against each other's weapon, their eyes locking, flames igniting between them. I am indeed a minor character. Then what are you? A monster. A monster? You dare label me a monster? Arthas roared, kicking towards Norman's groin, forcing him back, then brandishing his magic sword. I am the king of Lordaeron, the commander of the Scourge, the sovereign of the Plague Lands. Norman glanced at Queldella. The recent clash had left a significant gash upon it. Your weapon, your beliefs, are insignificant. Arthas, filled with rage, mocked Norman as he charged once more. Norman pivoted his foot, meeting the attack, their blades clashing fiercely, neither willing to relent. Minter. Leah Dellen gazed at the undead before her, sensing no warmth or affection in its cold, lifeless eyes. She could no longer cling to its garments and tease sweetly. Roar. It charged forward, and the others followed suit. Leah Dellen silently drew her mace, a gift from her Minter upon her coming of age. Time seems to have suddenly reverted to the past. Leah Daren vividly recalls the visage of her Minter. In her childhood, he would meander through the streets and alleys of Silvermoon City, cradling her in his arms. Even when she mischievously tossed a frog into the holy water, he merely smiled and imposed upon himself the task of cleaning the chapel for a month. Leah, during battle, never ever close your eyes. He had once advised her during their first combat lesson. How swiftly time has flown, reminding her of how he indulged her whims. The pride and joy on his face when he fashioned a void crystal into a piece of jewelry for her. The solemnity with which he entrusted her brother Hadro to guard the chapel of Zul'Aman, and the fierce determination he exhibited when interrupting Norman's sycophancy. All these memories flood her mind. The brethren in the chapel feared him, yet who besides her knew the tenderness of his heart? Why, oh why? Do these accursed undead always interrupt her conversations with her Minter? Once the last of the undead was vanquished, Leah Daren found herself amidst the remnants of shattered bones, clutching her Minter's remains, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Renisa was too preoccupied with a grand shrine to pay heed to the battle between Norman and Leah. Indeed, the shrine, resplendent and opulent. Let us rewind time a tad. She touched the arrows in her quiver, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Her stock was dwindling. Thus, she resolved to probe the depths, addressing the ghoul. Sir Ghoul? Is the remains of that Death Knight's father contained within this shrine? The ghoul exclaimed, Timmy. The shrine, in a fit of rage, retorted, sharp-tongued elf. You shall pay dearly for your foolish words. Renisa was taken aback. What the devil? The shrine can speak. I mean no offense, merely curious. But why would it encase your ashes in such an extravagant shrine? Renisa was nearly rendered speechless. Cursing the common tongue, let anyone else learn it if they wished. The shrine countered, "You dare insult his majesty? I shall skin you alive, and sew your hide onto a loathsome posterior." Kel'Thuzad seethed. This elf spoke thoughtlessly, and should Arthas misconstrue this, his plans and dreams would be utterly ruined. He had no desire to be consumed by that cursed sword. Rhaenys stuck out her tongue, finally confirming that while the remains within the shrine were not those of the Death Knight's father, they were nonetheless of immense significance to him. Destroy it. Rhaenys set her sights, drawing her bow with lightning speed, an arrow soaring towards the shrine. Damnable elf, I will grind your bones and flesh to feed the vultures. The shrine bellowed in anger, conjuring a shield of souls to deflect her arrow, retaliating with a soul arrow of its own. Thus, Rhaenys and the shrine engaged in a fierce standoff, while the bewildered ghoul stood by, repeatedly calling out, "Timmy, Timmy." What sorcery is this? Arthas clenched a fistful of ice, attempting to extinguish the silver flames upon his armor. After fruitless efforts, he inquired, what magic is capable of dealing with such a monstrosity? Norman, having replenished his energy on Queldella, was prepared to confront such a creature. Arthas's gaze darkened. He was truly furious at these self-serving long-eared folk, incessantly labeling him a monster. Very well, let me transform you all into monsters. The wrath of Frostmourne would engulf you. He raised the cursed sword, unleashing a burst of icy blue light that morphed into two monstrous hands, ensnaring both himself and Norman within the sword. Damn it! As Rhaenys lifted her longbow, preparing to unleash her power, another soul arrow flew forth, interrupting her action. Your opponent is me, elf, the shrine declared. Chapter 112. Tomb of the Sword. I am Arthas, King of Lordaeron. Norman, ensnared within the cursed sword, had yet to grasp his surroundings when the cacophony of the Death Knight's voice filled his ears. Join me. Submit to me, and I shall grant you eternal life. A dense shroud of gray-black mist enveloped Norman's vision, with pale specters flitting through the fog. In the depths, anguished wails echoed. The Death Knight's rasping voice ebbed and flowed, leaving Norman perplexed. Suddenly, the mist behind Norman surged violently. You are here. He swung his long sword behind him, only to find his strike exacerbating the turmoil of the fog without any success. A chilling, sinister laughter reverberated around him. If you refuse, I shall make you beg. The mist writhed violently as countless vengeful spirits of sickly green, black-gray, and blood-red encircled Norman, their insatiable hunger for fresh flesh awakened. They howled, spewing forth the most venomous curses and words of malice. The vengeful spirits' hunger. Do you feel the bone-chilling cold? Arthas continued his relentless taunting. Norman inhaled deeply, and with a sudden flare, silver flames erupted around him. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to Arthas's position. Stubborn fool. This is the soul sword. I found you. Norman's eyes flew open, and with a powerful kick, he propelled himself into the depths of the mist, moving with a speed that seemed to transcend time and space. Arthas. Norman's velocity was so great that Arthas, struck in the chest by Norman's sword, wore an expression of confusion, bewilderment, and disbelief, while the vengeful spirits he passed through only began to ignite with silver flames. Die, monster! Norman roared, exerting force once more. The clash of his sword against Arthas's armor producing a cacophony of grating metal, while the silver flames coursed through the sword and into Arthas himself. All transpired in an instant. Only after the silver flames began to crackle upon his form did Arthas finally register the unfolding events. He reached out to embrace Norman, but Norman, having reached the pinnacle of speed, effortlessly evaded him. Almost simultaneously, he felt as though countless blades had pierced his chest and back, the silvery flames nearly turning him into a blazing torch. I shall torment your soul, while your flesh. With a resounding explosion, a spectral azure energy erupted around Arthas, and as this energy manifested, Norman felt his soul teetering on the brink of freezing. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to sheath his sword and retreat, steeling himself in vigilance. To be utilized by me, what a formidable warrior indeed. Arthas extended his hand, grasping countless wailing wraiths, crushing them into a mass of inky energy. Huh, is this your reliance? He mocked, as he swept the dark energy ball across his chest, causing the silvery flames to extinguish in silence. This is the realm of Frostmourne, where your self-proclaimed righteous flames are rendered utterly worthless. Arthas roared, and the frigid energies surrounding him trembled violently. Pathetic. With a thunderous explosion, the icy aura erupted, enveloping the world in an instant with a chill capable of freezing souls. A gust of ominous wind swept through, and black snowflakes spiraled downwards. Trembling, Norman reached out to catch a falling black snowflake, and upon closer inspection, he understood. These were not mere snowflakes. but the remnants of souls whose potential had been utterly consumed. Each flake represented a soul, devoured by the cursed sword, Frostmourne. Norman lifted his gaze, a solitary droplet of ice rolling from the corner of his eye. His voice was chillingly calm. Have you decided how you will meet your end? Arthas's lips curled into a mocking smile. Death? No, no. I shall ensure that you suffer more than death itself. With that declaration, he vanished, leaving only an echo of his words. Forgive me, but I have matters to attend to. However, fret not, my servants. Treat my guest with utmost hospitality. A multitude of twisted spirits emerged, their ravenous gazes fixated on the silvery flame, beneath which a hopeful soul awaited. Varimathras lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His condition utterly pitiful, his horns shattered by brute force, one arm missing, green blood gushing from the severed stump, and most horrifying of all, a gaping crystalline cavity in his chest revealing the grotesque pulsation of his heart. He cast a sideways glance at the withered arcane golem. Ha 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 ha. A lowly creature remains a lowly creature. The arcane golem, too, was in a dire state, its once solid form now ethereal, as if a mere push could disperse it. Its incessant roars had dwindled to faint echoes of vengeance. Still craving energy? Varimathras struggled to rise, confronting the golem, lifting his foot. Pathetic lowborn. Just as he was about to crush the insect beneath him, the arcane golem sighed. Ah, the loneliness. It raised its hand, firing an arcane blast towards the sunwell. Before flickering violently, and, in Varimathras's horrified gaze, self-destructed. Boom. The detonation of the arcane golem, infused with immense energy from the sunwell, could only be described as cataclysmic. The reverberating shockwave obliterated everything upon the surface, from the various undead to the elven warriors brandishing swords and shields. And even the fiercely resilient demons, all turned to ash in that singular moment. The ocean fared no better. The exposed seabed and the vanished waters silently testified to the unprecedented devastation wrought by this explosion. The shockwave struck the remnants of the sunwell structures, rebounding and sweeping across the land once more before racing towards the sea. When calm descended, the tide came. The furious sea unleashed its tumultuous waves, engulfing the island of Quel'Danas with overwhelming force, ruthlessly eroding everything in its path. The surviving undead and elves faced yet another catastrophic disaster. Before the might of nature, they could only hide in the ruins, trembling in fear. Ultimately, the ocean, having exacted its vengeance, left a portion of its tide to fill the deep pit created by the explosion before retreating back to its domain. Varimathras, you are truly worthless. Lord Archimonde, I beg you spare me. Chapter 113. No, both you and it shall shatter today? Liadrian. The voice of Velenisa resonated, followed by the sound of fists and feet slicing through the air. Is that Velenisa? Where has Norman gone? Liadrian, cradling her mentor's remains, turned towards the source of the voice, bewildered. Oh, Velenisa is over there, lying on the ground, bleeding profusely, as that monster approaches her step by step, lifting her into the air with death magic. She is in agony, staring death in the face, much like her mentor. Monster! Liadrian suddenly shouted, seizing a nearby mace and charging at Arthas. A soul arrow struck her from the side, propelling her away, yet she hurled the mace toward Arthas with all her might. As the mace scraped against his armor, Arthas turned his gaze to Liadrian, his eyes icy and cruel. You wish for death? I shall grant it to you. Come here. With a death grip, Arthas summoned Liadrian into the air, just as he had with Velenisa. An overwhelming sense of suffocation and a deep-seated itch and pain from her very soul engulfed Liadrian in torment. Your souls will belong to me. Arthas extended his hand towards the two. At that moment, an arcane blast, plummeting from the skies, collided directly with Frostmourne. Boom. The arcane shockwave transcended the meaning of mere levels, arriving with such swiftness that Arthas barely had time to brace himself before being engulfed in the explosive currents. Meanwhile, the tormented souls of Velan and Liadrin, pinned in midair by malevolent magic, were violently hurled away by the powerful gusts. The explosive force had not yet subsided when a thunderous blast echoed from outside, causing the ground to tremble violently, cracking and tilting the very walls and structures around them. Yet, this was far from the end. The ominous rumble, unmistakably approaching, signaled the arrival of a devastating shockwave. This cannot be, Arthas exclaimed, startled by a small crack emanating gray mist along Frostmourne's blade, leaving him stunned, as if struck by lightning. He retrieved Frostmourne, delicately caressing the fissure as if the turmoil of the world had no bearing on him. Arthas! Norman, appearing frantic, shouted as he rushed out. only to be halted by the sight of Liadrin and Velan lying amidst the rubble. The roaring shockwave was already upon them, sweeping through with unrelenting force. Without hesitation, he turned back, scooped them up, and summoned a silver shield to protect them. The ground shook as debris and earth were propelled by an invisible hand, annihilating everything in its path. The ghoul, incessantly shrieking Timmy, was torn to shreds, becoming part of this cataclysmic force, which swept all before it. Dust cloaked the scene. When the chaos finally settled, a glimmer of silver and gray shield light flickered faintly in the dimness. Norman exhaled deeply, as if expelling every breath from his being. He shook his head vigorously and laid Liadrin and Velan flat, stunned at their conditions. Velan fared slightly better, though he had suffered greatly from the malevolent magic. His wounds were primarily from physical blows. In stark contrast, Liadrin's condition was dire, struck by the soul arrow from the shrine and tormented by Arthas's dark sorcery. She lay on the brink of death. Norman's lips trembled as he frantically removed her magical bracelet, only to realize he did not know how to activate it. And tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. He caressed her face, greedily committing her visage to memory, murmuring, "Liadrin, I am sorry. I swear, I love you more than myself." He then poured all his silver energy into her body. At that moment, Velan grimaced in pain, unconsciously letting out a soft moan. Norman placed a hand on her forehead, encasing her in the silver energy as well. As the last flicker of silver flame from Norman's essence flowed into Liadrin, a sudden violet light pierced his eyes. He slowly turned to face Arthas. "Your Majesty?" the shrine whispered, sensing something amiss. Arthas continued to caress Frostmourne, not lifting his gaze. "Sorcerer, can it be repaired?" "There will be no you, and it cannot escape the fate of destruction today," Arthas roared, glaring at the one who dared speak such words. At that moment, Norman's hair transformed into purple tendrils that danced behind him, his face obscured by a shimmering violet veil, rendering his features indistinct yet oddly fitting. His form was cloaked in flowing purple armor. Arthas narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Norman as he approached, noting that with each step, the unknown figure underwent a transformation. Yes, with every stride Norman took, he changed, until he stood less than 10 paces from Arthas. His former self completely vanished. To any observer, he would appear as a formless embodiment of evil, a void where he stood. "Arthas, do you have any last words?" Norman's voice resonated, ethereal and distant, echoing with a whisper of the void. The shrine enveloped Arthas in a gray soul shield. "Your Majesty, we are in disarray." Norman raised his hand to unleash a void explosion, but the purple barrage was cleaved apart by the magical blade. Arthas pointed Frostmourne at Norman, declaring, "Your opponent is me." Nameless wretch. Norman drew Queldella, the sword forged in the dawn of time, echoing with the valor of countless heroes. As he brushed his hand along the trembling blade, numerous tiny void teeth opened and closed in a dance of ominous energy. After this, he lunged toward Arthas with force. In a flash, their weapons collided countless times. The speed too tremendous for Kel'Thuzad to comprehend. Through his spectral vision, he could only perceive two pulsating orbs of purple and black clashing in rapid succession. As the sound of crashing waves echoed, the two orbs suddenly separated. Norman touched the wound on his chest, the violet light flickering as he restored himself to full health. "Your Majesty," the shrine cried in terror. Arthas, opposing Norman, staggered, propping himself up with his sword, glancing down to find blood seeping from his abdomen. "So I still have blood," he remarked bitterly, regaining his footing, drawing Frostmourne, and facing Norman. "It ends here." Chapter 114. Annihilation. The surging tide rushed into the grand promenade. As Arthas stood, sword in hand. "Behold my true power." He plunged Frostmourne forcefully into the ground, producing a thunderous boom. At the heart of Frostmourne, a sudden and frigid storm erupted, swiftly freezing everything in its path. Norman glanced back at the positions of Liadrin and the others, noting that the silvery cocoon remained intact, before turning his gaze towards Arthas. At that moment, Arthas stood before the frozen waves, an indescribable sensation enveloping him, particularly as he raised the cursed sword. With Frostmourne in hand, Arthas spoke in a calm tone, "The realm of the lifeless." As his words fell, the runes on the sword erupted in a dazzling blue light, and a grayish sphere ascended from the blade's tip, soaring into the sky before bursting apart. Instantly, the world transformed into shades of gray and white. As a vortex manifested in the heavens, countless wailing spirits converging into a river of souls that flowed into it. A chilling wind howled from the vortex, so frigid that Norman felt as though his very soul were on the verge of freezing entirely. "Prepare to meet your end, vermin," Arthas sneered. And with a flick of his sword, his figure vanished. His speed intensified. Norman gripped his sword defensively, closing his eyes. Ugh, it's so cold. Teresa struggled to open her eyes, greeted by a sea of silver. Was this the afterlife? So be it. She lay motionless on the ground, quietly shutting her eyes again, reflecting on her past life. Suddenly, the sounds of fierce weapon clashes and shouts of insults reached her ears. No, that's Norman the Ranger. I'm not dead yet. She jolted her eyes open and turned towards the source of the sounds, nearly losing her soul at the terrifying sight before her. Not far away, a faceless, formless purple entity was locked in combat with the Death Knight. He transformed into a void creature. How could she not recognize this formless entity as Norman? Liadrin's prior rejection had been genuine. But where was Liadrin? She strained to turn her head and saw the high priest lying beside her, enveloped in a thick silvery cocoon, and suddenly recalled the silvery expanse she had seen upon awakening, her mouth filling with bitterness. Norman had sacrificed his sanity and embraced the void to save them. Teresa stared blankly at the grayish sky, at that moment recalling how shameful and ridiculous she felt. He could even sacrifice the meaning of his own existence. What could she offer him? With a deep sigh, she resonated with the high priest's earlier sentiment. You owe no one, but do you owe me? Feeling that sentiment now resonate within her, she glanced again at the quiet high priest, pondering how much unspoken sorrow she bore. Am I really less than her? Teresa silently closed her eyes, striving to sense the silvery light around her, for it was the key to her recovery. The sooner she recovered, the sooner she could aid him. Arthas, just wait. Arthas grinned wickedly as he materialized behind Norman, swinging his sword towards his neck. He was nearing his limit. Indeed, Norman was on the brink, as the void's energy surged. His self-awareness began to wane, and resisting Arthas's assault increasingly relied on primal survival instincts. Incoming from behind, Norman turned to block. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Queldella suffered another notch. What was once a fluid blade now resembled a saw, riddled with dents, and would soon shatter completely. Engaging in combat with a mimic weapon against a relic was tantamount to courting death. Norman recalled his earlier struggles against the flame strike. How lonely this was. Amidst his sigh, a purple gleam ascended. What's the matter? Are you out of strength? What else do you possess? Arthas taunted, having vented his frustration after so long. Your Highness, be cautious. Arthas's brow furrowed at the warning, just as a feathered arrow appeared abruptly before him, piercing through his chest with a swish. Ah, elf. I will tear your soul apart. Arthas howled in pain, charging towards the swaying, elven figure. This arrow was her doing. As he caught sight of a flash of purple beside him, he hastily raised his sword to defend himself. Your opponent is me, monster. Arthas's nose crinkled in rage as he severed the opposing weapon, then unleashed a flurry of strikes. I'm the monster? What are you? You are a monster too. Norman laughed heartily, discarding the broken Queldella, summoning a dagger, and with Arthas's momentary lapse in defense, he closed in for hand-to-hand combat. Aiming the dagger at the wound where the arrow had lodged itself, Arthas deflected the dagger with the hilt of his sword, driving his knee into Norman's chest and abdomen. You are a monster too. Norman swiftly blocked, and, using the force of the impact, seized the gap in Arthas's armor. I am the void. With a powerful tug, he tore through the shoulder plate, unleashing a burst of purple light with a punch. Ah! Arthas screamed in agony, slashing at Norman's chest with the cursed sword, roaring. You are nothing. Another arrow flew, striking precisely where the previous one had hit. Kel'Thuzad, kill her. Arthas had lost his mind, disregarding his own injuries as he attacked Norman frantically, desperate to distract him. The distant sound of Teresa's scream sent a jolt through Norman's heart. Void transcended time. He ripped open a black rift, suddenly appearing beside the shrine, shattering the opulent urn. Facing the advancing Arthas, he retreated hastily while shouting, Void transcends space. Where do you think you're going? Arthas swung Frostmourne, unleashing a soul shock. A grayish shadow collided directly with Norman, who was retreating at high speed. Boom. A crisp crack resonated as Norman emitted an inhuman cry, hurtling through the air. Ignoring the imminent demise of Kel'Thuzad's soul, Arthas merely swung Frostmourne and pursued Norman. Your Majesty. Kel'Thuzad shrieked as he was drawn into the blade. Wretched creature, perish. Arthas shattered the shield conjured by Norman with a swift stroke and subsequently pierced Norman's shoulder with his sword. Observing the grotesque abomination, which now bore a gaping wound in its chest and a blade through its shoulder, Arthas erupted in triumphant laughter. Submit to me. I shall spare your life. Norman gazed down at the enchanted sword that had impaled him, noting a crack that continued to widen. He too chuckled, looking back at Arthas. From beneath his faceless visage uttering a single word, annihilation, Chapter 115. Departure Annihilation. What? The void energy enveloping Norman flickered momentarily before converging upon his heart. Instantly, his flesh began to writhe in a peculiar manner, and as the void energy coalesced into a black mass, a surge of overwhelming dark energy erupted from him. Countless bizarre tendrils shot forth from Norman's form, and before Arthas could utter a sound of alarm, he was mercilessly ensnared. The tendrils swiftly retracted, forming a singularity reminiscent of a black hole, from which chaotic whispers of the void poured forth. Wrenched from her stupor by the explosion of the soul arrow, Velenisa witnessed the moment of transformation as Arthas struggled against the piercing sword, staring at the violently pulsating black light of the singularity amidst the ruins. She finally cried out in anguish, "Norman!" As her words echoed, a blinding gray light flashed from the singularity, followed by a rapid expansion, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The fierce blast once again ravaged the already devastated land, obliterating the remnants of structures, grinding the frozen sea into crystalline powder, and scattering it into the winds. The silver shield that had protected Velenisa disintegrated into countless particles, while the ominous whispers of the void erupted in her ears. Arthas, clutching a fragment of Frostmourne and pressing against his chest, fled from the debris, casting one last vengeful glance into the swirling mist. Scourge, retreat. At the Mage Tower, the remaining Sunwell Guardians mounted their final stand. The undead have retreated? The undead have retreated. Master Rodman exclaimed, gratitude pouring forth. Eternal Sun, we thank you. The undead have withdrawn. Watching the tide of undead recede, they jubilantly waved their weapons and spread the news. Rodman, weary and burdened, emerged from the tower, his voice frail. Search for survivors. The excruciating pain coursing through Velenisa's body dragged her from unconsciousness, gasping like a fish near drowning, her mouth opening in silent convulsions. She felt that aside from her anguish, nothing else could be more real, not even the haunting whispers of the void echoing in her mind. This torment embedded in her soul threatened to extinguish her life. In her daze, she vaguely perceived in formless shadows standing before her, gazing intently. Am I to perish? Velenisa ceased her struggles, straining her eyes to discern the shadow, but it remained obscured by a shroud of dark, nebulous light. Norman, she murmured weakly, I am sorry. The shadow abruptly stirred, gesturing as if to scatter something, before turning towards a distant silver sphere of light. Amidst the chaotic whispers of the void, she thought she heard a sigh, followed by a sensation of being enveloped in a gray mist. As the mist enveloped her, she felt every cell on the brink of tearing within her body rejoicing, a wave of coolness washing over her mind. Simultaneously, the howls of the void dissipated into silence. The long-awaited comfort weighed heavily upon Velenisa's eyelids. Despite her efforts to keep them open, she sensed her surroundings gradually dimming. I cannot sleep. He does not belong to the void. I must bring him back. With all her might, she forced her eyes open, and in her fading vision, she saw the shadow leaning over the silver sphere, sensing a profound longing emanating from it. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Is he bidding farewell? As Velenisa felt her eyelids draw closer, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, summoning every ounce of strength to call out to the departing shadow, Norman. The cry echoed like a bloodied cuckoo, yet it could not halt the shadow that tore through a rift in space. In her desperate gaze, the shadow vanished into the void. Then, her world was engulfed in darkness. Quick, there are living souls here. Lyrdine drifted into a long, profound dream. Or perhaps she wished never to awaken. Under the witness of the Silver Moon prayer and her mentor, Norman and she vowed to cherish one another for eternity. He held their child while they strolled beneath the red maple and white tower, the warm sunlight stretching their shadows long and thin. Yet, no matter how lengthy the dream, it remained but a dream. Lyrdine stared vacantly at the familiar ceiling, her gaze hollow and pale. Sister Liard, you are awake. Wonderful, you have finally awakened. Sylvia exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. You are finally awake. Lyrdine quietly turned her head away, unwilling to behold Velenisa's loathsome face. Oh, Velenisa stood, arms crossed. Is this how you treat someone who has cared for you so long? Lyrdine gently shut her eyes. Where is he? Perhaps dead, perhaps alive. Velenisa hinted to Sylvia with a nod, urging her to step outside. Lyrdine abruptly turned her head, glaring fiercely at Velenisa. Tell me, where is he? Velenisa shrugged, her lips curling disdainfully. I do not know. The last I recall, he tore open a rift and departed. Leaning forward, she supported herself with her hands and gazed intently into Lyadlin's eyes, softly saying, you should reflect carefully on his previous unusual behavior. You are more aware of it than I am. Lyadlin clenched her fists, yearning to strike that infuriatingly charming face. If it weren't for her, how could Norman have ventured to Quel'Danas? If it weren't for her, how could Norman have sacrificed his own light to nurture Sylvanas' soul? If you have no intention of finding him, then so be it. Are you interrogating me? When Ressa stood, shaking her head slightly. No, great priest. At that time, you were unconscious, unaware of many events. However, here, she pointed to her heart. Tell me, he is not dead. I simply do not know where to find him. Liadlin struggled to sit up, her eyes ablaze with fury as she looked at Wenressa. Wenressa, are you truly so shameless? If it weren't for you, hush. Wenressa pressed her finger against Liadlin's lips and leaned closer, saying, I do not care. I only wish to find him. Think carefully. Perhaps we can exchange information. After uttering these words, Wenressa took 2 steps back and turned to leave. Liadlin sat in silence on the bed. After a long while, she extended her finger, conjuring a silvery flame, entranced as she watched the fire dance at her fingertip. Chapter 116. King Kale, that's Sister Liad. Are you thirsty? Sylvia whispered. Would you like some water? Little Sylvia was deeply concerned. Liad had maintained this posture for a long time. Her pale, haggard visage lacked any color, and her vacant gaze was devoid of vibrancy. She stared blankly at her fingers, as if wishing to gaze upon them until the end of time. Liadlin was jolted back to reality by Sylvia's voice. Gently, she caressed Sylvia's head. Little Phoenix, how long have I been unconscious? Sylvia sighed in relief. Not long. It has only been 10 days. Sister Liad, you are now the great hero of all Quel'Thalas. The people outside are eagerly awaiting your awakening. Liadlin sniffled, lowering her head in disappointment. I am no great hero. Little Phoenix, those who perished to protect our homeland, those who departed for it, they are the true heroes. Her words stirred painful memories in Sylvia, who buried her head in Liadlin's embrace, sobbing, Lord Vanderler, Uncle Hadro, Ethel, they have all left us. Sister Liad, while you were unconscious, I feared every day. I was so afraid you would leave me too. Foolish child, how could I ever leave? Little Phoenix, once I regain my strength, we shall embark together. Liadlin held Sylvia close, just as before. Sylvia nodded vigorously but then suddenly raised her head, her tear-filled eyes asking, Sister Liad, where shall we go? Liadlin pinched Sylvia's nose playfully. To find your brother, Norman. What? Brother Norman is still alive? Where is he? Sylvia exclaimed in shock. Liadlin had never mentioned this before. She had secretly inquired about her brothers from everyone she encountered, but the answers were always the same. Unknown or even mockery for her ignorance. Since the establishment of the magical barrier, no delegations had visited the human kingdoms. She had mourned for a long time, yet today, Sister Liad's sudden revelation that Norman was alive felt like a dream. Liadlin smiled at Sylvia, whose tears glistened on her face, her eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. She reached out to wipe away the tears from the little Phoenix's face, still the same adorable creature. Sylvia, anxious and gesturing wildly, said, Where is Brother Norman? Let us go find him now. Ha. Do not rush, little Phoenix. We have much preparation to undertake, and we still have a long journey ahead. Sister Liad. Is it far? Yes, very far. I do not even know where. Hearing this, Sylvia's spirited demeanor waned. Then how shall we find him? Do not lose heart, little Phoenix. I am certain he is waiting for us somewhere. He is lost, and we must bring him back. Sylvia nodded, somewhat understanding. Then I shall gather my things. There is no hurry. We have plenty of time. Tell me about what has transpired during my absence. Time flowed gently as Liadlin and Sylvia chatted until night fell. When an unexpected visitor arrived. Have you made up your mind, great priest? Liadlin frowned at Wenressa, who seemed to haunt her. Do not even think about it. I warn you once more, Norman is mine, and if anyone is to search for him, it shall be I. Wenressa toyed with a strand of hair. I do not care. I am not a priest. Though her tone was somewhat flippant, a chill glimmered in her gaze. Liadlin retorted with ire, Humph. Has your mind completely clouded? Wenressa, you are the leader of Windrunner. What is the point of lingering in the chapel day after day? Wenressa slammed her palm on the table, her eyebrows furrowed fiercely. Do not waste my time with trivialities. I only wish to find him. Liadlin crossed her arms in silence, casting a cold glare at Wenressa. The temperature in Liadlin's room plummeted to freezing. Sister Liad, Sylvia cautiously peered in. King Kale that has come to visit. Humph. Liadlin and Wenressa each huffed in response, turning their heads away from one another. Sylvia swallowed nervously, withdrawing her head, feeling the tension in the air. Just as the two remained locked in their standoff, the voice of the Grand Astromancer echoed from the floor below. Since when has the Archbishop been so lacking in manners? Liadlin's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly stepped outside, giving Wenressa a pointed huff as she passed by. Wenlacia rolled her eyes at the anxious figure before her, inwardly scoffing, how impressive indeed. Nevertheless, her body obediently followed along. Your Excellency Solanian, you have returned. It has been such a long time. Lidaline exclaimed, her joy palpable. I am so glad to see you. Come quickly, the king is awaiting you in the reception room. To Lidaline's surprise, she never anticipated another encounter with the Grand Astromancer. She had numerous inquiries to pose. The king? Lidaline asked, her brow furrowed. The Grand Astromancer nodded, King Kael'thas. Lidaline's eyes darted thoughtfully, and she replied earnestly. The current Archbishop is Her Excellency Audrey. I have already stepped down. The Grand Astromancer fought the urge to slap her, gritting her teeth as she inquired. When did this happen? You just awakened. Just now. I have many questions to ask you, Lidaline announced. The Grand Astromancer pointed at Lidaline, her voice laced with disdain. Knowing you is the greatest disgrace of my life. Unfazed, Lidaline pulled the Grand Astromancer's hand down and linked her arm with hers. All right, I understand. Let us hurry. My questions are quite scholarly. Why not take me along? The Grand Astromancer glanced at Wenlacia, then back at Lidaline, her face contorted in frustration. Aren't you in the Windrunner estate? Wenlacia blinked. The Lord of the Windrunner estate is Lyra's now. The Grand Astromancer slapped her forehead in disbelief. What on earth is happening here? After a moment, she clenched her teeth and declared, do not even think about escaping. First, you will meet the king. Realizing her plan had failed, Lidaline glanced at Wenlacia, who was also looking at her. Kael'thas sat in the reception room, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table as if deep in thought, until the Grand Astromancer stormed in with Archbishop Lidaline and Wenlacia. The Windrunner estate is currently filled with wandering souls awaiting cleansing, and yet the Lord is in the Silver Moon Chapel. Kael'thas was taken aback. Chapter 117. The End and a New Beginning. That night, King Kael'thas stormed out in fury. It must be noted that being able to provoke the usually composed Kael'thas to such an extent was no small feat. Lidaline and Wenlacia were indeed formidable, at least in their verbal sparring. However, Lidaline was unconcerned about Kael'thas's opinions from days past, for she was secretly accompanying Sylviana and preparing to traverse the Death Scar at Silvermoon Pass, the crucial passage into the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. The invasion of Arthas came swiftly and retreated even quicker, leaving behind the reanimated bones, rendering the Death Scar less terrifying, though still ominous, as anything could emerge from this cursed scar tainted by death. Sylviana, are you afraid of trolls? Lidaline inquired. Not at all. During my time in the Western Temple, I even defeated several. Sylviana proclaimed proudly, her small fists clenched. And the undead? Lidaline pressed. Sylviana blinked innocently. I am not afraid. I will purify them with the light. Lidaline chuckled mischievously. What if it were an undead troll? Sylviana gasped, covering her mouth, stammering, an undead troll? Lidaline squinted playfully. Look ahead, little phoenix. We need to get past, but it is blocking the way. What do you suggest we do? Sylviana tightly shut her eyes. Sister Leah, you must defeat it. Lidaline laughed, giving the girl a gentle push. Go on, I have faith in you. With a nudge, Sylviana caught the attention of the undead troll, which let out a fearsome roar and advanced with its decaying gait. Sister Leah, it's coming. You can do it. I will be waiting for you. Sacred shield. Lidaline watched with delight as Sylviana scrambled to confront the undead troll. After all, she was a child raised on tales of trolls, and a bit of practice would do her good. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the darkness, sounding distinctly like chocobos. Who goes there? Lidaline spun around, her expression darkening upon recognizing the newcomer. How tedious, High Priestess, Wenlacia remarked, leading 2 chocobos as she emerged from the shadows. Wenlacia, Lidaline hissed through gritted teeth. You have been following me. How rude of you to say so, Wenlacia replied, tossing the chocobo reins and leisurely stating, What? Norman did not teach you that your tracks are all too evident to a ranger? I do not require your lectures. Keep your ulterior motives to yourself. Wenlacia stepped closer, licking her lips. I have spoken with Solanian. I know everything. The mental anchor, the immense power. She traced a finger lightly across Lidaline's face, and the healing of humanity. Lidaline swatted her hand away in anger. So you intend to follow me? I do not even know where he is. You truly have no shame. Wenlacia chuckled softly. I must say, you are quite useless, after all this time. You have yet to establish a deeper mental connection with him. However, I understand, being a priestess and all. She pivoted her tone. If you cannot, I would be more than willing to assist. After all, this is my first experience. Lidaline was nearly incensed, subjected to such humiliation. Suddenly, silvery flames erupted from her being, illuminating her furious eyes. truly a sight to behold. Upon seeing the silver flames, when Laisha's face darkened, baring her teeth in a menacing grin, I knew it. There is indeed a connection between you and him. You know where he is. That is none of your concern. Valwen Laisha. Lidaline seethed, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. If not for their shared history, she would have. Oh dear, look at you. Do you wish to kill me? Consider this carefully. After the incident with Belovar, the Sun Well is on the brink of depletion. Should I perish? The tomes of the Windwalker contain records of unparalleled energy sources. We shall discuss this further later. The young priestess has returned. When Lysa gestured subtly towards the approaching silhouette of Sylvia, effectively silencing Liadrin's forthcoming words. Sylvia regarded when Lysa with suspicion, inquiring about her presence. No one has decreed that I cannot come. When Lysa attempted to pinch her cheek, only to have her evade the gesture effortlessly. Enough. When Lysa, it appears you are determined to cast aside all semblance of shame, are you not? Liadrin spoke with a pallor upon her face. You may insult me with your words, Liadrin, but you shall not rid yourself of me. When Lysa finally broke her facade, what was she, after all? She was the famed little moon of Quel'Thalas and the lord of the Windwalkers. After a moment's contemplation, Liadrin realized that the immense energy would ultimately rely on her. And with a resigned snort, she relented, saying, Let us proceed. I hope you do not come to regret this. When Lysa was taken aback by the high priest's unexpected acquiescence. Glancing at Sylvia, she raised an eyebrow. I was unaware you had brought along a safeguard. I have only 2 chocobos. It seems she intends to accompany me. No. I shall go with Sister Liadrin. If that is not permissible, then I shall walk. Sylvia resolutely refused. When Lysa clicked her tongue, very well. Then I shall relinquish Minnie to you. Talia is not as insufferable as you might believe. She has her own burdens, dear priestess. Sylvia shot her a disapproving glance, remaining silent as she silently grasped Liadrin's hand. Liadrin shook her head at when Lysa. We have much ground to cover. Let us hasten. Lochmoden, the homeland of dwarves and gnomes nestled within the mountains of Dunmorrow, serves as the economic backbone of Ironforge. The incessant rainfall has kept the land lush and verdant, with emerald hills stretching from the massive stone dam to the foot of the snowy peaks of Dunmorrow. By the shores of Lochmoden, at the Thunderer excavation site, Bryn Copperbeard's geological exploration team delves into the secrets buried beneath the earth. Suddenly, a dark fissure flashed across the air by the lake, followed by the sound of a heavy object plunging into the water. Oh, Bryn, something has fallen into the water. I shall investigate. Hey, Corin, return quickly. It could be a plesiosaur. My ears never deceive. Just as the words left his mouth, the voice of Corin had already receded, leaving Bryn to shake his head in resignation as he picked up a brush to clear the dirt from the newly unearthed stone slab. Bryn. Corin's distant voice echoed from the lakeside. Come quickly to assist me. There is a large and peculiar creature here. The end.